Lu village is small, with only about 60 or 70 households, but it is quite famous in 10 nearby villages because the Lu family has a simple-minded girl. During a time when farmers barely have enough to eat and families might sell their children in bad years, the Lu family's girl is well cared for. She gets an egg every day, year after year, and is kept delicate and pampered, like a young lady from a wealthy family. However, this was when old Lu was alive. After old Lu passed away, the family split. The simple-minded girl went to live with her biological father and stepmother. She no longer gets eggs, not even regular meals. She used to be plump, clean, and healthy, but now she's thin, tired-looking with a dull face, finally looking like a simple-minded person. Did you hear? The simple-minded girl is getting married tomorrow. Aunt Lee, holding a bunch of chives, glanced at the girl's house and quietly said to Aunt Lu, who was nearby. Aunt Lu was pulling weeds in her vegetable garden. Hearing this, she almost pulled out the small cabbage sprouting nearby. She looked up, surprised, and said, "Really? Who would want a simple-minded girl as a bride?" Then she asked, "The other family isn't also simple-minded, right?" Aunt Lee shook her head and stepped closer to Aunt Lu, whispering with a secretive smile, "No. The Fong family found her a good match." Aunt Lu scoffed, clearly not believing it. After the family split, the Fong family's flaws became obvious. They made the simple-minded girl do all the household chores and even work alone in the fields, nearly exhausting her. If her biological father, Lu Shuquan, hadn't heard about her plight and come back from town, she might have already died. Why would he then go out of his way to find her a good marriage? Really, it's the Shun family from Suishan village, Shun Tianli. Shun Tianli? That name sounds familiar. Aunt Lu frowned, trying to remember. Aunt Lee, smiling slightly as she peeled the chives, looked proud. Seeing that Aunt Lu hadn't remembered yet, she waved the chives and said, "It's the Shin family that Fong family struggled to find a match for Lu Yu. The Fong family has been bragging about it for a long time. The hunting family with over 10 people who has a big brick house and 2 children who can read." Aunt Lu asked in surprise. Seeing Aunt Lee nod, she paused and then shook her head, saying, "That can't be. The Shin family is a big family in this area, and many want to marry their daughters to them. How could Fong family pass up such a good match? It's impossible." "Not impossible. I heard it myself," Aunt Lee said. "That Shin Tianli was unlucky. He ran into a wild boar and a tiger at the same time. If he hadn't run fast, he might not have made it. I heard he's now limping. His face is injured, and he has a bloody wound on his chest. He's still unconscious. The Shin family plans to have Lu Yuming married tomorrow to bring good luck, but Fong is reluctant to let her daughter become a widow, so she suggests letting the fool marry instead. Would the Shin family agree to this arranged marriage for luck? Why not? That fool is a lucky star. Maybe after marrying her, Shin Tianli will wake up. Plus, Fong doesn't even want a bride price. A lucky star? Everyone knows that's just an excuse for old lady Lu to protect her fool. If the fool really is a lucky star, why did she leave so early? But whether she marries or not, it's better for her to have a home. It's definitely better than spending her whole life at her mother's house. And she has a stepmother who beats her every day, making her scream through the village. Doesn't that mean she has no dowry? A fool doesn't need a dowry. Fong didn't prepare a dowry for Lu Yi, but under Lu Shuchuan's pressure, she bought her a wedding dress and packed her old clothes into a bag, then had Lu Shuquan pull her in a cart to her wedding. Lu Yi sat in the cart, playing with her long hair, and whenever they passed a house, she would smile foolishly at those pointing at her at the door. Once out of the village, she rubbed her stiff face and sighed quietly. Being a fool isn't easy. She was once the youngest and most promising deputy director of the acupuncture and massage department at the city hospital, only 29 years old. One night after work, she saw an injured stray dog on the road. To save it, she was hit and thrown by a speeding car running a red light. When she woke up, she found herself in the body of a foolish girl in Dachang Kingdom. To avoid suspicion, she continued to act crazy and foolish every day. Although Fong scolded and hit her daily, she could still eat enough. Plus, In ancient times, walking outside required a guide. As a weak woman, she didn't know what might happen if she went out alone, so she stayed with Lu Shuchuan's family. 2 days ago, the Shin family sent a matchmaker to talk about the marriage for good luck. Fong decided then to let her marry in her place, and she thought it was not a bad idea. There's a saying, if you have a stepmother, you also have a stepfather. Her real father was often away, and she might be beaten to death again by Fong someday. Better to marry. And with the backward medical skills in ancient times, the matchmaker said Shun Tianli's injuries were serious, infected, and he was unconscious. If Shun Tianli died, she would be a widow, and widows could walk freely outside, much more convenient than unmarried girls. If Shun Tianli survived and Shun's family was doing well, she would find a reason to act normal. If not, she would pretend to be crazy and look for another way out. In short, it's better to stay a fool for now. The road gradually became steeper, and the endless mountains grew closer. Lui felt herself being jostled so hard she almost wanted to. Suddenly, Lu Shuquan stopped completely. Lui played with her hair and tilted her head, smiling foolishly as she looked at Lu Shuquan. Her heart was pounding with nervousness. Why wasn't he talking? He kept staring at her. Could he have realized she was not Lui anymore?
Impossible.
Lu Shuquan and his brothers were building a house, and they had been gone for over a month. Last time, she heard that the original owner fainted in the field. She came back once, scolded the Fong family, and then left. He just returned yesterday, so there was no chance he had discovered anything. When Lu Shuchuan's big hand reached out, Lui quickly shrank back her neck, pretending to be scared and shifting away. Seeing his daughter so afraid, Lu Shuquan lowered his hand, sighed, and said, "Year, I'm useless. I couldn't cure you. I'm sorry for your mother. I thought I could ignore you like before, and that Fong Xiu would treat you better. I didn't expect that I almost caused your death. These days, you've suffered so much because of me.
I'm sorry.
I had planned to support you all my life and didn't want you to marry into the Shin family. But I thought about it all night and checked the Shin family's situation. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if you married into them. I found out that the Shin wife is formidable, but your mother-in-law is kind. I'll tell your mother-in-law that you're good at needlework, so she can protect you." Lui didn't expect Lu Shuquan to say such things. Seeing his eyes glistening with tears and worry, her heart felt sour and bitter. Lui thought this must be the original owner's feelings of being touched. The original owner's grandmother was kind to her, but her siblings often looked down on her behind her back. Adding a real father to that, life might be even harder for the fool behind her. Lu Shuquan was sincere, but he was often away, and Fong was a wicked woman. "Year, look." Lui looked up and saw a small pouch in front of her. Inside, there were a string of copper coins and 2 pieces of silver, each weighing 2 taels. Silver coins. And so many. It seemed Lu Shuquan wasn't entirely a bad father. "Did your grandmother teach you how to use copper money? Do you remember?" Lui didn't dare show her eagerness. She glanced at Lu Shuquan and nodded shyly. The original owner's grandmother was the daughter of a scholar. She not only taught her to recognize numbers, but also how to read and write. Lu Shuquan smiled and handed her the pouch. "Keep this close to you. Remember, don't give it to anyone else." Lu Yi nodded, putting the silver into her sleeve, actually, into her space. That was something she discovered after waking up. Inside, she also had a set of silver needles she had always carried with her. The willow tree was fully accepted by her daughter, who happily nodded and touched her head. Then she drove the carriage into Chui Mountain. In Dachang Kingdom, there is a tradition. Women who bring good luck often marry men who are near death. To avoid bringing bad luck to the bride, the wedding procession waits at the village entrance for the bride to arrive. From afar, Lui saw a few people standing at the village gate. When she saw them, she happily went over and cheerfully led them to the Shin family. As they approached the Shun house, they heard crying inside, "Mother, please, go to the county and get a doctor for Lear. Save him, please." Old Lady Shin kicked away He Shur, who was kneeling and pulling at her skirt, and sternly scolded, go to the county for a doctor? Do you know how much silver that costs? Do you know how much silver my son has already spent? 20 taels of silver. 20 taels, enough to marry several wives. And I also spent silver to bring good luck. He's sure. How precious is your son? Aren't you satisfied now? If it weren't for the fact that this grandson could earn silver, she wouldn't be so reluctant. So much silver, and it almost took her life. It's all Heesher's fault. She acted as if she owned the medical shop, making all decisions herself. She spent 15 taels just to get him treated, but he still hadn't woken up. Fortunately, marrying a fool doesn't require silver, or she'd be heartbroken. Now she's shouting about going to the county, where money flows like water. She might as well risk her life. She refused to think about it. Third sister-in-law. Look how much silver mother has spent for Lear. She's so good to him. Besides, the town doctor isn't worse than the county doctor. They even use ginseng. What more do you want? We can't let all the family's silver be spent, and then we'd be left to starve. Plus, sixth brother and Sire are still studying. The eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Shi, was always clever and calculating. Spending nearly 20 taels on Shen Tianli made her worry so much she couldn't sleep for 2 nights. If she went to the county for a doctor again, she wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Most of the family's silver came from the third house's hunting trips, but now it was officially the public's money, not just the third house's. Moreover, her eldest son was still in school. If the family ran out of silver, and considering the old lady's concern for old six, she definitely wouldn't let Sire continue studying. So, for her son, and to help her son become a scholar, she absolutely couldn't let the third house spend more silver. Third sister-in-law, don't worry. The bride who brings good luck will arrive soon. I heard she's a lucky girl. Once she comes to our home, Tianli will surely get better. Li, the second daughter-in-law, is also very competitive and ambitious. Her eldest son is about to get married. The second son's elderly mother has already agreed to send him to school next year. But if the third household spends all their money, what will happen to her 2 sons? Third sister-in-law, don't worry. Tianli will be fine. Fifth daughter-in-law Fan lowered her eyes, her cheeks red, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked gentle and fragile, as if someone had bullied her, and she seemed very worried about he and Shin Tianli. Yet, in her words, she also advised he not to invite the county doctor. He listened to her mother-in-law and her 3 sisters-in-law, feeling a sharp pain like a knife stabbing him. In the past, her husband hunted to support the family, but her mother-in-law refused to let Tianli go to school and insisted he learn hunting from his father. 3 years ago, her mother-in-law was willing to let her husband's younger brother serve in the army, but refused to spend money on her son's treatment. She kept sending Tianli up the mountain to hunt. She calculated that her mother-in-law had at least 50 taels of silver, but refused to spend any on her son's health. How could she not feel sad? Mother, Tianli is cured and can hunt again. When the time comes, it won't be just 20 taels, but 50 or even 100 taels. Hearing this, old Madame Shun hesitated. After all, her grandson could really hunt, even better than her son. Last year, he caught a black bear that was worth nearly 100 taels. Wang, seeing her mother-in-law's expression change, quickly said, "Third sister-in-law, I know it's hard for you to accept, but the doctor already said that even if Tianli recovers, his leg will be useless. How can he go hunting?" "Yes." Third sister-in-law, you can't just think about how kind our mother is and deceive her. Li also hurried to speak. Third sister-in-law, don't cry anymore. Stand up quickly. The bride will see you crying later, and that wouldn't be good. Today is a happy day, so don't shed tears. Fan gently advised, going forward to help he. He struggled a little, then took 2 steps back, tears suddenly flowing as if he had been bullied. He didn't use much force, but old Madame Shin saw that he was unwilling inside and deliberately took her anger out on Fan. She immediately became a little angry. Fan is her niece from her family, gentle and kind since childhood. She's been so good to he, yet he dared to push her away. That's really ungrateful. Don't cry so much. Be careful, you'll cry away the good luck of the bride. Tianli is truly hopeless now. Quickly wash your face and go meet your daughter-in-law. Don't think about calling the county doctor anymore. After speaking, she turned and went into the main room. If it weren't for the fact that there were others outside, she would definitely give he a good scolding. He sure listened to Grandma Shen, and her crying caught in her throat. Tears kept flowing down her face. She quickly wiped her eyes, but her vision became more blurry. She didn't want to cry. She was afraid that crying would ruin the bride's happiness and cause trouble for her son. But the tears wouldn't stop. Mrs. Wang saw her mother-in-law go inside, smiled happily, and looked at her tearful sister-in-law with a mischievous smile. She said, "Third sister-in-law, stop crying. Inger isn't dead. Why are you mourning?" This remark instantly broke Heisher's last bit of reason. She stood up and moved to hit Mrs.
Wang.
"You're the one who's dead. How dare you curse my son? Just wait. I'll beat you to death." Mrs. Wang was grabbed by the shoulders, regained her senses, touched her burning face, and said angrily, "Fine, Heisher, you dare to hit the eldest sister-in-law. Just wait. I'll beat you to death." She also reached out to grab Heisher's face. She wanted to scratch Heisher's beautiful face to see how she would attract men afterward. Li Shi, standing nearby, hurriedly stepped forward to stop the fight. "Elder sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, stop fighting. Stop fighting." But she wasn't really trying to stop them. She kept grabbing at Mrs. Wang or Heisher whenever she saw an opportunity. At the door, Lu Yi saw Heisher getting hurt repeatedly. Clearly, she couldn't fight two people alone. She looked at the water-pulling pole nearby and swung it at Mrs. Wang and Li Shi. Mrs. Wang and Li Shi were hit and cried out in pain, ignoring Heisher. They dodged while shouting, "Where did this wild girl come from? How dare she hit me? Just wait. I'll beat you to death." Lu Yi swung the pole again and hit Mrs. Wang, then ran away with it. Mrs. Wang chased after her. "Stop right there, you little brat. Who's the crazy girl hitting people like that? Stop or I'll beat you to death." Li Shi shouted, chasing after her. In the past 2 months, no matter what, Lu Yi was quick at running from Mrs. Fang's chasing. She ran all over the yard, even reaching Fan Shi, and deliberately smiled while hitting her with the pole. She had figured out that this woman was just a fake, more disgusting than the other two. The pole hit Fan Shi's head, and the hook scratched her face, making her scream in pain.
"Ah!
My face. Mother, mother. Come out quickly, there's a crazy girl here." Grandma Shen and everyone else heard Fan Shi's screams and ran outside. They saw Li Shi and Mrs. Wang chasing a girl holding a pole in the yard. The girl was wearing a red dress, running and laughing, shouting, "Come on, catch me. If you can't catch me, I'm a little dog. Little dog, woof woof." She even ran past Fan Shi, who was standing still, and playfully hit her twice with the pole. Grandmother Shin was very angry, thinking to herself, "Who dares to cause trouble at her house?" But when she saw the woman in red and the person standing at the door, she suddenly remembered who was coming and quickly shouted, "Stop. Everyone stop right there." Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Li heard their mother-in-law's angry voice and hurriedly stopped, feeling unwilling. Willow Leaf also stopped and kept smiling as she threw punches at Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Li. Angry and panting, they wanted to chase her, but then their mother-in-law called out, "Eldest second, take the broom from her hands." Shin Yongfu and Shin Yongshou saw their useless daughter-in-law being beaten around the yard by a girl. Embarrassed, they shot a glare at the two and stepped forward to grab the broom. Seeing this, Willow Leaf took 2 steps back, quickly threw the broom to them, and turned to run behind the willow tree. Grandmother Shin looked at the father and daughter and asked, "Are you?" Someone in the wedding procession said, "Grandmother Shin, this is the groom's family, here to deliver the bride." They saw that although the bride was very thin, she was quite beautiful. On one hand, they thought Shin Tianli was lucky. On the other, they sighed that the bride's life might be hard. If Shin Tianli was alive, her days might be better. But if she had passed away, she might be labeled as unlucky for her family. A woman with a bad reputation had no way out. They didn't expect that after finally bringing the groom and bride back home, they would encounter this situation. The groom's family didn't want them to call anyone, and that young bride was even more fierce, directly hitting people with a broom. But soon, they realized something was wrong. Her behavior and her silly smile were too abnormal. Could she be a fool? Willow Tree Kwan stepped forward, frowned, and asked, "Auntie, what's going on?" Grandmother Shin shot a glance at her daughter-in-law and smiled. "Let the groom's family not laugh at us. They are anxious waiting for the bride and have lost their minds. Eldest second, please invite the groom's family inside. The ceremony is about to start, and we can't miss the auspicious time." Shun Yongfu and Shun Yongshou hurriedly stepped forward, looked at the young woman behind her, and both felt she had caused them shame. But now, they could only smile and extend their hands, saying, "Please come inside, groom's family."
Wait.
Mrs. He, hearing it was the groom's family, was also happy. But when she looked at the girl in the wedding dress, she realized she was not Lu Yu. She frowned and asked, "Groom's family, is the bride mistaken?" Willow Tree Kwan glanced at Grandmother Shin. Seeing her look guilty and turn away, he immediately understood and said angrily, "No mistake. This is my eldest daughter, Willow Leaf." "Big daughter Lu Yi?" Mrs. He's pupils slightly contracted. She thought, how does this young lady seem so familiar? The previous Lu Yi was chubby and fair, now she's thin and tall, and looks more beautiful than before. But her daughter-in-law is Lu Yu, not this foolish girl Lu Yi. Mrs. He remembered Mrs. Shun's attitude just now. Clearly she knew what was happening. She wondered why Mrs. Fong was so quick to agree to marry her own daughter to Li Heir to bring good luck, so that's where the trick was. However, the mother-in-law said she gave a generous bride price. Looking at Lu Yi, only holding a bundle, it's hard to tell if there was any bride price at all. Thinking about how her mother-in-law used a foolish girl to bring good luck to Li Heir, humiliating him like that, Mrs. He felt ashamed and angry. She asked Mother, "What is really going on?" Mrs. He's tone immediately made Mrs. Shun feel her status was challenged, and she replied firmly, "What's going on?" "It's what you see. The girl bringing good luck is Lu Yi." Mrs. He stepped back, tears in her eyes, looking defeated. Her mother-in-law really gave Li Heir a foolish girl as a bride. Everyone in the village knew Lu Yi was a simple girl. Wang Shi saw Mrs. He's unhappy face and felt proud, advising, "Third sister-in-law, Mother really put a lot of effort into this. Everyone knows Lu Yi is a lucky star in the village." "Yes, third sister-in-law, it's all for Li Heir." "Why do you sound like you're blaming Mother?" Li Shi said sarcastically. Mrs. Shun initially felt a bit guilty, but when her two daughters-in-law spoke like that, she immediately thought Mrs. He was ungrateful. She scolded, "What's that look for? Are you unhappy with this marriage? I was just trying to bring good fortune to Lu Yi for Li Heir's sake. You troublemaker, ungrateful daughter-in-law. All you know is to spend money. Besides giving money away, what else do you know? We, the Shun family, marrying you, is really the worst luck in 8 generations. Originally, the third son hunted, and she wanted to give his fiancée to him. But the third son was clever and insisted on marrying Mrs. He, even treating her like a treasure. She even said if she dared to mistreat Mrs. He, she would stop hunting forever. So, over the decades since Mrs. He entered the family, her mother-in-law never had the upper hand. But now, since the third son went to serve in the army and might not return soon, her son was crippled. She wondered what power she still had. Mrs. He was heartbroken, tears falling uncontrollably. But she's a fool. How can she marry Li Heir? Her son was handsome and good at hunting. All the village girls wanted to marry Li Heir. How could she bear to let Li Heir marry a fool? A fool? How would she take care of her son in the future? How would she warm and care for him? How can I give birth to children for my son? What's wrong with being foolish? My daughter is clever. If your Shin family doesn't want to marry her, just say so. Are we supposed to be shameless and come knocking on your door to humiliate ourselves? No matter how bad I am, I can still support a daughter. Lu Shuqian said angrily, then turned to Lu Yi and said, "Year, Let's go home. Just as well. Dad is worried they might bully you. Old Madam Shin saw Lu Xiqian and his daughter about to leave and hurriedly called out, "Dear family, wait." That's not what she meant. Seeing Lu Xiqian's face turn pale and not stop, she quickly added, "Eldest and second brothers, hurry and stop the family." Shin Yongfu and Shin Yongshou quickly went to hold Lu Xiqian back. Old Madam Shin scolded, "Sure, you troublemaker. Do you know what you're saying? Everyone knows Lu Yi is a lucky star. You're driving away the good fortune coming into the house. Don't you want your son's life?" Wang Shi stepped forward and earnestly advised, "Yes, third sister-in-law. Even if you don't care about anything else, think about Lear. This is a good omen, bringing happiness and luck. If you really drive Lu Yi away and something happens to Lear, it will be your fault." Li Shi also comforted her nearby. "Yes, third sister-in-law. Today is a lucky day, chosen by mother. If you let Lu Yi go now, where will you find a daughter-in-law?" Fang Shi glared at Lu Yi sharply, then softly said, "Third sister-in-law, it would be better if Tianli recovers. Besides, Lu Yi is quite pretty. And she's not really foolish. She already knows how to protect her mother-in-law." She even joked at the end. When the matchmaker came the day before yesterday, they were all there. The matchmaker said that Fang Shi didn't agree with Lu Yi coming to bring good luck, but agreed not to ask for a dowry and to marry Lu Yi instead. Hearing there was no dowry, they supported the decision and had the matchmaker exchange for a better match. They even prepared the case at the government office, fearing he sure would oppose if she found out. Shin Tianli is tall and handsome, attracting many girls' attention, making it hard for their son to find a match. Later, he sure arranged for Lu Yu, who was pretty and from a big brick and tile house, with her younger brother still studying. They were all envious. Now, Shin Tianli was seriously injured. Marrying a fool meant that even if Shin Tianli recovered later, he could suppress He Shi and control the third household. How wonderful! He Shi looked at the rumors about Lu Yi being a lucky star and remembered her recent support for herself. She hesitated. Suddenly, the door to the third household opened, and Shin Tianyan hurried out shouting, "Mother, brother's forehead is very hot. Sister said he's running a fever again. What should we do?" Mrs. He was very shocked and turned around to check on her son, but she was stopped by Grandma Shin. "Mrs. He, you are a bad omen. Are you really going to ruin your son's future?" Mrs. He immediately burst into tears. She clenched her teeth and looked at her son's room, then at Lu and her daughter preparing to leave in the cart. She hurriedly wiped her tears and ran over. "Dear, wait a moment." Seeing Mrs. He blocking the cart, Lu frowned and said, "Please move aside. I no longer plan to marry off my daughter." Grandma Shin came out smiling and said, "My dear, you're joking. Their marriage papers are already filed at the official office, so they are officially a married couple. Year is now part of the Shin family. You shouldn't want to make Year's future more difficult, right?" Lu understood Grandma Shin's meaning. If he took Year away now, it would be considered a separation, which would hurt his daughter's reputation even more. He scolded Fang, and then thought about what was best for Year. Mrs. He looked at Grandma Shin and realized she was afraid she might regret her decision, and was leaving no way back. For her son's sake, she decided to keep Lu Yi. "Dear, as long as Year stays, I promise to treat her well and consider her as my own daughter." Lu thought for a moment, and then looked at Lu Yi. "All right, but only if you swear that, no matter if Shin Tianli is alive or not, as long as Year stays, you will treat her well. Otherwise, your remaining children won't have a good ending." Mrs. He stepped back, her face pale, and trembling lips said, You're going too far." "Going too far? You should ask others. Was my daughter raised with care? If I wasn't often away from home, would Fang dare to bully my daughter? I set my daughter here just hoping she could live like a normal person, but that was also trusting you. But since you dislike my daughter so much, then please step aside." Mrs. He was speechless and felt ashamed. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I don't know what you mean by good, but in front of so many people, I can promise I won't hit or scold Year. If anyone bullies her, I will protect her with all I have, just like my own children. If I break this promise, my 2 young children will have a bad ending. Everyone heard Mrs. He swear and started whispering quietly. But Mrs. He ignored them and only looked at Lulu. Lulu looked at Lu Yi, nodded, and gently patted her head. Year, go ahead. If they bully you, just run back and tell Dad. Where is Dad? Is Dad going too? Lu Yi tilted her head and looked at Lu Shuquan curiously. Lu Shuquan shook his head. Dad isn't going. Dad needs to go back. Lu Yi pouted and held Lu Shuquan's hand. No, I want to go back with Dad. I ate the chicken leg Dad bought me, and I want to eat eggs and delicious food. After saying that, she chewed her mouth. Be good, Year. Your grandma's house also has lots of good food. Later, you'll be able to eat many tasty things and won't go hungry. Right, Auntie? Old Lady Shin looked into Lu Shuquan's eyes. She knew he was asking for her promise, but she thought he was just a silly girl with simple wishes. She lowered her head, pretending not to hear what Lu Shuquan said. Lu Shuquan's eyes flickered as he was about to show his feelings, but then Lu Yi pulled him and said, Dad, let's go. Look at their house, it's just like ours, but they have no food. Mom always makes sure I eat well, so I won't go hungry. Everyone thought they had heard wrong. They all knew about Fong's treatment of the simple girl. How could she have good food? But after hearing the last part, they understood. Good food just meant enough to eat. They couldn't help but think, the simple girl is really simple. Maybe Fong even feeds her pig food. Lu Shuquan also understood his daughter's meaning, and a dark glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Yi saw that her plan to flatter Fong had worked, so she lowered her head, waiting for Old Lady Shin to fall into her trap. Sure enough, Old Lady Shin smiled and said, Year, we also have delicious food at our house. Lu Yi looked up at her and tilted her head in disbelief. What good food do you have? We have meat, very fragrant meat, and eggs. Lu Yi chewed her mouth and drooled a little, saying, Dad, I want to eat meat. I want to eat eggs.
All right.
Come down quickly. Old Lady Shin said happily. I'm coming down. Do we get eggs every day? Lu Yi asked excitedly. Old Lady Shin hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. Every day, eggs. She then reached out and tried to pull Lu Yi down.
Liu Ye similet happile. Ye avance eggs.
Year has eggs now. Dad, let's go inside and eat eggs. Lu Shuquan's eyes turned red as he looked at his happy daughter. He patted her head and said, Be good, Year.
Go eat now.
Lu Yi happily got off the car. His family finally relaxed. Everyone else also felt relieved. It was good to leave this simple girl here. No matter if Shin Tianli was good or not, at least today they could enjoy a good meal. As for the fool who says he eats eggs every day, they just listen and laugh. No one would feed eggs to the fool every day like Old Lady Lu does. Old Lady Lu saw that Lu Yi had gone inside and took a deep look before pulling her ox cart away. Madame Shin thought that if she brought the fool into the yard, she would behave and agree to marry Shin Tianyan, who was standing in for her brother. But instead, the fool sat on the ground crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang herself. I want to eat meat. I am hungry. I want to eat meat.
Ah.
I want to eat meat. Seeing so many people watching, Madame Shin's face turned red with anger. She scolded, Everyone, hurry up and help her up. What a disgraceful thing. Wang and Li hurried forward. They originally planned to take the chance to get back at her, but as soon as they reached her, the fool waved her arms wildly, grabbing their hands painfully and shouting, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Someone nearby laughed and said, Who says she's a fool? Look, she can smell the meat. Fan Sueya, you just blocked everyone's view and said she would get meat. But what? Her father hasn't even left the village, and you're breaking your promise. With her stingy attitude, everyone knows she just wants to trick the fool into the house. Do you think she really wants to give the fool meat? Exactly. She's even tricking a fool. Now the fool knows how tasty meat is. After saying this, the crowd around started laughing happily. Lu Yi pretended to be crazy and foolish. Anyway, she was a fool, so it wasn't shameful. She wanted to take advantage of the crowd to cause a fuss, so Madame Shin would see she wasn't a quiet fool and wouldn't mistreat her in the future. She also hoped to get some benefits for herself. Otherwise, with Madame Shin's sharp and harsh face, she definitely wouldn't give her meat later. Madame Shin listened to the villagers teasing her, her face flushing red, turning pale, then blue. She angrily shouted, "Fanshi, go bring her a bowl of meat so she can eat and quickly marry." Fanshi looked at Lu Yi and turned to leave. Soon, Fanshi returned with a small bowl of meat, but didn't give it to Lu Yi. She said, "Be obedient. After the wedding, I'll give you meat to eat." "No. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." Li saw the oil stain at the corner of Fanshi's mouth, glared at her, then harshly said to Lu Yi, "If you make trouble again, I'll eat the meat myself. You won't get any peace." Her mother-in-law was biased. Whenever there was good news, she let Fanshi do it, but when something bad happened, she blamed her. Willow Leaf pouted unhappily, glaring fiercely at the Li family, then pointed at He family and said, "I told her to hold it. You are all bad people, stealing my meat. Greedy, greedy. Shameful, shameful." Fan was called out publicly, her face turning bright red. She angrily glared at Willow Leaf, wishing she could block her mouth. "Say one more word, and don't eat any of it." Willow Leaf immediately lay on the ground and shouted, "My meat. She's eating my meat. She's shameless, eating my meat. I want my meat." Everyone saw Fan's mouth was shiny with oil, still smiling and secretly eating without wiping her mouth. Now caught by the fool, she lost face. Someone pointed out Fan's mistake and laughed, saying, "Fan, you, as an aunt, stealing your niece-in-law's meat, are getting worse. If you want to steal, at least close the door. With so many people, if they don't know, they might think your mother-in-law is mistreating you and not giving you meat." People in Suishan village knew that Grandma Shin favored Fan, which was like digging a ditch for her. Sure enough, Grandma Shin shot Fan a stern look and scolded, "You unthinking thing, quickly give the meat to your third sister-in-law." Fan, embarrassed and scolded by Grandma Shin, with tears in her eyes, handed the bowl to He family. On the way back, Willow Leaf deliberately tripped her. Fan suddenly fell to the ground. Willow Leaf clapped her hands and laughed. "Haha, she's a fool. She can't walk. Haha, fool. Ugly fool. Can't walk." Fan's face turned red with anger. She stood up shamefully, angrily shouting, "You're the fool. You tripped me." Willow Leaf still sat on the ground, clapping and calling her a fool, while everyone watched and teased Fan. Fan had never been so humiliated in her life. So many people watching her laugh, and she was a senior. She couldn't argue with a fool. Her face flushed with shame and anger. Grandma Shin saw her niece embarrass herself again and was also angry. She pointed at Wang and Li and said, "Are you two dead? Hurry up and let her bow to the elders." Wang and Li's hands still hurt. They were very afraid Willow Leaf would catch them again. Wang's eyes turned, and she called out to the third household, "Luer, Luer, come out quickly, come out now." Shun Tianlua was kept in the room caring for her older brother. When she heard her aunt call her, she thought something was wrong and hurried out. She saw a bride dressed in red sitting on the ground, looking surprised. But she quickly composed herself and asked, "Aunt, what's the matter?" "Luer, help your sister-in-law up quickly." Shin Tianlua glanced at Mrs. He and saw her nod. She hurriedly bent down to help Lu Yi, but found that Lu Yi was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. No matter how she tried, she couldn't lift her. Her face turned bright red with effort, and finally, she called out helplessly, "Xiaoyan, come help." Shun Tianyan also went to help, but he couldn't move her either. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Li, worried that Grandma Shin might get angry again, looked at their daughter. Mrs. Wang scolded, "Shin Tianxue, what are you standing there for? Go help your sister-in-law." "Shun Tianqing, are you a dead person? Quickly help your sister-in-law. She was just beaten, and this stubborn girl hid away without helping." She thought about how she would deal with her later. The two hurried forward, and together, the four of them managed to lift Lu Yi. After Lu Yi stood up, Shin Tianxue and Shin Tianqing looked at her with dislike. Only Shen Tianluo bent down and gently brushed off the dust from Lu Ye's clothes, tidying her up. Because she helped her organize her clothes, Lu Yi thought this little sister-in-law was pretty good. Lu Yi had just been formally introduced and entered the bridal chamber. Mrs. He quickly carried some meat into the room. She handed the meat to Shen Tianluo behind her and said, "Give your sister-in-law some water to wash up, then feed her the meat." Feed her the meat? Shen Tianluo looked at Lu Yi in confusion. Remembering how she sat on the ground just now, she asked, "Mother, sister-in-law." "She's Lu Yi." After saying that, she reached out and touched her eldest son's head, feeling the heat from the fever, which made her heart jump.
Liu Ye.
"That fool!" Shen Tianluo exclaimed in surprise. "Fool? Mother, how can sister-in-law be a fool?" Shen Tianyan hurriedly pulled off the red cloth from his chest and asked anxiously. Mrs. He placed a damp towel on her eldest son's forehead. Hearing her children speak, she said sternly, "Enough. Whether she's a fool or not, she's your eldest sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is like a mother. You must respect and protect her." Her tone was especially strict because she was worried about her son. Shen Tianluo and Shen Tianyan looked at Lu Yi, who was sitting in the corner playing with her hair. They lowered their heads and said, "Yes." Shen Tianluo placed the meat on a nearby table and told Shen Tianyan, "Go get a pair of chopsticks for sister-in-law. I'll bring water to help her wash up." Shen Tianyan nodded, and the brother and sister went out together. Lu Yi didn't care about Mrs. He's attitude or her children's. After all, she was a simple-minded girl. If she were Mrs. He and married a fool, she wouldn't be happy either. Moreover, Shen Tianli was not just good-looking, he was tall, about 1.86 meters. Under the bed sheets, her long, strong feet showed, with some calluses on the soles, but her feet remained white and delicate. However, his face was tanned. If you ignored that injured half of his face, his features were very delicate and handsome, even more so than the famous young actors on TV. She is a true beauty enthusiast. Just based on this half of his face, Lu Yi felt that she should save her little husband. The little husband's fever was clearly caused by the wound becoming infected, then controlled, but then reinfected and inflamed again. If they didn't lower his temperature quickly, he might not die but could become mentally impaired. Soon, Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan came in. Shen Tianlu carried a basin, found a rough cloth, and said to her, "Sister-in-law, give me your hand, I will wipe it for you." She took her hand, carefully cleaned each finger, and then washed her face. Then she asked Shen Tianyan to take the basin outside. She picked up a meat bowl and started feeding Lu Yi. Lu Yi saw that the young girl's clothes had patches, but were very clean. Compared to the two girls earlier, she looked a bit pale and thin, but her eyes were pure and her attitude serious. Although Lu Yi was envious, she had no greed and immediately liked this girl, planning to share with her. Suddenly, he sure stood up sharply and said, "No, I must have my mother-in-law give me some silver to go to the county to save Lier." After saying that, she ran out. Shen Tianlu hurriedly put down the bowl and followed. Only Lu Yi was left in the room. She took out a silver needle from her space, located the acupoints, and quickly inserted the needles. After finishing a set of cooling and fever-reducing needles, she heard the crying of He-Shi, Shen Tianlu, and Shen Tianyan outside. She put the needles back into her space and went out. "Mother, please, give me some silver. When Tianli wakes up, I will make him more filial to you. Grandma, please give my mother some silver. If my older brother's fever gets worse, someone might die." Seeing the He mother and son crying so painfully, the relatives urged, "Third aunt, it's a life. Why not give a little more silver?"
Yes.
"That child Tianli is so pitiful. It would be bad if someone really died." "Someone died?" Old Lady Shin said angrily. "If we save him, our whole family might be in danger. His life is worth a lot. I spent nearly 20 taels of silver on him. Tell me, which family would spend that much to save A?" Thinking of this, she felt heartbroken. If she had known Tianli's leg was so bad, she wouldn't have wasted even half a tael on him. Fortunately, today's banquet only involved relatives, so it didn't cost much silver. She didn't want to lose more. She still wants her to give silver to that useless person for treatment, but there's no way, don't even think about it. After she said that, everyone else stopped persuading her. Indeed, these years, the harvest has been poor. Not only is there no silver, even if there was, no one would be willing to save a useless person. Old Lady Shin knew this well. Seeing his mother and son crying non-stop, she scolded, "Get out. All of you get out. I've already asked a doctor for him, and I've married a wife for him. What more do you want me to do? If you really want to save Shin Tianli, find your own way. I don't care if you sell your children or yourselves." Mother, how can you be so cruel? Leah used to be the most filial to you. His mother knelt at old Lady Shin's feet, crying her heart out. Was he filial to me? When did he secretly buy cakes for me? To show filial piety, he tried to secretly save money for your 3 families. His mother, don't think I don't know. Your 3 families have secret savings. Wanna ask the county doctor? Fine, your 3 families can pay for it themselves. The 3 families had some secret savings, but in these 4 days, Lear's medicine expenses used it all up. She even pawned the jewelry her husband bought for her and their daughter. Otherwise, 15 taels of silver wouldn't be enough to buy ginseng. She really had no choice but to keep pleading with her mother-in-law again and again. His mother was about to ask again when she saw her father-in-law come back from outside. She quickly stood up, ran over, and knelt, saying, "Father, please save Lear." Old Mr. Shen had come back for a banquet, but he didn't expect the usually steady his mother to cause such a fuss. He frowned and asked, "What's going on? Didn't your mother marry a wife for Tianli?" "Father, Lear has a fever again." "Again? What should we do?" He wondered if she was asking for silver again. "Father, I want to ask the county doctor, but Mother won't give me silver." Old Mr. Shin looked at his wife and said, "Go quickly and get the silver." "Silver? There's no silver left. It's all been spent by this reckless troublemaker. Only 5 taels remain for the whole family's food. Go, take out the silver. Saving Tianli is more important." Old Lady Shin didn't want to go at first, but seeing her husband glaring at her, she could only angrily go inside. Soon, she took out 5 taels of broken silver and threw it in front of his mother, cursing, "You wasteful wife, now everything's gone. Are you satisfied? Just wait to drink the wind and starve to death." His mother lowered her head, choking on her tears, and said, "Father, 5 taels of silver aren't enough. At least 10 taels. 10 taels? That much? Or should we ask the town doctor?" He cried and shook his head, saying, "Dad, the town doctor said there's nothing more he can do if he has a fever again. He told us to ask the county doctor instead." Old Shin frowned and then said to old Madam Shin, "Wife, take out 5 more taels of silver." Old Madam Shin looked serious and replied, "We only have a little silver left. Xiaolu and Seer need money for school. If we had more, I would have given it to him to see the doctor. But now, all our silver is gone, and it's all for her." Old Shin sighed helplessly and said, "You heard what your mother said. We have no silver left. If we did, we would have taken him to see a better doctor. Maybe you should go to town and find another doctor for Tianli." Heard this. He understood her father's meaning and, worried about spending money, shook her head and said, "Dad, if we really have no silver, maybe we should sell 2 acres of land." Old Madam Shin immediately stepped forward and scolded, "You reckless woman. How dare you think about my land? That land is mine. As long as I am alive, no one can touch it. If anyone tries, I will fight them." Seeing her grandmother hitting her mother, Shen Tianlu and Shin Tianyan quickly protected her and begged, "Grandma, please don't hit Mom. Please don't hit her." He didn't want his mother to be beaten, so she hurriedly held them in her arms to shield her from her grandmother's fists. The pain from the blows was hot, but it was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. The family owned over 20 acres of good land, bought with money earned from hunting by her husband and son. Now her husband was serving in the army, her son was unconscious, and her mother-in-law stubbornly kept the family's silver and land, refusing to spend money on her son's treatment. They were about to ruin their family. He did not want her mother-in-law to cause trouble. She knew that as long as she could talk to her father-in-law, everything would be fine. She begged, "Dad, we have so much land. I only ask you to sell 2 acres or even 1. Please, save Lear. Dad, if something happens to him, how will we explain it to his father when he comes back?" Old Shin, hearing his daughter-in-law threaten him with her son, immediately felt his authority as head of the family challenged. His face darkened and he looked at He silently, lips pressed together, but he did not speak. Old Madam Shun's anger grew stronger. She pointed at He and scolded, "You jinxed one. You troublemaker. Reckless woman. You cry all day, ruining Lear's luck.
Because of you, he became a.
I haven't even scolded you yet, and now you dare mention the 3rd son. I tell you, when he comes back, I'll make him divorce you, this jinx and troublemaker, this reckless woman." Leo is clearly injured because she kept pushing him to go hunting and wouldn't let him rest. If Leo had taken a few days off, how could he have coincidentally encountered both a tiger and a black bear? She worked hard for the family, hiding her suffering and never complaining, just to care for everyone. When she begged to save her son, she was called troublemaker. They called her wasteful. Her husband and son earned money from hunting, but they refused to give her any silver or sell land. Because Lear's leg was lame, they wouldn't treat him. How could their hearts be so cold? Not helping Lear, and then blaming her. "Mother, am I the one who harmed Lear, or did you?" He sure said firmly, ignoring her angry mother-in-law, and asked the silent father-in-law, "Dad, isn't Lear's life worth just 1 acre of land?" Old Shin wanted to say it wasn't worth much, but with so many people watching, he couldn't say that. He sure stopped causing trouble. "There are over 10 people in this family, and we all need to eat. I already gave you all the silver we have. What more do you want? Ask yourself, who would give all their silver just for one person's treatment while others go hungry? Who would sell all their land?" After saying this, he glared at Old Shin fiercely, telling her to handle He-sure quickly. At this moment, Old Shin also hated He-sure. Hearing everyone whisper and criticize, her face looked worse. She cursed, "You useless woman, I see you just want to get my silver, because you know your son is lame. I tell you, no way. If you keep crying or shouting about selling my stuff, I want my 5 taels of silver back." He-sure looked at her cold father-in-law and her ruthless mother-in-law, then thought of her husband far away at the border and her son lying unconscious. She felt helpless and sad, collapsing to the ground and crying painfully. Uncle's family has so much, all earned from yeomen and Tianli hunting. Now Tianli is like this, selling a few acres of land to treat him is only right. Exactly, Fan Shui is so cruel. Tianli is her grandson. She should at least try to save him. You don't understand. Tianli's leg is lame, and he can't hunt anymore. To her, he's useless. Do you think she'd spend money to save him? If she can squeeze out 5 taels of silver, that's good enough. Oh, poor He-sure. Her husband isn't home. Her son is like this. 4th aunt is pushing her to the edge. Seeing everyone start to favor the 3rd family, Old Shin coldly said to Shin Tianlu and Shin Tianyan, "You two, hurry and help your mother inside. Do you believe I'll sell you too?" Shin Tianlu and Shin Tianyan wiped their tears and hurriedly went to support Madam He. But they were weak and frail, and for Madam He, whose heart was almost broken, it was hard to lift her up. Seeing her mother so sad and thinking of her brother lying on the bed, Shin Tianlu comforted her, saying, "Mother, don't cry. We will go to the county to see the doctor for brother right now. If we don't have enough money, sell me instead." Hearing this, Shin Tianyan cried out, "Mother, don't sell my sister. Sell me instead. Sell me to save my brother." Madam He, hearing her children say this, hugged them tightly and cried even harder. Her palms and the backs of her hands were flesh, and she couldn't bear to sell her daughter or younger son for her eldest son. But her eldest son, "Why are you crying? Is it because of this?" A sweet, innocent voice suddenly sounded. Madam He looked up and, caught in her tears, froze in surprise. Before her was a small box filled with copper coins and silver, more than 100 taels in total. Madam, he released her children and, seeing the silver in Liu Ye's hand, asked in surprise, "Silver? How do you have so much silver?" "I found it. I'm the best at finding silver," Liu Yi said with a silly, honest smile, tilting her head. She didn't want to do this at first, but that old woman and old man were so cruel. They had silver but refused to save people. That was a life. A young boy's life. She heard the wedding procession mention on the road that Shen Tianli had been hunting with his father since he was young. Last year, he caught a bear and a few years ago a tiger. Those two animals alone were worth at least 200 taels. Not to mention the game their father and son had hunted before. Plus what was at home, though each house was a big brick and tile house built 4 years ago. Madam, he now had at least 100 taels. But she was unwilling to spend 5 taels to treat her grandson's illness. How cruel. If that's the case, then let her silly girl do a good deed. Anyway, the silver used was from their 3 families. It wasn't stealing. Where did you find the silver? Madam, he suddenly realized something and asked. Over there. Liu Yi pointed at the door of the main room. Seeing the silly girl with so much silver, everyone's eyes lit up, thinking maybe Liu Ye's entire family had given it to her. But they quickly dismissed that idea. Liu Ye's family had only divided their land a year ago, so they couldn't have so much silver to give her. Seeing where Liu Yi pointed, everyone understood immediately. They thought the old Shin family was surprisingly rich, pulling out over 100 taels of silver at once. But they refused to spend 10 taels to save Shin Tianli's life. How heartless. There is so much silver. Everyone knows it was earned by the father and son through hunting. Wow, fourth brother's family is really rich. A whole box of silver, probably over 100 taels. Yangon often goes hunting. Tianli has been a good hunter since he was young. Besides supporting Yongkong and Tianxi's studies, fourth brother's family owns more than 20 acres of land. They're so careful with money, they don't even spend silver on military service, so they must have saved a lot. With so much silver at home, they still send Yongin and Yongtai to serve in the army. Their mother is really tough.
How could she not be?
Their grandson is badly injured, and she's still so stingy with silver to treat his wounds. Old Lady Shin first felt the box looked familiar, then seeing all the silver, she became even more certain and had a bad feeling. When Liu Yi pointed to her room and said she found it there, Old Lady Shin rushed forward. "You little harlot, stupid fool. How dare you take my silver? Give it back now, or I'll break your legs." Liu Yi had been prepared and quickly stepped aside, then closed the box, hugging it tightly while glaring at Old Lady Shin. "This is mine," Liu Yi said firmly. Old Lady Shin was so angry she almost spat blood, staggering and pointing at Liu Yi, shouting, "You wicked little brat, with dirty hands and feet, claiming the silver is yours. Why don't you just die already? Give me back my silver." She had saved that silver for many years, hiding it carefully, only to have this little girl find it. And now she says it's hers. How could she be so clever? Why doesn't she say she's a fairy? You said you have no silver. Liu Yi hugged the silver and took a step back, protecting it. Everyone around started laughing. Old Lady Shin, usually eloquent and sharp, was now speechless, completely silenced by this foolish girl. Someone chuckled and said, "Oh, that's not a fool. How could a fool find silver or even recognize it? You don't know. This fool grew up with her grandmother. When the old lady was counting silver, she was probably right there. So she not only recognizes silver, but also knows how valuable it is." Exactly. This fool is amazing. Old Shin's family married a good daughter-in-law. That's right. Fourth aunt better hide her silver well, or one day this fool might find it again. Then there really wouldn't be any silver left. That just shows the fool is clever. Hearing the gossip, Old Master Shin felt ashamed and embarrassed. He looked at Old Lady Shin with blame, thinking it was her fault for hiding silver so poorly that the fool found it. Even fools can commit crimes, after all. She went inside to find silver, and everyone didn't call the fool a thief. They only said the fool was clever. Seeing the old woman chasing the fool around the yard, She hurriedly shouted, Mrs. Wang, Mrs. Li, Mrs. Fan. What are you doing? Quickly stop that fool. Mrs. Wang and others quickly chased after Lu Yi. Seeing this, Lu Yi hurried to a place with more people. But she didn't run far before she was surrounded. You shameless little, three-handed fool, give me back the box, or I'll divorce you. What does divorce mean? Can I eat it? Lu Yi tilted her head and asked foolishly. Everyone burst into laughter. Sure enough, she was a fool who loved to eat. Someone cheered. Divorce means sending you back to your mother's house. Mother's house? Where is that? Is it the Fong family's house?
Great.
I haven't finished the snacks my dad bought for me. She said this while hugging the box and walking away. Old Lady Shin saw her about to leave and was so worried she almost fainted. She said, Give me the box first. Go wherever you want after that.
No.
Lu Yi shook her head and held tightly. Seeing Li and others slowly approaching, she screamed, "Ah, run. Don't take my things. If you come closer, I'll throw it away." She raised her hands above her head, aiming at the crowded area. The box wasn't locked. If she threw it, the silver inside would spill all over the ground. Someone said, "Just throw it. Hurry up and throw it." Old Lady Shin quickly shouted, "Nobody move. Lu Yi, don't throw it." Li was also afraid the fool might really throw it. Those were their family's silver. Looking around, she called out, "Third sister-in-law, what are you doing there? Hurry and get our silver." "Yes, third sister-in-law, come over. She's your wife. You should listen to her most. Third sister, come quickly and try to stop her. If she gets angry and causes trouble, what if people say you're unfilial?" He sure looked at Fanshur. She was probably thinking that if she went to stop Lu Yi, she would be considered unfilial. She used to think this younger sister-in-law was good, but now she realized she was so fierce. Sure enough, the mother-in-law scolded, "You unfilial daughter-in-law," standing there like a grinding stone. "Come over and try to stop her. I didn't marry you as a daughter-in-law. I found a troublemaker for myself." He sure walked over and said, "Year, give the box to mother." "Mother? You're my mother." "Yes, Dad told me. You're my mother-in-law, so you're my mother. I should listen to you." Lu Yi tilted her head and looked at Hishur, holding the silver in one hand and biting her finger. Grandmother Shin felt relieved when Lu Yi said that. Finally, she could control this fool. "Year, you can't bite your finger."
Oh.
Lu Yi put her finger down. Mrs. He saw Grandmother Shin glaring at her and said, "Year, give the box to Mom." Lu Yi looked at the box, then at Mrs. He and opened it. She said, "Mom just cried so painfully. Do you want silver? Here, Mom. Don't cry anymore." She opened the box and grabbed a handful of broken silver coins to give to Mrs. He. Mrs. He didn't take it. She looked at Grandmother Shen and asked, "Mom, with so much silver, why do you say there's no silver at home? You bad luck charm. How dare you question me about not having silver? Ask any daughter-in-law like you who went to the clinic and spent over 10 taels at once. Do you think you're a golden hen that lays golden eggs? Now you even want to go to the county to see a doctor? With your son's injury, going to the county would cost dozens or hundreds of taels. Your son is like a bottomless pit. And our whole family isn't spending any money anymore? Mrs. He, I tell you, don't think about seeing a doctor. Your son's injury is so serious that even a fairy can't save him. Don't waste my silver. My silver is saved for my sick son and Sayer to study." Mrs. He fought back tears and asked, "Mom, are you really not going to give me silver?" Seeing Mrs. He's eyes look wrong, Old Man Shin knew she was soft on the outside, but tough inside. He quickly interrupted his wife, saying, "Yes, give it. Since there's silver, of course, we should give it for Tianli to see a doctor." "Give what?" "That's the silver for my youngest son and grandson to study." "Really? Tomorrow I'll ask my younger uncle and Tianxi if they need to use Lier's life-saving money for studying. If that's true, I'll ask their teacher how they teach. If she went to the academy, where would her son's and grandson's reputation go? How could they take the imperial exam or become officials in the future?" Grandmother Shin shouted sternly, "How dare you? If you dare to go, don't come back into our Shin family." My son's life is almost gone. Why should I care about this? Whoever wants my son's life, I will make sure they can't rest in peace. It used to be okay not knowing about the silver at home, but now that she knows, she definitely won't give it up. Mrs. He's wild look shocked grandmother Shin, who hurriedly said in panic, "How dare you?" "You!" Old man Shin coldly scolded. "Enough, everyone shut up. Mrs. He, let that fool give you the silver. How much she gives, you keep. Just this once, no repeat." He just saw that the fool only gave his family a silver coin. The rest were copper coins. Now he was holding a copper coin, smiling and looking at everyone play with it. Clearly, the fool liked copper coins more. Not only Old Man Shin noticed this, but his family also saw it. Their faces turned even whiter. Father-in-law didn't want Lear to see, but he didn't want to lose face, so he came up with this strange idea. Year loved copper coins so much. How could he give her silver? "Dad, how about giving me 5 taels of silver instead?" "Just 5 taels," his family begged. Wang's wife smiled and said, "Third sister-in-law, your father is so good to you, letting your wife grab freely. You're still not happy? Look, we don't get this treatment. But don't worry, I'm the eldest sister-in-law. Whatever your wife grabs, I won't complain. Big sister-in-law is right. Third sister-in-law, let Year grab as much as she can. Don't worry, second sister-in-law won't complain either," she finished, seeing the fool grab a handful of copper coins and couldn't help but laugh. "Third sister-in-law, look at Year, so smart. She even understands what I said. Grab hard." Fan's wife saw Lu Yi holding a box, grabbing some coins, then putting them down, then grabbing again. She said, "Third sister-in-law, see? You married a good daughter-in-law. Year is trying to grab more. Tell her how much to grab, how many silver coins. My fifth aunt doesn't mind at all." His family's face changed repeatedly. She looked around at everyone, then stubbornly asked, "Dad, are you really decided? Year can grab as much as she wants? Not just give me 5 taels of silver? Why ask so many questions? Just let her grab. Once she's done, give me the box quickly. I tell you, don't tell her where to grab. Let her do it herself. After she's done, don't bother me anymore." Seeing that father-in-law was silent, she knew he had agreed. She closed her eyes, suppressing her disappointment and hatred, then softly said to Lu Yi, "Year, go ahead. Grab as much as you want. Mother won't blame you." Lu Yi looked at everyone and said, "I will grab now. Whatever I get is mine. You're not allowed to regret. If you do, you're a little dog." Old Lady Shin saw everyone giggling quietly and said coldly, "We won't regret. As long as you grab it, it's yours. Hurry up and grab." "Yes, you go ahead. We are all here to witness. And look, village chief's grandmother and the aunt from the clan leader's family are here too. If your grandmother regrets, not only us, but even the clan leader's grandmother won't agree. Just grab it tightly, don't worry about it." Aunt Shin, who was friendly with Mrs. He, saw how they were bullying Mrs. He and couldn't stand it. She spoke up. Before Shun Yong'an left, he specifically went to visit the village chief and the clan leader, hoping they could help support his wife and children after he was gone. But he never got the chance. Now, hearing Aunt Shin speak like this, everyone nodded and said, "Good child, grab it. We'll speak for you." Then she looked at Old Shin. Old Shin looked away nervously, but in his mind, he thought, "We still have so much silver at home. No matter how big the fool's hand is, how much can he really grab?"
Liu Ye nodded.
Qian's small hand reached into the box, feeling around, then slowly closed her hand. Just when everyone thought she was about to grab a handful of copper coins, her hand turned over, and she actually grabbed a big handful of silver. She protected the silver in her arms and handed the box to Mrs.
He.
"All of this is mine now," she said, then ran back to her room. Mrs. He just took the box, but Old Shin snatched it away and scolded, "You wicked little brat, how dare you grab so much silver from me? Why don't you just dig into the money itself? Forget it. How dare you take my box? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Mom, aren't you going to regret this? When have I ever regretted it? Mrs. He, let's end this here. From now on, that dead girl is not allowed to enter my room, understand? Yes, Mom. Seeing Mrs. He agree, Old Shin hurriedly carried the box into the main room. Old Shun's face looked unhappy. He was thinking, is she really a fool? She made a move and all she got was broken silver, worth about 10 taels. She probably didn't mean to play with copper coins and misled us, right? But who would know that Lu Yi was a fool? If she wasn't, Lu Shu wouldn't be so reluctant to let his daughter marry her. It's all the wife's fault. With so much silver, she should have given Mrs. He 5 taels earlier. Now she let her take so much and even threw it in her face. Mrs. He quickly went into her room and heard her daughter say in surprise, "Wow, sister-in-law, so much. 10 taels of silver and 7 copper coins." Big sister, look at this. Shin Tianyan opened 2 pieces of paper and asked. Mrs. He looked and saw they were silver notes, both for 10 taels. She looked at Lu Yi, who was happily eating meat with her legs swinging, tears in her eyes, and said, "Year, you are truly a lucky star. My big lucky star." After packing up all the silver, she told Shin Tianyan, "Go call brother Qingshan. Have him drive the ox cart. We're going to the county." "Luoer, you stay at home to protect your sister-in-law," Lu Yi said. When Lu Yi heard this, she put down her bowl and said, "I want to go too. I want to go too."
It was noon now.
If she didn't help cool down the situation, even if they reached the county, the consequences could be serious. "Mother, let's go together. Grandma must be counting money. If some is missing, she will definitely punish my sister-in-law." He sure thought about it and agreed, saying, "All right, let's go to the county together. I'll call someone to help lift your brother onto the ox cart." "No need, I will do it," Lu Yi said, standing up and quickly carrying Shen Tianli. She later realized that Lu Yi surprisingly had great strength. He sure was initially worried, but seeing Lu Yi easily carry her son, she happily said, "Luoer, quickly bring the bedding so your brother isn't uncomfortable lying down." When Lu Yi carried Shen Tianli out, everyone was so shocked they opened their mouths wide. What kind of wife did Shen Tianli find? Not only is she silly, but she also has incredible strength. It seems she's stronger than several men. The Shin family has their own ox cart. Lu Yi saw he sure lay a layer of wheat straw on it, then spread the bedding and placed Shin Tianli on the cart. He sure also patted Shin Tianli with straw before letting Qingshan pull the ox cart away. When they reached the yard, Lu Yi saw wine on the table of the visiting men, so she went over, grabbed the wine, and ran away. Shin Yongfu wanted to stop her but saw she had already run out the door, so he could only hide his own wine and bring it out. They hadn't gone far from the village when Grandma Shin started scolding as she ran toward the 3rd household, only to find no one there. "Where are he sure and that foolish girl?" "Mother, they went to the county. They've been gone for about a quarter of an hour." When Grandma Shin heard this, she swayed and supported her head, her eyes fierce as she urged, "Eldest and second son, quickly come out and bring those little troublemakers back for me." Shin Yongfu didn't want to go at first, but seeing his mother's angry expression, he thought that the foolish girl probably took a lot of silver. He quickly said, "Master, go with a few strong young men and chase after them. That foolish girl must have taken quite a bit of silver, and it all belongs to our big family." Hearing this, Shin Yongfu hurried off to chase them. After a while, he returned panting, saying, "Mother, we reached the village entrance, but the ox cart was already gone." Grandma Shun's face twisted with anger, her eyes like they were filled with poison. She gritted her teeth and said, "Good. He's sure. You better not bring that foolish girl Luoer back, or I won't forgive you." Seeing old lady Shin's condition, everyone felt that the fool had taken quite a bit of silver, but dared not ask about it. Lu Yi got into the carriage and handed wine to He-shur, saying, "Give this to him to help reduce his fever." "Can wine really reduce a fever?" Seeing her mother's doubt, Shen Tianlu asked. Lu Yi nodded and explained convincingly, "When my grandma had a fever, I used wine to cool her down." After speaking, she took out her handkerchief, dipped it into the wine, and carefully wiped Tianli's acupuncture points to help lower his temperature, making sure not to touch his wound. Qingshan saw Lu Yi using wine to wipe Tianli's body and thought it was a pity. Foolish as she was, she wasted such good stuff. Shun Tianlu saw Lu Yi tearing open her brother's clothes and, blushing, turned her head away. Foolish as she was, she didn't mind showing her brother's body openly to help him. He sure saw how carefully Lu Yi was wiping and suddenly felt that marrying this daughter-in-law was the right choice. Why do parents want their sons to marry? Besides passing on the family line, isn't it to have someone around who understands their needs and cares for them? Lu Yi was simple-minded, but she knew how to take care of people. That was enough. Shen Tianyan saw Lu Yi wiping diligently, with sunlight shining on her, making her face look even more beautiful. He thought this sister-in-law might be a bit slow, but she's pretty, smart, and helpful. She even helped Mom get silver from Grandma. She's really impressive. Lu Yi focused on cooling Tianli and forgot about her discomfort from the bumpy ride. However, he sure felt sorry for her. After wiping for a while, she took the handkerchief back and wiped her son herself, then let Shin Tianlu wipe for a while before Lu Yi took over again. They repeated this until they reached the county, and Tianli's fever finally broke. Your brother isn't burning up anymore. He sure rarely smiled.
Yes.
Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Brother really isn't hot anymore. Shun Tianlu happily said, patting Tianli's head. Lu Yi chuckled foolishly, acting innocent. Now that the fever was gone, Tianli's life was saved. Next, they just needed to find a good doctor to treat his infected wound. In the county, he sure asked around about the best doctor at the clinic. After asking several people, they all said that the doctor at Huichun Hall was a former imperial doctor with excellent skills and reasonable prices. He sure immediately took everyone to Huichun Hall. At noon, only one customer was at Huichun Hall getting medicine. The shop assistant saw Lu Yi holding Tianli and hurried out. Seeing this, he asked, "Is the patient unconscious?" Quickly, put him on the bed inside. Lu Yi gently laid Shin Tianli on the bed. An old man in his 50s with a white beard approached, looking serious. He asked what happened to him. Everyone looked at the young servant. The servant introduced himself. "This is my master, Dr. Sunday, Mrs. He quickly said, "Dr. Sun, hello. This is my son. 4 days ago, he went hunting in the mountains and was bitten by a tiger. We took him to the town clinic, but today he has a fever again. Doctor, please help my son. He has been unconscious since then and hasn't woken up." Mrs. He couldn't help but kneel and cry. "All right, I understand. I will do my best," said Dr. Sunday. "It's been 4 days, and since he's still feverish and unconscious, just surviving is good." He reached out and checked, surprisingly noticing no fever. He asked curiously, "No fever now?" "Yes, it went down on the way. We wiped him with alcohol all the way," Mrs. He replied. "You used alcohol to cool him down? I thought you used it to treat his wounds." Luckily, the fever went away, or even a divine healer would find it hard to save him, Dr. Sun said while feeling his pulse. Mrs. He looked gratefully at Lu Yue. That silly girl was truly a blessing for their family. Dr. Sun ordered someone to unwrap Shun Tianli's wound. It revealed a bite mark from his ribs to his back, blood and flesh torn, bones visible, very frightening. If the tiger's bite had gone 3 inches deeper, his intestines could have been bitten. And since it wasn't late September, it was still cool. With such a serious injury, he would have died long ago. Fortunately, this young man was lucky. "How did you bandage this? Such a serious wound, yet it's so roughly wrapped. Isn't that wasting his life?"
But this wound is terrifying.
"Luckily, the tiger bit here. Otherwise, other large wounds like this can't be stitched up," said Dr. Sun. He then told Mrs. He and others, "Let me be clear. I can treat this patient, but it will cost at least 30 taels of silver, and he needs to stay here for at least 3 days for observation. Think about whether you want to proceed." Lu Yue immediately thought this doctor was good. If the wound got infected again in these 3 days, the situation could become even more dangerous. Whether they could get him into the county hospital later was uncertain. "Look, doctor, we want to treat him. I have silver. I have over 30 taels of silver," Mrs. He said excitedly, pulling out her silver. Dr. Sun saw some broken silver coins and 2 10-tael silver notes, nodded, and said, "All right, then wait outside. I need to start the treatment." Mrs. He nodded and led everyone out. Lua walked to the door, but then turned back. Dr. Sun and a young man around 17 or 18 were working on the decayed body of Shin Tianli. One was disinfecting scissors with alcohol, and the other was sprinkling hemostatic powder to stop the bleeding. "Grandpa, it's not working. The powder can't stop the bleeding. Go call your brother. Tell him to use acupuncture to stop the bleeding," Dr. Sun said with a frown. The young man turned and ran outside. Lui didn't know how long it would take, but Shin Tianli couldn't bleed anymore. If he lost too much blood, he might never wake up again. She took 2 steps forward and said, "I will stop the bleeding." Then she took out a silver needle and aimed it at Shin Tianli's acupoints. Suddenly, someone appeared. Dr. Sun was about to stop her, but when he saw Lu Ye's hand gestures, he kept quiet and continued working on the decayed flesh. However, Dr. Sun noticed that the needle technique Lu Yi used was simpler and more effective than their usual method. Although Shin Tianli was unconscious, his body trembled from pain, causing the bleeding to stop as he instinctively shivered. She then inserted pain relief needles and later switched to hemostatic needles. When Sun Meng and Sun Liang came in, they saw a young woman in red beside their grandfather, skillfully inserting needles into the man's body. Their grandfather silently approved as he continued treating the wounds. "Grandpa, who is she?" Sun Meng asked. "I don't know. She should be a family member," Dr. Sun replied calmly. "A family member? How does she know acupuncture? She looks even better than you," Sun Meng said. Hearing that the young woman was better than him, although it was true, Dr. Sun was a bit annoyed. His beard twitched as he raised his voice to scold. "Don't ask me. Who else should I ask? Stop bothering us, and step aside. If you're not helping, go sit in the main hall." Sun Meng shrank back, and Sun Liang pulled him aside to watch Lu Yi needle. Dr. Sun finished treating the decayed flesh after about half an hour. Both of them were sweating lightly. During that time, Mrs. He tried to pull Lu Yi out but was stopped by Sun Liang. After cleaning the wounds, they applied medicine and stitched up the injuries. Once everything was done, both of them were so exhausted their legs trembled. Sun Meng and Sun Liang hurriedly helped Dr. Sun to a chair to rest and also invited Lu Yi to sit down and take a break. Lu Yi sat down and drank several sips of tea without caring about her manners. She then sat quietly, swinging her legs and giggling while spinning the cup on the table. There was no choice. She could have played with her hair, but before coming to the city, Mrs. He had tidied her messy hair into a bun, leaving her without any props to pretend to be silly. The Sun grandfather and grandson thought that Lu Ye's carefree and bold personality was just like that. Dr. Sun drank some tea, and his strength in speech returned. He asked, "Little lady, is that your husband?" Lu Yi glanced at Shin Tianli, tilted her head, thought for a moment, and nodded. Sun Meng and Sun Liang looked at each other, noticing that this little lady's expression was different from before. She had been serious and focused earlier, looking very beautiful, but now she looked silly. Dr. Sun cleared his throat and asked nervously, "May I ask where you learned acupuncture?"
Who taught you?
"An immortal sister in my dreams taught me," Lu Yi replied with a smile. That was what Lu Yi had just thought of. Dachang Kingdom worships gods and Buddhas, and using this as an excuse is the best way to hide where her acupuncture skills come from. Hearing this, Dr. Sun spat out his tea, coughed twice, and his grandson Sun Liang and Sun Meng hurriedly patted his back, asking, "Grandpa, are you okay?"
I'm fine,
He said dismissively, then looked at Lu Yi with deep suspicion and asked, "Did the fairy sister in your dreams teach you?" "Yes. She comes into my dreams every night, talks to me a lot, and teaches me many things," Lu Yi said, nodding vigorously. Then she continued to spin the cup on the table. Suddenly, the cup fell to the ground and shattered. Lu Yi immediately started crying.
Wow.
"It broke. My cup broke. My toy broke.
Wah.
I want my cup, I want my toy," she cried, kicking her legs and sobbing. Her behavior immediately made Dr. Sun realize something was wrong. He looked at his two grandsons and asked, "Is she a bit silly?" Sun Meng curled his lips. "She's not just a little silly. She's clearly a fool. It's a shame she has such a pretty face." Sun Liang was more steady and said, "Grandpa, wait a moment. I'll ask their family to come in and check." He's outside, and when he hears Lu Yi crying inside, he becomes very worried. However, the servant doesn't let them in, so they can only wait anxiously outside. When they heard someone calling them, they hurried inside. Seeing his son lying on the bed with a bandage but no blood, he was relieved. She quickly ran over and asked, "Year, what happened? Why are you crying so sadly?" Mother, the cup is broken. My toy cup is broken." Louis pointed at the broken cup on the ground, kicking her legs and wiping tears from her face. She looked up and wailed loudly. Mrs. He felt relieved upon hearing it was a small matter and softly comforted her. Be good. The cup broke, but I can clean it up easily." "No, I want to play with the cup," Louis stubbornly said, twisting her body. Be good. This cup is for drinking water. Later, Yenner will make you a big, pretty, unbreakable cup to play with. Is that okay?" Mrs. He patiently coaxed her. "Yes, sister-in-law, I will make a big cup. We can make it from clay and make it look nice. How about that?" Good. I also want to make a pretty cup." Louis clapped her hands happily after hearing Xiao Yan's words. Seeing Lu Yi settle down, Mrs. He quickly apologized. "Sorry, I will replace this cup." "It's okay, just a cup." "What's wrong with her?" Dr. Sun asked. "My wife has been simple-minded since she was a child." "Please don't mind, Dr. Sunday simple-minded since childhood? Who did she learn her acupuncture skills from?" Dr. Sun asked in surprise. "Acupuncture? Does you know acupuncture?"
Mrs. He was also surprised.
Was her daughter-in-law so talented? Dr. Sun frowned. He didn't know his daughter-in-law knew acupuncture. How could this mother-in-law be so capable? He initially thought she was a good mother-in-law. Suddenly, his gaze toward Mrs. He became a bit stern, making her think she had done something wrong. She quickly lowered her head. Shen Tianluo looked at Dr. Sun nervously and said, "You might have misunderstood. My sister-in-law just came into our family today, so we don't know much about her past."
"Today?"
Dr. Sun looked at the cheerful woman playing with her hair and laughing happily with the little boy on the ground, then at Shen Tianli, who was lying on the bed. He asked, "Is she here to bring good luck to him?" Shen Tianluo nodded shyly. Not only in the countryside but even in the capital, there are traditions of bringing good luck.
He was used to it.
But this simple girl was lucky to have a good mother-in-law. And this family was fortunate to marry such an extraordinary girl. Then ask her how she learned acupuncture. Shen Tianluo nodded and asked, "Sister-in-law, who taught you acupuncture?" "Fairy sister. She's so beautiful. Even more beautiful than you," Lu Yi said happily. Shen Tianluo was pretty and charming, but slightly inferior to the original owner, and a bit less than her previous self. And she was boasting without anyone knowing. But after she said that, everyone looked at Shen Tianluo. Shen Tianlu is already 12 years old, almost the age for marriage. Seeing so many men looking at her, she blushed and shyly asked, "Can my sister-in-law tell me when the fairy sister will teach her, and how she will teach her?" Lu Yi pouted her lips, lifted her chin at a 45-degree angle, blinked her eyes, and thought for a moment. She took the opportunity to pinch herself, tears in her eyes, and said in a low voice, "After Grandma passed away, I was worried she was scared alone, so I stayed by her grave with her. I stayed for 2 days, no, 1 sunset, 2 sunsets, 3 sunsets." Enduring the pain, Lu Yi raised her fingers and counted, then lowered her hand and continued, "Dad took me back home. Then, the fairy sister called me in my dreams to do acupuncture and she even poked me. It hurts so much, just like when Mother pinched me." As she spoke, she covered the painful spot on her body and frowned. Whether people believe her or not, her story about learning acupuncture gave her a reason to practice in the future. Dr. Sun looked coldly at He-Shur and asked, "Did you mistreat her?" He-Shur hurriedly shook her head. "No, I didn't. She should be talking about her stepmother." Dr. Sun stroked his beard, nodded, and after a moment of thought, said, "Maybe heaven thinks this child is pure and filial, so it gave her this talent. What a pity she's a fool, otherwise." He looked deeply at Lu Yi. He had 3 grandsons. The eldest, Sun Liang, was an average doctor, but in this town he was good at saving lives in emergencies. The second, Sun Hong, was smart and studied well, but had no interest in medicine. The third, Sun Meng, was like the eldest, not very talented. He valued Lu Ye's acupuncture skills. If she weren't a fool, she could have been his apprentice, learning and practicing together. Now, it was a pity. "Go check on your son," Dr. Sun said when he saw Heisher standing nervously. Lu Yi, who had been swinging her legs and pulling her hair, suddenly stopped and pointed at Shen Tianli, calling out to Dr. Sun, "Leg, leg." Having rested and asked her questions, it was time to work. Dr. Sun glanced at Shen Tianli and asked, "Does he still have a leg injury?" Heisher quickly nodded. Dr. Sun stood up, examined his leg again, and said, "His leg was treated well, but the bone is broken. It needs to rest for a few months. Doctor, when my son heals, will his leg be lame? As long as he rests properly in the early stage and doesn't use force, he will be fine after half a year," he explained clearly. "But if he overuses it early on, the outcome might be uncertain." Heisher hurriedly said, "No force. No force." The servant carried Shen Tianli to a room in the backyard. The room was quite large, with a long bed running along one side and a big table and chairs nearby. After placing Shen Tianli on the bed, the servant said, "This room costs 15 copper coins a day. If the patient eats or takes medicine at the clinic, it costs 10 copper coins a day." Mrs. He nodded and asked, "Young man, can we all sleep in this room to take care of Lear?" Since Dr. Sun said Lear would stay here for 3 days, she thought about the silver note she had. If her children and daughter-in-law went back home, she wondered how her mother-in-law might treat them. So, she decided that Qing Shan could drive the ox cart back by himself. The servant looked at everyone and knew that in the countryside, it was common to sleep together on a big bed during winter to save firewood. So he nodded and said, "Yes, but if you want to use blankets, you will need to pay extra." "No need. We have our own blankets," they replied. "Young man, if we also eat at the clinic, how much does it cost per day?" Shen Tianlu asked. She had just gone to buy steamed buns. In the county, there were no mixed flour buns. Each plain white bun cost 1 copper coin and was enough for one person. Even if they shared one, they would need at least 6 copper coins a day. You don't need to boil medicine. One person costs 5 copper coins a day for 3 meals. In the morning, a bowl of noodle dumplings and a small bowl of vegetables, at noon noodles, and in the evening, rice soup with a bowl of vegetables and a bun. Eat here. Eat here. She had been to the town before, where the standard meal was about this price, so she thought Dr. Sun was quite reasonable. Mrs. He listened to Lu Ye's chatter and thought about it. Traveling from the town to the county by ox cart cost 4 copper coins, so it wasn't expensive. She said, "All right, then 4. Mother, just 3 people. Xiao Yan, and I can share a meal," Lu Yi suggested. Saving 5 copper coins a day could be used for her brother's treatment. Lu Yi looked at her sister-in-law and thought she was quite thrifty. Mrs. He understood her daughter's meaning and nodded. "Then it will be for 3 people. Later, the mother and daughter can share one meal." The servant was also a child from a poor family. He understood their intentions and had no prejudice. He smiled, nodded, and left. So far, the mother-in-law, younger sister-in-law, and younger brother-in-law have all been quite nice. I wonder how my handsome husband is doing? Big steamed bun. It smells so good.
Lu Yi took a bite.
Seeing Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan look at the big white bun and swallow, she knew they hadn't eaten yet. She broke off a large piece and handed it to Shen Tianlu. "Haha, you should eat too. It's really delicious." After a while, Shen Tianli would take medicine and get a pain relief injection. Then she planned to take Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan to visit the county. It wouldn't be a wasted trip.
Sister-in-law.
Shen Tianlu was about to refuse, but Lu Yi happily smiled and shoved the bun into her hand. Shen Tianlu looked at the big, white bun, her eyes turning red. When her father was around, she often ate white steamed buns or meat buns. The village girls all envied her for having a father and brother who hunted and earned money. But after her father went to serve in the army, her grandmother always sent her brother into the mountains to hunt. The game wasn't allowed to be sold by her older brother, and they couldn't go to town. They had no more white buns, or even eggs at home. Her grandmother also took advantage of her brother going hunting to make her mother and herself do chores. Her mother and they were raised with love by her father. If they did something wrong, her grandmother would scold them and even refuse to let them eat. To keep peace at home, her mother never let them talk to her older brother about these things. This time was even worse. Her older brother's earnings weren't used to pay for his medical treatment. Luckily, her sister-in-law helped. Although the sister-in-law was a bit simple, she helped her mother get money and even shared buns with her. She was so kind. Shen Tianlu gave Lu Yi a good person badge and then divided half of the bun for her younger brother and the remaining half for He Shi. He Shi was worried about her son not waking up yet, thinking about when her husband would return and how her mother-in-law would treat them. She had no appetite and forced herself to smile and let her daughter eat. Shen Tianlu saw that her own mother had no appetite, so she ate little by little herself. Shen Tianyan also ate the white bun bit by bit. Its softness and sweetness made him squint happily. He hadn't eaten white buns in a long time. If his older brother wasn't home, he wouldn't even have enough to eat. At home, Shen Tianxing from the main household, Shen Tianfeng from the second household, and Shen Tianxua from the fifth household all had eggs to eat. Even though he was the youngest, he had none. His grandmother said that saving one egg could send a little money to the northwest, helping his father rest a bit and come back sooner. To help Dad come back sooner, he can skip eating eggs, pull weeds to feed the pigs and chickens, but when he sees white steamed buns, he really misses the days when Dad was here. Why wouldn't Dad come back? Without Dad, there are no pastries, no candied hawthorns, no meat buns. Even the white steamed buns are shared with her and her sister by her sister-in-law. Dad, please come back soon. When Dad returns, he can eat lots of delicious food and share it with his sister-in-law. After finishing the white steamed buns, the shopkeeper packed up the medicine and brought it over. Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan asked the shopkeeper to take the medicine to boil, while Lu Yi sat on the Kong, swinging her legs and pulling her hair, looking bored and silly. I wonder when Lear will wake up, Mrs. He said to herself as she looked at Shen Tianli. Lu Yi tilted her head and said, no fever, so maybe she'll wake up tomorrow. Shen Tianli lost a lot of blood and was badly hurt. If she hadn't been kept alive with ginseng, she might have died when she had a fever last time. But Shen Tianli was lucky. First she met her, then Dr. Sun came. Otherwise, with her injury, she would have been in a lot of pain. So Lu Yi thought that given Shen Tianli's condition, she was more likely to wake up tomorrow. Although she might wake up tomorrow, Mrs. He still felt hopeful. Seeing Lu Yi's messy hair, she carefully combed it again. Since Lu Yi liked playing with her hair, she even left some bangs for her to play with. Lu Yi brushed her hair on both sides. This grandmother was very thoughtful. Shen Tianlu finished boiling the medicine and brought it out. Lu Yi helped her take the medicine, gave her a painkiller shot, then pulled Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan out to play. Mrs. He was reluctant but still gave Shen Tianlu 10 copper coins, telling them to be careful outside. It was around 2 in the afternoon. The sun was very hot, so there weren't many people on the street. But looking at the old-fashioned buildings, Lu Yi truly felt that she had traveled to another time. At this season, there were many fruits, and vendors were selling candied hawthorns. Not only Shen Tianyan, but Lu Yi also felt tempted. But when she heard each cost 3 won, Shen Tianlu hesitated. 3 won, or 9 coins for 3 skewers, could buy many white buns. Lu Yi chuckled and said to the vendor selling candied hawthorns, 3 skewers, 8 won. Hearing this, Shen Tianlu panicked and quickly said, sister-in-law, just buy 2 skewers. I don't want any. I don't like candied hawthorns really. Shen Tianyan looked at the hawthorns, hesitated, swallowed hard, and said, sister-in-law, I don't like them either. Just buy 1. The street vendor, hearing only one purchase, hurriedly took out 3 large skewers and said, Here are 3 skewers, 8 coins. Look, I picked the biggest and sweetest ones for you. Lu Yi smiled as she took them and divided them between the two of them. Both were eager, and then Lu Yi counted out 8 copper coins, handed them to the vendor, and asked for directions to the vegetable market. Shen Tianyan was surprised and asked sister-in-law, "How do you have silver? Could she have taken it from Grandma?" But they clearly saw her grab the money and run into the room, so she couldn't have hidden it. While eating the candied hawthorn, Lu Yi said as she walked forward, "My dad gave it to me. He gave me a lot." "Oh, so your dad gave it to you. Sister-in-law, can we buy other tasty things?" Shen Tianyan asked with bright eyes.
Xiao Yan.
Shen Tianlu called unhappily. That was her dowry, and they shouldn't spend her silver. If others found out, they wouldn't know what to say. Shen Tianyan seemed to realize this and quickly said, "Sister-in-law, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Let's go back instead." "No, I want to go to the vegetable market," she replied, still eating her candied hawthorn as she moved forward. "Sister-in-law, what are we going to do at the vegetable market?" They weren't cooking, so they didn't understand why she suddenly wanted to go there. Could it be that the market has good things? For Lu Yi, that was indeed the best thing, something she had thought about for a long time before coming up with the idea. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come out in such strong sunlight. But it wasn't convenient to tell them, so she decided to wait until they saw it and understood on their own. Secret. Dr. Sun's pharmacy was in the wealthy district on East Street, but the vegetable market was on North Street, requiring crossing half the street to get there. It was a good chance to stroll around and look at things, so the 3 of them ate their candied hawthorn and walked while observing. They passed a pastry shop and just then saw a luxurious carriage stop. A young man, about 17 or 18, stepped out. Seeing his appearance, Lu Yi paused her hawthorn eating. First, she noticed a figure dressed in light purple, made of shiny, elegant silk that reflected a faint glow in the sunlight. It seemed to cast a purple mist around him, making his tall and graceful figure look comfortable and flowing, extremely beautiful. He wore a high-quality purple jade crown, with long, flowing hair neatly arranged behind him. As he stepped down from the carriage, a gentle breeze brushed his hair, creating elegant arcs in the air, fully revealing his face. It was a delicate, beautiful face, like the moon in mid-autumn, with colors like spring blossoms. The hairline was sharp, eyebrows like ink paintings, cheeks like peach petals, and eyes like autumn waves. Although he was very handsome, he had no feminine features, especially those sharp, deep eyes, which looked fierce and profound. Noticing the gaze of Lu Yi and others, he frowned slightly, then turned to the nearby guard and said, "Go to the shop in front and buy some good fruit quickly." The guard nodded and hurriedly ran off. Seeing the other person turn to buy pastries, Shen Tianlu finally regained her composure. Her face turned slightly red as she lowered her head and quietly ate a candied hawthorn. "Big sister, sister-in-law, that big brother is really handsome, even more than big brother." Lu Yi tilted her head, playing with her hair. She wondered why she thought the young nobleman was even more attractive. The young nobleman now had his eyes closed, looking like a restrained, commanding CEO, more fitting her taste than that charming, lively young man. "All right, Xiao Yan, I should go to the vegetable market now." Shen Tianlu glanced at the man's figure again, then quickly lowered her head. Lu Yi looked at her little aunt, who looked like a peach blossom, and thought, indeed, such a handsome young man was loved by everyone. A charming, handsome man is truly captivating. "Let's go." Urgent matters came first. However, the 3 of them hadn't gone far when they heard a scream behind them. "Young master." Lu Yi and the others instinctively looked back and saw the young nobleman lying on the ground, twitching, with a pale face, dilated pupils, and foam at the mouth. "Hurry, you, go find Dr. Sun and ask him to come," one of the guards said. Then he picked up the young man and prepared to leave. It was a seizure. Lu Yi quickly threw away her candied hawthorn, saw the coachman rush away swiftly, his footsteps light, and her eyes flickered. She then ran over and stopped the guard, saying, "Wait. Put your young master down." If you do this, you'll hurt him. Get out of the way. The guard shouted nervously. Look at him. He's foaming at the mouth. He must have bitten his tongue. From here to Dr. Sun's place, it will take at least half an hour. By then, he might have bitten his tongue off. Let me put him down, and I can treat him. Hearing that she could treat him, the guard looked at the foaming at the mouth and worried that the young master might bite his tongue off. He hurriedly put him down. Lu Yi tore a piece of cloth from her clothes. After the guard set him down, she quickly grabbed the young man's chin, opened his mouth, and stuffed the cloth inside. Then she took out silver needles and began to give him acupuncture. The guard watched as this young lady worked efficiently and skillfully. Soon his head was filled with needles, and needles also went into his body. When Dr. Sun arrived, Lu Yi was already removing the needles. Seeing that Dr. Sun looked weak and out of breath, she tilted her head and asked, "Should I give you an injection?" Dr. Sun hurriedly waved his hand. "No need. Just rest for a bit." After Lu Yi finished removing the needles, Dr. Sun had recovered and asked, "Did the fairy sister also teach you?" Lu Yi nodded seriously, lifting her chin proudly, and said, "The fairy sister taught me many things." Then she said to the young guard, "Later, take him to the clinic. He needs to sleep. Be gentle." Her young master has had frequent illnesses over the past 2 years, so she knew to keep him still during a fit. The guard nodded and said, "Thank you. I don't know your name, young lady. When my master wakes up, I can thank you properly." "No need, no need. I'm leaving now," Lu Yi said, pulling Shen Tianlu away. She was just helping out casually. Still, she wondered if Dr. Sun could cure this epilepsy. If not, it was a pity, such a young, handsome, and beautiful person. Just as the guard was about to ask more, Dr. Sun said, "No need to chase after her. She's being treated at my clinic. When your master wakes up, you can find her then." Since she said the fairy sister taught her many things, it might be worth asking if there's a cure. Seeing Dr. Sun's words, the guard nodded and carried his master to the clinic with him. Lu Yi then went straight to the vegetable market, heading directly to the meat section. "Young lady, what are you buying meat for?" "We don't have a stove, so we can't cook it," he said, swallowing nervously. "It's not for eating," Lu Yi replied, then asked the butcher, "Boss, do you have large intestines?" "Large intestines? Yes, I do. But what do you want them for?" "You can't eat them. I want to buy a long piece like this, uncut," Lu Yi said, holding out her arm. "All right." The butcher saw her gestures and thought, since no one wants this stuff anyway, and it's rare to have a customer at noon, I can't let her leave empty-handed. He wrinkled his nose and fished out a long piece, saying, 5 copper coins for you." 5 coins for such pig offal was probably expensive. Lu Yi pointed to a wooden basin beside his stall and said, "Add a basin." 3 coins could buy a new basin, so the butcher was generous and said, "Fine, I'll give you a basin." He then placed the large intestine into the basin. Shen Tianlu frowned as he took the basin, and Xin Tianyan pinched his nose, looking disgusted. "Young lady, why are you buying this smelly thing?" he asked. "It's useful. Let's go back together." Lu Yi took the 2 of them home. On the way, she bought some miscellaneous grains, a boiled chicken, a few steamed buns, and some pastries. Mrs. He saw Lu Yi buying so much and scolded her for spending money carelessly. Lu Yi just smiled foolishly, grabbed a chicken leg, and quickly covered Mrs. Yi's mouth with it. She also shared some chicken with Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan. Since her husband left, Mrs. He rarely ate meat. Now that she had some meat in her mouth and saw the children craving it, she stopped complaining and started eating. Before long, the 4 of them finished the whole chicken. Lu Yi then took Shen Tianlu to wash the large intestine and set the cleaned intestine aside to cool in the room. Mrs. He heard Yenner say she didn't know what the large intestine was for and asked curiously, "Year, what are you going to do with this?" Lu Yi looked at Shen Tianli and said, "He's awake and needs to go to the bathroom, so I got this ready for him." Shen Tianlu was stunned to hear that. Luckily, she wasn't the one washing it. Mrs. He also paused, noticing her daughter looking for an excuse to leave. She cleared her throat, looked slightly embarrassed but smiled kindly, saying, "Not him, his, that is, your husband. Year, how do you plan to use this?" She didn't expect her naive daughter-in-law to be so thoughtful. She hadn't thought of this herself. Lu Yi wiped her hands, sat on the Kong bed, swung her legs, played with her hair, and said, "The fairy sister said that when the husband wakes up, he can't move and needs to go to the bathroom. This way, it won't leak water." In ancient times, it wasn't convenient and oilcloth wasn't as good as this. She had thought about it for a long time. Oh, and she also planned to go to the carpenter's shop in town to get a cane for the little husband to use later. Not long after, Sun Liang came to call Lu Yi, saying her grandfather wanted her to go over. Lu Yi knew that the little handsome guy must have woken up. She followed Sun Liang to the house, which was clearly better than the previous place. Sun Liang took Lu Yi to the living room, where she saw Grandpa Sun sitting in the main seat. Two young men sat below him. One was the little handsome guy, and the other was about 20 years old, dressed in white, handsome and quite good-looking. While Lu Yi was observing them, they were also looking at her. Lu Yi didn't mind. Seeing a plate of oranges and apples in the middle, she hurried over, picked up the whole plate, sat on a nearby chair, peeled an orange, and started eating. Although the oranges weren't as sweet as modern ones, their sour and sweet taste was still nice. There were no oranges in the county, so these must have been brought by these people. She wanted to take the whole plate back to let Xiao Lu and Xiao Yan taste. White Sushi saw that this young lady was carefree and spontaneous, so he felt a sense of closeness. He asked, "Elder brother, is this the young lady who saved Qingzhe?" "Yes." Dr. Sun stroked his beard and asked, "Lu Yi, can you cure Prince Nalan's illness?" Lu Yi looked up, tilted her head, and examined Nalan Qingzhe for a while, then exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it's you. It's you. Yes, it's you. The young master you saved on the road. Lu Yi, can you treat his illness?" His junior brother was a famous doctor in the world, but even he couldn't cure it. Lu Yi, who had only been a doctor for 20 years, could only ease the symptoms, not completely cure the disease. When he arrived, he saw that Lu Yi had inserted many needles, mainly on her head. If he were to do it, the needles would be placed on the feet. Medical books say that because of wind, fire, phlegm, and blood stasis, the imbalance of the heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, and other organs can lead to seizures caused by yin deficiency in the liver and kidneys. Based on the disease mechanism, common treatments include calming seizures, soothing the liver, clearing fire, dispelling phlegm, opening the orifices, promoting blood circulation, and removing blood stasis. The feet are the most concentrated area of these acupuncture points. Yes, needles, medicine, and shouting loudly, Lu Yi said while eating an orange. They understood about needles and medicine, but why shout loudly? Why do you need to shout loudly?
By Susie Asket.
The fairy sister said that shouting can relax the mind, ease the nerves, and help with medicine treatment, Lu Yi replied. Elder brother had just said that Lu Yi was unusual. At first, it didn't seem serious, but now hearing her mention the fairy sister, it became clear she had a silly side. Can this cure Qingzhe?
By Susie Asket.
Lu Yi nodded, yes. The fairy sister said so. Bai Su's eyes lit up. He looked at Nalan Qingzhe, who was drinking tea, and seemed indifferent. He shook his head and said, "Young lady, let me take your pulse, okay?" Lu Yi looked at Dr. Sun, then at Bai Sushi, and said, "No, I don't want to get a needle. It hurts." She crossed her arms and curled up in the chair. "No needles, just taking your pulse to see if we can cure your illness," Dr. Sun reassured her. He had already asked around about Lu Yi and found out she was indeed a simple-minded girl, probably mentally slow from childhood fever. But after so many years, it might be hard to treat her now. He took her pulse and shook his head. Bai Sushi also checked her pulse and frowned. Nalan Qingzhe put down his teacup and pointed at Bai Sushi, saying, "You teach him how to treat my illness, and I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver. And I want a martial arts book too." Lu Yi added, "Wow, are you really a fool? Why do I feel like you're pretending to be one?" Lu Yi angrily threw the peeled orange peel onto Bai Sushi's face and shouted, "You're the fool. You're the fool." Sun Liang and Nalan Qingze saw the orange peel on Baishu's face and head, and they couldn't help but laugh softly. Baishu annoyedly brushed off the orange peel. Now, he was sure that the other person was just a fool. Only a fool wouldn't admit they are one. Dr. Sun asked curiously, "What do you want a martial arts book for? Do you know how to read?"
My grandma taught me.
"With martial arts, young master can protect me. My dad said people with skills are very powerful." Since Lu Shuquan wasn't around, she made a random excuse. Nalan Qingze nodded, looked at Jingfeng, who stepped forward and handed her 1,000 taels of silver and a book, saying, "This is a martial arts book, and this is 1,000 taels." She wanted the silver notes too, but such a high amount was hard to spend. If she took it out now, she might get robbed. Lua took the book, threw the silver note at Nalan Qingze, and angrily said, "You're lying. This is paper, not silver. I recognize silver. You're a bad person lying." Jingfeng helplessly said, "This is silver."
No. No.
Lua stared wide-eyed and shouted loudly, "All right, Jingfeng, go exchange 1,000 taels of silver," Nalan Qingze said. "Yes." Jingfeng looked at Luyue and had no choice but to run out and exchange the silver. "Give him the acupuncture." Nalan Qingze pointed at another guard. Jingyu hurriedly came out from behind him and squatted beside Luyue. Lua shook her head and said, "I want paper and a pen. These needles are inserted into nerve points. What if they hurt someone badly?" Sun Liang quickly took out ink, paper, and a brush. Lua spread out the paper, carefully drew a diagram of the body, and marked all the acupuncture points needed. Dr. Sun and Baishu looked at Liu Yue's diagram and couldn't help but glance sideways, noticing how precisely she marked the points, eyes wide in surprise. When they saw the prescription Liu Yue wrote, they frowned. "This prescription is for treating dizziness and insomnia, right?" Dr. Sun asked. "It also looks a bit like a formula used for treating evil spirits," Baishu said. Then they looked at each other and asked, "What is this prescription for?" "It's for curing his illness," she replied. Fortunately, these past 2 years, traditional Chinese medicine has become popular. Just before she had an incident, she collaborated with the outpatient department of Chinese medicine to successfully treat a patient with epilepsy. Otherwise, she might not remember the prescriptions since most of what she prescribed were Chinese patent medicines. That's not right. Why isn't it?
Liu Ye pouted, dissatisfied.
The fairy sister said this is the prescription to treat his illness. But that's a prescription for head problems. His head is the problem.
How could that be?
Nalan Qingze suddenly interrupted Lu Yi and Bai Shushi's argument, saying, "Enough. We've asked many people. Let's see if they can try it." Bai Shushi nodded seriously, blew dry the characters, then folded the acupuncture point diagram and prescription Lu Yi had written, placing them in his arms. "Miss, do you need to do acupuncture again tomorrow?" Nalan Qingze asked. Lu Yi tilted her head and thought for a long time before replying, "No. The day after tomorrow in the morning." "All right, then we'll bother you the day after tomorrow." Lu Yi smiled foolishly, then took another apple and started to bite into it. The apple isn't very sweet, but it's very crisp and tasty. Dr. Sun looked at the ink and brush beside him, pondering for a long time before instructing, "Liang, go get a copy of the Herbal Medicine Classics." Sun Liang nodded and soon brought over a not-too-thin medical book. Handing it to Dr. Sunday, Dr. Sun held the Herbal Medicine Classics and said to Lu Yi, "Take a look. Do you recognize the characters on this?" Lu Yi took the book, looked at it, and stumbled through reading a paragraph. Dr. Sun nodded and said, "Good. If you can finish reading and memorize this book, I will take you as my apprentice and teach you medicine." Just from her drawing of the body diagram, Dr. Sun thought she might be a talented person. Besides, doctors treat illnesses and don't need much mental effort. Lu Yi suppressed her excitement. She knew Dr. Sun valued her acupuncture skills more, but medicine is about mutual understanding. Moreover, learning medicine would make her future life in ancient times less frightening. Plus, Dr. Sun's medical skills were quite good. She nodded vaguely and continued to munch on her apple. Bai Shushi saw her happily biting into the apple and smiled, saying, "How come I didn't know this apple is so delicious? Come, I'll try one too." Then he reached into the plate to grab an apple. Lu Yi quickly hugged the fruit plate to her chest, glaring at him fiercely, and said angrily, "Mine. You can't have any." Bai Shushi suddenly felt both amused and embarrassed. She didn't expect that she was quite protective of her food. She said, "Young lady, this is my Uncle Master's treat for Qingza and me, not yours." Lu Yi raised her eyebrows angrily and moved the plate in her arms back behind her, saying, "Mine. It's mine. You're really something, fighting over food with the same girl. It's embarrassing if others see." Nan Lanqingza sipped his tea and sneered. Bai Shushi awkwardly sat back down and said, "Haha, I was just looking at her eating happily. Bored, so I wanted to join, but I didn't expect it to become hers." Just then, Jing Feng came over carrying a box. She hurried to meet him and asked, "Why did you exchange so little silver? Did you take some for yourself?" Jing Feng glared at her and said coldly, "Young lady Bai, please watch your words." "Jing Feng, you're so boring." "Just joking, can I?" Jing Feng ignored her and went to his master, saying, "Master, I exchanged 800 taels of silver notes, 3 50-tael notes, and the remaining 50 taels for 6 silver ingots of 5 taels each. The rest is broken silver." Nan Lanqingza looked at it and nodded. "Give it to her." Lu Yu was eating an apple and praised Jing Feng's careful service. When Jing Feng handed over the silver box, she quickly placed her fruit plate on the table, then snatched the silver and said with a smile, "Wow, so much silver. And silver ingots too. Grandma will love this. Is this mine?" Seeing Jing Feng nod, she took out her purse and tried to stuff silver into it. But her purse was small and soon full, yet there was still a lot of silver left in the box. She angrily tore her purse and muttered, "Stupid purse, so small. How am I supposed to hold all the silver?" Then she stubbornly kept trying to stuff more in. Dr. Sun saw her almost tearing her purse and, with tears in his eyes, remembered how she had cried loudly after knocking over her cup. He hurriedly said, "You don't need to stuff it. Just move the box away." Lu Yi looked at the box, her eyes suddenly bright. She put her purse into the box, closed it, then stood up and ran outside. After a few steps, she turned back to pick up the fruit plate. As she lifted the plate, her book fell from her arms. She hurriedly protected the fruit plate and went to pick up her book. But her money box also fell. She reached to pick it up, and the fruit spilled all over the floor. Seeing this, Lu Yi quickly started picking up the fruit, dropping some here and there. The whole room was busy with her frantic efforts. Seeing this, everyone was stunned, realizing he was truly a simple-minded person. Dr. Sun quickly said, "Liang, help her pick up the things and take her home. Also, tell her mother-in-law about taking her as a disciple." Sun Liang nodded, bent down to pick an apple. But just as he picked one, it was knocked away. When he looked up, he saw Lu Yi glaring angrily and saying, "That's mine. You can't eat it." "I'm not eating it. I'm helping you pick it up. And I have plenty at home. I won't take yours." Lu Yi looked at him for a long time before finally nodding. Still, she was worried, so she picked one and kept an eye on Sun Liang. Seeing her act like she was guarding her treasure, Sun Liang felt helpless. Finally, after collecting all the fruit, Sun Liang handed the fruit tray to Lu Yi. She protected it like a treasure and hugged it to her chest. Sun Liang picked up the 2 books on the ground and held them, then handed the money box to Lu Yi and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." Lu Yi snatched the box and ran away quickly. After running out, Lu Yi finally let out a breath. That young man's gaze was too sharp, almost exposing her. As she ran forward, she placed the box in her space. With this money, she wouldn't fear anything in the future. Sun Liang chased after her but couldn't see her anymore, so he shook his head and followed. Mrs. He saw Lu Yi carrying so much fruit inside, first surprised, then soon she saw Sun Liang approaching. Hearing that Dr. Sun wanted to take Lu Yi as a disciple, she was very happy. After seeing Sun Liang off, she asked, "Year, can you read and write?" Lu Yi nodded. "Yes. Grandma taught me." Shen Tianyan's eyes lit up when he heard this and praised, "Sister-in-law, you're amazing. You can read and write. Will you teach me?" Lu Yi nodded happily yes. Of course. Yenner stopped joking. Your sister-in-law needs to study seriously and become Dr. Sun's disciple. When your father comes back, he'll take you to school. Previously, she didn't want the family to cause trouble or make her husband uncomfortable, so her mother-in-law didn't let Lear go to school. She was reluctant but didn't strongly oppose it. But from now on, she wouldn't hold back. As long as it was good for her children, she would fight to get it. Family harmony and prosperity didn't matter. Really, mother? Shen Tianyan asked happily. Mrs. He patted her son's head and nodded. Her mind was filled with memories of Lear happily hearing about going to school. Sadly, it was her fault, causing her son to miss out on education and now be in this state. However, when her husband returns, she will definitely make her younger son study. She will no longer let her younger son show disappointment in his eyes. Disciples' rules, teachings of the wise, first filial piety, then trustworthiness, Lu Yi recited with her head tilted. The previous owner's grandmother had taught her this. After crossing over, her half-brother often made her recite the disciples' rules during rest days. Tomorrow, when she goes to buy a walking stick, she can also buy a copy of the disciples' rules. Older sister-in-law, you're reciting the disciples' rules. I heard my younger uncle and eldest brother recite it. Can you recite it too?
Liu Ye nodded.
Shen Tianyan happily took her hand and asked, Older sister-in-law, can you teach me? Yes, I will teach little Yan.
Great.
Thank you so much, sister-in-law. You're the best. Lu Yi tilted her head and smiled foolishly. Just when she felt she couldn't hold the smile anymore, she hurriedly started teaching Shen Tianyan the disciples' rules. After reciting one section, she noticed Shen Tianlu listening intently with her ears perked up, so she took her hand and said, Little Lu, you read too. Shen Tianlu looked happily at Mrs. He, who nodded in approval, and she happily started learning. Mrs. He was sewing clothes while listening to the clear reading voice. A smile appeared on her face. If only her eldest son could wake up soon, that would be even better. That night, Lu Yi helped Shen Tianli and asked Mrs. He to give him medicine. She also gave him some rice water, then injected a painkiller and applied ointment to his face. Fortunately, his face was only scratched by a branch and not seriously injured. Otherwise, if he had been disfigured, it would be such a pity. That night, Mrs. He let Lu Yi sleep beside Shen Tianli. When he woke up in the morning and saw a strange woman beside him, he was startled. He sat up quickly, causing his injuries to hurt, his face turning pale, and cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He couldn't help but shout out loud, then lay back down. Lu Yi was awakened by his movement. Seeing his furrowed brows and grimacing while supporting his injury, beads of sweat ran down his face. She said, You're awake. Your Majesty, he's awake. He's awake. Mrs. He saw her son wake up, first feeling happy, then noticing his face showing pain. She hurriedly asked Lear, What's wrong? Does it hurt where you're injured? Shen Tianli was in severe pain, but his heart was filled with the image of the beautiful girl calling her mother. Why was she calling him mother? This girl, he clearly didn't know her. He was lost in thought when suddenly he saw the girl take out a bag of silver needles and start pulling at his clothes. He was shocked. Enduring the pain, he quickly said, What are you doing? Do you know shame? Mr. He finally remembered that his son didn't know who she was, and he smiled, saying, Lear, she's Lu Yi, your wife. Your wife is quite special. She can do acupuncture and is very caring about you. She's giving you pain relief shots. Don't worry.
Liu Ye?
My wife. Shen Tianli was shocked as he looked at the woman in front of him. Lu Yi. That's not Lu Yu's sister, the simple-minded girl. How could his mother marry him off to such a naive girl? Shen Tianli looked around and suddenly his face darkened. He asked, Mother, where are we? This is the county clinic. You've been unconscious all this time, so I brought you here to see the doctor. First, let Year give you an acupuncture shot to relieve the pain. Later, I'll tell you more. Seeing tears in his mother's eyes, Shen Tianli knew she had suffered some hardship. Otherwise, She wouldn't have married him to such a naive girl. He nodded, closed his eyes, and let Lu Yi give him the shot. Lu Yi didn't mind Shen Tianli's attitude. She quickly and skillfully gave him the pain relief shot. As the pain in Shen Tianli's body eased, he no longer broke out in cold sweat. He looked at his naive wife with surprise. He hadn't expected her to be so capable. The pain lessened, but the feeling of wanting to bow in respect returned. When his younger siblings woke up and saw him open his eyes, they all looked very happy. Shen Lu exclaimed, "Brother, you're awake. Are you okay?" Shen Yanyan asked directly, "Sister-in-law, my brother is awake. Is he all right now?" He asked similar questions to different people, which made Shen Tianli look again at his naive wife and notice how different she was. Xiaoyan wasn't someone who believed others easily. He didn't know what this naive girl had done to make their mother and younger siblings like her so much. Yes, he's fine now. Lu Yi, sensing Shen Tianli's gaze, told Shen Yanyan and then gave Shen Tianli a big, silly smile. Shen Tianli felt a little embarrassed. Especially since his stomach was still swollen, he moved slightly, and his legs and waist hurt badly. He frowned and said, "Xiaoyan, can you help me up?" Now, besides his younger brother, all the others were women, which was very inconvenient. "Brother, you have wounds on your body. The doctor said you shouldn't move. If you do, the wounds might not heal, and it could be dangerous," Shen Yanyan said as he put on his shoes and stood by Shen Tianli's bed. Under everyone's watch, Shen Tianli's handsome face turned slightly red. His ears felt hot, and he found it hard to speak. But he couldn't stand up on his own. Willow Leaves suddenly understood and hurriedly said, Mother, wash your face. Let's go wash our faces. Little Luo will come too." She then got off the bed and took down the large intestine from the side cooler. Everyone immediately understood. Mrs. He pulled Shin Tianluo and said, Yes, let's go wash up." "Oh, you go wash up. I'll take care of my brother." Shun Tianyan took the large intestine, saw they left, and then brought over a basin. Shin Tianluo looked at everyone with understanding and then hurriedly left, leaving Xiao Yan behind, looking very in sync. After they left, Shen Tianliang sighed in relief. Seeing Xiao Yan's actions, he quickly said, "Xiao Yan, why did you close the door? Open it quickly. Help me up. I need to go to the bathroom." "Brother, no need. Look at this." Shun Tianyan held up the large intestine and said, "My sister-in-law found this for you, so you can go to the bathroom." "What's this?" Shen Tianliang looked at it with disgust. "Pork large intestine. Sister-in-law washed it for a long time. No bad smell, you can trust it." Shun Tianyan placed one end in the basin and handed the other to her brother, saying, "Brother, I can't help you. Your wound can't move. So, you'll have to bear with it." After saying that, he opened the door and ran out. This was what his sister-in-law instructed, because she was worried he would feel embarrassed. Shin Tianliang looked around the room, now only himself, and had to accept it reluctantly. But he was curious. How could a simple-minded person think of such detailed things? Moreover, this large intestine worked well, and it was actually washed by her. For some reason, Shun Tianliang felt a bit embarrassed and flushed when dealing with this need. After breakfast, Willow knew her mother and son had something to talk about, so she took Shin Tianluo and Shin Tianyan out. In the room, Shin Tianliang heard that his respected grandparents were actually like that. His eyes turned red with anger, and his fists clenched tightly. "Grandpa really refuses to sell the land to pay for my treatment?" Mrs. He wiped her tears and nodded. "I even carried your father out, and they still refuse." She didn't dare mention her mother-in-law scolding her. Seeing her son with a gloomy face, Mrs. He sighed and said, "Year took so much silver. When she goes back, your grandmother will probably cause trouble again. You'll see." "But Lear, if Year hadn't taken your grandmother's silver and helped cool things down halfway, Dr. Sun said you might not wake up. Year has done you a great favor. Although others say she's silly, I think she's pure and kind. She's lucky, and she cares about others. Plus, Dr. Sun intends to take her as a disciple and even gave her a medical book." That shows your wife is truly remarkable. So, Lear, a person must not forget kindness or be ungrateful. You shouldn't dislike Year. You should treat her well. Shen Tianli nodded. Since she had married him, she was his wife. Even if she was foolish, he wouldn't dislike her, especially since she helped her mother and himself. However, he was surprised that Dr. Sun wanted to take her as a disciple. Mother, don't worry. I will treat her well. Hearing her son's words, he sure finally felt at ease. After Lu Shirquan returned home, he didn't look kindly at Feng Shi. The next morning, he got up early and went to the town. Then, he went to the town's academy, waiting at the gate for his son to come out of class. Father, why didn't you call me earlier? The gatekeeper said you waited all morning. Did something happen at home? Lu Ming asked. Lu Shirquan saw his beloved son and smiled. Are you hungry? Come on, let's go eat. Seeing his father's bad mood and his words, Lu Ming felt a strange heaviness in his heart. When he saw his classmates coming out one after another from the academy, he nodded and followed his father. Lu Shirquan took his son to a small restaurant, ordered 2 bowls of lamb noodles. After eating a few bites, Lu Ming noticed no one else was there and asked, Father, what's wrong? Did something happen at home? Lu Shirquan poured himself a little wine, took a sip, and shook his head. No, it's just that your eldest sister got married. Father, who did my eldest sister marry? Lu Ming asked in shock, thinking his father had said the wrong person. Your eldest sister. She married Shen Tianli, who was arranged for you by your mother and second sister. How is that possible? In the past, mother didn't like eldest sister. After the family split, she showed no motherly kindness. His big sister, who was so clean and plump, was worn down by her. Although he didn't speak of his mother's faults, he had told her many times that every time Mu Xiao went back, eldest sister became more afraid of him and dared not speak to him. He knew his mother must have done something to make eldest sister like that. To protect her, he could only stay away from her. But every time he went back and saw his big sister looking dark, thin, and dirty, he felt sad. Recently, he often made excuses not to go back because he didn't want to see her looking so miserable. So, he didn't believe his mother would give such a good marriage to his sister. His face darkened as he said, Father, did Shen Tianli have an accident? Willow Tree Quan never expected his son to be so clever. He nodded and said, while hunting in the mountains, he encountered both a tiger and a black panther. He was bitten by a big tiger. The family suggested that your mother marry off your second sister to bring good luck. Your mother then married off your eldest sister. I found out later, and the official records were updated. When I went to send the bride yesterday, Shen Tianli was still not awake. Mother, how can she be like this? Our family doesn't lack food or drink. What's wrong with raising the older sister for a lifetime? Mother, she. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red. Despite many years of studying, he couldn't bring himself to say that his mother was wrong, but he felt very sad inside. When he was young, his mother held him in her hands. Because of this, the children in the village liked to bully him. Every time he went back, his mother told him not to play with them and not to go outside. She never took him to visit the other children's families like other mothers did. So, the village children refused to play with him and often hit him. His eldest sister took him and harshly taught those children who bullied him, so they never dared to do it again. She also played with him. When they went to the town, she would bring him delicious food. She treated him better than his second sister. But this kind and good eldest sister was pushed away by their mother to bring good luck. Seeing his son sad, Willow Tree Quan patted his shoulder and said, Your mother and I are often not at home. Your sister's marriage is fine. Also, Shen Tianli's mother is quite kind and virtuous. Your father made her swear an oath, so she will surely protect your sister. However, if the family doesn't stand firm, your sister will still suffer. Your father can't go, so I came instead. Every time you come home, go to Chuishan village to see your sister. It will give her some support. Father, don't worry. I will visit my sister every month. Once a month is enough. Willow Tree Quan thought for a moment and said. Lu Ming nodded. Father, don't worry. After I visit my eldest sister, I will tell you her news. Willow Tree Quan nodded again, then gave Lu Ming some silver. Lu Ming hurriedly said, Father, you don't need to give me silver. I am studying and can earn my own money now. His son was not only smart but also hardworking.
He felt very happy.
Good. But Minger, don't work too hard. Our family doesn't lack money for your studies. Father, copying books not only improves my handwriting but also helps me review and learn new things. I'm not tired at all. Willow Tree Quan nodded. Good, but you should keep that silver. When you go to your sister's house, don't go empty-handed. Lu Ming nodded, and this time, he didn't refuse. Willow Leaf, Shen Tianlu, and Shen Tianyan spent half a day walking around the county and bought many things to bring home. Mother, sister-in-law bought me a book. Shen Tianyan entered the room loudly and happily showed it to Mrs. He like a treasure. Mrs. He scolded gently, Your sister-in-law is not careful, and you too shouldn't be encouraging her. This book is very expensive. Though she said this, her face was full of joy. She carefully took the book, touching its cover with affection. Mother, sister-in-law insisted on buying it. Not only for me, but my sister also has one. She even bought a book for my brother. Mother, look. This is the book sister-in-law bought for me. And this one is for my brother. It cost 4 taels of silver. Shen Tianlu handed the 2 books to Mrs. He, feeling both worried and happy. She had never thought that one day she would own a book, especially one bought by her sister-in-law. At first, she was a bit dismissive of her sister-in-law because she was simple-minded, but now she liked her very much. She thought her sister-in-law was really kind. Mrs. He took the other 2 books, touched them, and then said with concern, let's return them. 1 is enough. Luer doesn't need to read or learn to write. She then handed 2 of the books to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took the books and handed one to the smiling Shen Tianlu, saying yes. Yes. Yer can read. Luer will too. Xiaoyan will learn, and so will the husband. He must learn too. As someone who received higher education in modern times, she couldn't accept everyone around her being illiterate. So, reading is very important. And Mrs. He also wanted to learn. Hearing about the husband, Shen Tianli still felt a little uncomfortable, but he was surprised that he could also have a book, especially one bought by his wife with her dowry. Shen Tianli felt both ashamed and happy, with a slight excitement. Since he was 8, he hoped to learn to read and go to school. But after 8 years, he thought he would never have a chance to read a book. Today, he unexpectedly received one. I think I won't learn anymore, he said, feeling too old. But deep inside, he had the thought, I must learn, and I will learn well. Everyone must learn. Mother too. Lu Yi pouted, eyes wide and determined. If anyone opposed, she seemed ready to get angry and turn the world upside down. Mrs. He felt both relieved and worried she might cause trouble again. She quickly comforted her. All right, we all learn. Mother will learn with Year too. Lu Yi nodded with satisfaction. Before reading, she took out the salt she bought and prepared a glass of salt water for Shen Tianli. Under such difficult conditions, this was her best effort to help him fight the inflammation. This thought made her realize she was digging herself into a big hole. So, she decided to give up on the disciples' rules altogether. Instead, she began teaching them the 3-character classic from Shen Tianlu. To her surprise, Shen Tianli's family memorized it the fastest. He only read it 3 times, and he remembered everything. I heard my little uncle and elder brother recite it before, so I remember it clearly. You can read medical books now. I'll teach the others, he said, taking the 3-character classic from Lu Yi and starting to teach his family. Perhaps because of Shen Tianli's encouragement, both Shen Tianyan and Shen Tianlu worked hard to study. The second person to memorize it was Shen Tianyan. Shen Tianli entrusted him with teaching his sister and mother while he started learning the characters himself. Lu Yi watched them while reading her medical book. She noticed Shen Tianli's hand moving constantly while reading, as if he was writing. She couldn't help but smile. Her husband was a diligent and eager student. By evening, everyone could recite the texts, though not very fluently. On the third day after breakfast, Lu Yi was invited to acupuncture nail in Qingze. Little sister, how is your medical book memorization going? I heard your whole family is studying. Bai Shushi asked with a smile. Lu Yi nodded vigorously and said, I've learned a lot. The herbs here weren't much different from modern ones, and she had memorized them before, so it was easier now. Bai Shushi's smile grew even brighter as he praised, Sister is really clever. Everyone could see his teasing tone, but Lu Yi proudly replied, Yes, yes, I am very smart. Everyone says I am clever. Bai Shushi suddenly felt bored. As a very intelligent person, he found it silly to discuss intelligence with a fool. It seemed Lu Yi's symptoms were very serious and contagious. Nailin Qingze shot a disdainful look at Bai Shushi and then asked Miss Lu, When will my illness relapse? Wu Yi frowned and gazed thoughtfully at the ceiling, looking lost in thought. His silly expression made it seem as if he had lost his mind. Just as Bai Shushi watched the ceiling a few more times without understanding anything, Wu Yi said, The fairy sister said that as long as your emotions stay stable, you can recover. You need to shout daily, get a needle every 3 days for half a month, then once every 10 days for another half month. With medication, if you stick to it for a month, you won't have any more attacks within a year. Nailin Qingze nodded. Bai Shushi looked up at the ceiling again and asked, Junior sister, were you just talking to your fairy sister? Yes, I was talking to the fairy sister. Wu Yi brushed his hair and smiled foolishly. Could it really be a fairy? Maybe he wasn't paying enough attention to see her? Junior sister, ask when Qingze's illness will be gone, Bai Shushi suggested. Wu Yi understood Bai Sushi's thoughts and gave him a disdainful look, then looked up at the ceiling again, looking silly.
See.
Just look. You all look. There's nothing there. I am the legendary fairy sister. Bai Sushi stared seriously at the ceiling for a long time, confirming he saw nothing, then called out, Fairy sister, since you are here, why not show yourself? Let us pay our respects.
How about that?
But after asking for a long time, no one answered. He looked suspiciously at Wu Yi and asked, Junior sister, are you finished asking? Has the fairy sister left? Wu Yi slowly lowered his head and nodded seriously. The fairy sister has left. Wu Yi thought that if he kept looking at Bai Sushi, he might laugh and ruin the secret. He turned to Nailin Qingze and said, The fairy sister said that as long as you get these needles every year, take your medicine and keep shouting, you'll be fine after 3 years. Nailin Qingze nodded and said, Okay. Thank you, Wu Yi, for clearing that up. Respectfully. Jean Feng immediately stepped forward and took out a jade pendant. Miss Wu, take this jade pendant. You can go to any Chunfeng Tower and ask the shopkeeper there. Tell them to help you with 3 things through our young master. Wu Yi took the jade pendant.
Wow.
She really saved a rich person. This jade pendant is worth at least a few taels of silver. Seeing her eyes light up as if she saw silver, Bai Sushi decided to tease her. He said, Junior sister, how about I trade you this 10 taels of silver for your jade pendant? What do you think? Nailin Qingze glared at him and said, We should go now. Qingze, you're so boring. That's not good for your illness. You should smile more. Sensing Nailin Qingze's displeasure, Bai Sushi had to withdraw the silver and said regretfully, Yes, smile more, and you'll look 10 years younger. Also, the more you smile, the harder it is for others to see your true feelings. Nailin Qingze suddenly looked sharply at Lu Yi. Realizing she might have spoken too much and revealed something, Lu Yi quickly smiled foolishly at him. So, Miss Lu, you like to smile? Yes.
Yes.
Grandma says I look the prettiest when I smile. Lu Yi's smile grew even wider. She completely ignored Nailin Qingze's deep, probing gaze. Nailin Qingze looked at her for a while. Few people could smile so naturally under his intense stare. It seemed he had overthought. She was just a silly girl. All right, let's go, he said. Seeing Nailin Qingze leave, Lu Yi waved foolishly, but no one knew her other hand was sweaty and trembling. After seeing Nailin Qingze off, Dr. Sun followed Lu Yi to their hospital room. Previously, Sun Liang had been the doctor here, and this was Dr. Sun's first visit. From afar, they heard the sound of reading inside the room. Dr. Sun said, "It's like turning this place into a school." But when he saw Lu Yi happily playing with her braids, he asked, "Young lady, how much of your medical books have you read?" Lu Yi tilted her head, using her thumb and index finger to show the width of the book. "This much, this much, this much." Dr. Sun's mouth twitched. The books he gave her weren't that thick. He wasn't sure if his impulsive decision was right or wrong. He only asked about the first 2 pages of herbs and was surprised to find she had memorized them perfectly, word for word. Then he asked about the next 10 or so pages, and she still knew them. Bravely, he asked about the following pages, and she still recited them all. Dr. Sun was overjoyed. He had found a treasure of a disciple. Though a bit silly and naive, she wasn't entirely foolish. She could read and had a good memory. In medicine, a good memory is crucial. With so many herbs, if she forgets and prescribes the wrong medicine, lives could be at risk.
Good.
You're doing well. Keep it up. It seemed he would definitely take her as a disciple. But this girl lived in the countryside, and studying medicine might be inconvenient for her. He wondered if her family would agree to let her stay with him. Otherwise, he thought, maybe he should divorce and have his grandson marry her. Thinking this, Dr. Sun suddenly thought it was a great idea. Even if he learned Lu Ye's acupuncture skills, he wouldn't tell anyone. Dr. Sun entered the room and immediately saw a long, flesh-colored, wrinkled object hanging from the rope. It looked uncomfortable, somewhat like intestines. "What's this?" "Pig intestines." Before Shen Tianli could stop him, he heard Lu Yi answer. He could only sigh and lie down expressionlessly. "Pig intestines? What is it used for?" He thought it was unlikely someone would casually hang an intestine in the room. He had never heard of such a custom. "For going to the bathroom." Fortunately, she said it more politely. Otherwise, he would have felt extremely embarrassed. "For going to the bathroom." Dr. Sun's eyes lit up, and he praised. "That's a good idea. Who thought of this? Very clever." "It's my sister-in-law. She's very smart," Shen Tianyan said proudly. It seemed like Dr. Sun was praising him. "You thought of it yourself?" Dr. Sun was again surprised, then quickly understood. Surely Sister Fairy told her, otherwise, this fool wouldn't know so much. "But I have to say, it really is a good idea." "Indeed, Sister Fairy is different. Why is it hanging here? Why not outside?" "Drying outside is easier, but it dries too much and becomes brittle, which isn't convenient to use." Shen Tianli wished he could crawl into a. His wife really dares to say anything. If it were someone else, they would definitely be embarrassed to death. But Dr. Sun stroked his beard with a smile and nodded, saying yes. "Yes. Sister Fairy is amazing. Very thoughtful. Why doesn't she guide him in his dreams?" A little jealous. What to do? Seeing Dr. Sun's jealous little eyes, Lu Yi held back from rolling her eyes and calmly said, "Time for the consultation." This time, Dr. Sun reluctantly examined Shen Tianli, then nodded and said, Not bad. The wound is healing, just be careful not to move or touch it. Follow the medication schedule, and it will get better gradually. You can go back now. I'll have the pharmacy prepare your medicine soon." Heard this, he sure was very happy and smiled. "Dr. Sun, thank you so much. We really appreciate it." "It's my duty," he replied. After looking around and noticing there were no chairs in the room, he said, "I need to talk to you about something." He sure was very respectful to Dr. Sunday hearing this. She stood properly like a student meeting a teacher and replied, "Please go ahead, sir." Dr. Sun waved his hand. "Sit down. You should know that I intend to take Sister Yi as my disciple. I just tested her and found that although she is simple-minded, she has a talent for medicine. I plan to accept her as my apprentice soon, so she can stay with me and learn." "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Mrs. he said excitedly. However, Shen Tianli raised an eyebrow and said nothing. He felt that Dr. Sun still had something to say, and it probably wasn't good news. "You also know that Dachin has rules. Unless it's for exams, business, or household registration changes, you can't leave your home for more than 3 days. To let Sister Yi stay, her household registration would need to be changed. This made Mrs. He hesitate. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't just let her son and daughter-in-law be separated. Even if she agreed, her mother-in-law was in charge of the family, and she might not agree. Although it's a good thing, it's true that women should be modest and not overly talented. Plus, if she leaves her husband to learn medicine, people might gossip about her being disobedient. That's not acceptable. I understand your difficulty, especially since your mother-in-law is the head of the family. After thinking carefully, I believe that now Shin Tianli has woken up and is capable of taking care of himself as before. There's no need for him to marry a foolish wife to be laughed at. Why not let me decide to divorce them? I won't take the money for his treatment, and I'll find him a good wife. What do you think? Mrs. He opened her eyes wide, completely surprised that Dr. Sun made such a request. She was very shocked.
No.
I want this sister-in-law. She's my sister-in-law. I don't want any other sister-in-law. Shin Tianyan hugged Lu Ye's arm and cried. In the village, every sister-in-law was often harsh to her younger sisters-in-law, but his sister-in-law was different. She not only scolded the older women who taught her, but also helped save their brother with money, bought them tasty food, and thought of them. Most importantly, she could read and write, and she bought books to teach him. Such a good sister-in-law, he didn't think she was foolish at all. Instead, he thought she was wonderful and amazing. So, he didn't want any other sister-in-law, only this one. Shen Tianluo thought the same as Shin Tianyan, but she spoke more softly. Dr. Sun, our sister-in-law is a blessing for our family, and she's my brother's blessing too. Even if my brother wakes up, we can't do without her. We're willing for her not to learn medicine. At worst, we'll treat her even better in the future. Yes, yes. Dr. Sun, thank you for your kindness. But I promised Year's father that I would take good care of her, so I won't agree to their divorce. Dr. Sun did not expect Lu Yi to be accepted by them after only 3 days. He then said, I know life is hard for you. How about this? I will give you another 100 taels of silver. Come with me to the government office.
No.
Seeing Mrs. He refuse, Dr. Sun interrupted. Think carefully. Your son is very young, only 16. Once his leg heals, he can marry in a couple of years. You can choose any girl you like. Then he said to Shen Tianli, you are quite handsome. I hear that many young girls in the village like you. If you weren't hurt, you probably wouldn't marry someone simple-minded, and the men in the village would mock you. Think about it. Do you want 100 taels of silver to find a good girl again? Or do you want to keep the simple-minded person and be laughed at forever? It's clear that Dr. Sun really knows how to play on a man's pride. He understands what men care about most. If it were her, she would choose the first option, money and beauty. Who would want to spend their life with someone simple-minded and lose face? Lu Yi tilted her head, playing with her hair, watching the family struggle. For now, 100 taels of silver was a huge amount for the third household. She wanted to see how this family would handle it. Did their previous efforts mean nothing? Hopefully, they would just give up, and she could follow Dr. Sun to live a carefree, relaxed life. Maybe she would succeed in her studies and travel the world. No need. Since Lu Yi has become my wife, I won't dislike her no matter what. As for what others say, I can't stop their mouths. Dr. Sun raised an eyebrow, surprised that the young man refused. I will add 200 taels, what do you think? A real man does what he should do. Even if it's worth a fortune, Shen Tianli would never sell his wife, Shen Tianli said firmly. Then he pointed to Shen Tianyan and said, this is my younger brother. He has a talent for studying. In 3 years, we will definitely come to the town. Are you sure he can pass the provincial exam in 3 years? Only those who pass the provincial exam can bring family members to study in the county. Scholars can bring their families to study in the prefecture. Shen Tianli didn't answer immediately. He just looked at Shen Tianyan. Shen Tianyan instantly felt more pressure, but he didn't want to lose such a good sister-in-law. If this is the only way to keep her, he would do his best. He straightened his chest and said confidently, yes, in 3 years, I will definitely pass the provincial exam. He chuckled. If you say so, then it must be true. There are many scholars in the world, but how many of them pass the imperial exams? How many become successful scholars? If everyone thought they could pass just because they believed they could, then there would be many top scholars. Sun Daifu mocked with a smile. Hearing his sarcasm, Shen Tianyan was very angry and glared at Sun Daifu. But he also knew that what he said was true, and he wasn't sure if he could attend school next year. Seeing his younger brother lose confidence, Shen Tianli quietly said to Sun Daifu, "Even if my brother can't go, I, Shen Tianli, have a plan. In 3 years, I will find a way for my wife to come to the county. Sun Daifu doesn't need to worry so much." Shen Tianli's sudden confidence surprised Sun Daifu. He felt he knew him somehow, but then he thought he was just a country boy. Still, he thought this family was quite good. Not everyone can resist the temptation of money and women. That girl is silly, but she's lucky. Anyway, even if she stays with him, she just needs to study. Wherever she wants to study, she can. Where can't she study?
Pack your things.
We leave this afternoon. Hearing this, Shen Tianli relaxed. Having been a doctor before, he could walk confidently in this town now. If he really managed to separate the couple, he might have no choice but to do so. Lu Yi saw Shen Tianli's commanding presence, and her eyes flickering with excitement. She was right not to doubt him. If Shen Tianli stood up and spoke now, he would look even more impressive. She liked him very much. She was also very pleased with the attitude of Mrs. He and her son. Now was her chance to fight for their benefits. She returned the ointment that Sun Liang had given her to Sun Daifu and pointed at Shen Tianli's face, saying, "No, it's not good. There's a scar, it's ugly, not nice to look at." Sun Daifu took the ointment and looked at Shen Tianli's uninjured side of his face. He had to admit, it was quite handsome. Not as good-looking as Nalanqingza, but better than by Su Shi. Usually, this girl was talkative, but today she hadn't spoken since entering the room. Maybe she liked Shen Tianli's face and didn't want to leave him. Too bad his grandson wasn't as good-looking as him. He could try to see if it worked. But he didn't realize that he had already guessed the truth. Everyone looked at Shen Tianli's face after Lu Ye's words. Even though Shen Tianli had a thick skin, he was a young boy, and his ears turned slightly red. He always knew he looked good, but it was the first time someone like Lu Yi openly talked about his face. "Sister-in-law, you wouldn't dislike my brother because he's not handsome, would you?" "Don't worry, everyone says I look better than my brother. I will take good care of this face, and not let it get ugly. Please don't leave me." Shen Tianyan asked worriedly. "What if my sister-in-law doesn't like my brother, if he becomes ugly? They won't really divorce, right? Don't want him anymore." Shen Tianli couldn't help but roll his eyes and said sharply, "Xiao Yan, shut up. It's so embarrassing, okay?" Shen Tianlu also looked worriedly at Shen Tianli's face and then asked, "Dr. Sun, do you have ointment for scars?" "As long as it can heal my brother's face, no matter the cost." "Really, no matter the cost?" He sure looked at her son's face. Although her daughter-in-law was simple-minded, she was very determined. The country doesn't strictly control simple-minded people, so if Lu Yi wants to leave, she still can. Suddenly, she frowned and nodded quickly when she heard Dr. Sun say that. "Dr. Sun, use the best. Can't let Leah have scars on his face." Shen Tianli. Why does he feel like he's being disliked? Yes, 1,000 taels.
What?
1,000 taels? That's so much. Not only he sure, but also Shen Tianyan and Shen Tianlu were very surprised. Shen Tianyan even complained, "Brother, how come you don't protect your face? Now your sister-in-law is annoyed with you." Shen Tianli. What should he do about this little brat? The situation back then was so dangerous. He almost lost his life, and there was no time to protect his face. But seeing everyone's expressions, he felt like his face was more important than himself. Lu Yi almost burst out laughing when she heard Shen Tianyan's words. This is probably the most protective little uncle of his sister-in-law. Yes. Still needs better training. Lu Yi walked over to the books, picked up a medical book, and threw it to Dr. Sun, saying, "No, I won't learn. I won't apprentice." Oh, this is probably the most rebellious disciple. Others seek to apprentice, begging their teachers, but she, like this, even threatens her teacher. Look at this silly disciple. He realized that this disciple was clever and sneaky. Dr. Sun puffed out his cheeks and glared at Lu Yi for a while. He found that this girl had bigger eyes than him and could even glare. He could only compromise, return the medical book to her, and said angrily, "Wait." Disobedient disciple. Soon, Sun Liang brought a box of exquisite ointment and another book, saying, "And he, Miss Lu, I've prepared a donkey cart. Let's send you back with mountain yam." "Good. How much silver?" "I'll give you." "No need. My grandfather said that next time I will officially apprentice. We're family, no need to pay for medicine." "That's not right. Mother, give him silver." Shen Tianli frowned and said. Lu Yi also thought they should give money, or else it might stay in the He family's hands and possibly go back to Grandma Shen. It would be better to pay for medicine instead. They should show gratitude, but it should be a big one. Small favors are not worth it. He family also felt it was not appropriate. They initially only said they had about 30 taels, but now they weren't sure how much it was. So, they simply gave all the silver to Sun Liang. Seeing that He family insisted, Sun Liang only took 30 taels, leaving the remaining 5 taels and some change for He family. Seeing this, He family no longer refused. With this 5 taels of silver, they would have some savings when they returned. The young man who was hosting them, Shan Yao, prepared the donkey cart and came to call them. He hurriedly laid out blankets and quilts on the cart, including some newly made ones from the past few days. Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan, carrying other luggage, also left. Shen Tianli thought Shen Tianyan would return soon, but instead, he heard him call out, "Sister-in-law, Mother has finished the bedding. Come hold your brother and come over." Shen Tianli was so angry he wanted to jump up and scold this kid. He himself couldn't help his sick brother, yet he let a woman do it. He was truly useless. Once everything was ready, he planned to deal with him properly. Seeing Lu Yi really come over, Shen Tianli weakly said, "Lu Yi, you can't carry me. Just call Mother, then support me." But before he finished, he was suddenly picked up, and the rest of his words got stuck in his throat, full of surprise. "You. How can you carry me? I have strong strength," Lu Yi said with a smile. "Oh." Shen Tianli looked a bit upset, very upset, as if frozen, afraid to move but his face turning red. He shifted slightly, only to feel a sharp pain. "Don't move. It will hurt. Be patient. When we get on the cart, I'll give you an injection." Shen Tianli could only nod, but his ears turned even redder. Seeing Lu Yi look over, he closed his eyes. Better not see it. Lu Yi saw Shen Tianli's red ears and couldn't help but smile softly. Turns out this little husband was not only awkward but also shy. So innocent. When Lu Ye's family arrived at Suishan village, they were immediately seen by the children playing at the village entrance. "Tianxing, Tianfeng, look. What's pulling that cart? It doesn't look like a cow," one child asked, pointing at the donkey cart. Because Shen Lao Si's family had 2 scholars and a big house, Shen Lao Si's children were quite popular among the village kids. They were young but already knew how to protect their reputation. Shen Tianfeng of the first household and Shen Tianxing of the second household have never met before. However, Shen Tianfeng heard from his older brother that there are wealthy families in town with horses, which are faster than oxen. "That's a horse. Only rich people can ride it," Shen Tianfeng said proudly, lifting his chin. "Wow. So it's a horse." They thought only the wealthy could ride such animals. They wished they could touch one. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look. That's Shen Tianyan. Why is he sitting on that?" Yes. Not only Shen Tianyan but also Shen Tianlu, the third uncle's daughter, and that fool. They're all riding in a carriage. Shen Tianxing and Shen Tianfeng looked at each other, remembering their mother's instructions, and quickly ran home. "Mom, Mom," they called loudly as they entered. "Stop shouting. My ears are about to burst." Old Lady Shen was watching her 2 daughters-in-law cook. Hearing her grandson's loud voices, she scolded with a stern face. The boys stopped and saw Shen Tianxua eating a mixed bun. They swallowed hard. Grandma favored the fifth household. Whenever Tianxua was hungry, he always had food.
It was so unfair.
But they dared not argue with him, or there would be no eggs left for them every day. Glancing at Shen Tianxua, Shen Tianfeng said, "Grandma, I saw Auntie Sin come back, and she was riding in a carriage. She's at the village entrance." Old Lady Shen immediately stood up and asked, "They're back? Good. That wicked woman dares to return. Fonger, Shinger, go and close the main gate. Since they've been gone so many days, I don't want them to come back." Shen Tianfeng and Shen Tianqing hurried to the door and closed it. "Mom, I just saw Shen Tianyan and Shen Tianqing run home," Shen Tianyan said. Hearing that her older brother's child and her second brother's children had returned, he sure felt even more uneasy. When they left, Year took so much silver. Her mother-in-law wouldn't let them off easily. But as long as Lyre could rest well and recover, she didn't mind how much trouble they caused her. Seeing her mother's worried face, Shen Tianlu took her hand and said, "Mom, don't worry. Maybe Xiaoyan just saw things." Shen Tianyan pouted, looking unhappy. Shen Tianfeng and Shen Tianqing always bullied him. If he was mistaken, it wouldn't be about them. Just as he was about to argue, someone spoke to him. "Xiaoyan, you're back. You rode the carriage so fast you got here in no time." Seeing the envy in his friend's eyes, Shen Tianyan smiled and said, "Tree Root, this is not a horse, it's a donkey. Donkeys are smaller and less strong than horses, and they are not as beautiful, but horses run faster." "Oh, so it's a donkey, not a horse. How come Shen Tianfeng said it was a horse?" One friend interrupted. Shen Tianfeng's older brother, Shen Tianxi, is a scholar. My mother says scholars know everything. It must be Shen Tianxi who told Shen Tianfeng. Shen Tianyan is just a hunter's son. How would he know about horses? Don't be fooled by Shen Tianyan. Hearing this, Shen Tianyan's face turned red. He quickly stood up and said, "I didn't lie. This is a donkey. I've seen horses before, and they are definitely bigger than this." The handsome brother's horse was tall and big. The cart jolted, and Shen Tianli winced in pain. He saw this and quickly said, "Xiaoyan, sit down quickly. Standing makes the cart shake more. Don't you see your brother's face is pale?" Shen Tianyan was shocked and worried about hurting his brother. He hurriedly sat down and said apologetically, "Brother, are you okay? I didn't mean to hurt you." Shen Tianli shook his head and said, "It's fine." It was the first time he heard the village children speak about Xiaoyan with disdain and believe Shen Tianfeng with envy. Haha, the son of a hunter? So, what if he's a hunter's son? Think about it, if they didn't hunt, how could Shen Tianxi go to school? Shen Sherdun, Xiaoyan is sitting on the donkey cart. How could he not know what it is? Shen Tianfeng must be lying.
Yes, yes.
Others echoed. Shen Tianfeng would never lie. Shen Sherdun glared at Shen Tree Root. Yes, Shen Tianfeng doesn't lie. More children agreed. Xiaoyan wouldn't lie either. Seeing them start arguing over this, Shen Tianyan hurriedly said, "I didn't lie. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Shan Yao." Then he turned to the front and asked, "Brother Shan Yao, is this a donkey?"
Of course, it's a donkey.
Donkeys are easy to recognize. Just go home and ask your father, Shan Yao replied, whipping the donkey. The big donkey let out a loud neigh. The children chasing the donkey suddenly heard the neigh and, feeling scared, started crying. Others were startled and quickly kept their distance from the donkey. Seeing the cart run far away, they argued again and finally decided to go home and ask their father whether it was a donkey or a horse. Lu Yi saw that he sure looked serious. As Shen Tianli got closer to the house, his face grew darker. If she guessed right, Shen Lao Tai had already told them they couldn't come in. Since she wanted to make a name for herself, she would just let her do so. How did she manage to gather everyone and go see the lively scene at old Shen's house? It's midday now, and besides the children, everyone is at home. Maybe she should sing a song to attract everyone out? Seeing a bunch of bird droppings on the side of the donkey cart and watching the birds fly away, she suddenly thought, this is truly a helpful bird.
Ah,
A sharp, frightening scream echoed through the village, startling many people. Even the people on the donkey cart were frightened. He sure saw Lu Yi clenching her fists to her chest, her eyes wide with fear, and she screamed. She hurriedly asked, "Year, what's wrong? What's happening?" "Bird droppings. Bird droppings." Lu Yi pointed at the droppings, trembling with fear. Everyone, including Shan Yao who had stopped the cart, looked in the direction Lu Yi pointed. There was a pile of bird droppings, about the size of a soybean. It's not unusual in the mountain village or even in the town anywhere with trees you can see it. It's a very common sight. But why does Lu Yi look so scared? Could this be the world of fools? He sure saw Lu Ye's hands trembling and her body constantly retreating. She quickly comforted her, saying, "Year, it's just bird droppings. There's nothing to be afraid of. Dirty, dirty. So dirty."
ah,
Another loud scream made Shen Tianyan cover his ears. The others also frowned, unable to bear the loud noise. Shen Tianli knew his silly wife was very clean. Every night before bed, she would wash and wipe herself, and he even asked others to do the same. Even he made sure Xiao Yan cleaned everywhere he could reach. But he never expected her to be so clean that she couldn't tolerate a pile of bird droppings. Suddenly, he doubted how she used to get by before and wondered what to do in the future. This is a mountain village after all. Getting bird droppings on oneself was a common occurrence. "Xiao Yan, wipe off the bird droppings." Shen Tianli glanced at Lu Yi and said. Shen Tianyan hurriedly replied, "Sister-in-law, don't call any more. I'll wipe it off right away." His sister-in-law was so strange. She was afraid of bird droppings. Shen Tianyan jumped down from the ox cart. Just after wiping off the droppings, he heard someone cursing behind him. "Who's the crazy person shouting randomly, causing my hand to get burned? If I find out who it is, I'll beat her to death." "Oh, it's Yong'an's family. You're back." Shen Wangsher saw the people on the donkey cart and forgot about her burning hand, smiling as she asked. Apart from Lu Yi, the others felt a little embarrassed. Then he sure smiled and said, "Yes, Annie." Madam Shen saw he sure smiling and thought she must have just returned. The county doctor is good, but she's still worried and asked, "How is Tianli?" "He's a bit better now. The doctor said his injury needs some time to heal." "That's good, that's good. You all should go home quickly," Madam Shen said with a smile. He sure nodded, and Shan Yao urged the donkey to move forward. Because rural houses are made of thatch, they are not soundproof. Not only did Lu Ye's sharp screams attract some people, but hearing that Shen Tianli had returned, everyone came out to greet him. After all, Shen Tianli and his son are good at hunting and generous. Many villagers have benefited from them. Everyone asked about Shen Tianli's condition. Hearing the villagers' concern, Shen Tianli looked at Lu Yi, who was tilting her head and playing with her hair, smiling foolishly. Then he looked at the bird droppings on the car window, which hadn't been cleaned. Suddenly, he felt that his silly wife's scream had made the whole village know they had returned. No, he must be overthinking. Lu Yi looked at the villagers gathering behind her and then at the closed door in front. She couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, old lady Shen, you're about to become famous again." At home, seeing the closed door, Shen Tianyan hurried to knock, calling out as he knocked, "Open the door, Grandma. Quickly, open the door. We're back." "Grandma." But after knocking for a long time, there was no sound from inside, let alone opening the door. The villagers knew that afternoon, only Qing Shan had returned, saying Tianli was seriously ill. The doctor said he needed to stay in the county for 3 days. When old lady Shen heard this, her kind face disappeared, and she scolded the third room loudly. Her fierce look stunned everyone in the village. Everyone thought Shen Laoxi's family would definitely have some excitement today. Fan Suya had certainly not disappointed them. Oh, this Fan Suya doesn't want Tianli and the others to enter the house. That's too cruel.
Couldn't be.
Fourth sister-in-law is very kind. That's well known in the village. They knocked for so long without response. Maybe something happened? Shen Lisher said worriedly, but her face was full of schadenfreude. It's probably something serious. Otherwise, Xiaoyan's knocking could be heard at the village entrance. Maybe fourth brother and fourth sister-in-law suddenly went deaf. Because it was lunchtime, everyone was gossiping about the elders of the Shen family. They were talking back and forth, making Shen old lady grit her teeth in anger. Her face kept changing from red to green as she cursed he and Lu Yi and the outsiders inside her heart 100 times. Someone remembered that day Lu Yi was brave enough to take silver and said, "Yangon family, you've been calling for so long. Maybe something really happened at your house. Why not let your daughter-in-law go in and check?" He knew her mother-in-law didn't want them to go in, but hearing everyone talk, she felt embarrassed. Her mother-in-law was really unreasonable. If she wasn't happy with them, at least let them go in. Otherwise, everyone in the village would find out, and it would shame their family. But climbing over the wall wasn't easy. What if something really happened inside? "Xiaoyan, climb over the wall and open the door," her wife said. Climbing over the wall wasn't good-looking, so her son should do it. Shen Tianyan hesitated. Their wall was made of blue bricks and was tall, so it was hard to climb. "Mother, Before he finished, his sister-in-law asked, "Mother, why are you making Xiaoyan climb over the wall? Is our door broken?"
Yeah.
"Your door is broken, or how else can we get in?" Someone said with a smile.
All right.
"That's easy," Lu Yi said, jumping down from the carriage. She walked to the gate and looked it over. "Oh, Tianli's wife. What are you doing? Look, this door can't be opened either." "Auntie, I'm checking where the door is the thinnest." "I'm not your auntie. Call me Grandma Li." "Grandma Li? But you look just as young as my great-aunt." Lu Yi had just finished inspecting and, knowing Shen old lady disliked her the most, she deliberately flattered her, thinking that enemies' enemies are friends. Every woman likes to be called young. So Li Shen smiled with deep wrinkles on her face and said, "That's still Grandma." "Tianli's wife, how do you want to open the door? Do you want me to help with an axe?" He was very afraid Lu Yi would agree, so he hurriedly said, "Auntie Li, don't joke like that." Lu Yi also smiled and said, "Grandma Li, no need. I can do it with my foot." After saying that, she kicked the door hard. The previously locked door shook slightly. Inside, Shen old lady was startled and worried about her door. She was even angrier at Lu Ye's boldness, daring to kick her door. Wang Shi remembered the scene that day when Lu Yi carried Shen Tianli onto the cart. She frowned and said, "Mother, maybe we should open the door. What if she kicks it down?" Big sister-in-law, with her small build, how could she possibly kick down our door? Fan Shi said with a smile. No one knew how much silver that fool had taken, but she did. These days, she hadn't slept well at night, just thinking about He Shi's return and how to handle them. Letting them stay outside for a night was just the beginning. Wang Shi looked at the swinging door, feeling very uneasy. "What are you doing? Do you want everyone in the village to know?" "Open the door quickly." Old Shin didn't want to interfere at first, thinking his wife's idea was good. Since He Shi took so much silver, letting them stay outside for a noon wasn't a big deal. But after thinking it over, he felt that if they stood outside, everyone in the village would know. Better to bring it inside the yard. "Old man, you." Old Shen was unhappy with his husband's order when suddenly there was a loud bang. Their sturdy door fell to the ground. She looked at the person at the door with surprise. Dressed in a red dress, she was happily calling out, "Grandma."
Wow.
I didn't expect this fool to be so strong. Such a thick door. She actually kicked it open.
Didn't you see?
That day, she carried Tianli onto the cart. She looked like she didn't even feel his weight. Amazing strength. Fan Shui really is something. She found such a powerful wife for Tianli. Old Shen was the first to react. His face darkened as he scolded, "How could you kick the door down?" Before Lu Yi could answer, Old Shen panted heavily and cursed, "My door. You little brat, shameless girl, stupid fool, how dare you kick down my door? Today I will beat you to death." As he spoke, his small triangular eyes looked around for something suitable to teach Lu Yi a lesson. Old Shen looked around twice. Fan Shi knew what her mother-in-law was about to do. She pointed quietly at a nearby pole and said to her son, Shuashuo, go get the pole for your grandma. Shuashuo excitedly ran over, took the pole, and handed it to old Shin. Grandma, is this what you're looking for? Here. Old Shin's face was still grim, but when she saw her beloved grandson, she smiled and took it, gently patting his head. Shuashuo is so clever. Such a good grandson. Now go stand in front of your mother, so you won't get hurt. Mrs. Wang saw Shin Tianshu praised and glared at Shin Tianfeng. Shin Tianfeng understood her meaning and lowered his head. When no one was paying attention, he gave Shin Tianshu a fierce glare. Shin Tianshu saw Shin Tianfeng's look, stuck out his silly face, then went to Mrs. Fan. He watched Grandma angrily carry a stick and walk out through the gate. As she walked, she cursed, "You idiot! Just wait, I will beat you today. How dare you kick my door?" She raised the stick. Mrs. He saw her mother-in-law about to hit someone and hurried over to stop her, but Li Shunsher grabbed her. "Yomon's family, look at your daughter-in-law. She's strong and quick. The old lady probably can't catch her. Going over now will only cause trouble. Just stand here and wait." "But, Auntie, she started to speak, but was interrupted by Shin Wangshi. "Yomon's family, Li's words are right. If you go, you won't help, and maybe your daughter-in-law will get hurt because of you. Just stay here." Mrs. He thought her daughter-in-law looked a bit silly, but she was determined not to suffer losses these days. If she tried to persuade her mother-in-law now, she would be ignored or even beaten. Later, Year would come to protect her, maybe even making things worse. It was better to wait for the right moment to help Year. Lu Yi saw her mother-in-law wasn't coming and relaxed a bit. She moved aside and asked, "Grandma, why are you hitting me? You kick my door and then ask why I hit you? Just wait. I'll beat you to death." "Grandma, Xiaoyan knocked on the door for so long, but no one opened. Everyone says something happened to you. Grandma, what's wrong? Are you really deaf?" Old Mrs. Shun was annoyed because she couldn't stop Lu Yi. Hearing this, her face turned red with anger. "You're the one who's had an accident. You're the one who's deaf.
Your whole family is deaf."
Lu Yi saw old Mrs. Shun's face turn from red to blue with anger and felt very happy inside. She worried and said, "Grandma, our whole family is really deaf. County Doctor Sun is very skilled. Do you want to take everyone to see him?"
"See?
"See what? You useless girl, you idiot.
I'm not sick."
Stop running and stand still. I'll beat you to death." Old Mrs. Shun said through clenched teeth as she saw Lu Yi slip away like a fish. "Grandma, thinking I'm stupid, calling me to get hit? That's what an idiot would do. Grandma, my mother used to say only fools hit people when they go crazy. Grandma, aren't you an idiot too?" Grandmother Shin listened to these words and felt her anger rising, her face turning purple. She ran even faster, swinging her stick more quickly. "You fool, stupid. You're the fool. You're the fool. Crazy and stupid. Grandma, I'm not stupid. My grandma says I'm a clever little fairy. Are you talking about yourself?" Lu Yi said, standing far away and laughing softly. Hearing this, Grandma Shin became angrier. Her eyes flashed with rage. When she saw Lu Yi stop, she gasped for breath and hurried forward, raising her stick to hit Lu Yi. But suddenly, she tripped on a stone and fell forward. Lu Yi saw the stone sticking out and intentionally made Grandma Shin run over. Now she saw her lying on the ground, her face twisted in pain. She walked over, squatted down, and looked at her with confusion. "Grandma, why are you on the ground? You're so silly. Don't you know the ground is dirty? Grandma is a fool. Haha, Grandma is really a fool. Grandma is a big fool." Grandma Shin had many children and daughters-in-law. Since building the house, she hadn't done any farm work or house chores. Chasing Lu Yi already tired her out, and now she had tripped on the stone, feeling pain all over her body. Seeing Lu Yi so close and hearing her say these words, she reached out to grab her, shame and anger in her voice. "You're the fool. You're a dead fool born without a mother." Lu Yi's eyes narrowed, shining with cold light, but she smiled even brighter. She jumped back a little to avoid Grandma Shin's claws and clapped her hands, saying, "Grandma is a fool. Grandma is a dead fool born without a mother. Haha, Grandma is a fool. Grandma Shin clenched her teeth, trying to stand up and hit Lu Yi, but after struggling a few times, she couldn't get up because of the pain. Her eyes looked fierce, and her whites showed as she stared angrily at Lu Yi. Seeing that Grandma Shin not only failed to scold Lu Yi but also fell down and became the joke of the neighbors, it looked like she was performing a foolish act for everyone to see. Old Man Shin looked very upset. The foolish girl kept saying such things. Seeing Grandma Shin couldn't get up, he felt his face was completely lost. He glared at his two daughters-in-law and said, "You two, go help your mother up." Wang and Fan heard their father's stern voice and hurried out to help Grandma Shin up. Old Man Shin saw Lu Yi still calling Grandma Shin a fool and scolded, "Sure, just watch how your daughter-in-law bullies your mother. Don't you help?" A fool suddenly went crazy. How should I advise him? And aren't you just watching the fun from the side? As the grandfather, you can't even control her. She's just a woman. What can she do? Li Shun's wife said disdainfully. Her maternal uncle is the head of the Shin family, and her husband's eldest brother is the village chief. When she was young, she liked Shen Lao Si, but Shen Lao Si liked Fan Sueya. Shen Lao Si's family got better and better, while Fan Sueya became more and more difficult, acting like she was a rich lady. It made her feel sick. Since their couple's embarrassing behavior was exposed, Li Shun's wife naturally criticized them harshly. Shen Lao too knew that Li Shun's wife was difficult and stubborn. He glared at her fiercely, full of warning, telling her not to interfere. This is his family, and no one else is allowed to speak. Li Shun's wife understood, but she wasn't afraid. Who in the village didn't talk about others' affairs? Especially since they didn't mind losing face and came out to be laughed at. However, the old man beside her tugged at her clothes. She glared at him, opened his hand, and didn't say anything further. Seeing that she was sensible, Shen Lao too said to Sure, "Hurry up and take your daughter-in-law home. She's already embarrassing enough." Sure bit her lip. Clearly, they wanted to embarrass themselves, but now they blamed Year. But as the daughter-in-law, she didn't dare say much. She quietly walked over, pulling Lu Yi to the donkey cart. Lu Yi was quite honest. She walked and clapped her hands happily, saying, big fool, Grandma is a big fool." Lying on the ground, biting mud, not afraid of dirt, just a big fool. Her cheerful and clear voice was like singing a nursery rhyme. Others started laughing. Only Shen Lao Si's family looked very angry. Sure looked at her mother-in-law's fierce gaze and quickly pulled Lu Yi aside, saying, "Year, be good, don't talk." Lu Yi pouted, her big eyes full of grievance. Reluctantly, she lowered her head, and her feet kept kicking at the dirt. Shen Tianli looked at his silly wife. She looked sad, but when she saw him looking at her, she smiled brightly, like a shining sun. This made Shen Tianli, who was feeling a bit dazed, wake up more, but also feel more confused. Just now, he saw the house door and felt as if he was also being rejected outside, just without Lu Yi, his silly wife. So they waited outside for a long time. His mother begged painfully, and Xiao Yan went to call the clan leader before they could enter. Shen Tianli thought he must have been lying down too long. He shook his head, pushed away the distracting thoughts, and looked at his grandfather inside the house, whose face was dark. "Come in quickly, do you think it's not embarrassing enough?" Hearing Grandpa's words, Shen Tianli frowned, feeling an unprecedented sense of dislike and hatred. His brows furrowed even tighter.
We're
going home. Once inside, another fight began. Lu Yi nodded, noticing his furrowed brow, thinking his wound hurt again. She bent down and said, "I'll carry you back. When we get inside, I'll give you an injection." Making his wife carry him in front of so many people made Shen Tianli's face turn red instantly. His distracting thoughts disappeared, and he shook his head.
No.
"I'll ask Xiao Yan to call Qingshan to carry me back. He's not as strong as me and might hurt your wound," Lu Yi said, without giving him a chance to refuse, and she picked Shen Tianli up. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shen Tianli forced himself to stay calm, keeping a cold face so no one could see his embarrassment. Lu Yi saw that the little husband, who was blushing all the way to his neck, was shy but didn't speak up to scold or struggle. She nodded, thinking he was sensible despite being shy. No need to be stubborn and suffer. Good. Good. Old Madame Shen saw Lu Yi carrying Shen Tianli to the door and quickly blocked their way. She said, "You're not allowed to go in. Today, I will divorce this fool." She couldn't bear her anger any longer. He Sure, who was holding a quilt, hurried forward and said, "Mother, how can you divorce Year? She hasn't done anything wrong." "Mom, you can't divorce my sister-in-law." "Yes, Mom. You probably can't divorce my sister-in-law either." Shen Tianlu also hurried forward. "How can I not? This foolish woman not only stole my silver but also broke my door and made me fall. Why can't I divorce her? Momo, go ask the village head to write a divorce letter and make that woman leave." Shen Tianxua quickly nodded and ran toward the village chief's house, but Shen Tianyan, standing nearby, grabbed him tightly. "You're not allowed to go. No one can divorce my sister-in-law." "Shen Tianyan, you little brat, let go of me, or I'll hit you." Although Shen Tianxua was only a year older than Shen Tianyan, he was taller and stronger. He pushed him away forcefully. Shen Tianyan staggered, but quickly hugged him again. Seeing his strength, he hurriedly shouted, "Sister, come quick. Help me stop him. Don't let him go ask the village chief for a divorce." Shen Tianlu ran over quickly, pulling Shen Tianyan and Shen Tianxua apart. The three of them tangled together, not noticing that Shen Tianfeng quietly left. He saw his children stopping Shen Tianxua and sighed with relief, saying, "Mother, I don't agree. Year is the wife you chose for Lear. How can we just break up like this? How can I explain this to my in-laws? There's no way to explain it. It's this foolish girl's fault. She's caused enough trouble in other families. If you keep stopping this, you're going against me. Do you also want me to break up with you?" "Old Madam," Shen said sharply. Mrs. He looked pale and glanced at her mother-in-law, then asked the old man nearby, "Father, Year has only been married for 4 days. Breaking up with her now isn't good for Leah either." "How isn't it good? She's just a fool. How can she compare to Leah? Don't you agree, Leah?" Old Mr. Shen looked sternly at Shen Tianli, who was leaning on the foolish girl, with half his face pale and the other half grim. He sighed inwardly. Such a grandson who can earn money is now ruined. From now on, he's just a burden. Seeing the old man's tone of seeming to care for him, but with disdain in his eyes, Shen Tianli felt even more disgusted. His tone was calm. "Grandpa, you're right. This fool isn't worthy of me. Grandma, just break up with her. I'm still young, and I can marry another wife later. I don't need a very good girl, just one prettier and not foolish." Lu Yi originally wanted to throw away the big pig's trotter in her arms, but after hearing his words, she realized that the young master not only had the aura of a domineering CEO but was also quite scheming. Knowing that old Madame Shen loved money, he directly hit her weakness. Seeing everyone looking at her, she grinned, showing her white teeth and a bright smile.
See.
This young lady is a cute little beauty." Everyone looked carefully and was surprised. This foolish girl with delicate eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a high nose, and red lips, though a bit dark, was actually more beautiful than Shen Tianli. With this appearance, not just in town, but in the whole county, there weren't many like her. Shen Tianli even said he had low standards. Everyone murmured in their hearts and looked at old Madame Shen with a bit of schadenfreude, wondering how she would handle this. Wang Shi heard that her mother-in-law wanted to break up with this fool and didn't oppose it. After all, this fool was strong and could cause trouble, so it was better for him to leave. But Shen Tianli's words suddenly made her feel it wasn't right. Forget about how the girl looked, but when it came to choosing a wife, there should at least be a betrothal gift. The gift of silver should be at least 3 or 5 taels for face. And the other person definitely wasn't a fool. With Mrs. He's sharpness, she would marry someone capable. It would be better than now. She smiled and said, "Tianli, your grandma was just joking. She was too angry." Year, your mother searched for you for a long time and found a good match for you. If you break up with your lucky star, and your injuries worsen again, it will still be you who suffers. Hearing this, Madame Wang also came to her senses, gently pulling Shen Lao Tai and advising softly, Mother, don't be angry. We adults should be generous. Don't fuss over a fool. Later, third sister-in-law can teach her properly. Then she kindly added, Tianli, your wife is too annoying and troublesome. You must discipline her well. A fool isn't worthy of me. Grandfather, grandmother, with so many people testifying, don't forget to find me a good match. Shen Lao Tai only realized after hearing her two daughters-in-law that getting a wife costs money. She scolded, What are you looking for? I already found you a little lucky star, isn't that enough? Now your face is ruined. Your leg is lame. Besides a fool, who else would want you? Shen Tianli felt ashamed and angry. Grandmother, didn't you say to break up with her? That was just angry words. You don't understand. That's your wife, a lifelong wife. Don't think about breaking up. Quickly let your wife hold you and go back. For the sake of money, she temporarily let the fool go. Anyway, there will be ways to deal with her later. Shen Tianli frowned and asked unwillingly, Grandfather, what do you say? You grandmother is right. Just listen to her. But you must discipline your wife well. Don't let her cause trouble again. Grandfather, you should really break up with her. She's a fool. How can I discipline her? It's too hard. Maybe it's better to let grandmother handle it. I will discipline her myself. Shen Lao Tai glared fiercely at Lu Yi. She didn't believe she couldn't control a fool. Seeing Shen Lao Tai's approval, Shen Tianli's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked down and saw his wife smiling even brighter. He glanced at Shen Lao Tai, and his hidden hatred inexplicably faded. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His wife was not an ordinary fool. Lu Yi understood the scheming little husband's intention. He thought he could handle his wife, and no matter how crazy she got, he wouldn't interfere. Although this little husband had some intent to use others as pawns, she also felt pity for He Shi and Xiao Yan. If she didn't channel the anger of the old lady, she would definitely be punished. Plus, her life was boring now, and tormenting was also fun. It added some excitement to her life. Lua listened as they reached a preliminary agreement, then stepped forward. When she saw the fallen door blocking the way, she kicked the heavy door open with her foot. She then smiled broadly at old man Shen, whose face looked even more displeased from a distance. Ignoring his expression, she stepped into the yard. This old man is just a hypocrite, making the old lady do bad things while he silently watches from behind. When things go wrong, he pretends to be a good person. Hypocrites like this are worse than scoundrels. Behind her, his family asked Shen Tianyan to open the door. Shen Lian took some medicine and tidied up the room. She folded a few blankets from the donkey cart and shyly said to Shanyao, sorry to trouble you. Please come in and sit. Seeing their situation, Shanyao felt embarrassed to go inside and smiled. Auntie, no need. I need to go back quickly. Maybe the shopkeeper needs the donkey cart. All right, go quickly. Take care on the way. Shanyao nodded and drove the donkey cart away. Old Lady Shen saw everyone still standing at their door and scolded, nosy women who only eat salted radishes. Your own family is gone, yet you're hanging around my door. Get lost. Her words were sharp and harsh, instantly offending most of the villagers. Fan Suya, who are you scolding? Li Shen asked, pointing at Old Lady Shen. Seeing everyone glaring at her, Old Lady Shen suddenly snapped out of her daze. She ran towards her house while saying, whoever answers me, I'll say it to them. Li Shen was furious and stepped forward to fight Old Lady Shen. Seeing her run into her yard, her husband pulled her back. Standing at Shen Lao Xi's door, she crossed her waist and scolded Shen Lao Xi and Old Lady Shen thoroughly. Everyone knew Li Shen was fierce, so Wang and Fan dared not provoke her. They hurriedly followed her into the yard. His family saw Shanyao off. Hearing Li Shen cursing loudly beside her, she felt stuck and couldn't decide whether to persuade or not. Just then, Shen Tianyan ran out. Mother, you should go in and see. All our things in the house are gone. And my sister-in-law's bag is missing too. Husher's face darkened at this news. She hurriedly grabbed the quilt and ran inside. The people still gathered around looked at each other in confusion. Li Xin stopped cursing and stepped forward to stand at the gate, looking inside. When Hesher entered the room, she saw the living room in chaos, chairs overturned, and her husband's white porcelain teacups, bought for her, were gone. Mother, all our old clothes have been torn apart and thrown on the ground. Your white fox cloak and my white rabbit fur cloak are both gone. Shun Tianluo wiped her tears and said. Mrs. He ran into the inner room, holding a quilt. She saw torn pieces of cloth all over the floor, on the bed, and her cabinet was completely open, empty except for a few scraps of fabric falling inside. Even the white fox cloak her husband specially made for her, which she was reluctant to wear, was taken. She had planned to sell it to pay for Lear's illness, but Year took so much silver that it stayed at home. Several thick quilts used for winter were also taken away. Mother, they are so cruel. They took everything they could. If we don't want it, they destroy it. Do you think they are really family? Even enemies wouldn't be so ruthless. It's getting cold outside, Mother. What will we do now? Shin Tianluo cried painfully. Mrs. He looked at the state of the room, tightly clutching her quilt, then closed her painful eyes. Let's tidy up the room first, she said, then took her quilt and went to her son's room. His room was also covered with torn fabric, but it was clear that the bed had been tidied up. Mrs. He clenched her teeth tightly before placing the quilt back on the bed. Just now, Shen Tianli heard his sister's words. His mind was hazy, recalling a vague scene, no willow leaves, only Qing Shan and Shan Yao helping him carry him into the house and placing him on the bed. He was sweating from pain, unlike now, when his wife had given him pain relief injections after entering the room. In his mind, the good things in the house were gone, but he still had some dignity. The patched clothes hadn't been torn into pieces. Shan Tianli lay on the bed, his lips pressed tightly together. When he saw Mrs. He come in, he asked, Mother, what do you plan to do? I'll ask your grandparents what they mean, she replied. Are they bullying her husband while he's not home? Or are they targeting her family because no one is around? Shen Tianli nodded and said, All right, Mother, go ahead. But what could she do? She was scolded and beaten by her mother-in-law, and they didn't take anything back. She returned and cried alone in her room for a long time. Seeing Mrs. He leave, she called her daughter-in-law, who was playing with her hair beside the bed. Year, find the books inside the quilt. Liuya blinked and felt around inside the quilt but couldn't find anything. She took off her shoes, stood on the bed, and pulled apart the quilt layer by layer until she found the books. Then she folded the crumpled quilt neatly and placed it in the cabinet. She took a thin quilt to cover Shin Tianli, then got off the bed. She picked up all the books, smiling like a treasure, and handed them to Shin Tianli, looking for praise. Although my silly wife is a bit rough in her work, she knows how to tidy up and does it quite well. Shen Tianli didn't dare to move, but still praised her, saying, Year, you're great. You put the book under my pillow. Lui went back to bed and saw that his little husband was staring at the ceiling, deep and bright, like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating a cold aura. She thought his eyes were very charming and wondered if he was planning to get revenge on the other rooms. But old Madame Shen was also ruthless, taking away their belongings and destroying what they didn't need. If the money hadn't run out, they could buy new things. But as winter gets colder, wouldn't the people in the third house freeze to death? This family is very cruel, giving no one a way out. When Lu Yi deliberately placed the book, she gently blew warm air into Shen Tianli's ear. He felt a tickling sensation and turned to see Lu Yi leaning over his head, close enough to see her soft hair and long, dense eyelashes like a fan. Her breath was even closer, making his ears feel hot and his ears' tip turn red. He asked, Is it done? Seeing this, Lu Yi nonchalantly moved back and said, Yes, it's done. When the warm air stopped, Shen Tianli took a deep breath and asked, Year, where are the things you brought when you married in? He was trying to use her to cause trouble. Just then, she also wanted her belongings back, 2 sets of clean clothes, and a thick cotton padded jacket for winter. She couldn't let others get them cheaply. Where are my things? Where's my bundle? Louis rummaged on the bed. Don't look for them. Your things were probably taken by Auntie or Grandma. Go to their room and look. If you find 2 white cloaks, bring them back. They were given by Dad to Mom and Sister. Also, throw their quilts into the yard.
Our quilts are in there.
If we don't get them back, we'll freeze in winter. Once his leg heals, he plans to make a cloak for Year from red fox fur. She would look very beautiful in it. Louis tilted her head and blinked. Just when Shun Tianli thought she didn't understand, Louis suddenly stood up, put on her shoes, and hurried out in a rush. Mrs. He went to her mother-in-law's door and heard her scolding inside. These troublemakers, why don't they die outside? Coming back just to cause trouble. It makes me so angry. Mother, don't be angry. If you get sick, what will we do? Since you see they are uncomfortable, just find a way to make yourself comfortable. Why get so angry? Mrs. Fan sat beside old lady Shen and whispered comfortingly. Mrs. He clenched her fists, holding back tears. What does Mrs. Fan mean? Are they going to divide their household? Would they be willing? Aren't they afraid that their husband might come back and refuse to work hard for the family? Tomorrow I will send them all to the mountain to gather firewood, so I won't have to see them, old lady Shin said angrily. Mother, then you won't discipline that silly girl anymore?
Why not?
I will torment that foolish girl, so she will be afraid of me in the future. Old lady Shun said fiercely. How about third sister-in-law? Mrs. He asked softly. It's all because of that woman, greedy and never satisfied. She married a daughter-in-law and still wanted more money. If it weren't for her, that foolish girl wouldn't have taken my silver. She dared to damage my door. That woman, I will teach her a lesson and get back my 30 silver coins. Mrs. He bit her lip tightly, looked up at the sky, then walked forward, knocked on the door, and pushed it open. Mrs. Fan saw it was Mrs. He and lowered her head nervously, afraid to meet her eyes. She didn't know how long Mrs. He had been outside, or if she overheard what was inside. Old Lady Shin was not feeling guilty. She said angrily, Why are you here? Just in time. Your father's and my bedding need washing. Take it to wash. And your 6th brother's from the 5th room hasn't been washed yet. No dinner for you. Mrs. He clenched her fists, tears in her eyes, and asked carefully, Mother, what happened to my room? Old Lady Shin was stunned for a moment and asked back, What do you mean, what happened? Mrs. Fan suddenly remembered that 3 days ago, her mother was very angry when she heard Mrs. He hadn't come back, and she told him not to come back, to die outside. She had long coveted Mrs. He's white fox fur cloak and took the opportunity to ask her mother to give it to her. Old Lady Shin naturally agreed. She saw the window was unlocked, so she let Momo climb in and took out both cloaks. But that brow was not discreet and told Shin Tianfeng, which was heard by the eldest sister-in-law. She started causing trouble. After being scolded by her mother, the eldest sister-in-law told Shin Tianfeng to go in and take all the bedding. Second sister-in-law wouldn't suffer losses and took all the clothes she liked. Then, she didn't want to leave anything for the third household and incited Shin Tianxue and Shin Tianqing to go in and cut all the clothes. Now, besides their own clothes, the third household has nothing left in the house. Let's see how they get through this winter. Mrs. Fan looked at the stubborn and aggrieved Mrs. He with a sneer, then lowered her head, her eyes full of pride. How does your third cousin treat you? When he's not here, I make your life harder every day. Mother, why are all my belongings gone from my room? You took my things, and that's not enough. You even cut up my unwanted clothes. How can you be so mean? So cruel. Are you really our family? Are you related to my husband? Hearing this, Grandma Shin was momentarily flustered, then picked up a water cup and threw it at Mrs. He. Mrs. He didn't have time to dodge, and a large bump appeared on her head. You troublemaker, who gave you permission to talk to me like that? When my son was here, you flirted with him and protected him, always opposing me. Have you become so unruly? How dare you curse me? You unfilial daughter-in-law. I'll beat you to death. Grandma Shin said, then walked from the stool to behind the door, grabbing a broom to hit Mrs. He. Mother, I didn't curse you. You took all our blankets, clothes, and usable things and ruined the rest. Go check my room. What else is there? Or, let the villagers come see how you treat us. You won't even give us a way to survive. Mother, just kill us all. After you kill me, you might as well kill them too. Let the whole village see how you treat our third family. Mrs. He cried as she allowed Grandma Shin to hit her. Grandma Shin naturally knew what her daughters-in-law had done, but she thought they were in the right. Mrs. He had stolen so much silver from her, and the other families surely didn't want that. Why should they move some things? Mrs. He was used to a good life and didn't want to suffer any hardship, so she deliberately caused trouble. How have I treated your third family? Have I not fed you, given you drink, or given you silver to treat your illnesses? I've been too good to you, which is why you, this ungrateful woman, are so unruly. Unruly? Mrs. He pushed Grandma Shin away, her heart aching terribly, and she no longer cared. This house was built by my husband after hunting. The land belongs to my husband's family, bought with his hunting earnings. My husband served in the army before, and you let Lear go hunting in the mountains non-stop, then scold us at home. Lear was injured before, and you think he's useless, so you refuse to pay for his treatment. Now, after we brought him back from the doctor, this is how you treat us? How can you do this? Mrs. He cried out hysterically. Since her husband's departure, she has been holding back her feelings. However, thinking about the broken items all over the house and hearing her mother-in-law's insults, she feels her mind is about to collapse. What's happening to us?
Ah,
You troublemaker, daring to push me and disrespect your grandmother. I will divorce you, old Madam Shin said, grabbing the broom and swinging it at He. After 2 strikes, someone outside shouted, Mother, Mother! Come quickly. That crazy person is in our room stealing our things. Fong heard her eldest daughter Shin Tianchuan's call and Shin Tianxia's crying and hurried outside. She saw the fool throwing her quilt outside, while Shin Tianyan, holding 2 white objects, ran toward the third room. She immediately recognized them as cloaks. As she chased, she shouted, Shin Tianyan, stop right there. But Shin Tianyan ran as fast as a monkey. When she caught up, she heard Shin Tianchun shout, Mother, quick! Stop that fool. She's trying to get into our room again. Fong saw Shin Tianyan had entered the third room, stomped her foot, and ran back to pull Lu Yi, shouting, You silly girl, what are you doing? Lu Yi pushed her arm away angrily, shouting, Stealing my things. Bad person, bad person. Fong stepped back in surprise and exclaimed, Who stole your things? At this moment, old Madam Shin also came out, angry. You crazy fool! What are you doing now? Lying thief!
thief! Liu Ye shouted.
Seeing Fong blocking her door, and knowing that Fong hadn't taken her things, Lu Yi thought for a moment and rushed toward the main house. She had just seen Fong glance at the second room, clearly indicating that the second room had taken her belongings. She ran to the main house, saw the door was shut, and kicked it open. Shin Yongfu, lying on the bed resting, was startled and sat up quickly, thinking it was her mischievous younger brother. He angrily asked Shin Tianfeng, What are you doing? Lu Yi heard sounds from the east wing and ran toward the west wing, shouting, Give it back to me. Return my things. Shin Tianxue, who was about to get married on the 18th of this month and was sewing at home, stood up angrily when she saw Lu Yi enter her room. She said, You fool. What do you want to do? Lu Yi pushed Shin Tianxue onto the bed and started opening her chest, pulling out all the items inside. Besides clothes, she found some silver coins hidden inside. That hidden money was quite a lot, but she couldn't hide it well. There was another box with 2 quilts, which definitely did not belong to their room. She went straight to Mr. Wang's room. Shin Tianxue saw Lu Yi mess up her room and was covered with clothes on her head. She was so angry that she threw the clothes onto the Kong and ran out to call Mrs. Wang. At this moment, Shin Yongfu had already come out of the inner room. Seeing Lu Yi come out of his daughter's room, he coldly asked, Why are you in this room?
Get out. Leave now.
Lu Yi pushed him aside and went into the inner room. She neatly arranged 6 quilts on the Kong. Mrs. Wang and the others weren't afraid of the heat. Louis carried 3 quilts under her arm and headed out. When she reached the big door, she bumped into Mrs. Wang rushing over. Mrs. Wang saw the 6 quilts Louis was holding and turned pale with anger. She shouted, "You little, do you have no shame? How dare you enter my uncle and aunt's room? Are you so stupid? Give me the quilts." Then she tried to grab them. Seeing Mrs. Wang approaching, Louis kicked out her leg and forcefully kicked Mrs. Wang out of the door. Mrs. Wang fell to the ground, her hurting. When she saw Louis throw the quilts into the courtyard, she tried to go into their room again. She stood up while shouting, "Head of the family, quickly stop this fool. How can you let her into our room and ruin our things?" Yin Yongfu still felt pain in his backside, but when he thought of the money inside the house, he held a large broom at the door and said, "You're not allowed in. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
I will go in.
Return my things. Return my things." Louis shouted loudly, circling around the broom. "Who took your things? You fool. What are you shouting about?" Seeing several neighbors watching from the door, Louis yelled, "You all took my belongings. My mother prepared a bundle for me, and it's gone. You took it." After she finished speaking, she heard Li Shun's voice loudly say behind her, "Hey, did you hear that? The uncle is stealing his niece-in-law's dowry for the first time. Isn't that shameless?" According to the law, dowry items are the bride's private property and cannot be taken by the groom's family. Although it's common in rural areas for the groom's family to use the bride's dowry, it's never been openly shouted about like this. Especially when the uncle is taking his niece-in-law's dowry. That's a real betrayal. Yin Yongfu's face turned black and red. He was furious and shouted loudly, "We didn't take your things." Li Shun sneered and said, "Whether we took them or not, who knows?" But Xiaoyan just ran out crying, saying that everything in their third household was gone. The items that could be taken were taken, and those that couldn't be were destroyed. Our village is clean and honest, and with these high walls and big courtyard, who could get in? All the belongings are gone, so there must be a traitor inside. This is too much. Not only did they take the niece-in-law's things, but also the sister-in-law's belongings. No wonder fourth sister's family hasn't married off a granddaughter-in-law. Such a family, no matter how nice their house is, who would dare to marry their daughter into it? Could she be forced into a corner at any time? Mrs. Wang was instantly panicked. If this news spread, who would dare to arrange a marriage for her son? Old Lady Shen also realized this. She stepped forward and scolded, "You foul-mouthed woman. Go check inside each room. Is there a house without belongings? Xiao Yan, that reckless kid, is talking nonsense. And you all believe him?" Li Shun believed her. She walked forward and said, "All right, Fan Suya, this is what you said. Let me see, and you won't regret it." Then she headed toward the third household, followed by a few maids who also wanted to see the fuss. Old Lady Shen saw their attitude and glared sharply at Li Shen, then forcefully hit he with her hand. "Stand there like a pillar. Hurry and bring your quilts back to your room, and take the aunties to the main house to sit." He endured the pain, picked up her quilt from her room, and said, "Yi, come here. Help Mom take the quilt to the house." Louis hurried over but stopped after a few steps, calling out, "No, Mom, I haven't found my clothes yet. I'll go look again. There must be some in second uncle's room." "What's there?" "He just take the quilt back first." Seeing Li Shen almost at the door of the third household, Old Lady Shen quickly said. He, after all, still needed to live in this family, so she hurried over and said, "Annies, go to the main house and talk to my mother. She has roasted melon seeds." Li Shun looked at he, giving her some face, and didn't go in. She just stood at the door of the third household and said, "Your mother's melon seeds, I, an old woman, am not lucky enough to eat them. Maybe she'll scold me for being greedy later. Seems like no one's family is without melon seeds. We just want to sit in your house for a bit." She then sneered at Old Lady Shen, who looked even angrier, and she smiled smugly. "Auntie, Liar just came back. The doctor said he needs to rest peacefully. Once he's better, I'll let him thank all of you." Even in the countryside, You can't go empty-handed to thank someone. So, Li Shun was even happier and said, "All right, then we won't go inside to disturb Tianli's rest." "Thank you, Aunt," he said, holding the quilt and going into the room. Meanwhile, old lady Shin saw Lu Yi rushing into the second room. Li and Shin Yongshou tried to stop her, but she ran quickly. Just as she was about to enter, she shouted, "Shin Tianqing, what are you doing inside? Didn't you see your third sister-in-law's embroidery on her clothes? You should learn from her. Hurry up and take it out." "I told you, you silly girl. How good can it be?" She couldn't let the fool find anything, or it would seem like the second room was stealing her things. If that got out in the village, it would be embarrassing for her family and ruin her grandchildren's reputation. It would be hard to find a good match for her in the future. Soon, Shun Tianqing came out smiling and said, "Grandma, the embroidery on third sister-in-law's clothes is really beautiful. That's why I asked her to lend me her clothes." Then she happily said to Lu Yi, "Third sister-in-law, before you left, I saw the embroidery on your clothes and asked to borrow them. You were in such a hurry to leave and gave me your bundle in a rush. Don't forget, you can't cause chaos in the family either. People might think I was just after your clothes. Here's your bundle." Lu Yi quickly grabbed it and hugged it tightly, glaring fiercely at Shun Tianqing. Old Lady Shin was pleased to see her granddaughter so clever. She nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Lu Yi nervous about her dowry, she raised her broom and swung it at her. "You silly girl, causing trouble. Who would want your shabby clothes? If it weren't for my clever granddaughter wanting to learn that embroidery, she wouldn't want them. Humph, disgraceful stuff." When Lu Yi saw the broom coming, she hurriedly stepped back and looked down at her bundle. Feng Shui had prepared 2 sets of autumn clothes and a thick cotton coat for her. The coat was made by her original grandmother before she passed away. She wore it through one winter, and it was still in good condition. But now, inside, only the autumn clothes remained. She looked at Shin Tianqing, then suddenly squatted down and cried out, "Silver, my silver, I lost my silver." Shun Tianqing sensed that Lu Yi's gaze was not right. Before she could think, she heard Lu Yi say this and quickly replied, "Third sister-in-law, are you mistaken? There's no silver in the bundle you gave me. I was with second sister and fourth sister when I looked for you." "Was it second sister? Since you lied, bring all the rooms into the conversation so there are witnesses." Shun Tianxue looked at Shen Tianqing's smiling face, raised an eyebrow, and thought she still needed her help. Besides, this was just a witness. What money would that fool have? "Yes, third sister-in-law, there was no silver in the package." "You must be mistaken. There was. My father gave it to me 3 pieces. He said they were worth more than copper coins, like 3 taels of silver. It was part of my dowry. Give me back my silver. Give me back my silver." Lu Yi kicked her legs wildly, looked up, and cried loudly. He Shi and Shin Tianluo came out and saw Lu Yi sitting on the ground, crying and making a scene. "What's wrong, Yi? They took my silver. They took my silver. I want my silver." Lu Yi sobbed and wailed while wiping her tears. Thinking to herself, "Little husband, I've sacrificed a lot for you this time. I bet the tender flesh on my inner arm is all bruised." He Shi and Shin Tianluo paused, surprised. Wasn't her silver on her? "Fourth sister, when we borrowed third sister-in-law's clothes, you were there too. Did you see her put silver in our bundle?" Shin Tianqing asked Shin Tianluo. Seeing the warning looks from Grandma and Shin Tianqing, Shin Tianluo understood but frowned and said, "Third sister, I only know that third sister-in-law gave you the whole bundle. I don't know what was inside. They bullied the third house to the limit and still wanted her to go along with them. Do they really think the third house is full of fools? Easy to bully. Shin Tianluo, think carefully before you speak." Shin Tianqing glared and threatened her. "Third sister, what's there to think about? Sister-in-law trusts you a lot. She handed over the whole bundle, and then we hurried away. You wouldn't really take her things, would you?" Shin Tianluo asked in surprise. When she said that, Shen Tianxue and Shin Tianqing both looked upset and stared at her. Was Shin Tianluo also foolish? If they accused her of stealing her sister-in-law's dowry, would her reputation as a Shin family girl be any better? Oh, your family is really impressive. The little sister-in-law took her sister-in-law's silver, and only her family could do that.
Li Shen Shimuka.
I didn't take anything, Shen Tianqing and Shen Tianxue said at the same time.
No? Everyone saw it that day.
Lu Shuquan personally delivered the bride, and he treated her very well. The Lu family isn't poor. They should be able to afford a few taels of silver as dowry.
Yes.
I heard Lu family isn't short of money. Lu Shuquan would definitely give his daughter support. Yet it was taken by the cousin-in-law. We really didn't take anything. Sun Tianxue stomped her foot and said. Grandmother Shen also frowned, seeming to believe they didn't take anything, but surely this fool wouldn't lie. Where did the money go? Fourth brother, is fourth brother at home? Seeing it was Village Headley, Grandmother Shen stepped forward and smiled, saying, Village Head, why are you here? Just heard that Tianli has returned. I was planning to come and see, but before I could, Tianfeng left, and he asked me to write a divorce letter for Tianli. I don't understand what's going on, so I came to ask. On the way, I met little Yen crying badly. She said her room had no usable bedding or clothes, and the unusable ones were ruined. I don't understand what's happening. Where is fourth brother? I want to ask him. He looked quite serious at the end. Grandmother Shin didn't want to call the old man out, but just as she was about to speak, Village Headley smiled and said, Tianxue, good boy, go and call your grandfather out. Just say, the village head is here. Okay, village head, wait a moment, he replied, then went inside. Village Headley looked at Lu Yi, who was crying on the ground, and asked, fourth sister-in-law, what's going on? Before Grandmother Shen could speak, Li Shun said, Big brother, just now. This foolish. Tianli's wife stormed into the main house like she was crazy, saying she wanted her things back because her belongings were lost. Later, Tianqing said Tianli's wife lent her some items and she returned them. But then Tianli's wife said the 3 taels of silver her father gave her are missing. Now she's causing a fuss. Village Headley frowned but said nothing, instead giving Shen Tianqing a deep look. Shen Tianqing was both ashamed and angry. She hadn't even seen the silver herself, so how could that fool accuse her? She was so angry at that stupid girl. Grandpa Village had always looked at her with approval and even intended to match her with his grandson Li Shuiguang. Li Shuiguang was the second most educated person in the village after her family, and she thought this marriage was good. But today, the village head's gaze made her feel uneasy. Her heart grew more annoyed at Lu Yi, the fool. Grandpa Village Head, I really didn't take her silver, Shin Tianqing said, feeling wronged. Village Headley nodded but didn't say anything. She said she didn't take Lu Shen's silver, but didn't mention she didn't take Lu Shen's belongings. She was too naive to realize this, but luckily he only suspected her intentionally and didn't say more. Otherwise, such a daughter-in-law would shame her grandson. Seeing Shun Silo come out, he smiled and called, fourth brother, what's going on? Tianfeng asked me to write a divorce letter? Village chief, really, that child Tianfeng is so unpredictable. My wife is worried about Tianli's injury, and she's upset that he didn't send a letter for days after treating Tianli. He's feeling unwell, deaf, and dizzy, and didn't hear the door knock. As a result, Lu's family actually pushed the door open. Look at that door. She broke it. I wanted to scold her, but she's just a fool who doesn't understand anything. I feel sorry for Tianli, so I plan to divorce her and marry someone else, but he disagrees, so I gave up. Tianfeng, that careless kid, actually want to find you. Just wait, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Forget it. He's just a young boy. He doesn't understand much. At 13 years old, he still plays with 7 or 8-year-olds all day and doesn't do any work. The Shin family is really regressing more and more. Old Shin heard the village chief's dissatisfaction and could only smile politely. What do you say about Lu losing silver? Old Shin, inside the house, naturally overheard the conversation outside. He knew exactly what was happening at home, but he didn't expect the village chief to stand up for the fool, especially as more villagers gathered to watch the joke. He was annoyed that the second wife took the silver and didn't return it, but he also knew that if rumors spread about his family stealing his niece-in-law's dowry, it would be hard to find husbands for his daughters, let alone marry off his children. He could only take it upon himself and said with surprise, "Lu lost silver? Was it a few taels of broken silver? I found some in the yard the night before last. Thought my wife was careless and dropped it. Turns out it was hers. Wife, quick, go get that silver and give it to Lu." Old Shin naturally didn't want to do it. Under the cold glare of Old Shin, he could only grit his teeth and go inside to get it. After a moment, he came out, angrily threw the silver to Lu Yi, and said, "Get up and go back to your room." What a shameful thing. Lu Yi saw the silver on the ground, immediately stopped crying and fussing, smiled happily, picked it up, even bit it with her teeth, then showed her white teeth and grinned at everyone. Village Chief Li saw her innocent, bright smile and softened his tone a bit. "Next time, hide the silver well. Don't let it fall again." Lu Yi held Shin Tianlu's hand, suddenly stood up, put the silver in her bag, then patted it and said, "I hid it well." Afterward, she hugged it tightly. Village head Li shook his head and said to old Forshin, "Fourth brother, Yongkong and Tianchi are both in school. Scholars value their reputation most. Your family has just married a daughter-in-law, and nothing else is settled yet. It's best not to do anything that might affect their marriage or studies." Hearing this, Old Shin was shocked and said regretfully, "You're right, brother. I was careless." "That's good to hear, fourth brother. I'll go now. Stay and eat with us. Everything is ready." "No, thank you." Old Shin and Shin Yongfu and Shin Yongsho saw the village head off and then returned to the yard, looking very serious. The people in the yard saw there was no more entertainment and started to leave. The second household went to set the table for dinner, while the others went back to their rooms to tidy up. Although the third household didn't bring back their thick coats, they did bring back blankets and cloaks, so they had some gains. Back inside, Louis found some ointment and asked Shin Tianlu to let He Shi feel her forehead. After feeling her forehead, Shin Tianlu handed her the ointment and quietly asked, "Sister-in-law, didn't your father give you money? Why do you say it's in the bundle?" Louis bit her finger, looking confused at Shin Tianlu. Just as He Shi was about to tell her not to bite her finger, Louis suddenly took out her hand, suddenly realized something, and happily reached into her, feeling around and pulling out 3 taels of silver. "Hey, there's more here too?" Shun Tianyan nearby looked happily at Lu Yi and said, "Sister-in-law, your money isn't lost." "That's great. We now have 3 more taels of silver." Shin Tianlu patted him and said, "Quiet. What if they hear you?" Shin Tianyan quickly covered his mouth and ran outside to look around. Seeing no one in the yard, he came back. Then Shan Tianlu asked, "Mother, what should we do with the silver?"
Well,
Clearly, this was the father-in-law taking it out for face. But now if we take it back, it would seem like Yi was lying, and she might get scolded again. "Big sister, they took all our clothes and haven't returned them yet. This silver is just right for us to buy clothes. Otherwise, as it gets colder, how can we survive?" Shin Tianyan whispered. He sure hesitated at first, but after hearing her son's words, she nodded and said, "Yes, this is the silver your sister-in-law lost. It belongs to her. Tomorrow we will go to town to buy some cotton fabric and make new clothes." "Really? Mother, you're so kind." "Here, go to the West Room and read your book," He Shi said with a smile. Lua saw that He Shi was still not confused and was still wise about the big picture. She returned to the West Room, took out the silver from her bag, and handed it to He Shi before running back to the West Room. Shun Tianli has been very sharp since he was young. 2 years ago, after eating a beautiful fruit, his hearing became even better. This time, he was injured because he was overconfident, thinking he could handle both the tiger and the black bear at the same time. He planned to wait until they injured each other and then take the spoils. But suddenly, a poisonous snake appeared where he was hiding. When he tried to deal with the snake, he disturbed them. Both animals attacked him at the same time, forcing him to leave injured. However, both animals were also hurt. He would need 2 or 3 months to recover, but by then, their wounds would probably be healed. What a pity. Hearing Lu Yue run over, Shen Tianli happily said, Yue, you are really capable. He had heard everything that happened outside clearly. He was relieved that his grandmother married him to a simple wife to save money. Otherwise, those disrespectful acts toward elders would be unthinkable for most women. As a result, their family could only accept this silent loss. Moreover, she even gave the stolen silver to her mother. Such a woman is much better than any other. Lu Yue grinned and chuckled at Shen Tianli, then placed her belongings into the bedside chest. The room had already been cleaned. Lu Yue took off her shoes, climbed into bed next to Shen Tianli, and took out her medical book. Yue, don't look yet. I have a good thing for you. Lu Yue tilted her head and looked at Shen Tianli. Yue, go to the corner of the bed and press the bricks there. It seems the young master has some secret savings, and there might even be a mechanism. The young master told her about it, which shows he is very pleased with and trusts her. Yes, no wonder she performed so diligently just now. Lu Yue pressed the brick, and a small protruding brick appeared on the wall of the bedhead. She carefully removed that brick and looked at Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli softly said, Yue, take out what's inside. Lu Yue reached in and took out a small pouch. Yue, see what's inside? Lu Yue guessed it was silver notes, but when she opened it, she was amazed. Her young master was so rich. Inside was a stack of banknotes, 5 taels, 10 taels, and even a 50-tael note. Lu Yue counted and found there was a total of 150 taels. Banknotes. Lu Yue happily exclaimed. Yes, this is our family silver. From now on, you keep it safe and only tell others if necessary. These coins were slowly saved from hunting since he was young. Although his father went to serve in the army, his grandmother often sent his older uncles to sell the game, but sometimes he secretly sold good finds himself. He realized that his young wife was clever and good at protecting her belongings. Did your mother and them say anything? The young wife was very good at saving silver. No wonder she was confident in town. She had real confidence. Shen Tianli thought for a moment and shook his head. No need. First, take out 5 taels of silver and go to town tomorrow to buy things.
Keep the rest safe.
Yi was very happy with Shen Tianli's way of sharing family wealth. She nodded and promised, My husband, I will hide it well. Just after she finished speaking, she noticed that Shen Tianli's ears turned red. Her little husband was so adorable. She happily decided to tease him from time to time, this shy little husband. After Yi hid the silver, Shen Tianli called out, Sir, Grandma, dinner is ready. She knew it was almost mealtime, so when they left the county, she bought a few large plain buns and meat buns. Everyone had eaten well, but Shen Tianli could eat a lot. She didn't know if he was full. I'll bring your food, Yi said with a smile. No need, I'm not hungry yet. You go call Xiao Yan. Yi nodded and ran to the east room, where he sure and others were picking large pieces of cloth, apparently planning to sew and mend clothes. Xiao Yan, your brother is calling you. Shen Tianyan ran over quickly, with Yi following behind. Brother, what did you call me for? Xiao Yan, go check on Qing Shan. Has he eaten? If he has, ask him to come over. I have something to discuss with him. Xiao Yan nodded and ran out. Hearing someone was coming, Yi didn't hear Shen Tianli ask her to avoid it, so she sat on the Kong reading a medical book. Soon, Xiao Yan brought Qing Shan in. Shen Tianli glanced at Yi and saw she was focused on her reading, so he didn't ask her to leave. Qing Shan followed Xiao Yan into the west room. Seeing Yi holding a book, he was surprised and paused for a moment. When he heard Xiao Yan say, Brother, Qing Shan is here, he came back to himself. Tianli, how are you? I'm fine, just need to rest for a while. I asked you to come because I want you to find someone in the village to go up the mountain and look for that old tiger and the black bear. At that time, they were all injured and not lightly. If he went now, he could surely kill them. Qing Shan nodded. A tiger and a black wildcat could each sell for 100 or 200 taels of silver. All right, I'll go find someone now, Qing Shan said, then left. Xiaoyan looked at the injuries on her brother's face and asked, Brother, Could it be dangerous? Seeing that her brother had nearly died, she was truly afraid of the animals on the mountain. Of course it's dangerous. The deep mountains are full of risks. No one can guarantee they'll find the injured tiger and wildcat. Then why are you still letting them go? Shun Tianli glanced at Shun Tianyan. If you want to make money, there's always danger. He then ordered Year give him the 3 character classics so he can keep practicing the characters. Liu agreed with Shun Tianli's view. In this strict class society, to make money, you either need status and wealth or risk your life to venture out. Danger also brings opportunity. From Shun Tianli's tone, those 2 animals must be badly hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to send Qingshan and others to hunt them down regardless of the danger. Basically, he just wants the villagers to have a better life. She handed the book to Shin Tianyan, who then went to the east room. Liu continued reading, while Shin Tianyan closed his eyes with a furrowed brow. Liu guessed half right. He did want the villagers to have a better life, but mainly because he didn't want those animals to live. In the chaotic scene, after he was injured, his mother took him to see Dr. Sunday. When he woke up, he told his mother where he had hidden his silver. After paying for the medicine, his mother kept the remaining silver for herself. Since they returned from town, Grandma hadn't let the 3rd house have a good day. At the end of winter, during the coldest days, Grandma, along with Uncle De, Uncle Air, and 5th uncle, suddenly drove them out, not even allowing them to take their luggage, let alone silver. They borrowed a house and some food from the village chief, but everyone was short of supplies, especially with the new year approaching. Seeing his mother and younger siblings hungry and cold, he could only go into the mountains to try his luck. That's when he encountered the injured tiger. It had recovered and seemed to remember him. It went mad and chased after him. His leg was already not fully healed, and even though he sensed something was wrong and hurried down the mountain, he was still caught by the tiger. It seemed to be seeking revenge, biting into his leg, taking a bite, then glancing at him. Fortunately, Qingshan and the villagers arrived just in time and saved his life. However, her legs were completely useless now. So, to be safe, he decided to take action while she was weak and to end her. During dinner, Grandma Shin deliberately didn't call the 3rd household. Old Master Shin also pretended not to see and said coldly, "This matter is over. Don't bring it up again. Just live peacefully and happily. No more trouble." Grandma Shin pursed her lips, but said nothing. She listened to the village chief's words. Although she was unhappy, she didn't dare gamble her grandchildren's future. Especially since her youngest son was expected to become a scholar, she couldn't let the 3rd household ruin his future. But she still needed to deal with he and that fool. The other households also listened to the village chief, since their children were about to marry. Especially the 2nd household. Shun Tianlei was 16, and Shun Tianqing was 13. It was time for marriage talks. They couldn't let the 3rd household delay good matches. However, Shun Tianqing still looked unhappy. Today, village chief Li didn't even look at her, which made her feel uneasy. She had no appetite for dinner. Suddenly, she saw Shun Tianlu walking toward the kitchen with a medicine jar. She clearly saw that when village chief Li left, he smiled at Shun Tianlu. Also, she noticed that whenever Li Shuiguang came to visit her younger brother and older brother, he would sneak a look at Shun Tianlu and blush when talking to that foolish girl. He must have a crush on Shun Tianlu. That couldn't happen. The wife of the scholar and the village chief's granddaughter belonged to her. No one was allowed to take her away. Hey, isn't that 4th sister? What is she doing in the kitchen? What else? She's probably looking for food. Mother, Shun Tianlu is stealing food again. Shun Tianshua said disdainfully, then tattled. When Uncle Shun was around, Shun Tianyan and Shun Tianlu always had good food. Now that Uncle San and their father went to serve in the army, only he could eat the good stuff. But he still didn't like Shun Tianyan and Shun Tianlu. No, he didn't like the entire 3rd household. Mother said it was all Uncle San's fault. Father went to serve in the army, because of him. Hearing Shun Tianshua, Grandma Shin put down her bowl and scolded, "That worthless scoundrel, always causing trouble when he comes back. Why didn't he die outside?" She went to the kitchen and saw that Shin Tianlu wasn't stealing food, but was preparing medicine with firewood. She scolded sharply, "You can't use the family's firewood for medicine.
We only have so much left.
If you use it, how will we cook tonight? If you want to make medicine, go gather firewood yourself." "Mother, there's still plenty of firewood in the shed. Let me use a little to make medicine for my brother. I'll go gather more this afternoon," Shin Tianlu begged. In the firewood shed, it was clearly filled with wood, but Grandma couldn't bear to part with even a little. "Don't go picking wood this afternoon. Go now, call Xiao Yan and that fool. If you pick too little, there won't be enough to eat tonight." "Humph, no matter how much they pick, there still won't be enough food." Shin Tianlu knew Grandma was just looking for trouble. She wasn't afraid to gather firewood. There was no work in the fields now, and with the cold days coming, they needed more firewood for winter. But she also didn't want to delay her brother's medicine. "But Grandma, what about my brother's medicine? One day won't kill him. Hurry up and go," she said, grabbing a broom nearby and trying to hit Shin Tianlu. Shin Tianlu quickly protected her medicine jar and ran away. Lua saw through the window that Grandma was chasing Shin Tianlu with the broom, so she was so angry she threw her book onto the calm, a traditional bed, and ran outside. When she went out, Grandma had already turned back into the house to eat. Lua went to the stove and saw that all the rice had been taken away, so she went directly into the main room. In the main room's living area, Grandma Shin and Old Shin sat at one table, Shin Yongfu and Shin Yongshou at another, with women and children at their own tables. Mrs. Wang's table was almost finished eating. Only Old Shin's table still had quite a bit of rice in a porcelain basin. The noodles with mixed vegetables made at noon were thick and tasty. "You're such a fool. What are you doing?" Lua didn't answer Grandma Shin. She turned and left, returning with 2 bowls in her hands. Grandma Shin saw the bowls in Liu Yue's hands, suddenly slammed her own bowl down, and said, "Get out. There's no food for you." Lua looked at Grandma Shin with a sad face and said, "Hungry, eat. No, you're hungry, so go pick firewood quickly. If you pick too little, there won't be enough to eat tonight." "No, I won't eat. No work." Lua didn't say much to Grandma Shin. She directly went to their table, put down her bowl, and reached for the rice. But her hand was slapped hard, making her tears well up. She looked angrily at Shin Yongfu.
"Get out,
or I'll beat you to death." It was that crazy fool who caused her to embarrass herself just now. Lua bit her lip, looked at the rice in his bowl, tears flickering in her eyes. She thought about whether to pour his rice over his head. She knew wasting food was shameful, and it was even more shameful for someone like him to eat. Lua grabbed the rice basin from the table and ran outside. "Put it down quickly," Grandma Shin shouted loudly. She was just afraid that those unworthy people from the 3rd household would sneak into the kitchen to eat, so she poured all the rice from the pot into the basin and brought it into the house, making it easier for that crazy fool. She was so bold, really asking for a beating. Crazy woman. "Put it down quickly." Shin Yongfu suddenly stood up. Usually, he ate at least 2 bowls a day, but now he only ate 1. The others also hadn't eaten enough and called out, "Put it down quickly." But in a moment, Lu Yi ran outside. Shin Yongfu hurried after her, and Shin Yongshou and Grandma Shin also chased out. "Give me the rice bowl." Shin Yongfu picked up a stick and pointed at Lu Yi, saying. Lu Yi didn't go to the 3rd house. She just ran around the yard, with Shin Yongshou and Grandma Shin chasing behind her. I won't eat, and I won't give you any either." "Second brother, go block her," Shin Yongfu said. Shin Yongshou nodded and started to block Lu Yi, but she ran fast and slippery. Holding the rice bowl, she kept ahead of them, making Shin Grandma and her son pant heavily. "Stop right there," Old Shin ordered with a serious face. The other 3 stopped. Lu Yi ran for a while longer, and when she saw no one was chasing her, she finally stopped. It was all because of Mrs. Fong's fault. Otherwise, with her old body, not to mention 2 big men chasing her, even Grandma Shin couldn't outrun her. "Put the bowl inside the house." "I'll let you scoop 2 bowls," Old Shin said in a deep voice. 2 bowls? Lu Yi tilted her head, counting people.
Mota, Luer, Xiaoyan, Xiao Xiangong.
No, it should be 4 bowls. When Grandma Shun heard 4 bowls, she scolded, You stupid fool. Why are you so bold? Still asking for 4 bowls? Old Shun glared at her and said, The 4 bowls you mentioned. You can't ask for them again later. If you do, you won't be allowed to eat anymore. Do you hear me? He was afraid she would remember her own bowl.
Eat. Eat. No, no.
All right, bring the rice bowl inside, Old Shin said coldly. Lu Yi happily carried the rice bowl into the main house. Grandma Shin glared at Lu Yi with a fierce look, as if she wanted to tear her apart. Seeing Lu Yi obediently place the bowl on the table and prepare to scoop rice, Old Shin said, Didn't you want 4 bowls? Why not go get 2 more? This stingy old man, afraid she would scoop too much rice, wanted to send her away. Dream on. Lu Yi put down the bowl, counted 1, 2, 1, 2 several times, then frowned and said, Why only 2 bowls? Her confused and simple look made everyone except 5-year-old Shin Tianchun and 3-year-old Shin Tianxia laugh. She really is a fool. Just 2 bowls, counting multiple times. Maybe she can get more, right? Shin Tianxing said with a smile. Fifth brother, look at her. She wants to get more than 2 bowls.
Haha, fool.
Such a big fool. Shun Tianxua said. Shun Yongfu finished eating and picked up his spoon to serve himself rice, but Lu Yi sharply hit him with chopsticks.
Ow.
The bowl lid clattered, accompanied by Shin Yongfu's cry of pain, causing all the laughter to stop. Head of the family, are you okay? You silly fool, how dare you hit your older uncle? Seeing Shin Yongfu's hand turn redder than hers, Lu Yi felt pleased inside. Go ahead, hit me if you want. With a tough look on her face, she touched the bowl lid and said domineeringly, You are not allowed to eat my rice. Your rice? When did this rice become yours? Shun Yongfu said angrily, clutching his hand, which still hurt. It is mine. Tianxua, go get 2 more bowls so she can quickly serve her rice and leave. He realized that this foolish girl was a stubborn troublemaker. Tianxua glared at Lu Yi fiercely. Although she was unhappy about her grandfather asking her to do it, she had no choice but to stand up. Lu Yi finished counting 4 bowls before starting to serve rice. Old Shin saw everyone watching her serve and scolded, What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. Everyone lowered their heads and ate. Lu Yi glanced at Old Shin, understanding his meaning. She finished quickly and scooped the remaining rice from the bowl. She filled 4 bowls and then carried 2 out. When she returned, she saw that only a little rice was left in the remaining 2 bowls, and the bowl was empty. Lu Yi was not angry. She had achieved her goal. Seeing Old Shin's proud expression, she secretly chuckled. Serves you right for hitting lure. You deserve to eat fewer bowls of rice. She even managed to smile. She brought the rice to the 3rd household, where he sure fed Shin Tianli. Then she took Shin Tianli's medicine and left. Old Shin saw this and scolded. That woman, he's sure. She actually sent a fool to make medicine. She's really asking for a beating.
All right.
Making medicine isn't a waste. In the afternoon, let them go gather firewood. Eating a meal is already chaotic enough. Old Shin scolded. Old Shin clenched his chopsticks and said fiercely, Watch how I deal with her later. Hurry up and eat. When you're done, bring out the things that need washing and let that worthless woman wash them. Wang Shi and others brightened their eyes and hurriedly ate faster. After he sure finished eating, she planned to go replace Lu Yi and let her come in to eat. Suddenly, she heard her mother-in-law calling outside. He sure. You lazy woman who only eats and avoids work. Are you dead in the house? Come out and wash clothes. He sure quickly went outside. When she reached the living room, she heard her son calling her, Mother, come here for a moment. Lear, what's wrong? Mother, I heard Grandma calling you to wash clothes? Yes. It's right for me to wash your grandma and grandpa's clothes. She knew this was her mother-in-law's way of tormenting her. But what if your mother asks you to wash clothes from all the other rooms? What will you do? No way. I already said each room washes their own clothes, but your grandparents' and your little uncle's clothes are rotated among the rooms. Mother, what if I ask if you would agree? Mrs. He thought for a moment and said, As long as your mother-in-law can calm down. Washing once is fine. Just once? Once you compromise, there will be a second, then a third time. Soon, all the house chores become the third room's responsibility. Mother, not even once. If it happens once, it will happen again. The weather is getting colder. If you agree, do you think Yue or Xiaoyan will help you? And do you think your mother-in-law will let you just wash clothes? Mrs. He frowned, unsure what to do. Mother, if your mother-in-law punishes you, accept it. But only do what the third room should do. Otherwise, if you don't stand up now, and with father not back yet I look like this, it will only make our room's situation worse. Think about it, 3 years ago, before father left, you did nothing. But after he left, I went hunting in the mountains, and you compromised. Xiao Yan and Yue followed you, and suffered so much. If Xiao Yan hadn't said so, she wouldn't have known that while she was hunting outside, her family was suffering at home. Mrs. He saw her son's resentful face turn pale, but it was true. And now, if it weren't for Lu Yi, their room might have given up entirely. Hearing her mother-in-law calling outside again, she nodded and said, "Mother, I understand." Mrs. He stepped out of the house and saw a pile of clothes at the door. Just as she threw her own clothes and bedding onto the ground, Van smiled and said, "Third sister-in-law, thank you. These are also the clothes I need to wash. But wait, Tianchun and Tianxia's clothes are dirty too. You might as well wash those as well." Then she left. Old Lady Shin saw Mrs. He standing at the door without moving and hit her with a long stick. "Lazy woman. What are you doing just standing there? Hurry up and wash." "Mrs." He quickly retreated into the house. The clothes on the ground blocked Old Lady Shin's way, so she could only curse, "You shameless woman, daring to hide. Do you want to die?" She stepped forward again and swung her stick at Mrs. He, but they were too far apart to make contact. Mrs. He looked pale and asked, "Mother, why are there so many clothes?" Mrs. Wang, still holding the bedding and clothes, proudly said, "Sister-in-law, your mother-in-law said you need to wash clothes from all the rooms. Thank you for your hard work. Mother, didn't you say each room washes their own clothes? You lazy woman. I asked you to wash clothes, and you make such a fuss. Hurry up and do it, or I'll beat you to death." Unexpectedly, her son guessed right. Thinking of her son's words, Mrs. He responded firmly, "Mother, why should I wash things from the other rooms? There's no reason. Even if you beat me, I won't do it. Want a reason? You shameless woman, encouraging your silly daughter-in-law to steal so much silver from me, and you haven't come home for many days. Tell me, you deserve to be punished." "Mother, I didn't encourage Yue to steal. Besides, didn't you and Dad agree that Yue could take silver for me? There were many people around at the time. If you've forgotten, I can call someone to witness."
Good.
"You wicked girl. Go out for a few days and fool around. How dare you oppose me? I'll beat you to death." With that, Old Lady Shin prepared to step into the house in her clothes. Knowing her mother-in-law would surely hit her if she entered, Mrs. He quickly ran outside while saying, "Mother, I was taking care of Lear outside. If you don't believe me, you can ask the pharmacy in the county. I haven't left the children or the pharmacy. Also, I didn't come back. Qing Shan brought you a message." "Good. You little shameless girl, daring to run away. Wang Shi, Li Shi, Fan Shi, stop her. I won't let her get away with this." Hearing this, Wang Shi and the others hurried forward. They hated Mrs. He and wanted to catch her so her mother could punish her harshly. "Humph. I can't hurt the fool, but I can't hit Mrs. He." Lu Yi, standing nearby, kept a close eye on the scene. Seeing Mrs. He refuse to give in, she felt reassured. Quickly standing up and running over, she first grabbed the stick in Old Lady Shin's hand. She tapped it on her knee, breaking it into 2 pieces, ignoring Old Lady Shin's angry, wide-eyed stare at the monster. She chuckled and said, "Grandma, are you using this stick as firewood? That's great." As she spoke, she snapped the stick again. Old Lady Shin saw that she could easily break a stick as thick as her thumb into 4 pieces and was so shocked she couldn't even shout. She just pointed at Lu Yi, saying, You.
You.
How could this fool be so strong? She even had a feeling that the fool thought she was breaking the stick herself. Suddenly, goosebumps rose all over her body. Louis smiled broadly at old lady Shen and asked, "Grandma, what's wrong with me? Am I very strong?" "Mother, mother." Mrs. He ran away. Fan Shu shouted. Old lady Shen was stunned for a moment and quickly ran away, wanting to stay away from this fool. Chase after her quickly. "Mother, we can't chase her. What if the He family causes a fuss and everyone in the village finds out?" Little Lei still wants to talk about marriage. Mrs. Li disagreed. "Yes, mother and Tianci, little uncle, are still studying. We can't ruin our family's reputation." They didn't expect that he would dare to run outside, so they forgot to block the door. Old lady Shen hurried outside and heard someone talking to He outside. "Yangon family's going where? Why are you so nervous?" "Aunt Li, my mother asked me to wash clothes, but there are quite a few. I need to borrow more basins. Do you have any? Can I borrow yours?" "Wait a moment. Aunt doesn't need it. I'll bring you some." Old lady Shen stepped out and saw Li Shen holding 2 basins. She looked at her and said, "Some people are just so confused. It's cloudy and windy today. It might rain at any time. They don't know when to stop. They're even more foolish than a fool. No, I should say they're big fools." After saying that, ignoring Shen's displeased face, she smiled and said, "Yangon family, Aunt has brought 2 basins. Do you think that's enough?" He, feeling guilty under her cold stare, smiled and said, "Enough, Aunt." "Enough? You troublemaker. There are so many basins at home. Aren't they enough for washing clothes? And you dare to come out and embarrass us by borrowing basins? Mother, I was told to wash things in other rooms too. How can we have enough basins at home? You're such a liar. When did I tell you to wash things in other rooms? They can wash by themselves. Besides, on such a day, who would be foolish enough to wash so many clothes? You're lazy and even dare to accuse me. Watch me teach you a lesson, you troublemaker." Old lady Shen said, hitting He hard a few times. He turned sideways and didn't dare to dodge. Li Shen, who was nearby and annoyed, pulled He over and said, "You're honest. Don't you know how to hide? Xinguohua, if you want to scold my daughter-in-law, it's not your place to interfere. Mind your own business." Old lady Shen finally found a chance to get back at Li Shen and said disdainfully, "Your family's mess makes me feel ashamed just listening. Watching the fun is enough. I don't have the time or energy to care. If I weren't afraid you'd break my basins, I would have beaten her to death already, and I wouldn't bother to say a word."
You.
Old lady Shen hadn't finished speaking when Li Shen interrupted her again. "What are you? I don't bother talking to shameless people like her." After speaking, she turned to the neighbor coming out and said, "Sister-in-law, do you have a basin? Yangon family needs to borrow one." She said, "Our family has so many clothes that even if I lend her 2, it's not enough for her to use." Mrs. Shen smiled and said, "Oh, even after borrowing 2, it's still not enough. How many clothes do you wash each time? Surely you don't keep clothes you wear only once a year." "Fourth sister-in-law, everyone in the village knows your family is rich, but you shouldn't be so careless. You're not afraid of fleas and lice, but what if they jump to the neighbors' houses? This is a family of scholars, after all." Earlier, Mrs. Shen usually smiled when she saw her. Today, what's wrong? She was standing with Shun Ho Hot. Suddenly, she remembered that she had offended the village women at noon and didn't dare to stay outside anymore. She said with a weak voice, "My family doesn't have fleas or lice. If we do, it's because your family does." After saying this, she vented her anger on Mrs. He, hitting and scolding her, "You troublemaker, shameless woman, coming out to shame us. Why borrow a basin? Is it because my family's and your father's clothes don't fit in our basin? You clueless girl, look at the weather. It's about to rain. Why are you still washing clothes? I'll beat you to death." "Mother, what about the clothes for my older sister-in-law and them?" Mrs. He asked, taking the opportunity. "Why do you care so much about their clothes? Hurry up and return the basin to them. Go back now. You're such a troublemaker. Why aren't you dead outside?" After saying this, she turned and went home. Mrs. He returned the basin to Mrs. Li Shun and said, "Thank you, 2 aunts." "Thanks? I'll tell you, you can't be soft on that old woman. Otherwise, your family will suffer." Mrs. He nodded gratefully. Everyone could see it. If her son hadn't reminded her, she would still be acting blindly filial. When Mrs. He got home, Grandma Shin had already told Wang and others to take her things back. The sisters-in-law glared at Mrs. He angrily, blaming her for causing trouble outside and making her mother change her mind. Now she had to sew the quilt and sheets back together herself. Grandma Shin also took her own quilt and sheets back and said harshly to Mrs. He, "Go. Quickly wash the clothes for me and your father. The 2 incense sticks are almost burnt out, and you won't finish washing today. Stay outside. No one is helping you. If they're not washed well, you can think about the consequences." Mrs. He hurriedly took the clothes to the river to wash. Louis saw through the window that she only had 2 sets of clothes. Mrs. He was quick and managed fine. She continued to feed Shen Tianli with medicine. Shen Tianlu, you lazy girl. Good for nothing. Come out quickly. And Shen Tianyan, you little brat, come out too. The 2 hurriedly put down what they were holding and ran outside. Grandmother Shin saw the 2 people and immediately threw a broom at them. "Did I tell you not to hear me? Are your ears deaf? Why are you so slow? Are you deliberately disobeying me?" The 2 people dodged while saying, "No, Grandma."
No.
Still daring to dodge? Do you want to get into trouble? Seeing them both running away in different directions and not stopping, Grandma Shin became even angrier. "4th Auntie, what's going on?" Grandma Shin recognized that the person was Li village head son and smiled. "Let them go collect firewood. They're lazy, so I'll teach them a lesson."
And
"Why are you here?" "Father told me that Tianli has returned, so I came to see." "4th Auntie, you can't always let these 2 kids go collect firewood. When I arrived, I saw Tianfeng and Tianqing still playing outside. Kids their age in the village are always working. Auntie, if you spoil them like this, it's not good." At first, Grandma Shin gave some face to the village head's son because of his status. But now, she started scolding him, thinking he was just like the others in Shin Yong'an's group, no good. She immediately said coldly, "My grandson, I will teach him how I see fit." Then she turned to sternly tell Shin Tianlu and the others, "You too, go quickly and gather firewood. If you don't gather enough, don't expect to eat." After speaking, she angrily turned and left. Li Zian shook his head, bringing his eldest son Li Shurong and Qing Shan into the 3rd room. "Are you giving him medicine? How is Tianli?"
Uncle, ai fine.
"It will be okay after some rest." "Sorry to worry you. Sit down quickly," Shen Tianli said with a smile when he saw the visitors.
Tanli, I'm sorry.
"I just found out you had an accident yesterday. Luckily you're okay. Otherwise, how could I face your father?" Li Zian said with tears in his eyes. Li Zian and Shin Yong'an grew up together. They often went hunting in the mountains. Before Shin Yong'an went to serve in the army, he asked Li Zian to take care of his family. Recently, Li Zian found a good job in town and just finished work yesterday. When he heard about Tianli's accident, his wife didn't help at all. He slapped her and early this morning went to the county to send silver. But when they arrived at the county, they surprisingly returned home. As soon as he got home, he met Qing Shan, who was looking for him. "Tianli, Uncle Li went to the county to send silver and just got back," said Shin Qing Shan nearby. "Uncle, thank you. No one expected things to turn out so coincidentally." "It's enough that you care," Li Zian said, feeling ashamed. He took a small purse from his pocket, bulging with silver, clearly holding quite a bit. "Tianxi, you will still need to buy medicine in the future. Use this money first. If it's not enough, tell Uncle, and I will find a way for you." Next to them, Qing Shan's eyes flickered, his face looked a little weak, and he lowered his head as if he didn't see anything. Shen Tianli nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, Uncle." Li Zian saw Shen Tianli accept the money and felt relieved. He asked, "Qing Shan, did you tell them to go kill that big tiger and the black wild boar?" "Uncle, those 2 animals are badly injured, so I want someone to kill them. It will also give the villagers some relief." Shan looked at Shen Tianli with a difficult expression and said, Tianli, I think everyone is scared because of your injury. They prefer to find work in town or the county instead of going up the mountain. Tianli, tell me where those two animals are. I will take Shui Rong and Shan to find them. No, uncle, Shui Rong has never been up the mountain. It's too dangerous. Shan argued. Li Zian, who learned hunting from Shin Yong'an and earned quite a bit of money, had sent his eldest son to school. Sadly, he wasn't suited for studying, so he was learning a craft now. He's currently studying carpentry in town. It's okay, Shan. I can do it. When I was a kid, I used to run all over the mountain with my dad and Uncle Yong'an. Right, Tianli? Shen Tianli said nothing and looked at Lu Yi, asking, Year, are you willing to go into the mountain? Tianli. All three of them shouted in disagreement at the same time. Li Zian said, Tianli, don't worry. With me and Shan here, it's safe. Besides, unless the tiger is badly injured, you wouldn't let the villagers take such risks. And your wife? Well, she's just a woman. She can't go into the mountain. She might even get scared just seeing the tiger's leg. Their family situation has improved now. They only go hunting occasionally and don't often go up the mountain. Shan only started going up the mountain 2 years ago after his father died. As for Shui Rong, their team isn't very strong, and adding a simple-minded person might cause trouble, maybe even get them lost in the mountain. Uncle, my wife isn't stupid. She's quick and strong. As long as she's not afraid, she'll be fine. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you or her. After saying this, he asked again, Year, are you willing to go into the mountain? Are you willing to kill the big tiger? If she's not willing, then she won't go. He'll wait until his leg heals, and then he'll go up the mountain again. Moreover, he had that hazy image in his mind. No matter what happens, whether his father can come back or if grandma will chase them out, he won't give the money to his mother for now. Instead, he'll keep it on himself so his whole family won't suffer from cold or hunger. If he goes into the mountain to try his luck and gets his leg bitten by a tiger, he can at least prevent that tragic scene. Lu Yu was very scared inside. As a modern person, she was still timid when the zoo's tiger showed its strength, let alone now going into the tiger's territory to fight it. That is a fierce beast that can eat people. But Lu Yu wanted to try because, in ancient times, she needed to adapt to it and even defeat it. Besides, she was naturally very strong. She didn't want to waste this chance or miss it. It was money, and she believed that if the tiger wasn't badly hurt, Shen Tianli wouldn't let so many people take such risks. Even if it wasn't badly hurt, just hearing him say he couldn't bear to lose her, she was willing to try. In her past life, she was just a tool for her parents to compare with others. No matter how well she did, she couldn't earn their true affection. So his words about not wanting to lose her touched her deeply. Are you brave enough? I heard there are many good things in the mountains, flowers, fruits, and big bugs. Yes, big bugs, but they can bite people. Do you think you're afraid, Year? I'm not afraid. Year is very strong and can punch a big bug to death.
Air is amazing.
Now listen carefully to what I'm about to say. You must remember, okay? Shen Tianli said seriously.
Liu Ye nodded.
Nearby, 3 people stood listening as Shen Tianli explained the tiger's weaknesses and the black bear's weaknesses to Lu Yi, telling her the best way to kill them, what to do if she couldn't, and how to escape. After Shen Tianli finished speaking, he looked up at Lu Yi, who was kneeling beside him. Her head tilted just right to meet his eyes. Her big, bright almond-shaped eyes were shining with focus. He suddenly realized he had never really paid attention to his silly wife's eyes before. Such a focused look. She didn't seem like a fool at all. Lu Yi noticed Shen Tianli's gaze and thought something was wrong. She quickly bit her finger, tilted her head, looked up sideways, and appeared thoughtful. She had practiced this pose. It looked very silly. If she drooled, she would look even more foolish. Just as she was thinking about whether to drool or not, Shen Tianli asked in a slightly disappointed tone, Year, did you understand? Do you remember? Lu Yi kept biting her finger, but didn't answer. Shen Tianli endured the pain, raised his arm, and gently pulled her hand away from her mouth. His voice was low and soft. Year, You can't eat your hand. It's dirty. Lu pouted in dissatisfaction, then looked at Shen Tianli sadly. She lowered her head and nodded hard, like a child who had made a mistake. Shen Tianli knew she understood the key points of going hunting in the mountains. He praised her. Year is really great. Let Uncle take you there. You must protect Uncle and Qing Shan. Do you understand? Li Zian saw Shen Tianli flattering his foolish wife with words he used to praise Shen Yong'an. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth.
Liu Yan 어땠?
Since she was going, she naturally wanted everyone to return safely. Uncle, Shui Rong, you don't need to go. You take Yi Er and Qing Shan instead. Li Zian listened as Shen Tianli described the whole hunting process in detail, with the escape route prepared. Most importantly, he trusted the child. He wasn't reckless. He nodded and said, "All right, don't worry. I'll take good care of your wife." "Then thank you, Uncle." "Tianli, how can you not let me go?" "I can do it," Shui Rong said anxiously. "Shui Rong, listen to me. As you saw just now, my grandma wants to scold my mother and younger siblings. When my mother comes back from washing clothes, she will also go up the mountain to chop firewood. She hasn't chopped firewood before. Soon, you'll need to stay and help her." Li Shui Rong looked at his father. Seeing him nod, he could only agree. Just as they finished talking, they heard old lady Shin shouting outside, "You lazy woman. It takes you so long to wash a single piece of clothing. Are you doing it on purpose? I think you want a beating." Mother, I didn't." Louis heard old lady Shin bullying he sure again. She put on her shoes and ran outside, grabbing old lady Shin's big broom. She swiped it across her face and threw it far away. The broom was made of thin bamboo, and it hurt her face. Old lady Shin yelped and then pointed at Lu Yi, scolding, "You stupid girl. I told you to sweep."
Sweep for me.
She also punched Lu Yi. Lu Yi ran happily while shouting, "Come on.
Come on.
Chase me. If you can't catch me, you're a little dog." Old lady Shin chased for 2 rounds but couldn't catch her. She learned her lesson and stopped chasing. This foolish girl was too much for her to handle. But maybe she could still scold, he sure. "Go. Take the axe and chop firewood on the mountain. I only want 2 big thumbs width of firewood, about a foot long. Chop enough to fill a bamboo basket. If it's less or too thin, don't come back." After saying that, she turned and went back inside. He sure saw the bamboo basket and axe beside her, tears almost welling up in her eyes. Since she was a child, she had only gathered firewood, never chopped it herself. And who usually chops firewood?
Men, right?
But she couldn't refuse to go. Otherwise, her mother-in-law might scold her and the children even more. "Husband, when will you come back?" Thinking of her husband, Heesher's tears fell uncontrollably. When she heard someone behind her, she quickly wiped her eyes. Young sister-in-law. Heesher wiped her tears, turned around, and forced a smile. "Brotherly, you're here. Why aren't you sitting inside?" "No, I need to go back now." "Auntie, I also need to go up the mountain to gather firewood. Why don't you come with me?" Li Shui Rong, seeing her father give her a subtle signal, spoke. That would be great. She didn't know how to chop firewood herself. He sure was about to grab her bamboo basket and axe when she saw her daughter-in-law already carrying her basket on her back. "Mother, I want to go too." Good. You go too. I'll go tell Tianli, all right, Auntie. I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain." He sure nodded and went into the house. Lu Yi ran to the stove, found a bamboo tube filled with water on the wall, and saw hot water in the pot on the stove. She poured some into a bowl and brought it to her little husband to drink. He sure also prepared the items needed for her son's toilet, closed the door, and then left. When he sure reached the foot of the mountain, she saw Qing Shan and Li Zian still carrying hunting tools. Li Zian's wife, Zhang Shi, was with them too. She looked at her with a hint of blame, and her words were not as warm as before. She had her own worries and didn't mind. The wind was howling, and Lu Yi tightened her clothes. Her red dress had a thin layer of cotton inside, but the wind made her shiver even more. On their way back, the sun kept appearing and disappearing. During lunch, the sky suddenly darkened, and the wind grew stronger. Yesterday, on the first day of October, her mother-in-law said to add more cotton clothes. She thought, is it really that cold already? In modern times, on October 1st, she was still wearing a skirt. If she had known how cold and quickly the weather would change in ancient times, she would have bought 2 thick coats in the county yesterday. In the woods on the hillside, many children were gathering branches. Lu Yi looked around but didn't see Shin Tianlu or Shin Tianyan. After walking a bit further, she saw Shin Tianlu and her brother with 5 or 6 other children collecting firewood. They saw He Shi and Lu Yi and happily ran over. Li Zian thought the place was good, so he let them chop firewood there. He said he wanted to check the traps he set for Tian Li to see if there were any prey. Using an excuse, he took Lu Yi away. They first went to the trap set by Shin Tianli, which contained 3 rabbits and a roe deer. Lu Yi carefully noticed that the roe deer's head was also bleeding, and they reached the cave entrance. It seemed that one of the prey was injured and escaped. The color of the dried blood suggested it had escaped not long ago. These prey seem to have died yesterday and are still fresh. Let's find the tiger first, then try our luck with that black wild boar.
Li Zian said.
Uncle, do you think we should go in that direction?
Qing Shan asked.
Li Zian frowned, recalling what Shin Yong'an had said before. Injured prey usually don't go deeper into the mountain. They tend to stay nearby, find a safe place to recover, then go back into the deeper woods. So, they were heading toward the area near Tianli, where the injury was. Let's go northwest. No, this way. There's blood here. An animal is hurt, and the tiger will definitely come for it. Lu Yi pointed to the direction of the bloodstains on the ground. Li Zian looked and saw a trail of blood. He hadn't noticed it before, which made Lu Yi seem even more attentive than a first-time mountain explorer.
Good job, Yi.
Let's follow the blood trail. Uncle, I also saw my younger sister reading earlier. You scared me. I didn't expect her to be so capable. Qing Shan said, surprised that he hadn't noticed the blood trail. Lu Yi, do you know how to read? Yes. My grandma taught me. My husband said, when hunting prey, don't talk.
Give me the tool.
Li Zian and Qing Shan exchanged glances, then Qing Shan handed Lu Yi his gun. Lu Yi saw that the long wooden stick had a sharp, pointed tip about 10 centimeters long, reflecting a cold gleam, which made her feel a little safer. Following the blood trail, they soon saw a large tiger about 2 meters long. It lowered its head, sniffing the ground and grass, slowly moving forward. The tiger had many wounds, with patches of blood congealed on its fur, looking quite shocking. It was clearly the tiger Shin Tianli had asked them to find. Such a big tiger, still alive even after being injured, made Lu Yi feel scared inside. The tiger's might deeply shook her young heart. Lu Yi learned from Qing Shan, lowering her head and hiding in the grass, watching the tiger approach slowly. She kept encouraging herself, her trembling hands gripping her spear tightly. She thought that if the tiger came close now, she would definitely scream in fear. Luckily, the big tiger seemed not to have noticed them and continued slowly on its way. It should be this one. Aoyama whispered softly. Li Zian nodded. It's looking for food. We'll follow it and wait until it catches something to kill it. While they were talking, the tiger, which had been lowering its head, suddenly lifted it and looked in their direction. Frightened, Li Zian and Aoyama quickly shut up and lowered their heads. The tiger was clearly more interested in the prey it smelled and slowly moved toward the trap. The 3 of them quietly followed behind. When they reached a relatively open area, the tiger suddenly turned around and lunged at them. Run away! Lu Yi felt as if her heart stopped for a moment, then seemed to burst out of her chest. She jumped up, shouted loudly, and grabbed Li Zian's arm to run. But even injured, the tiger was the king of the forest. It took only 2 steps to catch up behind them. After running for a while, they saw the tiger chase Aoyama. Li Zian was shocked and said to Lu Yi, Yezi, climb a tree. I'll go save Aoyama. Aoyama's family, besides his mother, had 3 younger brothers and sisters. If they died in the mountains, it would make life even harder for them. Also, it was a mistake in their decision-making. If he had shot the tiger from behind earlier, they wouldn't be so helpless now. Louis shook her head. Let's go find him quickly. She blamed herself. She was too scared just now. Otherwise, she could have taken the chance to shoot the tiger, and maybe the injured tiger would have died. Li Zian knew Lu Yi was fast, so he nodded. The two hurried back to find Aoyama. They weren't far from the ground, and soon they found him. At this moment, the tiger had Aoyama pressed to the ground, its large mouth open, ready to bite him. Li Zian quickly shot an arrow. The tiger, in pain, roared and released Aoyama, then ran toward Li Zian. They were over 50 meters apart, but the tiger, jumping and running, surprisingly reached them in no time. Louis saw the tiger leap into the air. Once it landed, Li Zian would definitely be hurt under its claws. Thinking of Shen Tianli's instructions and realizing that if one of them was injured, the others wouldn't escape, she thought, since they were all going to die anyway, why not fight? Suddenly, she gathered her courage, pushed Li Zian aside, stepped into his place, raised her spear, aimed at the tiger's belly near its heart, and stabbed with force. Then, seeing the tiger's open mouth close by, she clenched her fist, gritted her teeth, and with all her strength, punched the tiger's open jaws. No one expected that this punch would send the tiger flying away. Panicked and uncertain, Qing Shan and Li Zian got up from the ground and saw the tiger flying away. Their eyes widened until the tiger fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. They looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. This fool actually has magical power. It's so amazing. Young sister-in-law, your strength is incredible. You punched the tiger so hard it flew away. Qing Shan ran over and said. He thought that it was easy for this fool to hold the sky, but he didn't expect that fighting a big tiger was even easier. So impressive. If only I had such strength. Lu Yi didn't expect herself to be so powerful. She clearly didn't have this much strength before. Could it be because of practicing that martial art mental method every morning and evening recently? When she threw that punch just now, she instinctively used the mental method. Hearing Qing Shan's praise, Lu Yi could only chuckle foolishly. Li Zian also looked at Lu Yi with admiration. If she hadn't pushed him away, he might have been killed or injured. She and Tianli are both good children. Qing Shan, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I was just scratched by it. I'll be fine in a few days, Qing Shan said with a smile. Uncle, it looks like the tiger is dead. Should we still look for the black wild boar? No, sell it, Lu Yi pointed at the big tiger. The weather isn't good today. What if it rains? It's better to sell the tiger now and exchange it for money.
Li Zian nudda.
The black wild boar doesn't usually come out at night, and if it rains, it might delay selling the tiger. All right, let's gather the prey from the trap and go down the mountain to sell it in town. No, go to the county and find Dr. Sun. That's what the husband said, Lu Yi said. The tiger's whole body is valuable. Dr. Sun would like it and probably give a high price. Li Zian's eyes lit up and he nodded. Seeing Lu Yi draw her gun, the two hurried forward, each pulling a leg of the tiger. They collected the prey from the trap. Lu Yi saw the bloodied animal and honestly didn't want to take it. Not far away, there was a dead tree that could be used to drag the prey, and also enough for the He family to burn as firewood. She walked over, kicked the tree hard, and it wobbled but didn't break. Lu Yi thought for a moment, used her mental power to concentrate all her strength on her foot, and with a snap, the dead tree broke. Sure enough, it was the power of the mental method. She didn't expect her martial arts to be so powerful. She decided to practice more when she got back. Maybe she could even walk on walls and become a top expert. Wow, young sister-in-law, you really truly have divine strength. Qing Shan praised. Despite his divine power, he is still someone with an intellectual disability. Shen Tianli is excellent in many ways, but married a simple-minded wife. However, this wife is different from other simple-minded people. I wonder if Tianli is lucky or unlucky. Lu Yi chuckled softly, then carried the big tiger onto a branch and also threw the roe deer onto a branch, pointing at Qing Shan, saying, "Let's go." Shin Qingshan quickly understood her meaning. He took out some ropes from his pocket, tied the tiger and roe deer to the branches, and then pulled the trunk along. Li Zian remembered that Tianli didn't tell her to use branches to carry the prey. Could she be thinking on her own? No way can a simple-minded person think like that. It must be that after they left, Tianli gave her instructions again. Otherwise, why would she use branches to carry the prey? Li Zian held his gun, carrying a rabbit, while Shin Qingshan carried a bow and arrow, pulling the prey along. Lu Yi followed beside them, occasionally picking beautiful flowers or grass, busy all the way. Hey, why is there smoke over there? Li Zian asked with a frown when he saw the smoke rising above the trees. Could it be a fire? Dad said this period is crucial for choosing the village chief. If a fire breaks out on the mountain, Dad's chance of becoming village chief might be gone. These past 2 days, Uncle Li Qi and his family went up the mountain early in the morning, doing who knows what. The mountain has been smoky in the afternoon, and they only come back late at night. Acting very mysteriously, Shin Qingshan said, looking at the smoke above the trees. Let's go see. We can't let them burn the mountain down. Uncle, you shouldn't go. Aunt Chi will definitely try to take advantage since we have so many things. Besides, they haven't burned the mountain. The wood is surrounded by soil. Grandpa the village chief and I have checked, Shin Qingshan said, looking a bit embarrassed. He couldn't let Xiao'er see him like this. Li Zian thought about his aunt's habit of trying to take advantage and nodded when he heard Shin Qingshan. I heard Xiao'er is sick and close to death. Do you know how she's doing now? It's okay. I saw her yesterday on the mountain and she's fine. And maybe it was his imagination, but he felt Xiao'er looked even more beautiful than before, especially her walk, like a young lady from a wealthy family, full of grace and charm. Lu Yi looked at the smoke and thought about the surrounding trees. If he guessed correctly, they are probably burning charcoal. Li Zhongshe was worried about her husband and kept looking up at the mountain. After more than half an hour, her husband came down the mountain laughing, holding a wild rabbit. It seemed there were prey in the trap, and luckily, he didn't listen to Shen Tianli's advice to kill the big tiger. Li Zhong hurriedly ran over. Behind her, Li Shuerong saw that her father and others had returned so quickly and was also surprised, so she hurried to follow. Shin Tianyan saw Lu Yi and also ran over. Master, are you alright? Zhang examined him carefully and asked. I'm fine. I'm fine. Father, you actually killed the tiger so quickly? Yes, this time, thanks to Tianli's wife, Li Zian said with a smile. Zhang didn't believe it. A fool could do what? Just look at the flowers and plants in her hand. It must be that her husband felt guilty and said so on purpose, so Shin Tianli could also share in the money from selling the tiger. She suppressed her discomfort and blamed her husband for always thinking about feelings. Such a big tiger could sell for a lot of money. It's really a good deal for the Shin family. Not only did Zhang not believe it, but also he sure, Li Shuerong, and others who came running over shared her thoughts. Only Shin Tianyan admired and said, Sister-in-law, you're so amazing. You even managed to kill the tiger. Lu Yi happily handed the flowers in her hand to her little fan, feeling very happy about his trust. All right, you guys go gather firewood. Qingshan and I will sell the prey. Everyone nodded, and Lu Yi also prepared to go back and see her little husband, planning to tell him the news to see if he believed it. Shin Tianli saw Lu Yi and was clearly surprised. He asked, You came back so quickly? Lu Yi nodded. I saw blood, found the tiger, and shot it here with my gun. She touched her chest and continued, Then I punched the tiger and it died. Shin Tianli's eyes brightened and sincerely praised, Wife, you're so amazing. Lu Yi had been praised like this before, but for some reason, she felt especially happy this time. Maybe because he believed that she killed the tiger. Or maybe because of the bright light in his cold eyes, full of sincere praise. Anyway, Lu Yi decided to reward him a little. She took out a martial arts book from her space and handed it to him, saying, You should practice too. It's useful. Shin Tianli had already learned all the characters from the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic, so when he saw the martial arts book, he was very surprised and sat up suddenly. but the pain in his waist made him lie back down on the bed. His face turned pale instantly, and large drops of cold sweat appeared. Lu Yi quickly gave him a painkiller injection, worried that the wound might open, so she also gave him a hemostatic injection. Shun Tianli felt the pain easing a lot and hurriedly asked with a frown, "Year, where did you get this book?" "Someone gave it to me after I gave a handsome young man acupuncture," she replied. Shun Tianli knew that Lu Yi had treated him with acupuncture, but he hadn't heard about any reward from that person. He didn't mind. After all, it was his wife's matter. However, he never expected that the other person would give her a martial arts book. A regular book is valuable, but a martial arts book is priceless. Some advanced techniques are kept secret and not shared with outsiders. This martial arts book made him even more excited than the few books on his bedside table. But hearing that it was from a handsome young man made Shun Tianli feel a bit sour inside. It seemed that his naive wife was not just good-looking. He must make sure his face heals quickly. "Year, put some medicine on my face," Shun Tianli said, placing the martial arts book on his chest. Lu Yi responded with an "oh," thinking Shun Tianli would be very happy. But instead of excitement, he was surprisingly calm and even remembered the injury on his face. She felt that ever since her young master returned, he had become mysterious and hard to understand. Lu Yi finished applying the face mask, and Shun Tianli said, "Year, go tell Uncle Li to sell the big tiger in the county to your master. After selling it, ask Uncle Li to buy cotton and cloth so we can make new clothes. Then, you go up the mountain to help your mother chop firewood, okay?" Lu Yi nodded happily, asking for new clothes, and ran out happily. When Lu Yi reached the village chief's house, she saw many people gathered around a bullock cart, talking about how such a big tiger was easy to catch, so they all went along.
Liu Ye pouted.
She thought, what's the use of talking now? Why didn't they do something earlier? Seeing Lu Yi behind the crowd, Qing Shan pulled a dry branch over and said, "Sister-in-law, here's a branch for you." Lu Yi took it and said, "My husband said Uncle Li should buy cotton and cloth for us to make new clothes."
"Good.
"After we sell the prey, we'll buy those." "Did Shun Tianli give any other instructions?" Qing Shan asked. Lu Yi tilted her head and thought for a moment, then shook her head. Nearby, a woman in her 30s or 40s looked dissatisfied and said, "Shanzi, this isn't our firewood. Why are you giving it to that fool? Usually, you just run errands for his family, but now you're even delivering firewood to his house." "Mother, this is the firewood that sister-in-law collected. It's not ours." "She collected it? Why don't you say it was Shun Tianli's crippled son who collected it? With his thin arms and legs, what can he do? This is our firewood. Don't always side with others," Zhao Shi said as she pulled the dry wood away. "The other person is Shun Qingshan's mother. She doesn't care about the monk's face but looks at the Buddha's face. She only sent them to the county because of Shun Qingshan. She doesn't want the withered tree or its willow leaves, but this woman actually curses Shun Tianli." Lu Yi feels very angry inside, but she doesn't say anything and plans to see what Shun Qingshan will do. Shun Qingshan frowns in annoyance, then runs over and calls out, "Mother, that really is the firewood my sister-in-law cut. Give me the firewood. I'll go get more later." "Qingshan, let's go." Mrs. Zhao pushes him away softly and says, "Don't worry about it. Hurry up and sell the game. Can't you see Uncle Li is calling you? Be clever when selling the game, so we don't lose our money." "Mother." Shun Qingshan really doesn't know what to say about his mother. She always does this. He can only call out in disagreement. All right. Just go. I won't say more." Mrs. Zhao knows her son finds her nagging annoying, so she smiles and says. Seeing that his mother won't take the withered tree and that Uncle Li is waiting, Shun Qingshan quickly runs to Lu Yi and says, "Sister-in-law, give the withered tree to my mother first. Later, I'll exchange it with some firewood for you." Without waiting for Lu Yi's approval, he turns and runs away. Lu Yi narrows her eyes, looks at the distant Shun Qingshan, then at Mrs. Zhao who is smiling holding the withered tree, and turns to leave. It's just a withered tree. If she doesn't want it, she won't take it. But this Shun Qingshan, let's see how he behaves in the future. Hopefully, he won't disappoint. Lu Yi returns to the mountain. With her help, in just an hour, he sure cuts a basket of firewood as requested. Shen Tianyan and Shen Tianlu also gather quite a bit. When they get home, they find the door tightly closed. Lu Yi squints and smiles as she looks at the well-prepared door. She thinks, how come old lady Shen is so forgetful? Is it because she's too rich and plans to make a better door? I knew it. No matter how much firewood we cut, she still isn't satisfied. Today, she definitely won't let us have dinner, Shen Tianyan mutters. All right, go knock on the door. He sure raises an eyebrow and says helplessly. She is sore all over now. Although Lu Yi carried firewood and helped with chopping, she worked the whole afternoon, and her waist is aching. Shen Tianyan can only go and knock. He doesn't know if old lady Shen has regained her senses, or if someone reminded her. Soon the door opens. Shen Tianqing sees Shen Tianlu's hair is a bit messy, and her face looks tired. She feels very happy and her tone becomes lighter. Come in. Grandma is waiting for you in the yard. Shen Tianlu notices Shen Tianqing's gaze. She frowns, wondering why she always feels that after her father left, her third sister doesn't have good intentions towards her. No, it should be said that after father left, the older brother went up the mountain. Their attitude changed completely. This time, when the older brother was seriously injured, their true nature was fully revealed. When they entered the yard, Lu Yi put down the firewood. Although she was strong, after crossing over, she often pretended to be crazy and lazy, avoiding work. Now, carrying so much wood made her shoulders ache. Old lady Shen saw so much firewood, though many were wet, she was still somewhat satisfied because he sure listened well. I asked you to chop firewood, not that fool. You've been lazy. Go draw water. Fill all 3 water jars. Mother, can I rest for a while? He sure softly asked. You lazy woman. Don't think I don't know. All this firewood was chopped by that fool. You've been lazy for so long and still dare to rest. If the water isn't filled, your family won't eat today. Hearing this, He Shure's entire third household was told they wouldn't eat, so she grabbed a pole and water buckets and left. After the house was built, her husband wanted to dig a well, but when her mother-in-law heard it would cost 30 taels, she immediately gave up. She thought it was too expensive. If she had known it would come to this, she would have forced her husband to make her mother-in-law dig the well. Fortunately, there was a silly daughter-in-law to help. Just as she was about to call Lu Yi, her mother-in-law said, He Shure, tell that fool to split all the firewood in the basket. Otherwise, after drawing water, you split the firewood. He Shure quickly replied, Year, be good, and split all the firewood in the basket. Lu Yi glanced at old lady Shen, feeling this wasn't like her usual style. It must be that Fan Shure whispered in her ear, using He Shure to manipulate her. However, Shen Tianli knew that old man Shen also played a part in this. Seeing Shen Tianyan and Shen Tianlu following He Shure out, old lady Shen scowled and said, Shen Tianyan, Shen Tianlu, go the pigs and chickens. 1 basket each. If you don't, they won't have food. Chickens lay eggs, pigs can be sold for money. As long as you keep them, it's useless. After speaking, she turned and went to the kitchen. Lu Yi saw He Shure obediently leave, frowned, and didn't split firewood. She followed old lady Shen into the kitchen. Sensing something was wrong, old lady Shen looked back at Lu Yi and scolded, You stupid fool. Why are you following me? Hunger. I want to eat. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. There's nothing to eat now. Go back and split firewood. If you don't finish, go eat dirt. Lu Yi not only smelled the scent of steamed buns but also saw Shen Tianxua, the chubby one, sitting at the door eating a steamed bun. He is food. I want to eat too. If I don't eat, I'll be hungry. If I don't work, I won't eat. Lu Yi pointed at Shen Tianxua and said. Shen Tianshen and Shen Tianxia were playing nearby. They were hungry too, but they never dared to fight with their brother or compete with him. When they saw the fool asking Grandma for food, they all stopped and stared blankly at the fool. Why don't you just die of hunger? Get lost, there's no food for you. Grandma Shin scolded sharply. Lu Yi was too tired to argue, so she pushed her aside and went into the kitchen. She saw Shun Tianxue cooking fire, Wang preparing cornmeal, and the steamed buns were still warm and sitting nearby. Lu Yi hurried over, grabbed 2 buns with one hand, then turned and ran away. Stupid fool. How dare you take my buns and so many? I'll beat you to death. Grandma Shin saw Lu Yi holding so many buns and stomped her feet in anger. She grabbed a stick nearby and chased after Lu Yi. Lu Yi ran to the 3rd room and handed the 3 buns to Shin Tianli, smiling and saying, "Eat." Shin Tianli looked at the buns in front of him, blinking his eyes. At noon, he had left his own rice for him to eat. Now, after grabbing the buns, he was the first to run over again. If a wife is so caring, what more could a husband ask for?
Eat, yeah.
I'm not hungry.
Hungry, eat.
Lu Yi said, stuffing a bun into his mouth. The half bowl of mixed vegetable noodles from noon was still sitting aside. This big young man, still injured and growing, had only eaten vegetables all day. How could he not be hungry? Grandma Shin, holding the stick, ran into the house and saw Lu Yi feeding Shin Tianli. She scolded loudly, "You shameless woman. It's not even dark, and you're already seducing men. How can you be so shameless? Grandma, we're married. I have an injury and she's feeding me. Is that seducing? I heard that Grandma not only fed Grandpa, but also fed Great-Grandpa. Once, when my little uncle was sick, Grandma personally fed him medicine. Grandma, tell me, can I understand it that way too?" Shun Tianli asked calmly. Lu Yi almost burst out laughing when she heard that. Oh my goodness. The young master is so handsome, so domineering,
So satisfying.
and so sharp-tongued. She liked him so much. What should she do? In her mind, she even imagined Grandma Shin seducing the 3 of them. Grandma Shin twisting her old waist, holding a medicine bowl, her wrinkled face full of smiles, her triangular eyes casting flirtatious glances, trying to act gentle, but her voice sounding like a hen clucking as she coaxed them to take medicine. The 3 of them, like children, shook their heads and refused to drink. Grandma Shin patiently coaxed beside them. The scene felt strangely awkward. She couldn't think about it. She shouldn't think about it. It was too chaotic. She might really laugh out loud. Grandmother Shin's face turned red with anger. She never expected that her usually quiet and obedient grandson, once he spoke, would choke her speechless. She took a few deep breaths before stubbornly saying, "Shin Tianli, your wife stole something. Do you care about that? Stole something? What did she steal? Are your eyes blind? Didn't you see her steal a bun?" Shin Tianli's face remained very calm as he asked, "Grandma, isn't this bun ours?" Grandmother Shin felt speechless again, caught off guard by his question. She forced herself to say, "Yes."
But
Shin Tianli cut her off calmly. "Grandma, if it's ours, then it's not stealing. When your younger brother comes back, you should ask him properly. Otherwise, if you say the wrong thing at home, it will be embarrassing for him outside." Lu Yi wondered why everything sounded so strange. Grandmother Shin was worried about losing her husband's face, so how could she be worried about her son's reputation? It should be about everyone sharing the same honor or shame. Thinking about losing her son's face, she took a few more deep breaths, then glared fiercely at Lu Yi and asked, "You let your wife act so crazy. Aren't you afraid she'll embarrass you? That's also thanks to Grandma." Grandma forgot that this silly wife was chosen by her. It seems Grandma is quite pleased. My grandson has always been obedient. What can I do? Shun Tianli said innocently. Grandmother Shin was speechless again, regretting she had found such a troublesome, silly wife. If she had known, she would have just married a soft person who could be easily controlled. Then just divorce her. "I'll find you another one," she suggested. "Maybe find someone from a remote mountain village or a girl from a big family. As long as she's gentle and doesn't cost much money, it's fine." This silly girl was too troublesome. At noon, she should have asked the village chief to write the divorce papers. That way, she wouldn't have to lose 3 or 2 silver coins again. This afternoon, she had beaten Li Shi, but couldn't find the 3 or 2 silver coins. Li Shi said her bundle only had 3 pieces of clothing, and she kept 1 cotton-padded coat. Li Shi swore she was telling the truth and wasn't lying, but she refused to give back the 3 or 2 silver coins, which only caused her to suffer losses. To ensure her son could marry the daughter of an official, she couldn't let her family's reputation be tarnished.
Fine.
If Grandma doesn't care about her younger brother and older brother's future, then just divorce her. I also think it's quite unfair to marry a silly girl. Divorce a silly girl? What does that have to do with your younger brother and older brother? Shun Tianli asked, worried she might be trying to scare him. Grandma, have you forgotten? Lu Ye's younger brother is also studying in town. Moreover, Lu Ye has a very good relationship with her younger brother. You see, if you divorce her sister, what do you think he would do? He would definitely take out his anger on his precious son and grandson. It seems that this fool really can't get divorced, no matter what he does. I haven't divorced his sister anyway. Alright, I'm going out to see if Anne has cooked the meal. Wait, Grandma. What's the matter? Old Madam Shen asked impatiently. Grandma, when I came back, the doctor said that if I take good care of my injury and eat well, it will heal faster. Maybe my leg will even get better. Old Madam Shen blinked quickly, her mind racing. Does Shen Tianli mean that he can still go hunting? Can your leg really get better? The doctor said so. If I eat well, it might get better, and I might still be able to hunt. Grandma, I want to eat chicken and drink chicken soup. Alright.
It's too late today.
Tomorrow, I will kill a chicken for you. She thought her money tree was gone, but now it's back. Soon, she will have lots of silver again. Old Madam Shen happily left. Lu Yi didn't understand why Shen Tianli suddenly said that, but she was sure that because he said that, Old Madam Shen wouldn't mistreat He Shi too much. It should be for He Shi's sake. Year, eat the bun. Once you're full, teach me the characters from my book, he said. In the afternoon, he looked at the martial arts manual and found many characters he didn't recognize. Lu Yi wasn't very hungry, and her space was stocked with white flour buns, meat buns, and roast chicken, but it wasn't convenient to take them out and eat. But seeing Shen Tianli insist, she ate one. Just after finishing, she heard He Shi return. I'll go help Mom,
she said.
But unexpectedly, Shen Tianli held her back. No need, teach me to recognize characters. Quietly, Shen Tianli handed her the martial arts manual and said. Lu Yi looked at Shen Tianli deeply, feeling that he wasn't the kind of person to watch his mother suffer without helping. She wanted to see his eyes clearly, but they were hidden behind long eyelashes. Still, she didn't miss a flash of pain that quickly disappeared. Lu Yi could only quietly teach him the characters from her book. He Shi reluctantly poured water into the tub, rubbed her aching shoulders, and looked at the firewood basket nearby. She couldn't see Lu Yi, who had run off somewhere. She was worried she had gone far, when Fan Shi said, Sis-in-law, you're looking for Lu Yi, right? You don't know, just after you left, she took 4 buns and ran off to eat. No one knows where she went. Now, you're holding back your hunger to fetch water, and soon, you might have to suffer chopping firewood too. There is so much firewood that I can't finish chopping it all. My mother definitely won't let you have dinner tonight. It looks like you will have to go hungry and stay cold. Oh well, there's nothing I can do. Who asked you to marry a silly wife? No matter how strong she is, she's still a fool. Third sister-in-law is really pitiful. She doesn't even have someone to care for her. When Mrs. He heard what Mrs. Fan said, she already felt cold and hungry, and now she felt even more upset. Her eldest son was injured and lying in bed. Her younger son was too small, and her daughter was grown, but still not as strong as her. She thought the foolish wife was good and could help her a little, but in the end, she was just a fool and couldn't be relied on in emergencies. Husband, where are you? Why haven't you come back yet? Please come back soon. I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Mrs. E's eyes filled with tears, and she suddenly felt very sad. She saw Mrs. Fan jokingly looking at her. She quickly wiped her tears, picked up the water bucket and broom, and left. Mrs. He filled a bucket with water, but was too tired to stand up again. It was already dark outside, but she hadn't seen Lu Yi. She was worried and annoyed. Her body ached, and she felt exhausted. Luckily, her mother-in-law didn't ask her to fetch more water or punish her for chopping firewood again. Shun Tianlu and Shen Tianyan helped Mrs. He, who was slumped on the ground, into the house. They gave her some water, and only then did they find out that Lu Yi had been inside the room all along. For some reason, Mrs. He suddenly felt a surge of anger. She stood up abruptly and strode angrily to the west room, asking, "Lu Yi, why are you in the room? How long have you been inside? Why didn't you come outside to help me fetch water?" She didn't know that it was because she was lazy and didn't fetch water that she was now in so much pain all over her body. Even though many villagers helped her fetch water and left it at the door, the distance from the gate to the kitchen was too far. She couldn't handle carrying water without experience. Her tone of blame made Lu Yi frown. Helping her was kindness, not helping was her duty. Was she getting confused or listening to Mrs. Fan's gossip? "Mother, why are you fetching water?" Outside, it was drizzling and the sky was darker. She could still see shadows outside, but inside the house, there was no oil lamp, not even a shadow of a person. Mrs. He could only hear her son's somewhat dissatisfied voice. She was tired, angry, and feeling wronged. She couldn't help but cry, saying, "Why am I fetching water?" "It's because your grandma scolded me. She said Lu Yi helped me chop firewood. If she had gone to the door earlier and given me the firewood, I wouldn't have been punished." Earlier, when she was fetching water, she met Li Xiaoer. Li Xiaoer asked her brother to help fetch water and deliver it to her door, then she would carry it inside. She also said that if Lu Yi had gone to the door and given her the firewood, she wouldn't have been punished by her mother-in-law. She felt it was true. It was all the fault of her mother-in-law for finding her a foolish daughter-in-law. "Mother, the old lady only asked you to chop firewood, just one basket. She didn't say no one could help you, nor that Year couldn't carry it back for you. Mother, you promised me you'd stand up for yourself. You promised to protect Xiao Yan and Luer." Her son's words made Mrs. He feel even more sad. Was her son blaming her? Blaming her for not arguing with the old lady? Blaming herself for suffering? Blaming herself for not protecting her children? Yes, she was so exhausted she forgot to stand up for herself. Her daughter-in-law was foolish, but it wasn't her fault.
Whose fault was it then?
Still Mrs. He felt very wronged and cried even louder. "Mother, don't cry. From now on, we will stand up for ourselves and the old lady won't bully us anymore," Shen Tianlu said. Seeing her mother being scolded and hearing the old lady punish them again, she instinctively obeyed, forgetting they didn't need to be punished at all. "Mother, don't cry. I will also stand up for you in the future and protect you," Shen Tianyan said. Hearing her younger brother say this, Mrs. He immediately hugged him tightly, crying even harder. In the dark, Shen Tianli held Lu Ye's hand tightly. It hurt her, but Lu Yi didn't let go. Instead, she held his hand voluntarily, silently staying with him. Mrs. He had cried enough and was even hungrier, her stomach growling loudly. Shen Tianyan looked toward the main room, where they were eating by the oil lamp. "Mother, wait here. I'll go see if there's anything to eat in the kitchen." Mrs. He grabbed Shen Tianyan as he was about to leave and said to Shen Tianlu, "You go." Shen Tianlu nodded and went out. In the main room, old lady Shen looked at the oil lamp with concern. "Eat quickly. After you're done, go back to bed and don't waste my oil." After saying that, she kept drinking from her bowl. After a few sips, she couldn't help but say, "Master, I just went to Tianli's room. He said the county doctor said if he takes good care of himself, his leg will get better." Old Mr. Shen stopped eating and asked, "Really?" "Yes. He also said he wants to eat chicken." "Do you think he's just saying that to get food?" Old Mr. Shen didn't reply but picked up his bowl and started eating. The women nearby looked at each other happily. They had been able to bully Mrs. He because Shen Tianli's leg was useless. If his leg could get better and he could keep earning money, that would be even better. Although the family has many fields and people, and it's time for marriage and schooling, all of which costs money, the harvest from those fields isn't enough for the family's expenses. Hunting brings in money faster and in larger amounts. "Mother, Maybe we should ask Dr. Li to come and take a look tomorrow, Fan whispered. Old Shin finished his last bite of rice and said, "Listen to Fan." Wang and Li looked at Fan, this sister-in-law, always full of clever ideas. Shun Tianluo went to the kitchen, but it was completely dark, so she went to the main room. Standing at the door, she whispered, "Grandma, where is our food? You little brat, good for nothing, not working properly, why are you still eating? Wasting food." "Grandma, we did what you asked us to do. You can't just refuse us food." Old Shin suddenly slammed her chopsticks on the table and stood up loudly, saying, "Refuse? Why can't I? This family is run by me. I can do as I please, and you, unfilial and useless, have no say. If you don't want a beating, get out of here." She forcefully threw her chopsticks onto Shun Tianluo. Although Shun Tianluo had worked hard over the past 3 years, Old Shin still cared about Shin Tianli and kept up appearances. Being scolded and beaten like today was something she had never experienced before. Now that she was a young lady, seeing her siblings and brothers watching her with amusement made her even more embarrassed. She turned and retreated. But she was starving and thought for a moment before returning to her room, heading to the west room. Since she returned from cutting grass, she hadn't heard her sister-in-law's voice. Worried, she called out, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, where are you?" Lu Yi wanted to speak but was pulled back by Shin Tianli, who said, "Mother just scolded her harshly. She's been hiding in the corner, probably scared by Mother, reminded of her stepmother." Sitting in the corner, Lu Yi rolled her eyes. This man was cunning, always deceiving everyone. He made her sit in the corner and stay silent no matter who called. But it felt good to have him protect her like this. Hearing this, Shin Tianluo forgot her original reason for going to the west room and hurriedly asked worriedly, "What should we do?" "I don't know. We'll have to see what Mother does next." "You go make the medicine," he replied. Shin Tianluo nodded quickly and left, worried. Back in the east room, she said, "Mother, you scared sister-in-law just now. She's now hiding on the bed, feeling scared." Sinkian, who was quietly reciting in his mind, suddenly stood up from the bed. Because he moved too quickly, he fell down. He got up and asked, "Is my sister-in-law okay?" "She should be fine. Otherwise, my brother wouldn't have asked me to make medicine," Shintenlo replied uncertainly. Sinkenyan quickly ran to the west room, then came back shortly after, carrying a look of blame. "Mother, don't scold sister-in-law anymore. Think about how good she is to us." Heard this, he sure initially felt guilty and worried, but hearing her son's complaints, she felt wronged. As the mother-in-law, she hadn't hit or scolded her, just a few words of blame. Was that too much? Why was she so precious? Is Grandma not giving you anything to eat?" Shin Tanluo responded softly with a nod. Skinkenyan immediately ran out again, and soon, they heard crying and shouting from the main room. He sure couldn't sit still anymore and hurried over. When she arrived at the main room, she saw her mother-in-law holding her waist, pointing at Sintan sitting on the ground crying and scolding, "You naughty child, you refuse to learn properly. Instead, you imitate that fool's way of crying and threatening to hang yourself. If you cry, then hang yourself, don't expect to eat tonight." Shintanyan felt even more wronged. He wasn't trying to imitate his sister-in-law, he was learning from Shintansoa. Whenever Shintansoa caused trouble, he always achieved his goal. Why was it different for him? Grandma told him to die. He was her grandson. How could she be so biased against Shintansoa? Mother Xiaoyan is also hungry.
How can you say such things?
Mother, you must not push us in the third house. Aren't you afraid that your husband will come back and be upset? Besides, Tan Li can already stand up. If you treat us like this, aren't you afraid Tan Li will feel cold-hearted? Old Lady Sin naturally wasn't afraid of Sun Yung. After all, he wasn't home now. When he returned, she was his mother. Punishing her daughter-in-law was no big deal. What was wrong with that? He couldn't just abandon her as his mother. That was unfilial. Although her face might look displeased later, it was just a matter of a look. Besides, who knew when he would come back? But Sing Tamli was different. Winter was coming soon, and with the cold weather, hunting was impossible. He could rest if he wanted. But if he felt cold-hearted and stopped hunting, there would be no income. However, she simply couldn't stand Kreshu threatening her as the mother-in-law. It was truly outrageous. You wicked woman, troublemaker. Can't you see the food in the house is finished? What were you doing during dinner? Do you think you're a young lady, eating and expecting to be served? You didn't come, and now there's no food, and you're acting like a victim, like I mistreated you. Who are you showing this to? Old Lady Shin said this while forcefully hitting Mrs. He. Mrs. He dodged sideways, confused about who to blame. She thought her mother-in-law wouldn't give them food, so she went back to her room, expecting Lu Yi to cook for them like at noon. But she didn't know that the fool had eaten enough and didn't care about others. And her mother-in-law kept saying it was their fault for not coming. Is it really her fault? Third sister-in-law, your mother made real good food. And your wife even drank 2 bowls. Fan gently pulled Mrs. He away to stop the hitting. Old Lady Shin saw it was her niece and stopped talking. She told Wang and Li, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and tidy up." Wang and Li looked at the mother-in-law, then at Fan, who was trying to help, and started cleaning. Mrs. He was saved from her mother-in-law's scolding by Fan. She looked at her gratefully. Then Fan said, "Third sister-in-law, that fool took 4 small buns when she left. It looks like she didn't share with you. She's not helping with work and is eating alone. That's not good. I think my sister-in-law must have been very hungry. She gave us her food at noon." Fan glanced at Little Yen, annoyed that he was still standing there talking too much. Tianqing Shin smiled and said, "Little Yen, she probably wasn't hungry at noon, so she left the food for you. But tonight, if she's hungry, she'll eat alone and won't leave anything for you, making you all hungry." Mrs. He suddenly understood. On the way back from the county, that fool ate quite a few meat buns. Could she be hungry? No, that's not true. Sister-in-law wouldn't do that. You troublemaker. Tian Shin argued unfairly, pushing Tianqing Shin hard, then ran outside crying. If their mother hadn't scared sister-in-law, she would have gone out to get food for them. And these days outside, sister-in-law bought things and always made sure they ate first. Those buns must have been given to her brother by sister-in-law. Her brother needs to recover and eat well now. Mrs. He saw her son run out and hurried after him. Just as she stepped out of the main room, Fan stopped her. "Third sister-in-law, you know your mother makes buns in small amounts. I'll give you this one." Mrs. He knew that the women and children in the family only had 1 bun each. She didn't expect Fan to give her one herself. She took the bun, touched, and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." It seemed she had misunderstood her before. This sister-in-law was actually a good person. It's okay. There is still hot water in the back pot on the stove. Later, I will ask Chunner to bring you some sugar. You can soak the bread in sugar water and make do for the night. Come early tomorrow for meals. He sure held the steamed bun, nodded with tears in her eyes. This time, Shun Tianlu went to the kitchen to make medicine without any trouble, and even the eldest aunt kindly left her the oil lamp. She raised an eyebrow, thinking that if they were really so kind, they wouldn't have emptied the 3rd room, leaving them without an oil lamp. Soon, he sure went into the kitchen, poured 2 bowls of hot tea, told Shin Tianlu to drink some hot water to fill her stomach, and then returned to the 3rd room. On the way, she met Shin Tianchun, who was delivering sugar. He took the sugar back to the room, split the steamed bun into 2, giving a small half to Shin Tianyan and keeping the larger half for himself. "Xiao Yan, here, drink some water." Since Shin Tianyan was used to darkness, he vaguely saw a bowl in front of him, with something inside. He asked, "Mother, what is this?" "This is the steamed bun soaked in water that your 5th aunt gave me. Try it, it's still sweet." Hearing this, Shin Tianyan hurriedly caught the bowl and ran toward the west room. He sure had shared half of her bun with her son. Seeing him run away with the bowl, she quickly asked, "Xiao Yan, where are you going?" "I'm giving it to my sister-in-law to drink. She already ate. Come back to me." Suddenly, she remembered that her eldest son might not have eaten yet. That silly fool, he only knows how to eat for himself. Has he forgotten his husband? If that's true, then they really deserve to be punished. He sure held a bowl in her hand, hesitated for a moment, took a few sips of hot tea, then ate a piece of the bun inside, and reluctantly walked toward the west room. The bun was soft and sweet, so delicious. Now she was even hungrier. What should she do? She hoped Lear had already eaten, or she would see how she would deal with that fool tomorrow. When she reached the door of the west room, she heard her younger son say, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, come here. I have something good to eat." He kept calling but didn't see Lu Yi come over. Shen Tianyan thought his sister-in-law must be scared. He hurriedly took off his shoes, climbed onto the Kong, and holding a bowl, looked at the blurry figure in the corner and said, "Sister-in-law, are you hungry? This is water-soaked bun. Mother also put sugar inside. It's sweet and very tasty. You should try it." In the dark, people's ears are especially sensitive. So, Shen Tianyan could imagine what had just happened in the West Room. He was very touched that his young uncle immediately brought him something delicious when he was hungry. "I'm not hungry, you eat." Just as Lu Yi finished speaking, her stomach started to growl loudly. Hearing his sister-in-law's hungry sounds, Shen Tianyan cheerfully asked, "Sister-in-law, you didn't eat any steamed cornbread, right? You gave all the steamed cornbread to my older brother, didn't you?" How should she answer? Actually, Shen Tianli only ate one piece. She ate one, and the other two pieces were left untouched nearby because there was no suitable time to eat them. A soft, pleasant voice came from the darkness. "Yes. Your sister-in-law shared her food with me. Brother, why didn't you leave one for sister-in-law? How could you let her go hungry?" Shen Tianyan complained about his older brother, then gently said to Lu Yi, "Sister-in-law, go ahead and eat. It's very sweet." Lu Yi wanted to refuse, but the little young master said, "Eat. It's my little brother's gift. Tianli, Xiaoyan hasn't eaten yet. Just give mine to Xiaoyan, isn't that fine?" "Mother, there should be more than one bowl, right?" Shen Tianli asked knowingly. "There are only 2 bowls. I haven't eaten yet," he sure said with a sad tone. "Mother, haven't you eaten? What's there to eat? Your grandma and the others finished all the rice. Only your 5th aunt kindly gave us steamed cornbread and some sugar. That's all, just these 2 bowls of soaked bread. But this was all because of your wife," though he sure didn't say it aloud. For a moment, the west room was silent, and only the sound of rain outside could be heard. "Xiaoyan, don't let her eat anymore. You should eat quickly yourself. Why does a fool eat so much? Wasting food." Shen Tianyan didn't realize how precious this bowl of soaked bread was and asked, "Mother, what did sister-in-law eat?"
"Eat. Drink water," he sure replied.
Shen Tianyan frowned, looked at his bowl, then at Lu Yi, and said, "Mother, you eat that bowl. Later, I'll just drink water with sister." He sure was pleased with her son's filial piety, but seeing his stubbornness, wanting to give her good things to the fool, she felt sad inside. She nodded and turned to leave.
Liu Ye frowned.
They say true friendship is tested in hardship. After suffering for a while and feeling hungry once, why did he sure change? As a good mother, shouldn't she share her things with her children? Could it be that she was always the selfish, just that life was smooth before, and she didn't realize it? Feeling the slight drop in air pressure, Lu Yi held her bowl and ate all the water and cornbread inside. Surprisingly, it was quite tasty. "Xiaoyan, are you still hungry?" Hearing this, Shen Tianyan immediately became worried, quickly jumped off the bed, put on his shoes, and went outside. Shen Tianyan moved quickly, and only Shen Tianli had time to grab a small, round bread before running outside. "Here, eat this." Shen Tianli took out the bread and handed it to Lu Yi. He also said, "If you're hungry later, don't hold it in. Just tell me." "Small bread." Lu Yi took it and nodded, then said, "Give some to Xiaoyan."
"No need, you eat."
"There's more here."
Lu Yi didn't eat.
Xiaoyan had some, but Lure hadn't yet. She could find a chance to eat the bread later. After a while, Lu Yi heard hurried footsteps outside. Soon a small shadow came in happily and said, "Sister-in-law, here, small bread." The little shadow climbed onto the bed, grabbed 2 pieces, and handed them to Lu Yi, saying, "Sister-in-law, eat." "Where did Xiaoyan get this small bread?" He sure asked when she heard the sound and ran over. Mother, I borrowed it from the tree roots house. Grandma Lee said there were only 3 left. Then I went to Grandpa Village Chief's house. Grandma Village Chief also gave me 3. Mother, you eat 2, and I will share the rest with my sister. Although he sure was unhappy that she and Lu Yi had the same amount, her son had already divided it, so she could only accept it. She turned and went back inside. Shun Tianyan also ran out. Besides the 2 small breads Xiao Yan gave her, Lu Yi had 2 more small breads and half a bowl of noodles sprinkled with a little salt. Hubby noodles. Lu Yi weakly called out.
Take it.
Give some to Xiao Yan and lure her to eat. Lu Yi placed the bread in a bowl, got off the bed, and put the other 2 breads into bowls. She carried half a bowl of rice and went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, under the faint light of an oil lamp, the brother and sister sat facing each other, eating small bites of bread happily. Their faces showed satisfied, joyful smiles, as if they were enjoying a delicious meal. Sister-in-law, why did you come? Shun Tianyan asked, standing up. Lu Yi raised her bowl and said, Noodles, small bread. Sister-in-law, why do you have so many small breads? He clearly only gave her 2, but now there are 4. Hubby gave them to me. So, big brother hasn't finished eating yet? Warm it up. Let's eat together, Lu Yi said, walking to the stove. The stove had 2 pots, one large iron pot in front and a small iron pot behind. The small iron pot contained hot water. Lu Yi saw there was just enough water for 3 or 4 bowls, so she added some to the big pot in front, planning to use it for washing feet later. Then she asked Shin Tianluo to come and light the fire. She and Shin Tianyan tore the small breads into pieces. While they finished preparing, the water in the small pot on the stove boiled over. Lu Yi poured in the noodles from the morning, saw that there was only salt in the kitchen, and added just a little. After thinking for a moment, she ran out of the kitchen. She went to the 3rd room, rummaged through the medicine sack, then ran out again. Shun Tianli was curious about why Lu Yi had run into the room, but then he smelled the aroma of meat buns. He frowned. There were no meat buns at home. So, how could Lu Yi have them? And he hadn't smelled anything like that on her just now. Could he have been mistaken? In the kitchen, Shun Tianlu and Shun Tianyan saw Lu Yi take out 2 meat buns and were very surprised. Sister-in-law, how do you have meat buns? I didn't finish eating at noon, so I put them in the sack. Shun Tianlu only grabbed the medicine from the top, not knowing what was inside the sack, so she didn't suspect anything and was happy to have meat buns to eat. Lu Yi put the meat buns and the broken cornbread into the noodles. The once watery noodles suddenly thickened and started to smell like meat. I'll go call Mom, Shun Tianlu said, and ran out. Soon she came back and said, Mom is actually asleep. Then let's eat. Why did Mom sleep so early? Such delicious bread and noodles, but she couldn't eat them. Lu Yi nodded, scooped a big bowl, and 3 small bowls. She left a large bowl for Shun Tianli. The 3 of them happily finished eating in the kitchen. Shun Tianlu tidied up the kitchen, poured medicine, and saw that her sister-in-law had washed her feet and was holding a basin of water, obviously to help her brother wash up, so she told Shun Tianyan to go back to the 3rd room by the oil lamp. Lu Yi saw that Shun Tianlu and Shun Tianyan looked tired, so she told them to go to sleep. She first fed Shun Tianli his meal. After eating the meat, he was even more sure he hadn't been mistaken earlier. He couldn't believe that meat buns were in the sack. So where did his wife's meat buns come from? Shun Tianli looked at Lu Yi and saw her give him a big smile. Although she was tilting her head now because he was lying down, her face was aligned with his. Shun Tianli realized that his wife didn't look silly when she looked at him this way. And it seemed that every time anyone looked at her, she would smile like that. Shun Tianli lowered his gaze, deciding to observe his seemingly silly wife slowly. Lu Yi didn't realize her disguise was about to fall. After feeding him medicine, she took a handkerchief and started to wipe his body. Shun Tianli quickly pulled the quilt and said, No need, no need. You're tired. Go to sleep. I'm not tired. It's dirty. Previously, Shin Tianyan was the one cleaning him, but now the little young master was shy. It's not dirty. I wipe you every day. Here, be good. Go to sleep. Shen Tianli felt hot all over. If his injury healed, his young wife would take care of him, which would be good. But now, just thinking about her wiping his body made him a little excited, so he decided not to make things difficult for himself. Seeing that the young wife clearly refused, she said, "Just wipe your face and feet." She had never helped her wash her feet before. "No need, no need. You wash them," she said. As she spoke, she also shrank back her foot because moving the wound made her gasp from the cold. Lu Yi quickly asked, "How is it? Do you want me to give you a painkiller shot?" "No need. No need. You wash them," he said, holding back his pain. Lu Yi didn't dare to force him. Besides, she hadn't taken a bath for a few days since coming here, so she thought it was a good chance to wash herself and change clothes. Shen Tianli gradually calmed down and heard the rustling sound of clothes being taken off, then the sound of a handkerchief being wrung out, followed by her wiping her face. In the past, the young wife only wiped her face, neck, and arms, and she would wring the handkerchief about 10 times at most. But today, she wrung it more than 10 times and kept wiping. Shen Tianli even smelled the scent of soap nuts. Why was his wife taking so long? Could she be washing her body? This realization made Shen Tianli blush. The longer it took, the more certain he was, and his heartbeat quickened. For the first time, Shen Tianli thought that being so sharp and clever might not be a good thing. Fortunately, his wife finished washing quickly. He heard her rustling as she dressed, then she asked, "Are you done?" Shen Tianli's face turned even redder. He hurriedly said, "No need. No need."
Sleep now.
Lu Yi poured water, took out her blanket, and lay behind Shen Tianli. She reviewed the medical books she had read over the past 2 days in her mind before gradually falling asleep. Shen Tianli was still not sleepy. Although they were in the county and sleeping close together, closer than now, except for the first day when they felt a bit awkward, shy, and embarrassed, he didn't usually feel her breath so near or her scent so strong tonight. It was the scent of soap nuts, but it was richer than osmanthus, more elegant than chrysanthemums, and more captivating than any flower. Could it be because it was just the two of them? He wished he had let Xiao Yan and the others sleep in this room too. But if Xiao Yan and the others came to sleep here, his wife definitely wouldn't take a bath. She was so clean and would feel uncomfortable. It was better for just the two of them to sleep together. His wife could do whatever she wanted without worry. When they had their wedding night, she wouldn't be so nervous. Thinking about the bridal chamber, Shen Tianli felt strangely restless. He quickly stopped himself and began reciting the 3-character classic. After finishing the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character essay, he heard the steady sound of breathing behind him. Shen Tianli let out a breath and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, at dawn, old lady Shen was shouting outside, He's sure. You lazy wife. Get up and cook. You've been out wandering for so many days and you haven't cooked any food. Why don't you just die outside? Get up now. Or should I serve as your maid and wake you up?" Lu Yi was awakened by old lady Shen's shouting. She frowned unhappily. Then she heard he sure crying out in pain from the east room. Lu Yi hurried to get out of bed to see what was wrong, but Shen Tianli called her back. "Don't go. Remember, Mother scolded you yesterday. If she sees you now, she might yell at you, hit you, or refuse to let you eat." Lu Yi didn't understand why Shen Tianli was trying to scare her by talking about her own mother. But she was a simple girl who had been mistreated by her stepmother. She quickly curled up, shook her head in fear, and said, "No, I won't go. Don't hit me. As long as Year doesn't go out, Mother won't hit you." So, these days, Year will stay in the room reading books and hiding from Mother and Luoer. Do you understand? Lu Yi nodded weakly and said, "I understand."
Good.
Come here, Year. Sit in the corner from yesterday and cover yourself with the quilt to meditate. Shen Tianli turned his back to his wife, which was very inconvenient for talking. Tonight, he wanted his wife to sleep in front of him. Lu Yi obediently held her quilt and sat in the corner of Shen Tianli's bed. Outside, it was already dark, but the wind was strong. The paper on the window frame fluttered loudly. Lu Yi, dressed lightly, shivered after a short while. She quickly covered herself with the quilt and began to meditate. In the east room, He-shur was awakened by her mother-in-law's shouting. She hurried to sit up, her whole body aching, and couldn't help crying out, "Ah, it hurts." Shin Tianluo, who was also awakened by the noise, quickly asked worriedly, "Mother, how are you?" He-shur frowned and said, "It hurts. My whole body hurts. It's killing me," especially her shoulders, which felt like they had fallen off. "It must be that you were too tired yesterday, Mother. Let me massage you, and it will feel better," Shin Tianluo said gently. Actually, her own shoulders also hurt a little. Besides doing housework for her mother, she used to do embroidery, gather firewood, and other chores that boys usually did. She didn't expect carrying firewood to be so tiring for her shoulders. Shin Tianluo gently touched He-shur, and her pain worsened.
Ouch!
"It hurts. Luoer, you'd better not massage anymore. It's too painful. Rest for a while, and it will be fine." Sking Tianlu put down her hand and thought quietly, wondering if her grandmother would let her mother rest. Just as she thought this, she heard a knocking at the door. "His wife, you lazy woman, are you asleep? Why haven't you gotten up? Open the door. Quickly open the door." His wife hurriedly endured her pain and got out of bed, saying, "Luoer, go open the door quickly." Shen Tianlu ran outside to open the door. When she saw it wasn't his wife, she asked coldly, "Where is your mother?" "Mother, I am here. Why are you up so early?" "You lazy woman, it's already daylight, and you're up so early? I had to call you for so long. I'll teach you to be lazy, to be lazy," Shen Laotel said. Then she forcefully patted his wife. His wife dodged and cried out, "Mother, it hurts. It hurts. Stop hitting, stop hitting." Seeing his wife's delicate face scrunch up with pain, Shen Laotel felt a burst of anger and hit her even harder, saying, "You lazy woman, who are you pretending for? I didn't hit you hard. You haven't even done any work, and you're already feeling wronged. Are you trying to be lazy and avoid work?" "Mother, no, it really hurts." Seeing her mother's face turn pale and her grandmother still hitting her, Shu quickly pulled her mother behind her and smiled, saying, "Grandma, my mother is thin, all bones. Does it hurt when you hit her? Do you want me to massage it for you?" Hearing this, Sun Laotar felt her hand really hurt and touched it, saying, "Massage what? Hurry up and cook." His wife, "You haven't worked for a few days, so you've been doing all the chores at home these days. If you dare to be lazy, just see how I deal with you." Then she swung her hand again at his wife. Shinganlo's mother broke out in cold sweat from the pain and hurriedly protected her mother. Shen Laotar saw Sun Tianlu protecting her and squinted her eyes, refusing to stop hitting. She insisted on hitting Sun Tianlu and his wife. Shen Tianyan was awakened by the noise outside. He ran out and saw his grandmother hitting his mother and sister. He was immediately angry and pulled Shen Laotat aside, asking, "Grandma, why are you hitting my mother and sister?" Shen Laotar, questioned by her grandson, became even angrier, using more force and scolding. "They are lazy bums. I had to come personally to call them. Get up quickly. All they do is sleep in. I can't teach them a lesson? I even want to beat them to death. Lazy, cheap, good for nothing, so they don't waste food. Don't hit my mother. Don't hit my sister." Shen Tianyan shouted angrily, pulling Shen Laotai away. Grandmother Shen was so angry she nearly pushed Shen Tianyan away. He fell to the ground and saw his mother constantly hitting her daughter and sister. They both cried, stood up crying, and tried to pull Grandma back. Then they heard someone call from inside, "Grandma, it's so lively this early in the morning. Do you not want me to get better?" Grandma Shen immediately stopped and looked toward the west room. After thinking for a moment, she said stubbornly, "It's all because your lazy mother doesn't get up to cook. I think she needs a lesson." She then patted his wife a couple of times. "Grandma, you must be fair. You know I hate unfairness the most," said the grandson softly, like chatting. Grandma Shin couldn't help but shrink back. Suddenly, she remembered how she once forbade him from studying. He had smashed the study rooms of her younger son and eldest grandson, then went to town to question them about using their brother's and uncle's money for school but not letting him go. Was she not shameless? Was she not guilty? That time, she embarrassed her younger son and eldest grandson terribly. The old man also beat her harshly. But she was truly crazy then. No one could persuade her. After beating her, she ran away, even went into the deep mountains, brought back a wolf cub, and summoned a pack of wolves. If her third son hadn't discovered the wolf cub early, their whole family might have been eaten by the wolves. This child was vicious and ruthless. No one could compare. She really didn't know who he sided with. I am the fairest. I just want your mother to catch up on some chores from a few days ago, and then take turns doing housework. You can rest now, Grandma Shin said quickly, and left. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. But his wife was really in pain. Every movement hurt. Seeing her mother-in-law so afraid of her son, she said, "Liar, my whole body hurts. Please tell Grandma not to make me work. If I say that, your grandma definitely won't let you all work. But, Mother, are you sure you want us to go hungry every day from now on?" His wife clenched her teeth. Her son was right. If she refused to work, her mother-in-law wouldn't feed them. Let Year go get it. Year is strong and quick. Your grandpa won't let her be ashamed, said Grandma Shen. Mother, come see for yourself, Shun Tianli said, then quietly whispered to Lu Yi, Year, your mother is coming to hit you. She'll probably hit you harder than your stepmother. Lu Yi hurriedly grabbed the quilt, looking very scared. She cursed inwardly, threatening Grandma, bullying her own mother, intimidating her own daughter-in-law. What kind of man did she marry? He was confused and walked to the west room, where he saw Lu Yi sitting in the corner with messy hair, clutching the blanket tightly, her face full of fear. Seeing her, he shrank back a little. Year, what's wrong? He asked worriedly, taking a step forward. Lu Yi quickly shrank back and pulled the blanket over herself, trembling with fear. Don't hit me, she cried. Seeing Lu Yi like this, he frowned and asked, Lear, what's wrong with Year? Ever since Mother lost her temper yesterday, she has been hiding in the corner. Later, Xiaoyan came over, and she seemed a bit better. But last night, she kept having nightmares, crying out not to hit her. When Grandma knocked on the door, she woke up and was scared, hiding there. Shen Tianyan saw his sister-in-law trembling and shivering under the blanket, feeling very sad. He said, Yesterday when Mother came in, I saw you tremble. It turns out she really scared you. He frowned and said, Mother, look what you did. You're scaring your sister-in-law. You shouldn't lose your temper with her anymore. He looked both angry and innocent. Hearing her son's words, she felt wronged. I didn't do anything. I just raised my voice a little. Mother, I heard that at her maiden home, her stepmother and sister often bullied her, but her younger brother treated her well. So, Mother, if you want her to be normal, you should treat her better. Shen Tianli pushed the blame onto his mother-in-law and sister-in-law without hesitation. Heard that Lu Ye's stepmother was unkind to her, he immediately hated Feng Shi for making her so scared. It was that wicked woman who caused her to be afraid, and now she had no one to help her. All right, I won't scold her anymore. When will Year get better? I don't know. But recently, it's better for you to stay away from her, and also from Luer. I heard her call her sister yesterday. Don't hit me. Shun Tianlu nodded quickly, feeling worried, but not daring to go closer. You lazy woman. Why aren't you coming out? Are you just sitting inside laying eggs? Hearing her mother-in-law's scolding, he hurriedly ran out despite her pain. Shen Tianlu looked at Lu Yi and also ran out. Shen Tianyan didn't go out but climbed onto the Kong bed, gently pulling Lu Ye's blanket while softly saying, Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. It's me. I'll protect you, so Mother won't shout at you anymore. He tugged the blanket twice and saw Lu Yi holding it tightly, then said, Sister-in-law, you can put down the blanket now. Mother and sister have gone out. Lu Yi secretly took a quick look, saw no one around, and then put down the blanket. When Shun Tianyan pulled her blanket, she hurriedly covered her head, looking very scared. Shun Tianyan felt sad that his sister-in-law was afraid of him. He said with a pout, "Sister-in-law, you forgot.
It's me, Xiaoyan.
Yesterday, I even made you a small bun." Lu Yi slowly lowered the blanket, tilted her head, and looked at Shin Tianyan for a long time. Seeing his sister-in-law examining him, Shin Tianyan felt a bit happy. He leaned slightly forward and asked, "Sister-in-law, you remember me, right?" Lu Yi quickly shrank back in fear, watching Shin Tianyan cautiously. Shin Tianli, who was nearby, saw Lu Yi looking scared. He frowned, wondering if he had gone too far and really frightened her. Otherwise, why would even Xiaoyan be afraid? Shin Tianyan felt hurt. "Sister-in-law, it's me. I am Xiaoyan. I wouldn't hurt you. My mother would hit me. She's kind to my brother, but she would hit me," Lu Yi said with her neck shrunk, looking worried. Shin Tianli suddenly understood and said, "Your mother wouldn't hit you. He's your uncle, Xiaoyan, not your younger brother Lu Ming, so your mother wouldn't hit you." Lu Yi looked at Shin Tianli, then at Shin Tianyan, and seemed sure that the person in front of her was not Lu Ming. She then showed a shy smile at Shin Tianyan. Seeing his sister-in-law smile, Shin Tianyan felt relieved. He even thought she was closest to him and happily promised, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will protect you from now on, and no one will bully you." Shin Tianli frowned, feeling his younger brother was meddlesome. His wife didn't need his little brother-in-law to protect her. "Come here," Shin Tianli ordered in a deep voice to Shin Tianyan. Shin Tianyan, who was about to bond with his sister-in-law, heard his brother's cold tone and quickly crawled over, timidly asking, "Brother, what's the matter? Do you know you did something wrong?" Shin Tianyan was stunned instantly. He carefully thought about what he had done to make his brother ask him this way. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. "Brother, what did I do wrong?" Lu Yi thought he was just a naive child who didn't understand the world. No, he was a well-meaning child who did bad things by accident. Just now, do you know why Grandma was so angry she hit Mom and Luer? Hasn't Grandma always been angry? Shin Tianyan thought for a moment and said,
"No."
"Actually, if you hadn't come out, Mom and Luer would have only been hit a few more times, and then it would be over. But your appearance made them get hit even harder. Go ask Luer about what just happened, and think about where you went wrong. If you can't figure it out, you don't need to read this book anymore." Shin Tianli's tone was serious, and he also refused Shin Tianyan to read. Shin Tianyan's eyes instantly turned red, but he saw his brother's face turn cold, looking angry. He dared not speak and hurriedly got off the bed to find his sister. Shin Tianli saw Lu Yi sitting in the corner playing with her hair and giggling foolishly. She truly looked like a simple girl. "Year, come, teach me to recite the rules for disciples. Okay?" Lu Yi looked timidly and nodded, softly beginning to read. Unknowingly, as she read each word of the rules for disciples, she became more serious. Even when she swayed her head and seemed silly, her foolishness gradually faded. A gentle scholarly air surrounded her, making her look more elegant and refined. Shin Tianli's eyes flickered. Indeed, this kind of wife looked even more pleasing. Shin Tianyan ran to the kitchen. While Mrs. He was washing up, he asked Shin Tianlu, who was tending the fire, about what had just happened. Shin Tianlu simply recounted the events. Shin Tianyan frowned, feeling he hadn't done anything wrong. "Big sister, brother just said I was wrong, and he also said that if I hadn't come out to protect you all, Grandma would have only hit you twice more. Because of me, you and Mom got hit even harder. But sister, I still don't understand what I did wrong. Sister, you say I was wrong to protect you all." Shin Tianlu also frowned after hearing this. Since brother said Xiaoyan was wrong, then Xiaoyan was indeed wrong. She thought through the whole situation. It seemed Grandma's mood kept changing. The first time, she said she was worried Grandma's hand would hurt. Although Grandma hit Mom again, her strikes seemed lighter. But after Xiaoyan protected everyone, Grandma's hits became heavier again. When Xiaoyan came out to protect, Grandma's hits grew even more severe. She shared her thoughts, and Shin Tianyan thought for a long time before asking, "Sister, among us siblings, excluding eldest brother and Shin Tianshu, Who do you think Grandma likes the most? The eldest household naturally received more attention from Grandpa and Grandma, so children from the main house were also favored a bit more. Her father was the best at earning money, so the children in their household seemed to be treated slightly better than those in the main house. Uncle Wu married Grandma's niece, and his children, both grandnephews and great-grandnephews, were especially loved by Grandma. Compared to the second household, which mainly farmed, they were naturally less favored. But surprisingly, Shin Tianqing, among all the granddaughters, was the most loved by Grandma. Because of this favoritism, sometimes the status of second aunt was even higher than that of the eldest aunt. Usually, when Grandma hit second uncle's wife, Shin Tianqing would not try to stop her. She would stand aside and even blame her mother for making Grandma angry. However, Grandma would only hit second uncle's wife a few times before stopping. But when she hit the eldest aunt and her mother, it usually took a long time, and she always looked unsatisfied. Big sister, do you think brother wants us to learn like third sister? She clearly saw Grandma hitting mother, but she just stood there and didn't care, Shin Tianyan said quietly. Shin Tianluo shook her head. Yen, do you remember just now when mother asked brother to help her speak?
He didn't agree.
Because brother knew that doing that would just make Grandma angrier. Now, he can't protect mother or us. Instead, it will make Grandma treat us even worse. After saying this, Shin Tianyan suddenly brightened up, as if he understood something. He stood up quickly and ran outside. His family almost blocked him. Child, what are you doing? Acting so crazy. Shin Tianluo lowered her head, thinking about her brother's words and Shin Tianqing's past actions. Her anger flared up, but her mind was racing quickly. Shin Tianyan ran to the west room. When he reached the door, he didn't dare go in until Shin Tianli looked at him. Then he lowered his head and said, Brother, I was wrong. He heard what his younger siblings said in the kitchen. He was very happy that his younger brother and sister were so clever. What's wrong? I shouldn't have known I was powerless, but impulsively tried to protect mother and sister, Shin Tianyan said. Shin Tianli nodded and said, Xiao Yan, when we are not strong enough, we should listen more, watch more, think more. Wisdom is the best strategy. During this time, you and Luer should observe how Shin Tianqing and everyone in the family behave and deal with things. Okay, go read now. Grandpa and Grandma love children who can read the most. Speak louder, so they can hear you. That's also a way to show filial piety. Remember, just say that Sun Ming taught you.
Go.
Shin Tianyan nodded and ran out. Soon, the clear sound of children's voices came from the yard. At the beginning of human nature, it is inherently good. After Shun Lao Tai woke Hishur, she gave her some food and then went back to sleep. The weather suddenly turned cold, and she was comfortable staying in bed. Suddenly, a bright voice floated in. Old man, is Conger back? Shun Lao Tai sat up, looked outside, and asked happily. Conger only comes back once every 10 days. It's only been 3 days since he left. How could he be back? Then where is that voice coming from outside? It sounds like Xiao Yan's voice. Go to sleep. Why worry so much? No, I want to go see. How could that reckless boy be studying? Maybe he's sneaking into Kong Air's room. Grandma Shan said as she got up. Upon asking, they found out that Shin Tianyan was learning in the pharmacy. He had only studied for 3 days, yet he already knew so much. Grandma Shin frowned and started knocking on each door. She called out to Shin Tianfeng in the main room, Shin Tianqing in the second room, and Shin Tianxua in the 5th room. All 3 of you, follow Xiao Yan to study. Shin Tianqing was quite happy. Before leaving, his sister and mother had told him to study hard. If he did well, next year he could go to school and no longer have to pick wheat or do farm work. He could go to town like his uncle and older brother and become someone respected. Shin Tianfeng was the least interested in studying. What's so good about studying? Constantly looking at unfamiliar characters, sitting at home or in school, unable to go out and play, dig for mudfish, or be admired by friends. Just like Dad, who works on the farm for a while and then wanders around, earning everyone's respect. Besides, isn't there an older brother? Once the older brother becomes a scholar, he'll be a scholar's younger brother, and friends will still envy him. What does he want to study for? Shen Tianxua was raised by Madame Fan since he was young. He usually only got up during breakfast. Now he was tired, and Grandma Shen woke him up. He felt weak and didn't want to study with Shin Tianyan, whom he disliked. He thought it was embarrassing to say out loud, "Grandma, let me sleep for a while. When my uncle and older brother come back, I'll study then." What can he learn? Besides, who knows if he's reading correctly? What if he makes mistakes? Grandma, don't let him study. Let him pull weeds instead. He can feed our pigs. I can't sleep with the sound of reading. To be fair, Shen Tianxua was clever. He first convinced Grandma Shen, then blamed Shin Tianyan and managed to dismiss the other person. Not only did he avoid studying, but he also got back at him. At such a young age, he was quite resourceful. Shin Tianyan wanted to argue, but thinking of his older brother's advice, to listen more, observe more, and think more, he bit his lip and stayed silent. Grandma Shin thought her grandson's words made sense. She believed her Kong heir hadn't been studying for a month and still wasn't fluent. He must have been reading incorrectly. Really, if he couldn't read, he was misleading others, and he deserved to be punished. Gently touching Shen Tianxua, she softly said, "All right, Tianxua, go to sleep. When your uncle and older brother come back, I'll ask them to teach you." After seeing the other grandson return to his room, he sternly said to Shin Tianyan, "What are you sitting here for? Go pull some weeds." Shin Tianyan looked a bit wronged. Clearly, they were all grandchildren. Since their father went to serve in the army, their grandmother's attitude toward him has been especially cold. After the eldest brother was injured, her attitude worsened even more. But thinking about her attitude toward his older brother, he suddenly understood. It's because he is too weak, so the grandmother looks down on him and bullies him. "Grandma, it's not that I don't want to go, but if I go alone, the villagers will see and think that Grandma is bullying our third family. I don't want them to misunderstand Grandma. Grandma, when my brothers and sisters are all up, we will go pull weeds together, okay? I promise I will pull more than they do. Also, Grandma, I study to help the family. Our family's reputation in the village has been bad lately. I want to tell everyone that Grandma is fair, that she treats us three fairly, and she even lets me study." Old Madame Shin looked at Shin Tianyan for a long time. Seeing his eyes full of admiration, she thought his words were good. Our family has caused a fuss in the village recently, and when the younger son comes back, he will definitely be unhappy. Studying is fine. Anyway, she doesn't spend money, and he doesn't go to school. Then you study.
Thank you, Grandma.
I knew you are the best grandma. He often heard third sister Shen Tianqing say this. Sure enough, old Madame Shen's expression became even kinder. "Grandma, don't worry. I won't embarrass you. I study everything correctly. I read from books, so I won't make mistakes," Shen Tianyan promised. If he hadn't guessed that the books might be confiscated if taken out, he would definitely take them out to prove he wasn't lying. After a long while, he straightened his back and said, "The bones are connected now. As long as he doesn't strain himself or move around too much, and takes good care of himself with proper nourishment, he will surely recover." Can he really get better? Will he be able to go hunting again? I told you, as long as he doesn't exert himself, and he eats more meat, like chicken legs, and rests well, he will definitely get better. This morning, he heard that Grandma Shen was mistreating the third household, and that Xiaoyan was sent out to borrow steamed buns to eat. That old woman is really mean and stingy, and quite hateful. She's not afraid of the yeoman society coming to scold her. Since she doesn't trust him, and still wants Tianli to hunt and earn money in the future, he will try to get more benefits for the boy. Besides, he hasn't lied. When he heard that Shin Tianli was getting better, Grandma Shin was instantly happy. She didn't hold back anymore and smiled, saying, "Good, good. I will definitely give him more nourishment. Later, I will ask he's sure to kill a chicken for him. Tianli, you stay in bed and don't move. Rest well, understand?"
Thank you, Grandma.
I understand. Grandma Shun happily gave Dr. Lee some coins, then went back to tell her husband. Old Shen nodded and advised, from now on, this family should be fair. I know, I don't need you to tell me. During dinner, she also made Shen Tianlu bring over Shen Tianli's portion. Later, she thought about it and scooped some water onto the noodle cake, then handed it to Shen Tianlu. Because it rained lightly last night, after eating, everyone except Grandma Shen and he sure had to go out to pull weeds and loosen the soil around the wheat seedlings. Seeing that he sure had tidied up the kitchen well, Grandma Shen asked her to clean the pig pen at home. He sure was willing to go to the field to pull weeds, but didn't want to clean the pig pen. Now, the pig pen was full of mud pits, and the pigs liked to roll in the mud. Her mother-in-law told her to remove all the mud from the pits and carry it to the vegetable garden. It was dirty, smelly, and would take a long time. In the past, her husband did these chores. After he left, her son took over. If her son went hunting, her older brothers would help too. But now, she had to do it herself. And the fat pig was stubborn and temperamental. It kept pushing mud around. When she chased it away, it would come back and grunt at her angrily. She angrily grabbed the iron shovel to hit it. The pig wagged its tail and ran away, splattering mud all over her face. Although she wasn't as clean as Lu Yi, she couldn't stand the dirty mud on her face. She shouted in disgust, wiped her face with a handkerchief, then forcefully patted the pigs with the shovel. The pig was startled, let out a loud squeal, then ran and bumped around the pig pen. Mrs. He saw the pig running toward her and quickly stepped back in fear. The pig pen was already slippery, and she was near a muddy pit. When she retreated, she lost her balance and fell into the mud, covered in smelly dirt. Old Lady Shen heard her own pig squeal and hurried outside. She saw Mrs. He sitting in the pig pen, her pig running wildly. She angrily scolded, "Mrs. He, you wicked woman! Did you hit my pig? If you hurt my pig, I will sell you." Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Mrs. He, who was already sore and uncomfortable, was now dirty all over. She stood up crying and said, "Mother, am I worse than a pig? My pig can still be sold for money during the New Year. Besides making me angry and wasting my grain every day, what else can you do? If I catch you hitting my pig again, I will beat you to death." Old Lady Shen saw Mrs. He crying and said with disgust, "Cry, cry. You just cry all day long. Why don't you just die crying? Hurry up and clean the pig pen. No more killing chickens for your son." Feeling wronged, Mrs. He said, "Mother, the pig keeps running around. It's not obedient. I can't clean the pig pen." "You stupid woman, your brain is probably full of pigs. You don't know that when cleaning the pig pen, you should feed the pig first. It only cares about eating and doesn't care about cleaning," she scolded. "Mother, I already fed the pig," Mrs. He replied, thinking that her mother knew Lear's leg would get better and that he could go hunting again, so she would be treated better. Seeing everyone go to the fields, she thought her mother-in-law wouldn't let her clean the pig pen, so she fed the pig first. But unexpectedly, her mother-in-law didn't care about Lear's feelings and didn't let her go. "Mrs. He, I think you've been with your silly wife for a few days and have gone stupid. You actually fed the pig. Now, you better handle it yourself. If you don't clean the pig pen properly today, you'll stay in there." Old Lady Shen said angrily and left. Mrs. He was getting lazier and lazier, thinking she didn't know what she was planning. She wished she could get away with it. When she heard her mother-in-law say she had to stay in the pig pen, Mrs. He felt even more wronged. She thought about how unlucky she was, her husband far away at the border, her son injured, and she had a silly wife who couldn't help much. She was in pain all over, and her mother-in-law was mistreating her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. She started crying loudly in the pig pen. In the room, Shen Tianli heard his mother crying and closed his eyes tightly. Lu Yi faintly heard the crying, looked out the window, glanced at Shen Tianli, and finally decided not to listen. She continued reading her book. Mrs. He cried enough and, seeing only herself around, had to accept her fate and start cleaning the pig pen. Outside the door, a neighbor asked why she was covered in mud and if she had been crying so painfully earlier. They wondered if her mother-in-law was mistreating her. Mrs. He didn't dare to say anything. Every household with pigs had to clean pig pens regularly. If people found out she was cleaning the pig pen and looked so messy, the villagers would laugh at her. She hurriedly lowered her head and went home. However, some people thought that Grandma Shin was mistreating Mrs. He, which made Mrs. He look so miserable and scared. After finally cleaning the pig pen, she started catching and killing chickens. Fortunately, killing chickens was easy. Mrs. He quickly killed a chicken and then heard her mother-in-law scolding her, "You dirty woman who doesn't know how to keep clean. Wearing clothes covered in pig manure and sitting everywhere. Look at my stool, it's also dirty now. The yard and kitchen are full of the smell of pig manure. Hurry up and go change your clothes." Mrs. He was already shivering from the cold, but her mother-in-law was watching her closely, so she didn't have a chance to change. Now she was scolding her again. Fortunately, her mother-in-law finally let her go. Mrs. He hurried back to her room. She remembered she had no clean clothes left and, under her son's disapproving gaze, reluctantly found a cloth made of willow leaves to change into. Mrs. He washed her clothes and was about to cook when she heard noise outside. When she went out of the kitchen, she saw Li Zian and Qingshan carrying a lot of things into the yard. "Big brother Li, what's going on? Yesterday, we killed a tiger and sold some silver. We also bought some things for you." "Zian, is that all you bought? Do you have silver?" Grandma Shun came out. Seeing so many things, she was first happy, but then looked dissatisfied. "Fourth Annie, that big tiger was killed by Qingshan and me. We bought a lot of cotton and cloth, and it cost 10 taels of silver." Li Zian held up the cloth he was carrying. This morning, Grandma Shun heard that the big tiger was full of injuries. It was the same tiger that had bitten Shun Tianli earlier. She felt uneasy even about the 10 taels of silver worth of cloth and cotton. She said, "Qingshan, you and Tianli are good friends. He's injured now, and you didn't give him money to see a doctor. That's okay. But now you've killed a tiger and sold a lot of silver. You should share some with our family." On the road, the two of them discussed that since Grandma Shin originally refused to give Tianli silver for his treatment, this time, the money from the hunting should be kept secret from Grandma Shin and directly handed to Tianli. This way, it will be easier for Tianli to see a doctor in the future. Shun Qingshan also agreed. Xiaoyan said that Tianli's illness would need a month of medicine, which is very expensive. Currently, Shun Tianli only has 20 taels of silver, which is not enough. Without money, Grandma Shun might refuse to lend him more. Last time, Tianli was injured, but he didn't have any silver to give. Now that he's awake, if he can't borrow money, it will hurt their brotherly relationship. Although everyone knows he shot the tiger, it was that fool who actually did it. So, it's better to give the money directly to Tianli. Fourth aunt, 10 taels of silver is enough. That's enough to marry 2 wives. Shun Qingshan whispered. Grandma Shin was furious and scolded, "You ungrateful brat. My liar treats you so well, and you say such things. You deserve not to marry. Give me the stuff and get out of my house." She then tried to the cotton and cloth from Shun Qingshan's hands. These cloths and cotton were perfect for making a new coat and blanket for the younger son. She took back what Shun Qingshan had, ignoring Li Zian's displeased face, and ran to the main room holding the things. "Mother," he sure called unhappily. She had planned to go to the town today, but her mother-in-law firmly refused. It was hard enough that someone had brought cloth and cotton, but her mother-in-law took most of it. What were they supposed to do with the rest of the family? "Call, what call? Hurry up and go cook." Grandma Shin shouted at the door. After finishing, she closed the door, afraid Li Zian might come over and things away. He sure looked upset. She heard Li Zian whisper, "Sister-in-law, you go to your work. I'll just put the stuff in Tianli's room." She nodded and went back to the kitchen. At worst, she could tear apart a quilt to make clothes. She couldn't let the children freeze. Once her mother-in-law cooled down, she would go to the town to buy more. She still had silver in her hand. She returned to the kitchen, and Shun Qingshan ran out again, bringing a bigger bundle. He admired his uncle's foresight, guessing that fourth aunt would try to take his things. They went into the west room, placed the items down, and Tianli saw all the cloth and cotton. He thanks, uncle. Li Zian smiled softly and said, no problem. Tianli, the tiger, and Dr. Sun both took their shares. They gave 150 taels, and I used 10 taels to buy cotton and cloth. That's 140 taels in banknotes. Dr. Sun is really good. I thought selling for 120 taels was already a good deal. After all, the tiger skin was almost worn out, the roe deer was small, just a young adult, and probably worth no more than 20 taels of silver. Shun Tianli knew it was thanks to his wife's help and nodded, saying, Uncle and Qing Shan, you've worked hard. That 100 taels of silver, you can split it. Qing Shan's face lit up with joy when Li Zian said, no. The tiger was originally caught by your wife. We just helped bring it back and sell it. That doesn't count. You keep this silver note for medical expenses. He handed the silver note to Lu Yi, who was sitting by the bed. Qing Shan looked worried. That was 100 taels, not just a little. Li Zian was willing to give so much, but he couldn't bear to part with it. Besides, did Shun Tianli really need that much money to treat his injuries? He didn't need that much. Uncle, that's Tianli's kindness. Also, if it weren't for us bringing my sister-in-law up the mountain, we wouldn't have been able to kill the tiger. He even regretted bringing Lu Yi up the mountain. If it weren't for her, maybe he could have killed the tiger himself, and then the 150 taels would all be his. 150 taels. He had been with Shun Tianli for 2 years and had never seen so much silver. The only time he didn't go was when Shun Tianli fought a black bear. He completely forgot that if Lu Yi hadn't gone, he might have become the tiger's dinner. Hearing Qing Shan's words, Li Zian felt a bit embarrassed. He forgot that it was the 3 of them going up the mountain together, not just him saying it was okay. Shun Tianli looked at Qing Shan. He had always regarded Qing Shan as a brother, but he never expected that his character was like this. When they encountered the black bear, he was quite excited, listening to his instructions to attack the bear. But when the tiger suddenly ran over, he was so scared he nearly fainted. Seeing this, he could only pull Qing Shan to hide quickly. After he strangled the poisonous snake and dealt with the black bear and tiger, he found Qing Shan was gone. Finally, when he dragged himself to the foot of the mountain with serious injuries, he vaguely saw Qing Shan and a few others running over. From the moment Qing Shan disappeared until he saw him at the foot of the mountain, nearly an hour passed. That hour was enough for Qing Shan to go into the mountain twice with his men. But at least he found someone to go into the mountain. At least, during the time he was injured and unconscious, he was busy taking care of things. Qing Shan, how do you think we should split the money? Qing Shan looked at Shun Tianli and felt he could see through people's hearts. He quickly lowered his head and said, Tianli, I'll listen to you. Shun Tianli nodded and said, Year, count out 60 taels and split them between uncle and Qing Shan. Lu Yi nodded and handed 3 silver notes to Li Zian. Li Zian hurriedly refused. Tianli, uncle doesn't need it. Keep it for your health. I didn't do much work, so I shouldn't take this money. On the way, Qing Shan also said that Tianli's leg might not be able to hunt anymore. These silver coins should be saved for his future needs. Hearing this, Qing Shan paused but still took the notes, saying, Uncle, take it. It's Tianli's kindness. Don't make him feel uncomfortable. He also thought that they deserved it. He didn't say this aloud, but his face showed it. Seeing so little silver, he felt uncomfortable. Tianli was too stingy, giving only 30 taels. He had thought that if they sold the tiger skin in town, the serious injury would only fetch about 70 taels. Plus some spores and rabbits, at most 90 taels. Shun Tianli hadn't shortchanged him. Li Zian, hearing Qing Shan, could only accept it. If he refused, Qing Shan's mother would scold him badly. Later, he would find another chance to help Tianli. Their expressions were all seen by Shun Tianli. This time, he truly saw people clearly. When Qing Shan returned home, Zhao Shi came over smiling. Shanzi, you're back? Why did you stay out so long? Qing Shan took a big sip of water and said, It rained, so we stayed overnight. Mother, I'm hungry. Is the food ready? It's ready. Rest here. I'll have your sister bring it to you. Chower, where did you go? Didn't you see your brother came back? Hurry and bring the food to your brother. Zhao Shi called outside, then asked, Shanzi, how much did that big tiger sell for this time? 70 taels. I bought some things for Tianli's family with it, used over 10 taels, and the rest I split with Uncle Li, 23 taels. Here, mother, take these 20 taels. I'll keep the remaining 3 taels, Shun Qingshan said, taking out a note. He remembered Li Zian also gave Tianli 20 taels, so he actually got more silver than he did. Although Shun Tianli was stingy, it was because the big tiger was killed by that fool. He also got a bit of a scare, but he still earned 30 taels. Compared to Li Zian, he wasn't losing out. Mrs. Zhao happily took the silver, 20 taels in total. Her son hadn't brought back so much silver all year. She said, Mountain Boy, why did you buy so many things for the Shin family? If not, you could have shared more. Mother, Tianli was injured, so we didn't spend any silver. If Tianli hadn't hurt that big tiger before, do you think your son could have killed such a large tiger? Shun Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said, thinking about going to town to buy a silver hairpin. He was sure Xiaowa would like it when she saw it. Sigh, if only Xiaowa's mother was more like Aunt He, and if Xiaowa married her, that would be so good. Although Mrs. Zhao felt sad, she knew buying things for the Shin family was right. When she heard that her son had killed the tiger, she ignored the earlier part and smiled, saying, My son is amazing, able to kill a big tiger. In the future, when going up the mountain without Shun Tianli, my son can still do it. Shun Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He had heard from the village doctor that Shin Tianli's leg was no good. Thinking about going up the mountain alone in the future made him a little nervous. But since the big tiger was dead and only an injured black bear remained, it wasn't a big problem. Also, he knew where Shun Tianli's traps were and how to set them, so he was confident he could handle it. He thought about the big tile house in Shin's family and his own thatched hut. He smiled and said, Mother, don't worry. Once I earn enough silver, we'll live in a big house with blue bricks and tiles. Good, good. Mother is waiting. My son is capable. Mountain Boy, but you can't be so generous in the future, especially with the Shin family. Tianli hunted with you for 2 years, but isn't willing to take you to hunt big game. He's just protecting himself. So, there's no need to be so nice to him. Besides, he's not crippled. Just show some respect on the surface. Don't be too foolish. Okay, I'll listen to Mother. Good, good, that's my good boy. By the way, yesterday the matchmaker came. She mentioned a girl from the big village. She has about 10 acres of land and looks pretty. You can go see her tomorrow, okay? Shun Qingshan thought about Li Xiaoer. She was one of the prettiest girls in the village besides Shun Tianlu. Shun Tianlu was young, and Aunt He and Shin Tianli probably wouldn't want her to marry him. So he thought Li Xiaoer was a good choice. But what if the girl from the big village was even prettier? He decided to wait and see. As for the silver hairpin, he thought he could decide later. Li Zian returned home, and Mrs. Zhang brought water for him to wash up. She cautiously asked, Master, have you given the cotton and cloth to the Shin family? Li Zian was in a good mood, but her question made him coldly reply with a yes. He picked up a large bowl nearby and took a couple of sips of water. Seeing that Li Zian was still angry, Mrs. Zhang felt guilty. She and he sure were from the same village. He sure had 2 older brothers who spoiled her. Even after getting married, they still treated her well. But before her marriage, her sister-in-law often teased her. Later, they both married into Chuishan village. Shun Yong'an pampered he sure, never letting her do heavy work. 3 years ago, he sure still looked like a young girl. Her husband was also kind to her, but she still did her share of farm work. They were from the same village and both girls, so why was her life so different? It was rare to see he sure face hardship, and she hadn't asked Mrs. Zhang for help. Why was she rushing to give her silver? It seemed foolish. But her husband unexpectedly slapped her because of this. He, who had never been cold to her before, had been ignoring her since he returned, which made her feel very sad. Before, her husband went hunting with Shin Yong'an and earned quite a bit of money. But because her father-in-law was the village chief, he spent a lot of silver. Later, her father-in-law became the village chief, and her husband never went hunting again. Their home remained a simple mud brick house. Yesterday, her husband took 20 taels of silver meant for building a house, and he also killed a big tiger. She really wanted to know if he had brought back more silver to build the house.
Lizian replied coldly.
His wife wasn't like this before. Now she didn't know her limits. He was very disappointed. Mrs. Zhang didn't understand what he meant. She wanted to ask again, but then she heard her husband say, "Your sister-in-law is from the same village. Help her more in the future. Don't just think about building the house." Mrs. Zhang's face changed, and she bit her lip in grievance. She doesn't need my help. If anyone should help me, it's her.
Lizian frownat, confusa.
How could the sister-in-law, who seemed so nice before, say such things? He looked at her and then turned to leave. Master, where are you going?" Mrs. Zhang hurriedly asked. "To town to find work," he replied without looking back and left. Mrs. Zhang stomped her feet in anger. The money from selling the tiger still hadn't been given to her. Old Shin's family was having lunch in the main house. Except for Old Lady Shin's table, which had a pot of chicken, Shen Tianxua was biting into a chicken leg at the women's table. The others could only drool and watch eagerly. Mrs. Wang felt sad. The old woman actually left half of the chicken for Shen Tianli and ate the other half herself, not even sharing the chicken broth. But seeing He Shi quietly eating plain noodles in clear soup made her feel better. Her son was eating meat, and she was drinking water. That was good. Third sister-in-law, I heard Li Zian brought you a lot of cotton and cloth. Since Schwerer is about to get married, maybe you could give her a piece of cloth and some cotton to make her a quilt. It would be a nice gift from you as her aunt. Li Shi looked at Mrs. Wang and thought, everyone knew that the day before marriage was when the bride's makeup was done. Mrs. Wang was setting a trap for He Shi. Third sister-in-law, Layer should also find a match. He doesn't have a good outfit yet. Why not make him one? Shen Tianlei worked as a waiter in town, earning only a silver coin a month, so he wasn't interested in his sister-in-law's clothes. Maybe his second sister-in-law was just jealous and wanted to take advantage. Third sister-in-law, Momo loves your sewing the most. I still have a piece of cloth. Could you help Momo make a shirt? Li Shi and Mrs. Wang looked at Fan Shi and sneered. In winter, everyone's clothes had cotton inside. Fan Shi was shameless too. They all found it hard to refuse He Shi's requests, especially Fan Shi. Yesterday, she even gave her a small bun, but she only had a little cotton. Her own room didn't have enough either. Big aunt, second aunt, fifth aunt, Li Bo only brought a little cotton and cloth. You know, our third house doesn't have winter clothes. Making a cotton coat for grandma isn't enough for us to make our own clothes. Why not big aunt, second aunt, fifth aunt, lend us some silver? We'll buy more, and when my father comes back, we'll pay you back, Shin Tianluo said softly. This was her and Xiao Yan's plan from this morning. They learned from Shin Tianqing and blamed all responsibilities on her father. When Mrs. Wang and the others heard about borrowing money, their desire to take advantage turned into protecting their family's savings. Besides, everyone knew that the game animals hunted by the third house, including those sold by the third house, belonged to the public. So lending money to the third house was like throwing a meat bun to a dog. No hope of getting it back. And if they dared to think about the hunting money, their mother-in-law wouldn't let them go easily. Sure enough, the mother-in-law quickly spoke up and scolded, "You shallow-minded people. Our old Shin family is hardly short of food or clothing. The third household only has a little, yet you still keep thinking about it. Are you tired of eating? If you don't want to eat, then hurry back to your room." After finishing, seeing that the daughters-in-law remained silent and bowed their heads to eat, she finally felt satisfied. She looked at Shen Tianlu and said, "Don't forget what I just said." Shen Tianlu hurriedly smiled and replied, "Grandmother, I won't forget. After finishing farm work this afternoon, I will find time to make it for you." The old Shen lady nodded, took a chicken frame without meat from her table, and placed it in Shen Tianyan's bowl, saying, "You should try some too. Your mother's chicken is quite good." Shen Tianyan was surprised and knew it was thanks to her sister. She quickly smiled and said, "Grandmother, you're so kind." I will study hard and someday invite you to a noble title. The old Shin lady was waiting for her youngest son to make her a scholar's wife, and for her eldest grandson to make her a successful candidate. Unexpectedly, her youngest grandson directly made her a noble lady. She heard that a noble title was also an official position. She happily added another chicken neck to Shin Tianyan's bowl and said, "Good, good. I look forward to becoming a noble lady." Shin Tianyan also expressed her thanks, lowered her head, and exchanged a look with her sister, both showing happy smiles. She quietly gave the chicken neck with meat to Shin Tianlu. Their guess was right. They not only saved their cotton and cloth but also gained their grandmother's approval. After their father left, as long as their brother wasn't at home, they couldn't eat meat. Today, their grandmother actually took the initiative to give them meat. Although there wasn't much, they still felt happy inside. However, he sure didn't understand her children's feelings and even blamed her daughter for not telling her. She just made a cotton coat for her mother-in-law. After all, her mother-in-law had taken quite a bit of cotton and cloth. After eating, they left the main room and found it was drizzling again. They couldn't go out too, so everyone returned to their own rooms. He Shi and Shen Tianlu washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen when they saw Fan Shi walking out of the main house, clutching a piece of cloth. After feeding the pigs and chickens, they saw Shin Tianqing come out of the main house, holding a soft bundle, probably cotton. Shin Tianqing saw Shin Tianlu, hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "Fourth sister, aren't you making a cotton coat for grandmother? You probably don't know her size. I'll find you later." Shin Tianlu smiled. She wasn't telling grandmother her size. She was probably going to her room to look at her things. "Third sister, you're joking. We, as granddaughters, definitely know grandmother's size. Again, I say, our house is so messy that it won't bother third sister's eyes." Shin Tianqing's face slightly changed, but she still smiled and said, "All right, then I won't disturb fourth sister." Shin Tianluo watched Shin Tianqing leave, thinking she should learn from her. Shin Tianqing never gets angry and gets along well with the village girls. Inside the house, Mrs. He was taking off her shoes and complaining, "How could you agree to have your grandma make you a new set of clothes? Do you know that most of the cotton and fabric sent by Uncle Lee was taken by your grandma? If we make another set for her, we will have nothing left." Shin Tianluo was about to explain when she saw her brother pull her and point outside. She looked and was shocked. Grandma was standing at the door, holding a quilt, with a cold face. "Mother, even though we have no money, tearing an old quilt can still make 2 sets of clothes. Giving new cotton to grandma is a sign of respect." Besides, her mother hadn't seen it. Shin Tianluo had gone to her brother's room and saw that with the cotton and fabric there, they could make not just 6, but even 7 sets of clothes. Mrs. He was too tired to care about Shin Tianluo's words. She had been busy all morning, and now her whole body hurt. She wanted to rest properly. As soon as she lay down on the bed, she heard her mother-in-law scolding loudly, "You lazy woman, shameless wife. All you do is eat and sleep. Aren't you afraid you'll die of laziness? Here, sew up the quilt I tore yesterday. Lure, come on. Go to grandma's room and measure her size." It seemed she wasn't allowed to stay and help. Shin Tianluo looked at her brother. Seeing him nod, she could only follow her grandma under her mother's disapproving gaze. After grandma left, Shin Tianyan told his mother, "Mother, don't blame sister. She's doing it for us. If she didn't make clothes for grandma, the aunties and sisters-in-law would surely be worried about our fabric and cotton." Mrs. He angrily said, "If she makes clothes for grandma, they won't worry. That girl just thinks it's hard to stay with me and is deliberately trying to please that old woman. Mother, enough, you're still so young. What do you understand? Just focus on studying." Mrs. He thought her mother-in-law would come to check soon. Despite her pain and sadness, she endured and started sewing the quilt with tears in her eyes. In the West Room, Shen Tianli listened to her mother's words and couldn't help but furrow her brows even more. For a moment, she wondered if what she was doing was really for her good. Thinking of the blurry scene in her mind, Shen Tianli clenched her fists, then slowly relaxed and continued reading and practicing her writing. Lu Yi pretended not to know everything. Apart from herself and Shen Tianli leaving briefly to use the toilet, she stayed in her room, reading books and practicing her skills. The rain continued softly for 3 days. Today, Mrs. He didn't have to do housework, and her daughter had helped her a lot these past 2 days. She not only found time to make clothes for her mother-in-law, but also made clothes for herself. Wearing her new clothes, Mrs. He felt very happy. She smiled at Shen Tianlu and even helped start making clothes for Shen Tianyan. Lu Yi also put down her book and began sewing clothes. She had no choice. Tian was too cold. She had gone out in a thin shirt and was shivering from the cold. Although she hadn't sewn before crossing over, as a child, she had seen her grandmother do needlework. The original owner was good at sewing. Shen Tianlu had helped her cut fabric, stuff cotton, and teach her for a while. Soon, she started sewing with effort, and before long, she was doing it smoothly. Her stitches were fine and close together, looking even better than Shen Tianlu's work. Shen Tianli thought his wife would do her own sewing and also make clothes for him. But when she put on her new clothes, she seemed to forget about him completely, engrossed in reading a medical book with great interest. His silly wife didn't seem to care about him at all.
Auntie.
Are you at home? Hearing the voice outside, Mrs. He wondered why someone was coming in the rain. She stepped out of the living room and saw Li Xiaoer standing at the door, wearing a raincoat and holding a basket. Xiaoer, why are you here? Come inside quickly. Come inside. Li Xiaoer was very pretty, and she looked just like her daughter. If it weren't for a sharp-tongued, opportunistic woman who liked to take advantage, she would have considered her as her daughter-in-law first. Later, she chose Lu Yu, so she didn't have any regrets. But her son married Lu Yi, a simple girl. Now that Lu Yi was gone, Li Xiaoer's good girl had also become someone else's. Mrs. He felt mixed feelings of regret. If it weren't for her own future, she wouldn't want to come. Xiaoer, you're better now. I've been busy with family matters lately and haven't visited you. Shen Tianlu hurried out and apologized. I've heard about it. If my mother hadn't told me not to go out, I would have come earlier, Li Xiaoer said with a smile, completely unbothered. Afterward, she looked at the tightly closed door of the west room, took off her raincoat, and followed Shen Tianlu into the east room. Auntie, I made these pastries myself. Would you like to try some? Li Xiaoer opened her basket and brought out several plates of pastries. Xiaoer, you can make pastries? And they look so beautiful. I don't want to eat them, Mrs. He said happily, admiring the plates on the table. The flowers on the pastries looked so real. Shen Tianlu looked at the pastries on the plate and asked curiously, Xiaoer, did you make these? When did you learn to make such beautiful pastries? Although Li Xiaoer is a year older than her, they have grown up together. Xiaoer's mother is not kind to her, often making her do chores. Usually, Xiaoer doesn't even get enough to eat. How could her aunt, seventh aunt, let her learn to make delicate things like pastries? This time, I went to town to see a doctor and happened to help an old lady. She gave me her recipe. I followed it to make these. Tianlu, try some and see if you like them, Li Xiaoer said with a smile, not wanting Shen Tianlu to ask too many questions. Shen Tianlu frowned. Even if the old lady gave her the recipe, making pastries usually requires expensive ingredients like sugar. How could Xiaoer's mother agree for her to make such things, especially so many? But since Xiaoer didn't want to say more, she decided not to press. Now, she couldn't even take care of herself, let alone feed and look after Xiaoer like before. Her mother giving her sugar meant she was favored, so she didn't need to worry about her anymore. Delicious, really delicious. Xiaoer, yours are even better than those in the county, he sure said happily. Li Xiaoer blushed shyly and asked, Auntie, how is brother Tianli? I heard he was bitten by a tiger and hurt his leg? Yes, but he's almost better. The doctor said as long as he rests well, he'll recover. So he's staying in the west room, he sure replied. What about his leg? He can't walk for the next half year, or what if he gets hurt again? Li Xiaoer said nervously. If it weren't for her reputation, she would go to see how Tianli was doing in the west room. Yes, he can't walk. His grandmother said he shouldn't get out of bed this winter, so he will definitely recover, he sure said with a smile. Li Xiao'er lowered her eyes and sneered silently. Old Madam Shin was as unpredictable as March weather. She could change her mind suddenly. If it benefited her, she let him do whatever she wanted. If not, she wouldn't give her any advantage or let her get anything back from the past. She was a wicked old woman, smart, stingy, and vicious. That's good. Brother Tianli will be fine, Li Xiao'er said sweetly with a smile. Shun Tianlu ate the pastries and saw Li Xiao'er sitting on a bench nearby, wearing a brand new coat, her head held high, her back straight, sitting with only a third of her buttocks on the bench. She was holding a handkerchief, wiping it from time to time, even though she wasn't sweating or had anything on her mouth. Shun Tianlu didn't understand what she was wiping, but her movements looked elegant, making her seem proud and a little ashamed. After Xiao'er fell ill this time, why did she change so much? She used to go to her own house, but she always kept her head down and never dared to speak. She wouldn't even call brother Tianli by his name. Every time she saw her brother, she felt so shy she wished she could hide under the ground. Li Xiao'er sat for a while and saw Shun Tianlu eating cake quietly without talking. She didn't want to say much either, since Shun Tianlu knew her past well. If she suddenly changed, she would need time to get used to it. Today, she came not only to ask about brother Tianli's health but also to see that silly girl, Lu Yi. Li Xiao'er clenched her handkerchief, trying to suppress her jealousy and anger. She smiled and asked, "Auntie, I heard brother Tianli married a silly girl." Shin Tianyan, who was eating cake, interrupted and said, "Sister Xiao'er, my sister-in-law isn't silly. She's smart." Li Xiao'er didn't expect Shin Tianyan to cut her off or to defend that girl so strongly. She had heard that on the day of the wedding, that girl caused a big fuss, making the villagers laugh. When they came back from the county for a checkup, she caused more trouble, making the Shin family the talk of the village. Most importantly, she heard that the girl was even prettier than her and Shin Tianlu. Today, she wanted to see just how pretty a silly girl could be. She forced down her anger and smiled. "Annie, what about the sister-in-law? Why haven't I seen her? She's in the West Room taking care of my brother. A silly girl can take care of others, so it's only fair if someone takes care of her." Brother Tianli was bitten by a big tiger. He can't be disturbed. How could she cause trouble in that room? Hearing Li Xiao'er speak with a serious and caring tone about her brother, Shun Tianlu frowned. What was Xiao'er up to? She was also meddling in her brother's affairs. "My sister-in-law wouldn't do that. She takes good care of my brother," Shun Tianyan said stubbornly. Li Xiao'er frowned and then smiled. "Lu'er, we're just joking and talking, but we forgot to call the sister-in-law to try the cake I made. Go and call her over. My cakes are so good, even the county can't buy them." Shun Tianyan and Shun Tianlu looked at each other, then both looked at He Sure. He Sure looked embarrassed. These days, she kept trying to win Lu Ye's favor, but that girl was still afraid of her. She looked nervous and pale whenever she saw her. She really didn't understand why that girl was so unshaken. "Xiao Yan, take a few pieces and give them to your sister-in-law." Li Xiao'er's eyes flickered, and she stood up. "Lu'er, let's go see the sister-in-law together. I haven't even met her yet. Everyone in the village says she has a better complexion than you. Let me see too. What kind of beautiful woman is this sister-in-law who looks even better than our Lu'er?" Shin Tianluo didn't want to go. She felt that Li Xiao'er seemed to have bad intentions toward her sister-in-law and was worried about scaring her. Clearly, Li Xiao'er stood straight, held her head high, and confidently followed Xiao Yan to the West Room. She hurried to catch up. Li Xiao'er carried a plate of Shun Tianli's favorite pastries and walked to the West Room. Her steps paused involuntarily. The room looked the same as she remembered, 2 trunks at the foot of the bed. She remembered that when she married in her previous life, there were also 2 trunks in the room. At that time, the He family had money, and the trunks were full of new clothes. Even though her body was weak, He family was happy. On the second day of their wedding, when they exchanged vows, she was given a silver bracelet. Li Xiao'er looked toward the corner of the bed. Sitting there was a person. Shun Tianyan's body blocked her view, so she couldn't see the fool's face clearly. But Li Xiao was sure that he family definitely didn't buy that fool a silver bracelet, and the trunks definitely didn't contain new clothes. She smiled happily. Clearly, her future mother-in-law, he didn't like this fool very much. So, brother Tianli is still hers. Right now, Tianli's face was facing the door. His eyes were tightly closed, obviously asleep. His half-visible face, uninjured, was handsome enough to make people blush. Sigh, if only Tianli's other half of his face hadn't been injured, that would be so much better. That bear was so annoying, using its claws to scratch Tianli's face from the corner of his eye down to his chin. Half of his face was ruined. Even after treatment, it still looked terrible. Every time she saw him, she didn't dare look at the left side of his face. Sister-in-law, is it delicious? Shun Tianyan's voice interrupted her memories. Li Xiao heard a crisp mm and a silly laugh. Sure enough, he was a fool. Luyue, if you like it, I'll make it for you next time. But you can't eat this plate. It's for Tianli Ji, Li Xiao said, placing the plate on the small table by the bed with a warning tone. She didn't call him sister-in-law in the end. That was the only change since she woke up 6 days ago. In her previous life, the Liu family broke off the engagement, and Tianli Ji never married this fool. But what does it matter if he married her? She was just a fool. And he would definitely be very unhappy and would probably divorce her. Anyway, in her previous life, she only got married in April next year. She just needed to wait patiently. Liyai frowned. Whose girl is this, to so rudely enter their private chamber? And she even called Shun Tianligurga childhood sweethearts? Innocent friends? Shin Tianyan heard Li Xiao speaking sternly to his sister-in-law and frowned unhappily, asking, Sister Xiao, why are you here? Xiao? Could she be Li Xian's niece, Li Xiao? The family that burns charcoal on the mountain. I came to see sister-in-law, and also to check on brother Tianli. Brother Tianli? That sounds even more affectionate. Liyai almost spat out the cake she had just eaten. This woman is so shameless. The young master has married, yet she's still thinking about him. Is she trying to be a mistress? Liyai glanced at Shen Tianli. He had fallen asleep after hearing footsteps, and he still seemed to be sleeping. It was clear he didn't like this woman much. Liyai felt somewhat satisfied. She tilted her head and looked over. At the doorway stood a girl about 12 or 13 years old. Her skin was dark, but her face was delicate. She wore a plain blue cotton outfit and had her hair styled in a casual bun. She stood straight, holding her small chin high, with her hands folded over her stomach with a silk handkerchief. Her presence was commanding, like a matriarch from a wealthy family on TV. But it was amusing to see such a commanding aura from a small girl, especially one who looked like a rough, thin country girl dressed in simple clothes. While Liyai was observing Li Xiao was also studying her. She had heard that this girl was pretty, but she looked even better than she imagined. Her skin wasn't as delicate and white as that of noble daughters, but it was much whiter than hers, making her thin lips look tender and red. Her nose was small and upturned, and her big almond-shaped eyes were bright and lively. She had to admit, this girl was really beautiful. Even after seeing many noble ladies in her past life, few looked as good as her. Li Xiao clenched her fists, feeling very jealous. Why would such a simple girl be so pretty? But what does it matter how pretty she is? She's just a fool. She'll be dismissed sooner or later. A dismissed fool returning home would have no future. She couldn't compare to her at all. Thinking of this, Li Xiao smirked proudly. Liyai saw that the girl was jealous of her and also noticed her unkind smile. She guessed what was behind that smile, mocking her for being a fool.
Ha!
So, what if she's a fool? Now she has a handsome young master, and that makes her jealous. Humph. Suddenly, the sweet cakes didn't taste as good anymore.
No.
Tastes bad. Liyai pushed the half-eaten cake back to Shen Tianyan with a pout. She is a fool and has the right to cause trouble. Shen Tianyan found it strange that he had already tasted this pastry. It looked the best and tasted the best, so he specifically brought it for his sister-in-law. However, since she said it wasn't good, then this pastry must not be good either. Sister-in-law, try this one. It's also delicious. Shen Tianyan said with a smile. Lu Yi crossed her arms and turned her pretty face away, looking very dismissive. No, take it away. It's all bad. Li Xiaoer, standing at the door, listened to Lu Ye's words and took a few deep breaths to stop herself from scolding. This silly girl actually said her baking was bad. She had worked hard in her past life to please brother Tianli, learning from a famous pastry chef in the city. Although some ingredients weren't available in their town and the taste was slightly different, she was sure that such pastries couldn't be made even in the county. But this fool didn't know the quality of things. She didn't deserve to eat what she made. Maybe she would give her a pile of and she'd still think it was tasty. Besides, this fool only deserves to eat. Xiaoyan, she doesn't know what's good. Don't give her any more. Just leave it for brother Tianli to eat. She had made it especially for Tianli. She looked deeply at Shen Tianli. She regretted that with such a big fuss, Tianli still hadn't woken up. She had styled her hair and changed her clothes just to see Tianli. Although she no longer looked as noble and grand as before, she believed she was now the most elegant and graceful woman in the village. No, in the county. Tianli would definitely like her when he saw her. Seeing Li Xiaoer staring directly at Shen Tianli, Lu Yi frowned and said, Xiaoyan, she's bad. I don't like her. Let her go. Let her go. Li Xiaoer's words made Shen Tianyan very unhappy. Suddenly, he also felt that the pastries weren't that good anymore. But he was a good boy, and since Li Xiaoer had kindly brought the pastries and his sister-in-law said she didn't like her, he said, Sister Xiaoer, go to the east room and find my sister. My sister-in-law doesn't like strangers.
Xiaoyan.
In the past, Xiaoyan was also kind to her. Now, she was trying to chase her away just because of a fool. If she left, so be it. Anyway, this little brother-in-law was only a short-lived man and of no use to her. She might as well go flatter her future mother-in-law. Thinking of this, she shot a sharp look at Shen Tianli, flicked her handkerchief fiercely, and turned around. Just then, she saw Shen Tianlu standing at the door, looking at her with disapproval as if she hadn't seen him.
Lure, let's go to that room to talk, she said.
Without giving her a chance to reply, she stepped past her and went to the east room. Shen Tianyan saw them leave and took another piece of cake. He said, Sister-in-law, she's gone now. You should eat some cake. Lu Yi shook her head. No, I want water. Sister-in-law, wait for me. I'll go pour you some water, Shen Tianyan said, then got off the bed. Shen Tianyan ran out of the west room, and Lu Yi saw Shen Tianli wake up. She blinked and picked up a plate of snacks nearby, smiling. Husband, eat some cake. He recognized her voice as Li Xiaoer's. She used to seem like a cute girl, but just now, hearing her voice, he felt disgusted. Deeply disgusted, stronger than the annoyance he felt toward his grandparents. However, he couldn't picture her face at all. The cakes in front of him were layered and beautiful. He had never seen such pretty cakes in the county. They looked delicious, and he could smell the sugar and eggs inside. But, thinking that Li Xiaoer made these cakes, he didn't want to look at them or even see the plate. He wanted to throw it away or smash it, making Li Xiaoer disappear from his sight altogether. Husband? Why did the little husband look so disgusted at a plate of cake? He remembered he liked sweets quite a lot. In the county, she bought cakes he seemed to enjoy. Could it be a problem with her? Fortunately, he disliked it. She just thought if he dared to eat the cakes made by that woman, she would definitely teach him a lesson. For example, even though his wound was slowly healing and he could move a little, if she accidentally kicked him, it would be a very intense feeling. Or, since his leg bones were connected, if she broke them again and reconnected them, the scene during the setting of the bones would be very exciting. Or, she could add some herbs to his face ointment, turning his face into a pig's head. He would still be a handsome pig. Shen Tianli looked up and saw a pair of big, bright eyes. For some reason, even though the eyes were smiling, he felt that behind that smile was pain he didn't want to face.
Yeah?
Seeing Shen Tianli's gaze full of curiosity, Lu Ye's sharp senses told her he was very perceptive about her little husband. She tilted her head and smiled even more brightly. Yes. Maybe it was because her long eyelashes blocked her smiling eyes, or perhaps he was too sensitive just now, but that feeling disappeared. It was probably because Li Xiaoer had given him a bad feeling. Year, you should eat this cake. I won't eat it. It looks very delicious. Try some. Lu Yi took a piece and held it near Shen Tianli's mouth. Shen Tianli quickly turned away and said, Year, not everything that looks good tastes good. Also, that girl just now isn't nice. Don't talk to her or play with her in the future, understand? His silly wife is innocent, and he wants to protect her from being bullied. He also felt that Li Xiaoer would definitely bully their family.
Liu Ye nodded seriously.
Yes. No playing. She's bad. Flowers fall, and the flowing water is unfeeling. Not bad. When we have good ingredients, she will also make some cakes to reward the young master. They might not look as nice as these, but they will taste better. Li Xiaoer didn't sit for long, and then left. The next day, the weather cleared. Since the field was still wet, Old Shin didn't let everyone work in the fields. The men went to chop wood, and the women took the children to the mountains to find wild vegetables and mushrooms. Lu Yi also wanted to go out. She had memorized all her martial arts techniques and wanted to start practicing. Holding her martial arts book, she said to Shen Tianli, I want to practice martial arts. She pointed at the moves shown on the pages. Shen Tianli also wanted to go, but his injuries didn't allow him to leave the house. He nodded and said, Go out of the village. Walk south for about a mile, then go up the mountain. Keep heading west for 2 or 3 miles. There's a large open space. No one is there, so you can practice your skills. Lu Yi happily nodded, put the martial arts book in her sleeve, but actually stored it in her space, and happily left. Shen Tianli closed his eyes and began to cultivate his mental techniques. He could feel that after practicing this mental method, his wounds seemed to be healing faster than before. Li Xiaoer also went mushroom picking with her mother and sister-in-law. Seeing He Shi and Shen Tianlu, she smiled and walked over. Auntie Luer, you're also here to pick mushrooms? Yes. After the rain. There must be many mushrooms, He Shi said with a smile. Li Xiaoer whispered to He Shi, Auntie, I know where there are more mushrooms. Later. You and Luer just follow me. He Shi's eyes brightened. Really? Li Xiaoer nodded and smiled. How could I lie to you? By the way, Auntie, why didn't sister-in-law come? She can't do other chores, but she can pick mushrooms, right? He Shi's face looked a bit strained, and she forced a smile. She's at home taking care of Lear. Brother Tianli needs care, but it's also you at home taking care of him. She's out working. Such a fool. She doesn't even feel sorry for her mother-in-law. Shen Tianlu listened and frowned. She didn't understand how Xiaoer was putting eye medicine on her mother. Her sister-in-law was simple, but she was the kindest person. However, she couldn't directly argue with her friend, so she said, My sister-in-law is strong enough to help my brother. Neither my mother nor I can do it. Only sister-in-law can stay at home. Mrs. He was a bit unhappy with Lu Yi, but after hearing her daughter, she thought it made sense. Her son's wound was so big that, even to hold him, she couldn't do it, let alone lift him. For example, yesterday, when Lear needed to go to the bathroom, Lu Yi happened to be outside. Neither she nor Luer could move her son, and they made Lear sweat cold. But when Lu Yi came, she gently picked him up with ease. So, caring for Lear, only Lu Yi can do it. Li Xiaoer frowned when her friend spoke up for the simple-minded girl. But there will be more days ahead. She planned to slowly put eye medicine in her mother-in-law's eyes, making her dislike Lu Yi. Lu Yi avoided the crowd and found the place Shen Tianliang mentioned. She took a stick and practiced the posture from the book. Until the sun was directly overhead, Lu Yi put down the stick and ran back to the Shen family. Everyone from the Shen family had returned. Today, Mrs. Li cooked, so when she arrived at the third house, she saw Mrs. He sitting in the living room drinking tea. Seeing Lu Yi, she frowned and asked, Where did you go? It's been a long time since I got back. Shen Tianyan saw Lu Yi return and hurried over, examining her carefully before worriedly saying, "Sister-in-law, where did you go? I was scared when I couldn't find you. My sister, and I wanted to look for you, but brother said you'd be back soon. Why did it take so long? What if you got lost? Mother said there are many flower-picking people outside. Sister-in-law, you can't run around outside in the future, understand? You'll get lost." Shen Tianlu also worriedly said. Lu Yi looked at Mrs. He's displeased gaze, shrank her neck, and timidly nodded. Mrs. He's brows furrowed even tighter. This simple girl was actually afraid of her. She hadn't mistreated her. Now she didn't even dare to speak harshly. Was she really that scary? Seeing Mrs. He's more displeased expression, Lu Yi lowered her head, thinking about what was wrong. Why had her mother-in-law shown impatience after just half a day apart? She had been fine yesterday, but now she was busy and didn't want to become a good daughter-in-law. "Year, come here." Hearing Lu Yi had returned, Shen Tianliang finally relaxed. He knew his mother seemed to want to make things difficult for her, so he hurriedly called out. Lu Yi quickly slipped into the west room. Still, little Xiangong was good. He knew how to protect his wife. In the afternoon, the He family and others went mushroom picking and foraging for wild vegetables. Lu Yi continued practicing kung fu and returned early. When Shen Tianyan came back, he saw his sister-in-law reading a medical book and finally felt relieved. It was good that his sister-in-law hadn't run away or gotten lost. During dinner, Shen Tianyan told Lu Yi about the funny things that happened on the mountain that afternoon. He also said, "Sister-in-law, we don't need to carry our mushrooms to town to sell anymore. Sister Xiao is collecting them in the village, and she even told Mom that if she goes to sell, she'll give us an extra copper coin." Xiao Yan, showing kindness without reason usually means trouble or theft. "So, let's keep Mom and lure away from her," Shen Tianli suddenly said. He never disliked someone without reason, but he had no memory of this woman, and just hearing her name made him feel uncomfortable. "So, it's better for the whole family to stay away from her." Shen Tianyan nodded. He used to like Sister Xiao, but after she recovered from her illness, she seemed like a different person. She was kind to them, but also acted superior and condescending. He didn't like that at all. The next day, Shin Yongfu and Wang continued leading everyone up the mountain. Lu Yi took the chance after they left to practice kung fu again. Yesterday, Shen Qingshan waited all day for the matchmaker, but didn't see her. After breakfast, he went to gather some firewood on the mountain. When he returned, he heard his mother laughing inside the house. He saw footprints in the yard, indicating someone had come. He entered the house and saw 3 people sitting in the main room: a woman in a bright red coat and skirt, another woman in a dark blue coat and skirt, and a girl about 12 or 13 years old, wearing a bright red coat and skirt. The girl was delicate and beautiful, with her head bowed, revealing a fair neck that looked very lovely. When Xiaoshi saw her son standing at the door looking stunned, she knew he was interested in the girl. She quickly smiled and pulled him inside, saying, "Shanzi, you've come back from chopping firewood. This is Aunt Wu, and this is Aunt Luo. Aunt Luo heard you're good at hunting and came to see if we have any game." This was just a reason for matchmaking. His mother had told him that Aunt Wu was very capable. She could find a good girl if paid enough money. But he never expected the girl to be so beautiful. When he entered, she looked up and their eyes met. She blushed and lowered her head shyly, even more beautiful than before. Especially her bright, sparkling eyes. They seemed to draw people in. It made his heart flutter. He was very pleased with this daughter-in-law. And he was especially happy to hear that Luo Xiaozhu was not only good at embroidery, but also a good cook. Shin Qingshan felt even more satisfied. Looking at her daughter sending the guests away, he only had one decision in his mind. He must marry this wife. Only such a wife is worthy of him. He is ultimately stronger than Shen Tianli, whether it's hunting or choosing a wife. Now, he plans to build a big brick house, go hunting, earn more money, and spend it on his future beautiful wife. Li Xiaoer came out to see the neighbor off and noticed Shin Qingshan's mother seeing the guests out. She didn't pay much attention at first, but when she saw the girl's face, she froze for a moment. Memories from her past slowly returned. In her previous life, Wu the matchmaker introduced Shen Qingshan to a girl from Dotsun named Luo Xiaozhu. This girl was not an ordinary girl. She was as good-looking as their village's official grandson, but the official's wife liked Shen Tianxue. The two families agreed to marry, and Shen Tianxue married into that family, but life was very hard for her. Luo Xiaozhu was also not a good woman. She used her beauty to look around and flirt with men, hanging on to them without commitment. Shen Qingshan was one of those men. Later, she caught the eye of a county official who was inspecting the town and became his concubine. This official had a strong background and kept rising in rank. By her previous life, when she met Luo Xiaozhu in the capital, she had already become the main wife. It shows how clever and ruthless this woman was. Now, she was weak and powerless. She didn't like such women, but she had to admit they could be useful in the future. Thinking of this, Li Xiao smiled and said, "Auntie, send the guests off." Zhao Shi smiled and replied, "Yes, yes." Sending off the guests, she also glanced at Luo Xiaozhu, as if to tell everyone, "Look, this is my future wife. Isn't she beautiful?" Luo Xiaozhu didn't expect to meet so many people. Seeing everyone looking at her, she blushed and lowered her head, slowly walking forward. The village road was narrow, and Luo Xiaozhu, who was looking down, didn't notice a large puddle beside her. She moved closer to her mother. Because there were many people on the road, Luo Dainiu also moved toward her daughter. Suddenly, Luo Xiaozhu was pushed into a water trough by her mother, tripping and getting her dress wet. Luo Dainiu quickly helped her up and asked Xiaozhu, "Are you okay?" Frowning slightly, Luo Xiaozhu shook her clothes and said, "Mom, I'm fine. It's just my clothes, they got wet." Luo Dainiu looked and saw that not only her dress was wet, but also her cotton pants underneath. It was so cold. If she went home like this, she might get sick.
What should we do now?
"Maybe we can switch places," said Granny Luo.
No need, Mom.
"Let's go back quickly. Brother is still waiting for us at the village entrance," said Luo Xiaozi, but she was still nervously brushing dirt off her clothes, clearly upset. "Miss, your clothes look uncomfortable like that. We are about the same height. I happen to have a new jacket and skirt. Would you like to change into them?" Li Xiaoer said with a smile. That's not very good," Luo Xiaozi replied politely, happy to receive the kind help but hesitant to accept. "Why not? Today's meeting is fate for us. I hope you won't mind," Li Xiaoer said as she walked over, holding Luo Xiaozi's arm, like good friends. Luo Xiaozi said as she followed, "You're too kind, sister. I'm very grateful. I will remember today's kindness." "It's nothing, just a small favor," Li Xiaoer replied with a smile. Li Xiaoer took Luo Xiaozi into her room. Although Luo Xiaozi was a bit displeased with the low thatched hut, her eyes lit up when she saw the embroidery on Li Xiaoer's bed. She was even happier when Li Xiaoer brought out a new jacket and skirt. She thought, "It's enough if she gives me a slightly used one," but she actually took out a new set. If it were her, she wouldn't be willing to part with it. Actually, Li Xiaoer wasn't willing either. She had sold her pastry recipe, which was new, and she hadn't even worn it herself. But she knew she would rely on Luo Xiaozi for a while, so this small sacrifice was worth it. Luo Xiaozi changed clothes and said as she held her own, "This is 2 taels of silver."
Consider it my thanks to you, sister.
Li Xiaoer pushed the silver back and said, "You're too polite, sister. I just feel you look familiar, like we're destined to meet, and I'd like to be friends." Seeing Li Xiaoer refuse, Luo Xiaozi didn't insist. She took her clothes and glanced at the embroidery on the bed, then left happily chatting and laughing. Outside, their close and friendly manner made it look like they were real sisters, even if others didn't know. Shen Qingshan eagerly waited for his mother to return. When Zhao Shi reached the gate, he hurried over to help her and asked, "Mom, what's her attitude? Should I propose marriage?" Seeing her son so anxious, Zhao Shi didn't make things difficult for him. From what Wu the matchmaker said, "That girl likes you, but she's not impressed with our conditions." "Mom, tell Wu the matchmaker to reassure her. Our family will definitely build a big house with blue bricks and tiles. Zhao frowned and said, I've already said that. But Wu the matchmaker just smiled politely, and I don't think she believes it. Mountain Boy, do you think we should build the house first or wait and see a few more times? Mother, there's no need to wait. It's settled on her. I'll find someone tomorrow, and we'll build the house. But once we build the house, we won't have much silver left. Shen Qingshan frowned and said, Mother, don't worry. I'll take care of the silver. Zhao smiled with a hint of regret and said, How could I forget? My son is now so capable he can even fight big tigers. The game in the mountains belongs to us. We don't need more silver. Shen Qingshan felt a bit shy when his mother praised him and scratched his head with a sheepish smile. Mountain Boy, is he at home? The mother and son looked up and saw 7 or 8 men from the village walking over. All men Shen Qingshan usually didn't get along with much. Brother Ergo, you're here. Come in quickly and sit inside, Shen Qingshan invited happily. After everyone sat down, and he explained the purpose, Shen Qingshan learned that these men were actually after the black bear on the mountain. Mountain Boy, that black bear probably isn't lightly injured either. We're thinking of helping you kill it. Once the weather gets colder in a few days, everyone can have a safe winter. Shen Qingshan rolled his eyes internally and looked down on them. That day when he went to find someone, they all warned him that the mountain was dangerous and advised him not to go. But now, seeing how easily he and Uncle Z and killed the big tiger, they started eyeing the black bear. That black bear was hurt even worse than the tiger. He also wanted to kill it himself, build a house, and marry a wife. But since they were all from the same village, he couldn't refuse outright. He said, Brother Ergo, the mountain isn't only full of black bears. There might be other big tigers too. The mountain is so dangerous, it's better not to go. Ergo looked at him, thinking deeply. This sounded like the words he used to persuade Shen Qingshan. His smile faded a little. Then he thought about how much silver could be gained from the black bear and said, Mountain Boy, everyone knows the mountain is dangerous. But isn't there also you? You're the one who killed the tiger. Even if another one comes out, isn't there still you? They were flattering him, which made Shen Qingshan happy, but he remained rational and said, Brother Ergo, you all know my skills. If it weren't for Tianli injuring that tiger badly, I wouldn't have been able to kill it even for a moment. So, Brother Ergo, with so many of you going into the mountains, I really can't guarantee your safety if you encounter danger. Also, that black wild cat is different from a tiger. It only comes out at night. Nighttime in the mountains is not only more dangerous, but also easy to get lost. I advise you not to go. Ergo and the others looked at each other, knowing the mountain was dangerous. They didn't look at others, but saw Shen Tianli lying half dead on the Kong bed. He was a good hunter, but now he's lost half his life. They felt a bit scared. But someone was brave. Shanzi, don't fool us. Are you trying to scare everyone so you can go up the mountain alone? Shanzi, you can't be so unkind. That tiger is enough for you to build a house and marry a wife. Think about everyone. We all get along well, said Sanshur. Shen Qingshan knew his own strength, so he wouldn't go up the mountain himself. He wanted to use Lu Yi to kill the black wildcat, then secretly keep it for himself. This was what Sanshur was hinting at, which made Shen Qingshan look unhappy. He said angrily, Brother Sanshur, that's not nice to say. I'm just thinking about everyone's safety. Seeing everyone look at him with disbelief, Shen Qingshan was very angry. He said, Fine, I'll take you up the mountain, but once we're there, I can't protect so many people. If something happens, don't blame me. If you're afraid, better not go. Everyone listened to his advice and said, Of course, we'll take care of ourselves. If danger comes, they'll just run away. Shen Qingshan looked unhappy, but agreed. If he didn't have to stay in the village, he really wouldn't want to take them. But even if he did, he had to bring that fool along. That fool was strong, quick, and fierce, better than him. He would bring her for protection. As for Uncle Zian, forget it. There are so many people already. There's not enough to share. After sending these people away, Shen Qingshan thought for a moment and went to Shen Tianli's house. It was almost noon now. Lu Yi and Shen Tianyan were reading in the west room. When they heard Shen Qingshan arrived, Shun Tianli's eyes flickered, and Shun Tianyan also frowned. Tianli, how are you? Shun Qingshan sat on the Kong and glanced at Lu Yi in the corner. Lu Yi looked pretty, but he still thought Miss Luo was more beautiful. I'm much better. Why did you come? Shun Tianli asked. Shun Qingshan chuckled and said, It hasn't stopped raining for days. The rain finally stopped, so I came to see you. By the way, please invite my younger sister-in-law to go to the mountain with us. Yours? Yes, isn't it Brother Ergo and Brother Sanshur? They are worried about the black bear in the mountain and want to hunt it so they can have a peaceful winter. Shun Tianli frowned. The black bear eats everything. I've seen it eating grass before. Since it's injured, it probably stays in its den and doesn't go far to find food. Also, it's been over 10 days. The black bear might be almost healed. Going into the mountain now with so many people is clearly unwise. Plus, I won't let anyone take Year away. He doesn't want more people knowing how strong Year is. He definitely doesn't want his wife to leave with other men. No, you don't know much about the mountain. I advise you not to go. Besides, that black bear might be healed by now. Tianli, whether the black bear is hurt or not doesn't matter. My younger sister-in-law is so capable. She can handle a healthy black bear easily, Shun Qingshan said nonchalantly. Shun Tianli narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Shun Qingshan. Shun Qingshan felt uncomfortable under his gaze and timidly asked, What's wrong? Tianli? Qingshan, would you lend your wife to another man to spend the night outside? Shun Tianli asked coldly. Shun Qingshan looked even more embarrassed. If he fought the black bear, he would definitely have to spend the night in the mountain. It's not good for a woman's reputation. Tianli, she's not foolish, right? She didn't. But Shun Tianli cut him off sharply. Qingshan, you can go now. I won't let Year go. Tianli, Xiao Yan, see him out. Shun Qingshan was upset and angry because of Shun Tianli's tone. He glared at Shun Tianli fiercely, then looked at Lu Yi, and angrily turned and left. Shun Tianyan watched Shun Qingshan leave, his brows tightening. Suddenly, he said, Brother, that night I went to borrow some steamed bread and also visited Brother Qingshan's house. Sister Chao said she had buns for me, so I waited, but Aunt Xiao said there weren't any and told me to borrow from other houses. Shun Tianli blinked and said, From now on, let's not trouble them anymore, okay? Shun Tianyan nodded heavily. Actually, he had already decided he wouldn't go to Brother Qingshan's house again. Shun Tianli didn't care whether Shun Qingshan went to the mountain with his people. Right now, he just wanted to recover well, use this time to practice internal skills, and improve his literacy. Lu Yi also thought Shun Qingshan's face was too big and even felt his skin was a bit thick, daring to suggest that she go hunting on the mountain with a group of men. Such a thing that could damage her reputation. He surprisingly had the nerve to bring up. Does he think she's a fool? Whether she has a reputation or not doesn't matter to him. Or does he think his relationship with Shun Tianli is so good that he can insult her without worry? Does he not know that a wife is a husband's face? When he looks down on her, calling her a fool and insulting her, it also shows that he doesn't really care for Shun Tianli. It's better to cut off such friends early. But from Shun Tianli's attitude when he called him Qingshan Ge, it seems he already considers him a neighbor, only Shun Qingshan hasn't realized it. Shun Qingshan returned home feeling very angry. He truly doesn't understand. He has been friends with him for so long, and when he was injured, he not only saved him but also ran around after him. Now he just wants to borrow his silly wife for a bit, and he's so stingy. He really misjudged him. But does Shun Tianli think he's truly incapable? He borrowing his silly wife shows he respects him. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother asking. Without his silly wife, he can still hunt and kill that bear. Thinking of this, Shun Qingshan asked his mother to prepare food for going into the mountain. That black wild boar isn't easy to find, and he didn't know if luck would be on his side that day. Maybe he'd encounter that black wild boar in the mountains. After lunch, Guzi and others came with their shovels and axes. Shun Qingshan carried a gun and a bow and arrow. After some thought, he went to the village chief's house to find Li Zian. But he didn't expect that Li Zian had gone to town and hadn't returned in days. Shen Qingshan could only take everyone into the mountains. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't good. After searching for a long time, he didn't find the black wild boar. Instead, they found 2 or 3 rabbits and a wild chicken in one of the traps. These naturally became everyone's dinner for the night. Shen Qingshan felt very sorry. If he had known earlier, he would have gone into the mountain first, checked the traps, and sold a game to make some money. That would have been enough to buy Miss Luo a pair of silver earrings. Everyone ate happily, but once it was completely dark, they heard the roars of wild animals coming from the woods. Those who had never been in the mountains before were all terrified, trembling with fear. Someone even suggested Shanzi, maybe we should go down the mountain. It's too scary up here. Shen Qingshan, who had also stayed on the mountain with Shen Tianli, was scared too. But seeing Shen Tianli's calm expression, he stopped worrying. Tonight, seeing how scared everyone looked, I felt nervous too. When I heard the suggestion, I was tempted, but thinking of Shen Tianli's words, I shook my head and said, no, it's too dangerous now that it's dark and we don't know the way. Wandering around is risky. We have so many people here. There's no need to be afraid of those animals. Don't worry. 2 people stay to watch the fire, and the rest can sleep. We'll switch later in the night. Hearing this, everyone gained some courage. They chose 2 people to watch the fire, and the others went asleep. However, hearing distant roars, no one could sleep except Shen Qingshan. The next day, everyone looked tired. Since they had many people and moved around a lot, animals like rabbits and mountain chickens had already run away after hearing their sounds. Besides eating some dry food and mountain fruits, they found nothing. Everyone knew it was hard to go into the mountains, but by evening, they still hadn't found the black bear. Some people started to worry. Someone said, Shanzi, let's go down the mountain. The black bear must be hiding. They had not slept all night and spent the day running around the mountain. Now they were very tired. But he still refused to sleep on the mountain. Shen Qingshan frowned. No wonder Tianli never took them to the mountain. These people couldn't endure hardships after just one day. How could they hunt? They would only slow everyone down. He looked around and asked, what do you all think? Everyone looked at each other, feeling reluctant and scared. They were also very tired. They wondered why the big tiger had been found so quickly that day, but after searching so long, they still hadn't seen the black bear. Did Shen Qingshan want to keep the black bear for himself and was just leading them around the mountain aimlessly? Shanzi, we've grown up together. If something happens to your family, I'll run just as fast. When your grandma separated you guys, you were hungry every day, but I was stealing from my family and didn't even eat much. Everything I took was for you. Now that you're capable, don't forget the kindness I showed you before. Shen Qingshan looked unhappy. Yes, Ergo had helped him a few times, and after he learned to hunt, he often sent over half a chicken or a rabbit. That kindness was repaid long ago. But he could tell there was some hidden meaning in those words. Brother Ergo, what do you mean by that? He replied, I mean, you shouldn't just keep the black bear for yourself and lead the brothers around the mountain aimlessly. As soon as Erguzi spoke, everyone looked at him with blame. Shen Qingshan was both angry and innocent, and he loudly said, if I knew where the black wildcat was, I would have killed it long ago. Why would I stay here searching with you on the mountain? Who knows? I heard that the girl from the big village is delicate and pretty. She likes you, but not your family. You still want to build a new house and marry a new wife. The brotherhood in the village is gone.
Sanshur said at this time, You
guys are really unkind. I should have known better than to bring you here, Shen Qingshan said, pointing at them with anger rising. Look, you're feeling guilty and angry, right? I knew you weren't a good person. Now tell me, where is the black wildcat? I don't know where the black wildcat is, Shen Qingshan said angrily.
You.
Look over there. What's that? Suddenly, someone stammered, pointing ahead. Everyone looked and saw a large black wildcat slowly walking over. Black wildcat. It's actually here. Shen Qingshan was also surprised and said angrily, See? I wasn't lying. Why are you just standing there? Grab your tools and kill the wildcat now. He then ran toward the wildcat with his gun. Others, seeing this, nervously and fearfully gripped their tools, exchanged looks, and ran toward the wildcat. When they were some distance away from the wildcat, they saw Shen Qingshan stop, and they also stopped. Shen Qingshan said, "Everyone, circle around slowly. Later, when I say so, we all use our tools to kill the wildcat. Do you understand?" The crowd nodded and slowly approached the wildcat. The wildcat, seeing so many people coming, remembered the injuries from earlier and roared in anger. Someone, out of fear, instinctively wanted to protect themselves. Before Shen Qingshan could shout, they stabbed their shovel at the wildcat. The wildcat felt the pain and became even angrier. It slashed out with its paw, and instantly, 2 people were knocked flying. Seeing the wildcat attack fiercely, the others dared not fight and turned to run away. Shen Qingshan, seeing everyone fleeing in panic, was furious and almost went crazy. He didn't dare face the angry wildcat directly and thought for a moment before also running down the mountain. A few people kept an eye on Shen Qingshan. When they saw him run, they followed quickly behind him. Although the black bear looks fat, it is very quick. With one jump, it pounced on a person. The person, scared, could only hit the bear with a tool in his hand. The black bear became angrier and bit the person hard. A loud, heartbreaking scream echoed through the forest. Others heard the scream and ran even more wildly. Shen Qingshan took 7 people up the mountain, but when they came down, only 3 remained. This time, not only did they fail to kill the black bear, but 4 people were lost. It will be hard to explain this now. Shen Qingshan returned home with a gloomy face. Lu Yi finished eating and looked for a chance to practice martial arts. She didn't know that shortly after she entered the mountain, the families of those who didn't return came to cause trouble at Shen Qingshan's house. The village chief, at everyone's request, took the men from the village to search the mountain for people. Lu Yi arrived at her usual training spot and quickly smelled a strong scent of blood from afar. She followed the smell and saw a young man, about 16 or 17, lying on the ground. He had several claw marks on his chest, one of which was deep and long. It was clear that he fainted from blood loss due to this injury. Lu Yi knew Shen Qingshan had taken people up the mountain. As she guessed right, this person was one of them. She touched his head. He was breathing and didn't have a fever. She sighed in relief and then took out herbal medicine from her space to stop the bleeding. After applying the medicine, she saw that his leg was broken and carefully set it. The pain from the fracture woke Li Yuqian. Seeing that Lu Yi, Shen Tianli's silly wife, was saving him, he was surprised. "You're awake. Are you hurt anywhere else?" Li Yuqian felt pain all over his body and didn't know where he was hurt. He moved slightly, and the pain in his chest made him gasp. "Don't move. You got scratched on your chest. I've already treated it. Rest here for a while. I'll check if there are others around." After speaking, Lu Yi didn't give him a chance to reply and stood up, running into the deep woods. Lu Yi ran quickly. After half an hour, following the bloodstains, she found the scene of the incident. Besides some tools, there was a person half-eaten by a bear. She approached and checked his breathing. He was already dead. She saw the gun she used that day and then noticed a blood trail leading deeper into the woods. She thought for a moment, put the gun into her space, and followed the trail. Another half-hour later, she saw a large tree hollow with a black bear lying inside. Lu Yi thought for a moment and decided to kill the bear tomorrow to sell it in town for silver. "As soon as I returned to the training place, I found that the boy I saved was gone. Instead, I heard calls coming from the woods. It seems he was rescued by someone from the village. That's good. However, it looks like I won't be able to practice martial arts today." Thinking of this, Lu Yi decided to go down the mountain. When Shen Tianli saw his wife come back shortly after leaving, he frowned and asked, "Did something happen on the mountain?" Lu Yi nodded. "I saw someone hurt. His stomach was scratched, and he was bleeding a lot. I applied medicine to him. Then I went to find others. That person was eaten by a black bear. Half of his body was gone, and he died. I also found the black bear." Hearing that someone was eaten, with half of his body gone and dead, Shen Tianli suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, like being stabbed, and it hurt so much that he almost stopped breathing. Seeing Shen Tianli suddenly turn pale and clutch his chest, Lu Yi asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Shen Tianli shook his head, closed his eyes, and a vision of a corpse appeared in his mind. The corpse was partly eaten by a beast, with a woman and a girl crying desperately over it. He crawled on the ground, struggling to approach. When he saw the face of the person, Shen Tianli suddenly opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath, swallowing hard, looking excited and terrified, his voice trembling. Year, go quickly, find Xiao Yan and bring him back." The dead person was an adult, Lu Yi said with a frown. He hoped he wasn't thinking that Xiao Yan was the one eaten by the black bear. "I know. Go, bring Xiao Yan back. I need to find him." Shen Tianli steadied his emotions slightly, and as Lu Yi was about to leave the house, he added, "Call Grandma over first." Although the images constantly appearing in his mind differed from reality, they weren't completely different either. To be safe, it was better not to let Xiao Yan go into the mountains. Starting tomorrow, Xiao Yan would learn martial arts from him. Lu Yi first went to call Shen Lao Tai, then looked for Shen Tianyan. Shen Tianyan went with everyone into the mountain to pick mushrooms and find wild vegetables. Hearing some say that the black bear had eaten people, he was already scared. Seeing the village chief leading many men into the mountain, everyone was too frightened to pick mushrooms and quickly left the mountain. As soon as they came down, Shen Tianyan saw his sister-in-law approaching happily. He rushed over excitedly. "Sister-in-law, where are you going? Are you looking for me?" Seeing everyone staring at her, Lu Yi tilted her head thoughtfully, then brushed her hair and smiled, saying, "My brother asked me to find you." "Your brother?" Shen Tianyan couldn't understand why his sister-in-law's brother was looking for him, but since they were all family, he didn't ask too many questions. The happiest moment for him was when he saw his sister-in-law during a scary time. He pulled Lu Yi and happily asked, "Sister-in-law, let's go." "Where is your brother?" "He's lying on the Kong, resting after an injury." Lu Yi tilted her head and said. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. The fool was just a fool. He thought his husband was his brother. He looked a bit upset and asked, "Is Lear looking for Xiao Yan?" Lu Yi tilted her head again, thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously and giggled. Yes. Husband is looking for Xiao Yan." Seeing that his wife finally responded, Mrs. He weakly smiled at everyone and said, "This child is quite smart, but she hasn't been here long, so she still confuses family relationships." He had good relations in the village, so she rolled her eyes at those who didn't. She thought to herself, no matter how smart she is, she's still married to a fool. Those with good relations complimented her politely, then pulled Mrs. He to the village entrance to watch the fun. When the three returned home, they saw old lady Shen happily coming out of the third room. She took down the bamboo basket from her body, and the three of them went into the west room. Shen Tianyan asked, "Brother, you called me?" "Yes. I already told Grandma. From now on, you'll stay at home to study and practice martial arts. You don't need to do farm work anymore." "Practice martial arts?" Shen Tianyan's eyes lit up. He had heard his father say that some people could fight with martial skills, even jump down from trees. He wondered if what his brother meant by practicing martial arts was the same as what his father described. "Yes. Your sister-in-law treated someone last time and was given a martial arts book. You should learn from her." After saying this, he looked at Shenlu and said, "Luer, also learn when you have free time." Shenlu frowned slightly, but nodded. Shen Tianyan looked at Lu Yi with even more admiration, saying, "Sister-in-law, you can do martial arts." Lu Yi only knew mental techniques, and her moves weren't smooth, so she didn't know how to respond to Shen Tianyan. She could only smile foolishly at him. By the afternoon, all 4 missing people were found. One person's face was scratched by branches, another was grabbed by a black bear, and another was Li Yuqian. The last one was the person eaten by the black bear. Li Xiaoer looked at the person who had been eaten by the black bear, then glanced at He Shi in the crowd, full of sympathy. She frowned. In her previous life, after she married in, old lady Shen arranged for Shen Tianlu to become a concubine for an old man in the county. Shen Tianyan disagreed and told Shen Qingshan to go hunting with him. Shen Qingshan was also a troublemaker, so he couldn't teach Shen Tianyan well. Moreover, Shen Tianyan was still young. The next spring, Shen Qingshan took him up the mountain. During the hunt, the black bear caught Shen Qingshan and Shen Tianyan was eaten by the bear. When the villagers found him, he was like he is now. He sure saw her son die tragically and cried so hard she fainted. When she woke up, Shen Tianlu had already been sent away to be a concubine. From then on, He Sher's health worsened until she went to Beijing and slowly recovered. The family that suffered this tragedy was not well off. The village chief organized the villagers to donate silver as a way to comfort the family. It was said that Shen Qingshan only donated 2 taels of silver, and old lady Shen only gave 100 coins. She scolded and cursed all day, as if she had gone bankrupt. Shen Tianli asked Lu Yi to take 5 taels of silver to the village chief. After thinking for a long time, she decided to have Lu Yi kill the black bear. So, at dawn, Lu Yi went into the mountain. Following the marks from yesterday, Lu Yi quickly found the black bear. At that moment, the bear was still sleeping, and Lu Yi didn't notice her approach. But as soon as Lu Yi entered the cave, the black bear woke up. Seeing Lu Yi holding a gun, it roared angrily and pounced. Lu Yi knew the bear looked clumsy but was actually very quick. She shot and dodged at the same time. The black bear was injured, but didn't catch her. It was even angrier. It kept lunging at Lu Yi. Although Lu Yi had learned some martial arts, she hadn't trained for long, and with the bear's speed, after dodging a dozen times, she slowed down slightly and was finally caught. The black bear pressed Lu Yi down, growling loudly. The foul smell hit her face, making her almost. She gathered all her strength into her fist and punched the bear's head. The bear was knocked away. Lu Yi took the chance to turn over, pick up the gun on the ground, and aimed at the bear's heart. The gun pierced into the bear's chest. The bear roared loudly and swung a paw at Lu Yi on the other end of the gun. Lu Yi clenched the gun tightly. As she pulled it out, the bear's blood splattered everywhere. In that moment, as the bear fell to the ground, Lu Yi's body sank involuntarily. She stumbled and rolled for a long time before stopping. Luckily, she was wearing thick clothes and protecting her head, or she might have really hurt herself badly. The surroundings were very dark, and Lu Yi couldn't see anything clearly. She took out an oil lamp from her space and lit it. When she looked around, she saw a small hole about 5 square meters in size. A gun was lying on one side, with a white object pressed underneath it. Lu Yi hurried to pick up the gun. She pulled on a stick, but because of gravity, it bounced back. Her hand was also bumped, and she stepped back in surprise. She looked at her hand, and then at the gun on the ground. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with hope. To make sure she wasn't mistaken, Lu Yi set the lamp aside, grabbed the gun's end, and slowly lifted it. The pressure increased as she lifted. She gathered all her strength and used all her energy to lift the gun's tip. Then she tested the gun's tip and found it really had a strong suction. She spun around inside the small hole and realized the suction was quite powerful. Holding the gun, she felt it was as heavy as 100 pounds. Such a large magnet, she probably couldn't pull it out. Lu Yi felt very disappointed. She went to see what the white object was. It was completely still. When she got closer, she saw it was a small white snake, more than a foot long. White snakes are rare creatures. Could it be dead? Lu Yi pushed the snake with her gun, but it didn't move at all. It wasn't winter hibernation time, and snakes don't usually hibernate in such dark caves. Could it be shedding its skin? Maybe it was killed by the suction when she hit it with her gun. This snake was really unlucky more than she was. Since snakes are a medicinal ingredient, Lu Yi didn't want to waste it. She used her gun to poke it and then stored it in her space. Climbing out of the cave, exhausted and hungry, she ate a large bun and drank some water to regain her strength. Seeing the dead black bear in the tree hole, she found a big branch and dragged the bear away. She reached the usual path she used to practice in the mountains and saw Shen Tianyan and Li Zian waiting for her there. It was clear they had been waiting a long time, and they looked very anxious. When they saw her, they smiled. "Older sister-in-law, you're finally back. That's great. I was really worried something happened to you," he said, wiping tears from his eyes. Don't cry, don't cry.
I'm fine.
If I cry, I won't be a real man." Lu Yi was very touched and hurriedly comforted him. "Older sister-in-law, you must have seen it wrong. I wasn't crying. The wind got in my eyes." Shin Tianyan also felt a bit embarrassed and said with a red face. Li Zian and Lu Yi both laughed, and his face turned even redder. To protect his pride, Lu Yi quickly said, "Uncle, the black bear." Li Zian heard that something had happened in the village and just returned from the town. He went to see Qian and others. Their injuries were not serious and would heal after a winter, but one person had died, which made him feel sad. In the morning, Xiaoyan told him that Lu Yi went to chase the black bear. He thought Tianli was being reckless, not caring about his wife's safety. Even though he complained a little, he couldn't stop Lu Yi from going into the mountain. They waited a long time and finally couldn't help but go to see. Lu Yi came out, and from his look, besides some scratches on his face and dirt all over his body, he was okay. Li Zian sighed and said, "Yezi, don't be reckless in the future. Don't listen to Tian Li and go into the mountain alone." Lu Yi knew Li Zian cared about her, so he grinned widely at him. "Uncle, don't worry. Next time, I'll watch over my sister-in-law. I won't let my brother do anything stupid." He only found out that his sister-in-law had gone into the mountain when he was delivering food to his brother and sister-in-law. He was so angry that he didn't eat breakfast. He didn't even speak to his brother. If his brother hadn't asked Uncle Li to come and pick up his sister-in-law with the ox cart, he wouldn't have paid attention to his brother at all. His brother had gone too far this time. Li Zian nodded, then asked Lu Yi to help him put the black bear into the cart before they went back. When Lu Yi arrived at the west room, he saw Shin Tian Li lying on the bed with his eyes closed. There were 2 bowls of rice on the table beside the bed, 1 clear water rice and 1 thicker rice, and 2 steamed buns and a plate of vegetables. Shin Tian Li opened his eyes, carefully looked at Lu Yi for a moment, then said, "Xiaoyan, go get water for your sister-in-law to wash her face." Xiaoyan glared at Shin Tian Li, but still went out. "Yi, come here." Shin Tian Li slightly lifted his head and waved at Lu Yi. Lu Yi still felt some pain and didn't want to get on the bed, so he walked to the side, smiling at Shin Tian Li. Shin Tian Li raised an eyebrow and asked, "Yi, does it hurt?" He was showing concern for her, and his eyes showed guilt. She didn't blame him at all. She went into the mountain mainly to practice for a while, but couldn't find the feeling and was uncoordinated, so she just wanted a practice partner. She underestimated the agility and strength of the black bear and got hurt. But through the attack from the bear, she also realized her own shortcomings in movement, which was good. "It hurts very much," Lu Yi said, holding a shoulder that had been knocked flying by the black bear. Shin Tian Li's brow furrowed even more tightly, and his voice became softer as he said, "Yi, eat first. After you finish, I'll help you put medicine on it." Lu Yi nodded firmly at the food. This time, Shin Tianli didn't give her half of the food. Instead, he let her eat the thick bowl and even gave her both of the small buns. After she finished drinking, he asked if she was full before drinking the remaining water. Although he felt more guilty and cared more for her, Lu Yi truly thought Shin Tianli was a good person. He never looked down on her and treated her well. However, no matter how kind he was, she didn't dare trouble him to apply medicine. So, when Shun Lianlu returned, she asked him to help her with the medicine. Sure enough, her shoulders were bruised and swollen. In the afternoon, Li Zian came back not only with 120 taels of silver, but also with a medical book. Naturally, Shun Tianli and Lu Yi knew he had gone to the county. Because of the continuous injuries and deaths, no one dared to go up the mountain. They only dug wild vegetables and chopped firewood at the foot of the mountain. In the past 2 days, Li Xiaoer's family not only collected mushrooms, but also started gathering wood. Many men from the village were chopping firewood at the mountain's foot, and Li's house was constantly emitting smoke. Everyone was curious, but Li Xiaoer's mother was fierce and only watched from the door. trying to ask her questions. Unfortunately, she kept her mouth tight, and no one knew what Li's family was doing. Others didn't know, but Louis guessed they were probably making charcoal. People were talking about how Li's family had never been so secretive before, and Li Xiaoer had changed a lot, probably because she got sick. This made Lu Yi suspicious. Could Li Xiaoer have been reborn? She didn't think she was traveling through time like herself, because Li Xiaoer once sang a song about little Erlang in front of her, and she didn't react at all. Besides teaching Shen Tianyan to read and practice martial arts, Lu Yi also went out early and returned late, living a busy life. Before she knew it, it was time for Shun Lao Tai's precious children, Shen Yongkong and Shen Tansi, to rest. Lu Yi didn't eat in the main house, but tonight's meal was especially good, even with meat. Although there were only 2 pieces, Shen Tianli didn't eat alone, and gave them all to her. Now, Shen Tianli's wound had almost healed, and he could sit up and eat and take medicine by himself. Sometimes he even used a cane to walk around the room. His life was starting to become independent. Lu Yi thought that Shen Yongkong and Shen Tansi, as elders and brothers, would come to check on her after dinner, but they didn't come the next day. Lu Yi felt they truly lacked conscience, wasting the money spent on hunting for school, and what they learned was given away like nothing. They didn't even show basic concern. Lu Yi looked for a good chance to go out and practice martial arts. As soon as she stepped out of the house, she met a child leading Lu Ming over. Lu Ming saw his sister and was very happy. He quickly ran over, looked her up and down, and saw that his older sister was not only fair and tender, but also had no injuries on her face. She looked silly but was not afraid at all, unlike at home, where every time she saw her, she looked pale and scared. Father was right. The Shen family is quite good, and Shen Tianli is also quite good. Big sister, where are you going? Ming Ming, why are you here? Lu Yi asked, surprised. Then she understood he came to see her and to support her. Sure enough, Lu Ming first visited old Shen and old Madam Shen. When old Madam Shen saw that Lu Ming brought not only meat but also snacks, and heard that he was studying at the same academy as her youngest son and grandson, she was very warm. Shen Yongkong and Shen Tianxi also treated Lu Ming very kindly. Seeing Lu Ming respond politely but distantly, Lu Yi thought that her younger brother was really impressive. Look, he was the same age as Shen Tianli, but his way of dealing with people was more mature than Shen Yongkong's. Lu Ming chatted with old Madam Shen for a while and then suggested visiting her brother-in-law. He took Lu Yi to the 3rd house. Seeing Shen Tianli lying on the kong, a traditional bed, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he turned around and looked at Lu Yi with an apologetic expression. It was all his mother's fault for letting his older sister marry for someone else's sake. Why didn't she cancel the marriage? It would be better if his older sister was raised by him. Seeing Lu Ming's apologetic look, Lu Yi smiled at her brother with a grin. She was actually quite grateful to Feng Shi. Without her, she wouldn't have met the young master or even Dr. Sun, let alone learned medical skills. Staying in the Lu family, the best option was to pretend to be crazy and run away. Brother-in-law, how are you feeling?
I'm fine.
Sit down. Xiao Yan, pour a glass of water for brother Lu Ming. Shen Tianli ordered. Good. I'm glad you're okay. Brother-in-law, you should rest well. Once you recover, you can do whatever you want without worries. I was afraid you'd be bored lying in bed, so I brought you 2 books. My sister can teach you to read, since she knows how, Lu Ming said, taking off his backpack and pulling out 2 books. One was the 3-character classic, and the other was the Analects. He had thought about this for a long time. After all, visiting his sister, he couldn't come empty-handed. But what to bring was very important. It had to be something that would satisfy the other person and also make them value his sister more. In the end, Lu Ming took out these 2 books he had copied himself. Every man wanted to learn to read and write. So, in everyone's eyes, books were precious and sacred things. My older sister teaches Shen Tianli to read and write. This helps him see her good qualities and also understand that he shouldn't bully her. Lu Ming has put a lot of effort into this. He has finished reading the 3 books he received. He needed more books, so he was surprised when his brother-in-law brought some. He quickly understood his brother-in-law's intention and smiled, saying, "My sister is teaching me to read now. Those books are finished. Thank you for bringing 2 more books, brother-in-law." Lu Ming turned to look at his older sister. Seeing her happy and smiling at him, just like when Grandma was alive, he suddenly felt very grateful to Shin Tianli and said, "Brother-in-law can read as much as he wants. When he visits next time, I will bring more books for him." Lu Ming sat for a while and then left. Lu Yi took his younger brother to the village entrance. He saw Lu Ming take out a string of money from his pocket and say, "Sister, this is the money I earned from copying books.
Keep it.
When I earn more in the future, I will give you some." Lu Yi shook his head, but saw his brother quickly stuff the money into his pocket and then turn around and run away. Lu Yi looked at the coins in his hand. His younger brother was really a good boy. In the past 2 days, the Shin family was very lively because Shin Tianxue was getting married. She was marrying the grandson of the big village nearby. Mrs. Wang was busy preparing the dowry and also entertaining people who came to offer congratulations and add decorations. Shin Yongwan had already taken her husband and children back to her mother's house. Yongwan was the only daughter of old lady Shin, so she was especially loved, but her marriage was not very good. Back then, the Shin family didn't have the big brick house they have now, but Shin Yongmin was a good hunter. Their family was quite well off in the 10-mile radius, and many people wanted to marry into their family. Many suitors came, but Yongwan liked Wu Manliang, who had a long face and was lazy and carefree. Wu's family was not far from Suishan village. It took about an hour to walk there. So every now and then, Yongwan would bring her family back to visit. When leaving, she would rummage through her sister-in-law's rooms and also buy land with her savings, so life was still okay. However, every time she returned to her mother's house, she wore the oldest clothes to make her mother feel tender-hearted and to take advantage of her sisters-in-law. After the autumn harvest, old lady Shin hadn't seen her daughter for a while. She missed her and quickly welcomed her in, took out roasted pumpkin seeds to serve her daughter and grandson. 1. Why haven't you come back for so long? When you visit next time, stay for a few more days, old lady Shin said with a smile. Yongwon was waiting for her mother to say this. She happily replied, "Okay, I will listen to my mother. My daughter, today's harvest was good. I sold some grain for money and gave it to your father. You also have younger brothers. Each of you made a pair of cotton shoes to keep your feet warm in winter.
Try them on."
Seeing the shoes her daughter made, Grandma Shun's eyes twinkled with happiness. She smiled and said, "My girl is the best. Look at these shoes, so nice and warm." Shun Yongwon glanced at her daughter. Wu Dia understood and quickly took out her purse, saying, "Grandma, this is the purse I embroidered. It's not as good as my cousin's embroidery, so please don't mind." Now, receiving a gift from her granddaughter, Grandma Shun's eyes lit up with joy. She said, "Dia's embroidery is beautiful. Later, Grandma will ask your uncle to slaughter a chicken so you can all have a good meal. Look at my dear children, they've lost weight. When I come back, I'll make sure to give you a good rest." Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Li made dismissive faces. Although Wu Debao and Wu Erbao weren't as fat as Shin Tianxua, they were healthier than other children their age in the village. Grandma actually said they were thin. And the little sister-in-law was too stingy. She only made 3 pairs of cotton shoes. Was she worried about wasting cloth and cotton? She was just like Grandma, stingy and calculating. As for Wu Dia's purse, she made 2 each year for the past 2 years. Grandma never used them all. She really didn't understand what made her so happy. At lunchtime, Shin Yongjuan's family sat at Grandma Shin's table. The 5 of them didn't lift their heads, fighting over the meat on the plate. Grandma Shin saw this, feeling both angry and sad. She glared at Wu Manuan, blaming him for tempting her daughter and making her suffer with him. Wu Manuan didn't mind. Every time he visited his mother-in-law, he received cold looks, but he was used to it. As long as there was food, that was enough. And he thought the chicken at his mother-in-law's house was tastier and more delicious than his own. Thinking of this, he moved even faster. Grandma Shin saw Wu Manuan keep reaching for the meat in her bowl. She frowned and said coldly, Are you a starving ghost? All you think about is eating. Then she took a piece of meat and put it into Shun Yongchuan's bowl. Yongwan accepted her mother's kindness, took a piece, and put it into Grandma Shin's bowl, saying, Mom, you should eat too. It's so delicious. But, Mom, today's meat seems less than usual. Lear got hurt, and I'm taking care of him. I just gave him some, her mother replied. Did her mother really give Shin Tianli chicken meat? Shin Tianli wasn't crippled. Couldn't he go hunting? No, if he really couldn't hunt anymore, his mother wouldn't give him meat. Mom, what happened to Tianli? I was busy harvesting first, then thinking about making shoes for you and Dad, and I never asked about what's happening at home. The three sisters-in-law pouted, saying it's not far, so that excuse is pretty weak. This time, Shin Yongwan seemed to really have not returned for a long time. Old Lady Shin looked at he and then said, he was bitten by a tiger, and his leg is hurt. Now he's lying in bed. From her tone, it seems Shin Tianli is indeed fine. Seeing that there's no more meat, she said, third sister-in-law, Luer and Xiaoyan are all here. How can Liar be, without anyone to take care of him? Big girl, go check on your cousin's room and serve him food. Wu Daya was already worried about her third cousin, but her mother said that her cousin was lame and would be useless in the future, so she wasn't allowed to get close to the third house. Now, her mother suddenly told her to serve her cousin, which made her happy and blush as she nodded. Since childhood, her third cousin was handsome and good at hunting. She dreamed of becoming his wife, but her third aunt had already arranged for Lu Yuer from Lu village, which made her sad for a long time. But her mother said she would definitely make her cousin's wife. She didn't expect her mother to keep her word. When they arrived at Grandma's house, her mother helped her. Wu Daya was about to stand up when she heard Grandma say, no need. Someone is in his room. Shun Yongwan and her daughter looked at each other and asked, Mom, who is in Liar's room? His wife. Liar got married. Your cousin got married. Both mother and daughter exclaimed together. Seeing her mother nod, Shin Yongwan said with some displeasure, third sister-in-law, I've always been nice to you. You got married, and you didn't tell this little sister. Isn't that too much? Wu Daya's face turned pale, and she looked at he with a lost and resentful expression. She couldn't believe her third uncle's wife was getting married to her cousin. What should she do now? He had always been close to her, even though things weren't as good as before, but she had never heard her little sister-in-law say such harsh words. Now, hearing her complain, she didn't know how to explain and hurriedly stammered, Xiaowan, you misunderstood. It's not what you think. Little sister, you misunderstood Mom. This is thanks to Grandma, Shin Tianlu quickly said when she saw her mother's expression. My brother was bitten by a tiger, and the doctor couldn't help him. Grandma felt sorry for him and married her sister-in-law to bring good luck. Because of the urgency and the chaos at home these days, she didn't tell Xiaowan. Please don't blame Grandma and Mom. She didn't believe that her little sister, being so close, wouldn't know what was happening at home. She didn't come back, probably because she didn't want to get involved in this matter. In the past, Big Sister always returned and was very close to her, but this time she kept her head down and ignored her. Instead, she kept talking to Shen Tianxue and Shen Tianqing, probably because she heard rumors outside that her brother's leg was not doing well. Before, she thought her sister-in-law and Wu Daya were good, but now she knows they only care about the benefits brought by their father and brother, not about her. Shin Yongwan didn't expect her usually gentle niece to be so sharp and to set a trap for her. Seeing her mother's smile fade a little, she smiled and said, Child, I never blamed third sister-in-law. My relationship with your mother has always been good, and I speak honestly. I was upset about Lear's big accident and didn't know to tell me. Since Lear is now being cared for, big sister, you can sit and eat. Mother, you eat too. She then carefully gave Shin Laotai the last piece of meat from her bowl. In her heart, she blamed Shin Tianlu for making her miss out on a piece of meat. Seeing the meat in her daughter's bowl, her earlier dissatisfaction with her daughter disappeared. She smiled and said, You eat too. After the meal, he sure took Shin Tianlu to return to the third household. Suddenly, Wu Daya called out, Fourth cousin, I've learned a new sewing technique. Let me teach you? Shen Tianlu knew what Wu Daya was thinking. She didn't want Wu Daya to scare her sister-in-law. She smiled and said, "Cousin, I'm afraid it's not possible. My brother is resting now and doesn't want to be disturbed. Why don't you go to second sister or third sister's room?" After speaking, she didn't give Wu Daya a chance to object and pulled He Shi into the house. Wu Daya stomped her foot angrily. Shen Tianfeng disliked her pretty little cousin always interacting with a third household and liked to stick close to Shen Tianli. Now that Shen Tianli had a wife, Shen Tianlu was different from her, which made her happy. But she wouldn't show it on her face. She walked over, worried, and asked, "Cousin, what's wrong?" Seeing that Shen Tianfeng was always obedient to her, Wu Daya immediately felt wronged and said, "Fourth cousin, why did third cousin get married? He promised to wait until I grew up to marry him. We were previously engaged to Lu Yu, and I thought I had a chance. But now, third cousin is married. What should I do?" Seeing her crying, Shen Tianfeng hurriedly comforted her. "Don't cry, Daya, don't cry. I'll tell you some interesting things."
Come with me.
He then pulled Wu Daya and ran outside. In the room, Shen Yongwan was having a private conversation with Grandma Shen. "Mom, what's really going on with Tianli?" Grandma Shen explained everything from the beginning. After hearing this, Shen Yongwan blinked and said, "Mom, so Tianli's leg is fine. Will he still be able to go hunting in the future?" Grandma Shen nodded. "Yes, the village doctor said as long as he rests well, he will definitely recover." "Mom, did you really marry him off to a simple-minded girl?" Grandma Shen mentioned Lu Yi, looking a bit upset. "Stay away from that girl in the future. She's quite sick mentally, and she might hurt you. That girl is very strong." Okay, I'll listen to you," she said with a smile, feeling happier inside. If Tianli married someone simple-minded, he probably wouldn't be happy. After a year or two, when Tianli's leg is really better and he can hunt again, and when Daya is old enough, Mom can let that girl go, and then marry Daya to him. "Why didn't you come back this time?" "Mom, I have another baby. I was worried about safety, so I didn't come back." She heard some gossip that her mother had a box of silver, and feeling better these days, she brought her family back to enjoy the good weather. Having another baby is really good. The Wu family has few servants, and marrying you is truly a blessing from their past lives, Grandma Shen said happily. "That's because Mom raised a good daughter. Without you, they wouldn't have such good fortune. I think the Wu family's luck is all thanks to you," Shen Yongwan said, holding her grandmother's hand. Grandma Shen couldn't help but smile widely at her daughter's words. In the afternoon, He Shi was making clothes. Shen Yongwan and Fan Shi brought Wu Daya over. Seeing that the clothes were a bit small and brightly colored, she smiled and said, "Third sister-in-law, I guess you're thinking it's getting cold, so you made clothes for Daya. Look at this fabric, it's so pretty, and it's filled with cotton. Daya, you should thank your third aunt." No wonder her mother said, "He sure wasn't honest. She must be hiding silver. Look at this beautiful fabric and so much cotton. Those are worth quite a bit." He sure listened to her children's advice, saying she should be kinder to Lu Yi so she could recover. Seeing the nice fabric, Luo Er made a dress, and she planned to make Lu Yi a set of clothes with the rest. She didn't expect her sister-in-law to say such things. She usually wasn't good at refusing people, and she felt a bit awkward. Just then, Daya said, "Third aunt, thank you so much. I knew you were the best. I like you the most." She already knew that her older cousin had married a simple girl, and her mother also said that she was still young. When she grew up, if her third cousin still liked hunting so much, she would agree to let her marry him. So, now there was no rush. She thought to herself that she was only 11, looked like her father, and in 2 years, she would be even more handsome. Could she really be less attractive than a simple girl? "Big sister, since you know that your third aunt made this for you, why don't you take it?" Fan Shi said with a smile. Now, he sure was becoming more clever. Every time she came, she tidied up the cloth and cotton, leaving her no chance to grab anything. It was a waste of her making a bun for her, better to feed the dogs. Since she had the chance to make He Shi uncomfortable, she would definitely help. Shin Yongwon looked at her younger sister-in-law and thought, she grew up with us. Even knowing what she's thinking, she doesn't want her daughter to be troubled. She took the half-finished clothes from Hishir's hand and said, "Third sister-in-law, I spoiled this girl. She's straightforward and likes what you make for her, but she doesn't know how to appreciate you. You have so many children to take care of alone. You must be exhausted. Let big sister do the rest." Hishir hesitated, unsure whether to give the clothes to her younger sister-in-law. But if she did, her daughter-in-law would lose out. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and Shin Tianli were reading books, while Shin Tianyan and Shin Tianlu were quietly reciting lessons. They knew their younger sister-in-law and fifth aunt had come, and they were very unhappy. They understood that their visit was because they wanted their family's belongings. When they heard that the younger sister-in-law had taken the clothes her mother made for the eldest sister-in-law, Shin Tianyan lost her temper. She quickly got off the Kong, put her book aside, pouted, and looked unhappy. "No, you can't let the younger sister-in-law take the clothes. They are for the eldest sister-in-law." She was about to go to the east room. "Stop right there. Brother, are you just going to watch them bully our mother?" Shin Tianyan said unhappily. Shin Tianli didn't answer but looked at Shin Tianlu and said, "You go and make sure mother stands up." Shin Tianlu nodded. Seeing Lu Yi look at her, she said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely get your new clothes back." Shin Tianlu went to the east room and saw her younger sister pulling at her coat skirt, while her mother had already loosened her grip. She hurried forward, grabbed the coat skirt, and said, "Younger sister-in-law, maybe you misunderstood. Our mother doesn't know how to count, so she wouldn't know that her cousin is coming back. This is the clothes I made for my sister-in-law. As you know, when my sister-in-law came, she only brought silver and few clothes. My mother felt sorry for her and specially made these clothes. If my cousin wants new clothes, my younger sister can bring fabric and cotton, and my mother would be happy to make clothes for her." While speaking, she quickly pulled at Shin Yongwon when she wasn't paying attention. Shin Yongwon snapped out of her thoughts, hurriedly held onto her coat skirt, and looked seriously at Shin Tianlu. Seeing that Shin Tianlu didn't back down, she turned to Hishir. "Third sister-in-law, if you don't want to give the big girl new clothes, just say so. With our relationship, do you think I would force her?" Shin Tianlu sneered inwardly. If she didn't want to force her, she could just let go. Knowing her mother was sensitive about face and had never suffered hardship before because her husband and son were good at hunting, they always had money, and everyone around her was hypocritical and good at putting on a front, her mother still valued these things. She said, "Mother, the clothes I made for sister-in-law, she knows about it. Just now, she was happily calling me mother. If I don't give her new clothes, think about how disappointed she would be. Maybe her good impression of you will be gone. Also, mother, making these clothes costs about 1 or 2 silver coins. Buying them in town costs at least 2 silver coins. Are you sure we still have that much silver to buy clothes for sister-in-law?" He sure thought about how she had just gone to see her son, and Year timidly called her mother twice, but didn't dare come closer. Now, if she refused to make clothes for Year, no one knew when Year would become close to her again. Most importantly, she didn't have much silver. Although everyone had new clothes, she usually changed 2 sets in winter. Her own clothes still hadn't been taken care of, so she had no extra money to make clothes for her younger sister-in-law. Moreover, if Luoer hadn't come, it would be fine, but now her daughter was here. She wouldn't lose face in front of her daughter. She said apologetically, "Xiaowan, these clothes are for Year. When your third brother comes back, I will make clothes for the big girl. I will also make a set for Daba and Xiaobao." Although she made this promise, she was still unhappy about losing the opportunity. She glared fiercely at Shin Tianlu and smiled, saying, "Mainly, third sister-in-law always cares about the big girl. Now I realize I was mistaken. I didn't expect you to care so much for your daughter-in-law. I've only heard of daughters-in-law making clothes for their mothers-in-law, but I've never heard of mothers-in-law making clothes for their daughters-in-law." Shin Tianlu saw that Mrs. He's face changed, and she thought to herself that her little aunt really was just like Grandma Wu, always causing trouble. She smiled and said, "That's because my sister-in-law treats mother well, but her sewing isn't good, so mother pays more attention." I think my little aunt also knows that my sister-in-law is different from others. Since she's different, she should be treated differently. Shen Yongwan looked at Shen Tianlu and smiled. Third sister-in-law, you haven't come back for a while. I've noticed that Luer has become smarter and more clever with words. Look at her. She talks smoothly, unlike Big Sister, who's just a simple-minded girl who just stands around. She then pinched Wu Daya's arm hard. Wu Daya wanted to hold back her tears, but her Aunt Wu said, "Look at you, child. If you want new clothes, just tell your third aunt. Do you need to cry? Your third aunt is the kindest person and treats you well. Look at you. You're about to be betrothed, but you're still wearing patched clothes. Sigh, little sister-in-law, life is so hard for you. Everyone in the family is wearing patched clothes. If third brother were here, he'd be heartbroken. But I don't have any new clothes. If I did, I'd give them to you, even if I had to wear old ones myself. Otherwise, your husband would be upset to see you like this." Mrs. Fan wiped her tears as she spoke. Wu Daya was quick to understand and immediately started sobbing softly, looking very pitiful. Shen Tianlu clenched her fists, surprised that the strongest person in the family was actually the gentle and weak fifth aunt. Seeing her little aunt give up, fifth aunt only pinched mother's soft spot and brought up father. "Fifth aunt, my father and little aunt are close, but he wouldn't let himself freeze or give away his things." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard her little aunt crying, "Woo, third brother, why aren't you back yet? Before, when you went hunting and found mountain fruit, you always brought some back for me. When you sold game in town, you always bought me candy and snacks. Now you're in the army, no one cares about me anymore. Look at me. What am I wearing? Poor me, I'm even pregnant. Third brother, please come back soon. If you don't come back, no one will protect or care for me." Mrs. He also knew her husband treated her little aunt well. Seeing her little aunt cry so sadly, she hurriedly said, "Xiaowan, don't cry, don't cry. That coat and skirt." Shen Tianlu was angry. Didn't her mother see that her little aunt was just pretending to cry? It was all for that coat and skirt. And all these years, she wondered why her father seemed so indifferent to her little aunt. Clearly, her little aunt was warm and caring toward her father and mother. Why couldn't mother see that? Seeing that the daughter was about to agree, she quickly called out, "Mother." Although Mrs. He didn't want to embarrass her daughter, she knew that if her husband found out she had upset his pregnant sister over a piece of clothing, he might be angry with her later. "All right, I understand. I will be careful. You can loosen your coat and go to the west room." Under Mrs. He's watchful eyes, Shen Tianlu could only loosen her coat, angrily stepping back. As she looked up, she saw her little auntie smiling proudly at her. She was so angry she turned to leave. Before she could walk far, she saw her sister-in-law run over. She instinctively stepped back, leaving the scene to her sister-in-law. Lui quickly ran in front of them, snatching the coat from Mrs. He's hands, holding it tightly, and glaring at Shen Yongwan with a bossy look, saying, "Mine, sister-in-law." Shen Yongwan saw her item was gone, and stood up angrily, calling out. Mrs. He saw Lui come out, her expression slightly excited. "Year, aren't you afraid of mother?" Lui moved closer to Shen Tianlu, holding the coat and weakly saying, "Mother, this coat is mine. You gave it to me. I like it." Mrs. He looked at Shen Yongjuan's patched clothes and said, "Year, good girl, this clothes is for your little sister-in-law. I'll make you a new one later." Little sister-in-law? What is a little sister-in-law? A little sister-in-law is your father's younger sister, your elder. Elder? My father said elders give things to younger ones. If she took the coat mother made for me, she can't be an elder. Mother, is she calling me little sister-in-law? If she calls me that, I am the elder, so I should give her a new coat. Lui tilted her head, confused, and looked at Shen Yongwan. Seeing Shen Yongjuan's face turn red with anger, she felt very happy. "I'll show you what happens when you shamelessly take things from your juniors." Mrs. Fan hurriedly pointed at the older girl and said, "Year, that's your cousin. As the older sister-in-law, giving your cousin new clothes is right, isn't it?" Lui entered the room and saw a jealous, hateful look coming from the little girl. She definitely wouldn't give her the clothes. She sighed softly and said, "Oh, so the cousin is taking the older sister-in-law's things. If this got out, how could she face anyone?" Wu Dia quickly stood up and said, "I didn't." "That's good. You all go now. It's too noisy. Husband will wake up," Lu Yi said, handing the coat to Shen Tianlu, pulling Shen Yongwan and Mrs. Fan out of the room, then closing the door behind them. Sigh. The mother-in-law is surprisingly kind-hearted, and the sister is obedient. It seems her task will be even harder in the future. After Lu Yi closed the door, she returned to the East Room. When she first came out, the young master said, "Mother is the best mother. She won't hit or scold her." His words clearly meant that she should reconcile with He-shur. Indeed, with so many fierce and cunning people in the family, all eyeing the third household like a pack of wolves, she had to protect them. Otherwise, the third household would be completely taken over by them. When Lu Yi returned to the East Room, she saw He-shur looking at her with a conflicted face, hesitating to speak. She called out, "Year." She wondered how to tell her that it was impolite and unfilial to push elders out of the room. Dachin valued filial piety greatly. Rumor had it that even the emperor's mother was not his biological mother but was still more filial than her own, which became a famous story among the people. Because of this, everyone paid more attention to filial piety. If she was accused of being unfilial, the villagers would scold her and point their fingers at her. Not only would she be expelled from her family, but she would also be driven out of the village. Such a bad reputation would make it impossible for her to find a new home elsewhere.
Fortunately, jeder was a simpleton.
Being simple-minded was not wrong. Lu Yi touched the coat and skirt in Shen Tianlu's arms, smiling as she interrupted He-shur, saying, "Mother, it looks good. I like it. Mother, it's beautiful. Mother is a good mother." He-shur listened to Lu Ye's words, saw her eyes brighten and become happy, completely no longer timid, and her tears of joy almost fell. She felt that her efforts over this period had finally paid off. Wiping her tears, she forgot about scolding or lecturing and took the coat and skirt from Shen Tianlu's hands, saying, "Year likes it. Mother will make it quickly. Ye looks good, and wearing it will make her look even better." Lu Yi tilted her head and said with a smile, "Just like Mother, beautiful." Both Shen Tianlu and He-shur were momentarily stunned. Shen Tianlu smiled and took He-shur's arm, saying, "Mother, listen to this. Sister-in-law is praising you for being beautiful. Who doesn't like being complimented on their looks?" He-shur also smiled, "You child, how come you're so good at flattering like your sister-in-law?" "I'm not flattering. Mother looks good. Better than anyone," Lu Yi said seriously, with dissatisfaction. "Mother, look, sister-in-law is unhappy now." He-shur looked at Lu Ye's serious yet charming face and felt, for some reason, that the stuffy feeling in her chest from this past period suddenly disappeared. She smiled and said, "You look good. We all look good." Laughter from the East Room drifted into the West Room. Shin Tianyan wanted to come over and see, but under his brother's gaze, he could only continue reading. Still, a smile played on his lips. His sister-in-law was no longer afraid of their mother, and the whole family was happy and laughing. How wonderful! Shin Kinley's lips also carried a smile, but his eyes looked even deeper. His wife was truly very clever. Lu Yi didn't realize that her disguise was almost falling apart. To show closeness to the He family, Lu Yi took a book from the West Room and ran over to sit beside He. Actually, she really liked He. Recently, every day when she asked Shen Tianli about his health, she also made sure to say a few words to her. Even when her gaze sometimes looked sad or complained, she never let it show in her tone. If her modern mother felt uncomfortable, it was normal to be upset or even scold her harshly. And in this ancient society that favored boys over girls, it was even worse. As the saying goes, marry a wife and become a mother-in-law. It means that after marrying, the mother-in-law doesn't need to do much, just stand aside and give orders, like Grandma Shin. Grandma Shin just stood there giving commands, no need to do anything herself. He not only made clothes for her, but also fed her water twice. It was truly wonderful. So, he was the gentle, caring, kind, generous, and beautiful mother figure Lu Yi always dreamed of. Because of this, she was confident she could handle any fierce attacks ahead. Soon, Grandma Shin came to knock on the door, angry and shouting, You wicked woman! Open the door. I've never seen someone so cruel. My little one used to be so good to you, but look at you. Your whole family wears new clothes, but when you see your sister-in-law, nephew, and niece in patched clothes, you don't feel any pity. How can you be so vicious?
Come out.
Bring the clothes you promised to Daya. She's just a simple girl, and wearing new clothes is enough for her. Why do you have such a big face? Even a simple girl like her is worth supporting. Have you been with her so long that you've gone stupid?
Come out now.
Lu Yi knew Grandma Shin would come, so she put away the book, ran to open the door, and stood at the entrance, tilting her head, brushing her hair in front of her chest, and smiling sweetly at Grandma Shin. She even cheerfully called out, Grandma. Grandma Shin was startled by Lu Yi's strange smile and overly friendly attitude. Her hair stood on end, and she took a step back in fear, shouting, You silly girl. Why are you not in your room? Why are you coming out? Grandma, I'm looking for you. Last night, Grandma came to find me, but she just kept watching me and didn't speak. Grandma, why are you just watching me and not talking? I miss you. Please talk to me. Lu Yi said, smiling kindly as she stepped forward and reached out to hold Grandma Shin's hand. Grandmother Shin felt even more frightened and pushed aside Lu Yi, saying, You fool, go away. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lu Yi laughed wildly and clung to Grandmother Shin, saying, Grandma, what's wrong? Aren't you the one who loves Year the most? You teach Year to count, read books, and even count money. Grandma, you don't want Year anymore. Grandma, I miss you. As she spoke, she lifted her head and circled around Grandmother Shin. It looked as if someone was on Grandmother Shin's body or standing beside her. Grandmother Shin's face turned pale with fear. She forgot her original purpose and ran while saying, You crazy girl, I am not your grandma. He Shi and Shin Tianlu stood at the door, watching Grandmother Shin run back into her room in a panic. They quickly came out, looked around cautiously, and asked nervously, Year, what's wrong? Nothing. I saw my grandma. She said someone was bullying me and wanted to protect me. But just now my grandma left and my other grandma left too. Lu Yi pouted regretfully when she saw Fan Shi standing nearby, watching her. He Shi looked around with a slightly frightened expression. When she heard Lu Yi say that her mother-in-law had left, she felt relieved and said, Year, go inside quickly. Maybe your grandma is worried about you. When Lear gets better, let him take you to talk to your grandma so she can feel at ease. Lu Yi blinked her innocent, puzzled eyes at He Shi, then smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, I'll listen to my mom. I'll listen to everything my mom says. He Shi was delighted by the sweet, crisp sound of mom and thought it sounded even better than her own children's calls. Her smile grew wider as she praised, Year is so obedient. Let's go back inside. She then pulled Lu Yi back to the east room. In the main room, Grandmother Shin took a few sips of hot tea, her face gradually regaining some color. She said, What's wrong with that fool? She's been inside for days and is acting so strange. She's just bored. Fan Shi didn't dare tell her mother-in-law what she had just heard because she also thought Lu Yi was acting strangely. If she told her, her mother-in-law would surely take her anger out on her. She sat quietly to the side, drinking tea to calm her nerves. Shen Yongwan thought her mother would bring over new clothes and probably other things too. She was waiting eagerly, but saw her mother return empty-handed, looking anxious, and suddenly said, Then just beat her. Beat her until she's scared. When old lady Shen told her daughter about Lu Yi, she didn't mention the embarrassing part, so Shen Yongwan didn't realize Lu Yi was so strong. However, she thought the idea was pretty good. This fool has been acting honest lately. If she stays honest, there's no need to cause such a fuss. After all, she's Shin Tianli's wife and should keep some face for him. Now that there's a celebration at home, it's not the right time to cause trouble. Let's talk about it later. Mother, what about the clothes? Ask He Shi for them tonight when she comes to eat. If she dares to refuse, She will be asking for trouble. Shin Yongwon felt relieved after hearing her mother. That evening, Lu Yi followed He Shi as she went over. Seeing Lu Yi, everyone's face looked uncomfortable. Old Lady Shin scolded directly. He Shi, you troublemaker. Why did you bring her out? Send her back to her room, to serve Lear. Mother, Lear asked me to bring her out. You know how Lear is. He Shi said, awkwardly. All right, everyone sit down to eat, Old Man Shin said firmly. He cared a lot about his useful grandson. Old Lady Shen was unhappy, but since the old man spoke, she warned He Shi, watch her. Don't let her cause trouble, or you'll regret it. He Shi nodded weakly and sat down with Lu Yi. The table was already set with food. There was a big plate of tofu and cabbage, apparently cooked with some oil. I wonder how it tastes. Fan Shi was doing chores today, so she was scooping rice. The basket of steamed buns was full of small buns, and Shin Tianchan was helping Fan Shi distribute them, one for each person. When it was Lu Ye's turn, she hesitated and asked, Mother, should I give her one too? Fan Shi paused, but Old Lady Shin said, Give her one? She's a fool. She doesn't deserve my steamed buns. If she eats, she takes away from us. Tonight, they made cornmeal porridge with sweet potatoes. But on the women's side, there weren't many sweet potatoes, just a few small pieces. The others, both adults and children, had a piece or two. Only He Shi's bowl had a small piece of sweet potato. The others had none. The cornmeal was coarse, and the sweet potatoes helped fill their stomachs. She saw that at the men's table there were quite a few sweet potatoes and plenty of buns too. Seeing that her bowl only had a small amount of rice, less than 3-year-old Shin Tianxia, He Shi frowned and said, Sister-in-law, why is Ye's portion so small? 3 sister-in-law. In the past, Year and Lear shared their meals, so there was plenty. But now, when the food is on the table, look, there isn't enough to go around. The pot is empty. Maybe we should give some of Shuashua's portion to her. Mrs. He saw that Shen Tianshua's bowl was almost overflowing with rice. Just as she was about to speak, she saw him leaning over the bowl, taking a sip, then saying, Third aunt, I've already drunk from this bowl. Plus, it's not enough for me. Let Xiao Yin share some with her. She cares about her sister-in-law, so Shin Tianyan stood up and said, Sister-in-law, let's swap bowls. Lu Yi naturally disagreed. She picked up her bowl, stood up, and went to the men's table, scooping a large spoonful of sweet potatoes. Are you silly? What are you doing? Old Madam, Shin asked angrily. Everyone else, especially Shin Yongjuan's family, watched her with interest. Lu Yi smiled and said, Grandma, I don't have much rice, and there's plenty here. I want to fill my bowl. Old Madam, Shin looked very displeased. She slapped her chopsticks on the table and said coldly, No more scooping. Go back and eat. But Lu Yi didn't listen. She scooped a few more pieces of sweet potato, piling her bowl high, looking even fuller than Shen Tianshua's. Seeing Lu Yi ignore her, Old Madam Shin scolded, He Shi, you shameless woman. Aren't you going to control your daughter-in-law? Do you want to be beaten? After speaking, she heard a loud clatter of a spoon. Grandma, are you going to bully my mother? My husband said my mother treats me well and asked me to protect her. If you bully her, I won't hold back. This was clearly a provocation towards her. Won't hold back? What do you want to do? Old Madam Shin was furious. She walked over and hit He Shi twice on the back. He Shi didn't dare resist and let Old Madam Shin hit her. Shen Tianyan wanted to stand up and protect her, but after thinking for a moment, he clenched his teeth and lowered his head. Lu Yi saw Old Madam Shin still giving her a challenging look, raised her eyebrows, then smiled. She patted Wu Daba on the shoulder, then Wu Erbao, then Wu Niu. Seeing them burst into tears, she smiled and walked toward the women's table. She grabbed Shin Tianxua, who was trying to run, patted him, and heard him crying out, It hurts. It hurts. Grandma. Mom, I feel so pain. My back is swollen, my arm is swollen, Mom, it hurts, boo-hoo. Fan Shi, feeling sorry for him, took Shin Tianxua away from Lu Yi and tearfully said, Shuashuo, don't cry. Mom will call the doctor soon. After saying that, she turned to He Shi and said, Third sister-in-law, You should control your daughter-in-law. Look at how she hit Shuasho. Although he believed Year caused trouble, he also saw that she was standing up for herself. So, he lowered his head and stayed silent. Old Shin listened to his grandson and great-grandson crying loudly in pain, feeling both worried and angry. You fool! How dare you hit your brothers and sisters? Are you looking for trouble? But he saw Lu Yi smiling as she looked at her. She was warning her. Fine. She couldn't beat a fool, but she wouldn't let he do that. Thinking this, she struck he hard. How could you be a mother? You can't even control your daughter-in-law. What's the use of you? I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. Lu Yi squinted slightly and looked at Shen Tianxua. Shen Tianxua, crying, hurriedly hid in Fan's arms. Fan also held Shen Tianxua tightly, watching Lu Yi cautiously. Lu Yi smiled, running around the women's table, hitting everyone except he and Xiaoyan. The children cried out in pain. Women frowned. After finishing at the women's table, she started on the men's table. This time, Shen Yongwan was first. She ran and hit while laughing, calling out, "This is so fun! So fun!" Seeing Lu Yi coming to hit again, Shen Yongwan hurriedly shouted, "Mother, mother, don't hit third sister-in-law anymore. Let's eat." Wang also felt pain in her back. She didn't expect this fool to be so strong, hitting her painfully. She frowned and said, "Mother, let's eat. Calm down and stop hitting." Shen Tianqing also felt pain in her eyes and quickly stood up, smiling. "Grandma, don't be angry. You know third aunt is kind-hearted like you. She can't control third sister-in-law. Just teach her slowly in the future. Don't get sick from anger." Shen Yongfu was also hurt and angry, glaring at Lu Yi. When she saw Lu Yi smiling at her, she hurriedly said, "Mother, mother, let's eat. Don't worry about the meal." Old Shen, who had been watching coldly, finally said with a gloomy face, "Stop making trouble. Everyone eat." He glared fiercely at he. Just as he raised his hand to hit again, Shen Tianqing, smiling, held him back. "Grandma, I'll help you go eat." Finally, Old Shen gave his granddaughter some face, nodded grimly. The adults saw Lu Yi pick up the bowl on the table and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The children were still crying, but under the scolding and comfort of the adults, they gradually calmed down. Lu Yi happily went to his side, took a big piece of sweet potato, and said with a smile, "Mother, you eat." Then she also gave Xiaoyan a piece, and she placed a piece into Shen Tianli's bowl as she was feeding Shen Tianli. Soon her bowl was half full. Lua no longer sat next to Hishir. She simply moved her own stool, smiled, and said, "Grandma, I will sit with you. You are the best to me. Go away." Old Madame Shen was furious when she saw Lu Yue. She was so angry her liver hurt. How could she agree to let her sit beside her? Lu Yue pretended not to hear. She glanced at Wu Dia sitting nearby and quickly moved away. She smiled at her and put down her bowl to start eating. Wu Dia saw Lu Yue's smile like she saw a fierce beast. She hurriedly looked down. Lu Yue drank half her bowl of rice, then stood up to get a steamed bun. Old Madame Shen was very angry. She knew Lu Yue wouldn't listen, but she still scolded Hishir. "Hishir, take your people and leave. You are not allowed to eat here tonight. I've never seen such an unfilial daughter-in-law. You are deliberately causing trouble for me." "Mother, I didn't do anything," Hishir said sadly. "If you didn't do anything, then hurry up and leave with her. From now on, you are not allowed to eat in the main house." Old Madame Shen said coldly. Hishir could only put down her bowl and stand up. She said, "Yay, let's go. We're going back to our room." "Mother, I haven't eaten enough," she protested.
"Eat, eat."
"Hishir, you are not allowed to eat anymore." "Grandma, you won't let us eat?" Lu Yue asked, frowning in displeasure. Old Master Shen frowned, feeling that his granddaughter-in-law was very strange. He called her silly, but she protected the third house tightly. He said she wasn't silly, but she seemed full of foolishness. For a moment, he hesitated whether to stop the old lady. Suddenly, she started scolding, "You worthless women, troublemakers. Eating my food is a waste. You should all die outside.
Fine.
I won't eat. And no one else should either. As soon as Liyue finished speaking, she forcefully lifted her hands, and the entire dining table flipped over. Everyone at the table saw the table tilt. They felt something was wrong, and hurriedly stood up. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as bowls and plates shattered. The table tipped, and everything fell to the ground. Amid everyone's surprise, she moved to the women's table. Just as she raised her hand, Old Master Shin ordered, "Liyue, stop flipping the table." Liyue sneered and then forcefully flipped the table again, scattering everything on it.
Ha!
Now no one will eat. Old Madam Shin looked at the broken dishes and felt dizzy. She swayed, holding her head, took a deep breath, and finally calmed down. She said with a dark face, "Ah, you foolish girl, you broke all my bowls and dishes. I will beat you to death." She picked up a nearby stool and swung it toward Liyue. Willow Leaves easily grabbed the bench, then pulled it forcefully toward her. With another push, she knocked Grandma Shin onto the overweight Wang woman. Both of them fell down suddenly. Everyone looked at Willow Leaves in shock, feeling she was not just a fool but a crazy person with great strength. Before they could react, they saw Grandma Shin and Wang woman rolling on the ground. Willow Leaves seemed unaware of what she had done. She looked at the bench, then gently smashed it against the wall, causing it to. She used her hands to break the bench into two halves. "You're such a stupid fool, so mean." Grandma Shin stood up and was about to curse when she saw Willow Leaves holding two halves of the bench, smiling at her. Her smile sent a chill through her, as if she dared to curse, she would become the next broken piece of wood. Her words got stuck in her throat as she looked at Willow Leaves in horror. At this moment, she felt that this fool was a demon tormenting their family. The most frightened after Grandma Shin was Shin Yongwon. She never expected this fool to cause so much trouble, stealing food, hitting people, flipping tables, even pushing her mother, and surprisingly, she was so strong. That thick, wide bench was bent easily by her. Such a crazy, violent fool was actually the daughter-in-law of the third sister-in-law. From now on, how could they bully her? Willow Leaves' actions tonight completely changed everyone's understanding of the Shun family. This fool was not just simple-minded. When she went crazy, she was reckless. It was better to stay away. In the past, the eldest brother only allowed others to feed or give medicine to his wife, but today, he even asked her to do so herself. When she finished feeding, Shun Tianlu saw the room was a mess. Tables overturned, bowls and dishes on the floor. Everyone was quietly watching the wife, who was holding a bench leg and playing with it. The thick bench leg in her hand looked like a dry willow branch, easily snapped in half with a gentle bend. But what was going on? She ran to Hishur and asked, "Mother, what's wrong? Why is your hair so messy?" Could it be that Grandma bullied her, so her wife got angry? Her wife was really amazing. Shun Tianlu's arrival broke the silence in the room. Old Shun looked at the messy room, then deeply glanced at Willow Leaves and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, go back to your rooms. Wang woman, Li woman, Fan woman, clean up this room." Father, just like that. Never mind, I haven't finished speaking. Before I could finish, Shin Yongwon was too scared by her father's stern look to say anything and could only lower her head. Shin Yongwon felt her father had left, and she glared at Lu Yi in defiance. She was still hungry. Looking at the leftover bread on the ground, she pointed at Wu Dia and said, "Dia, pick up all the bread." Wu Dia hurriedly squatted down, picked up the basket of bread, and started collecting. After she finished, Shin Yongfu said, "Dia, give the bread to the eldest uncle. I haven't eaten enough yet." Wu Dia looked at her mother. Shin Yongwon took 2 steps forward, took the basket from her hands, and said, "Big brother, I am also a person with a body, and I am hungry. Let's share a little less with you." Hearing this, Shun Yongfu didn't insist anymore. Just as he was about to take the bread, he saw his sister's hand being held, then she painfully let go. The 2 pieces of bread fell from her hand and were caught in midair by someone. He angrily looked at Lu Yi and asked, "Fool, what are you doing?" Not only did she push away the food at the table, but she also refused to let them eat. Lu Yi ignored Shin Yongjuan's pained expression, snatched the basket of bread from her, placed the 2 pieces of bread inside, and said stubbornly and fiercely, "You don't let the third house eat. Neither will I." After saying that, she ignored everyone's expressions, smiled, and walked over to his side, saying dismissively, "Mother, this place is so dirty and messy. Let's go back to our room." Her innocent appearance made it seem like she was completely unaffected by everything here. Shan Tianlu and Shin Tianyan looked at their mother, who was still stunned, each supporting her to leave. Meanwhile, Shin Laotai, the old lady, sat on the ground immediately after Lu Yi left, crying loudly, "Mother, my things are all ruined. What sin have I committed to marry such a person? Our family is so unlucky, so unlucky." She hadn't cried for long before Shin Laotu, the old man inside, coldly interrupted. "What are you crying about? Do you want the whole village to know?" Shin Laotai was angry at Shin Laota's weakness, but thinking of her younger son, and with her daughter-in-law's persuasion, she wiped her tears and showed a malicious look. Returning to the third house, Lu Yi divided all the leftover bread from the basket. His mother, he felt a bit uneasy and lost her appetite, lost in thought. Finally, she stood up, told everyone to play in the east room, and went to the west room, where she recounted everything that had just happened in the main house, in detail, to her son. After speaking, she frowned and said, "Lear, Year is causing so much trouble. Although your grandparents don't say much now, they will eventually be unhappy with our family. Lear, what do you think we should do? Do you think Grandma and Grandpa are satisfied with our family now?" He sure thought for a moment and nodded. Not exactly good, but not too bad either. After all, every family's mother-in-law tends to complain about her daughter-in-law. Shin Tianli sneered and said, "Mom, you adapt so quickly. I remember when Dad first left, I heard you complain. I even heard you secretly cry because Grandma made you do the same chores as Anida and the others. Back then, you felt wronged just doing the work. Now, Grandma scolds our family every day, and you already think it's not so bad." Her son's words made Hishir blush and look very embarrassed. She hesitated and said, "You and your dad are often not at home. I have to take care of your younger brothers and sisters, or they will be bullied even more. Hee, Mom. Your way of protecting them just means they have endless chores every day." Her son's sarcastic tone made her angry, sad, and a little guilty. She cried and said, "Lear, how can you say that about Mom? Every child in the village is like this." Seeing her tears, Shan Tianli sighed and said, "Mom, I thought that after what happened, you would see clearly that Grandma and Grandpa have given up on us. But why haven't you understood yet? Your weakness and concessions only make them push us further. Mom, have you thought about what would happen if tonight Year didn't cause such a fuss? What would happen? We just eat and then go back to our rooms to sleep." Shin Tianli shook his head, feeling overwhelmed. He said, "Mom, don't forget, this afternoon my little aunt came to pick up her coat, but she didn't get it. Grandma came looking for you and was scared away by Year. If tonight Year doesn't go to the main house for dinner with you, do you think Grandma will let you go?" He sure paused, wiping her tears. She was sure Grandma wouldn't let her go easily. Maybe Grandma would even make her sew a set for to bow and air bow to. But he sure didn't want to bow her head. Especially when her son looked disappointed, she stubbornly said, "If worse comes to worst, I'll give her the cotton clothes, and I'll make more for Year later. It's not like we don't have money." Shin Tianli was amused by his mother's anger and said, "Mom, if Grandma takes all our clothes, do you think your money will be enough to make 2 sets for each of us?" "No, it won't happen. Your grandma wouldn't be so cruel." "My daughter, if they weren't so cruel, when we returned from the county, our room wouldn't be left in pieces. Think carefully, Mother. Is it really good for you to keep retreating like this? Mother, I beg you, just think of it as missing Dad. Since you married, think about everything, one by one. Think about whether what you did tonight was right. I thought that after I gave you some advice last time, you would be a little better. But unfortunately, Mother is too soft-hearted and doesn't understand human nature. Seeing her son speak so plainly, Mrs. He quickly nodded and promised, Lear, I will think about it. I will think carefully. Mrs. He spent the whole night thinking about how her husband defended her when she first married into the family and about the situation of the third house after her husband joined the army. She drifted in and out of sleep, not knowing when she finally fell asleep. She only felt very sleepy when someone called her. Third sister-in-law, get up. Come and eat. Mrs. He raised her eyebrows and asked Shin Tianluo, who had already dressed, What's going on? Mother, little sister asked you to get up and eat. Could it be that Xiaowan really isn't angry about yesterday anymore? Or is there some other reason? Thinking this, Mrs. He kept moving and quickly finished dressing. When she came out, she saw Shen Yongwan already in the living room. Seeing her, she smiled and said, Third sister-in-law, you're up. Today, the eldest sister-in-law is going to town to buy some things for Tianshu. I specifically asked Mother for permission so you can go to town too. Wash up quickly, and after we eat, we'll leave. Without waiting for Mrs. He's approval, she stood up and left. Mrs. He had asked her mother-in-law several times to go to town, but she never agreed. Now that she heard she could go out, she was very happy and hurried into the room to comb her hair. Mother, why do you think Grandma agreed for us to go to town? Shin Tianluo asked while tidying the bed. Mrs. He paused for a moment and replied, Your little sister begged her, so your grandmother naturally agreed. Mother, think about it. Who used to pay when you and your little sister's family went to town? Mother, we don't have that much silver left now. Mrs. He finally realized that in the past, when her little sister came back, the whole family would go to town, and of course, it cost money. She had silver in her hands, so she didn't mind. That's why she usually paid for things herself. Every trip to town cost at least 10 taels of silver. The savings her husband left before leaving are slowly running out. That's why she had no silver to treat Lear's illness. She even had to sell the jewelry her husband bought for her and her daughter, and she had to kneel and beg her mother-in-law. If all the money were in. Mrs. He's eyes darkened slightly, then she firmly said, They know we have no silver, so they definitely won't spend our money. Mom, are you sure? Mrs. He raised an eyebrow and said, Luoer, I won't spend their money. Shun Tianlu knew her mother's temper and also understood the purpose of her younger sister-in-law and others. She was worried, but thought that since she and her sister-in-law were also going along, they wouldn't let their mother suffer. She said nothing more. She folded the quilt, went to the west room to comb her sister-in-law's hair, and also told her brother and sister-in-law about going to town. Lui clapped her hands excitedly when she heard about going to town. I want to go. I want to go. Her space had run out of steamed buns, chicken legs, and other food, so she wanted to restock. Also, she planned to see if there were any swords or knives for sale, and buy one because practicing with a stick was too awkward. Plus, she had been cooped up for so long. Going out shopping could help her relax. It would be even better if she could go to town. She had already looked through most of her medical records and wanted to ask her master for more. Old Sun was so stingy, he only gave her one book at a time. He looked down on her too much. Shin Tianli rarely saw her so excited and said, Go ahead. But you must watch over Luoer. He didn't want his wife to go to town once and then get lost. Sigh, why hadn't her wounds healed yet? If they did, she could take her wife out herself, and there would be no worries. Shun Tianlu seemed to understand what her brother was thinking and said, Brother, don't worry. I will definitely watch over my sister-in-law. When Mrs. He took the 3 people to the main room, it was already full of people. Old Shin saw them and glared fiercely, but didn't say anything. Shin Yongwan saw Lu Yi and her eyes flickered. She smiled and said, Third sister-in-law, come and sit down and eat. After we finish, we'll leave. Xiao Wan, as my mother said, it's because your heart is too kind. If it weren't for you, not only would they not go out, but they wouldn't even taste a bite of today's meal. A bunch of troublemakers, just wasting my food. Old Shin scolded her daughter, while trying to flatter her. Mrs. He looked gratefully at Shin Yongwan, then quickly lowered her head and quietly sat back in her place. Lu Yi tilted her head and asked with a smile, Grandma, Are you talking about you all? Old Shin looked at Lu Ye's smile with a sharp gaze, then lowered her head to eat, saying nothing more. Mrs. He pulled Lu Yi aside, and Lu Yi happily sat next to her. Today, Wang prepared a meal. It seemed she still had some insight, even though the bowl had it was still filled with rice, along with her little bread rolls. However, except for Xiao Yan, all the boys in the family had eggs, even 13-year-old Shen Tianfeng. But Xiao Yan quietly ate his meal as if it was normal. Lu Yi narrowed her eyes sharply, and with a loud bang, she put down her bowl. Everyone paused and looked at Lu Yi with some surprise. Mrs. Fan quickly picked up her own bowl, and seeing this, others also lifted their bowls. "Year, what's wrong?" he sure asked, looking at her with concern. "Mother, why do they all get to eat eggs but I don't? I want to eat eggs."
Liu Ye pouted, unhappy.
He sure glanced at her mother-in-law's stern face and said, "Year, only the boys in the family get to eat eggs. Others don't. Look, Mother and Luer don't have any either. Then why doesn't Xiaoyan have any? Xiaoyan is also a boy." Xiaoyan lowered his head silently. Shun Tianluo looked at Grandma Shen and said, "Grandma said that the border is cold and harsh. Xiaoyan's eggs are saved to sell for money, to help Dad have a better life." Others didn't know, but Lu Yi understood clearly. Although this dynasty wasn't in her history books, the customs were similar. Soldiers on duty only had a tough journey, but once in the army, they had food, drink, and even military pay. It was small, but enough to eat well. Grandma Shun's words clearly meant she was bullying the third house. Lu Yi nodded heavily and then said, "Oh, I thought Uncle Wu also went to serve in the army. Turns out Uncle Wu has died. Aunt Wu, you're so pitiful. No wonder Grandma treats you well." Grandma Shun initially didn't want to get angry, but Lu Yi dared to curse her son. She immediately put down her food and scolded, "You foolish girl, how dare you curse my son? He's the one who died. He's sure you don't control her? Let her curse her own little uncle like this. Such disobedience is something your family should be ashamed of. Don't forget, your youngest son still needs to go to school. If you let her talk nonsense and ruin your son's reputation, how will he go to school?" Hearing her mother-in-law loosen her grip and let Xiaoyan go to school, he sure was happy and quickly advised, "Year, don't talk nonsense. Uncle Wu went to serve in the army, and he's doing well with your father. If he's doing well, why does he get to eat eggs? Xiaoyan doesn't?" Suddenly, he sure fell silent. She couldn't say it was because her mother-in-law favored one child over another. Since Xiaoyan doesn't have eggs, then no one should eat theirs. "Put down the eggs in your hand," Lu Yi said, loudly slapping the table, then looked at each person holding an egg. Because everyone had just sat down, all the eggs were only half peeled. At this moment, the boys, meeting Lu Ye's gaze, timidly put their eggs down. Even Wu Debao and Wu Erbao on Grandma Shin's table did the same. "He family, how can you let her make such a fuss? Mother, I've never seen you give anything to my husband." He family had wanted to ask this for a long time, but dared not. Now, her mind was filled with similar scenes. She married 2 months ago, and her husband was worried she was weak, so he asked her mother-in-law to cook an egg for her every day. To be fair, the mother-in-law only gave 1 egg to each household. Once, her husband went hunting, and everyone had eggs except her. She was shy and didn't dare ask. Coincidentally, on the 3rd morning, her husband came back just as she was eating, saw she had no egg, got angry and took all the eggs, giving them to her. He also threatened that if her mother-in-law treated her unfairly again, he wouldn't go hunting anymore and would stay home to farm like others. Since then, her mother-in-law didn't dare to mistreat her when her husband was away. Grandma Shin didn't expect he family to ask about this. Of course, she wouldn't send silver to the border. She just didn't want the 3rd household to take advantage of her. "You shameless woman, unfilial and mean. Do I need your permission to give them things? With all your gossip, do you believe I will divorce you?" He family held back tears and said nothing. Louis slapped the table again. Grandma Shin was startled and looked even worse. "Bring me the eggs." Everyone hurriedly handed over the eggs. Louis nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "So many eggs." Xiao Yan, eat your meal first. After eating, we'll share the eggs. From now on, we will have so many eggs every day. There were 5 eggs, enough for each person. Grandma Shun's face darkened even more, almost like ink. While eating, Louis heard Wu Xiaobao at the men's table say, "Mother, I want to eat an egg." Shen Yongwan reached out and secretly took one from the bun basket, giving it to him quietly. "Bring it here," Lu Yi ordered while eating. Seeing Lu Yi wanted his egg again, Xiaobao finally couldn't hold back and cried out, "Mother, mother! That fool wants my egg again. Mother, I want to eat an egg." Shen Yongwan patted Xiaobao and said, "Little Bao, be good.
Don't cry."
After speaking, the dissatisfied woman said to the He family, "Third sister-in-law, you need to control your daughter-in-law. Taking everyone's eggs is one thing, but my mother thought of me and boiled an egg for me. Now, she still wants my egg. If this gets out, don't you want Xiao Yan to lose her reputation?" Lu Ye's face darkened. They not only wanted to use Xiao Yan to control her, but also deliberately tarnished her reputation, which was very mean. "Mother, why does she have eggs to eat while I don't? When I entered the house, Grandma said she would give me an egg every day, but I haven't received any. My father said that the character of a scholar reflects their parents. Are uncle and the eldest brother like that? If you dare to ruin Xiao Yan's reputation, I will ruin your precious son's and eldest grandson's reputation. Also, my younger sister-in-law is already married. My mother said that a daughter who leaves home is like water spilled on the ground. I am no longer part of the Lu family, but part of the Shin family now. She told me to come home less often, speak less when I do, and work more. But why does my younger sister-in-law talk so much? She hasn't even worked or shared our food. Isn't that what Grandma Li and Grandma call shameless? A wicked woman, a troublemaker with a black heart?" After Lu Yi finished speaking, the quiet room became even quieter. Shen Yongwan suddenly burst into tears and then leaned into Grandma Shen's arms, looking very sad. "Mother, mother, even though I'm married out, I am still your daughter. When I come back to see you and Dad, she says such things. Mother, how can I have the face to come back in the future? Mother, you must stand up for me." Grandma Shen was also very angry, but she couldn't do anything about Lu Yi now. She could only glare at her and pat her daughter, saying, "Waner, Xiaowan, don't cry. She's just a fool, and she has a stepmother. How can she compare to you? This is your home. You can come back whenever you want. Say whatever you want. Your father and I are not dead yet. This family isn't her decision to make." Hearing Grandma Shen's reassurance, Shen Yongwan, tears in her eyes, said, "I knew Mother loves me the best." Old Shen, standing nearby, kept frowning and said, "If you are pregnant, don't argue with a younger generation. If you do, others will say you, as the mother-in-law, didn't teach her well. They will only say you, as the younger sister-in-law, are not generous." Indeed, Old Shen was wise. With just one sentence, he made Shen Yongwan look bad, just like Lu Yi, who was taught by He family. With the father-in-law not here, the whole family is scheming against the third household.
Why?
Is it because the father-in-law is too excellent? Is he still not your biological father? When she has time, she will ask around. Yes, that's right. Shen Yongwan glanced at Mrs. He and quietly said, "All right, let's eat." Old Shen ordered. Everyone ate quickly, eager to leave. Only Mrs. He remained stiff because of Old Shen's words. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled and said, "Mother, eat some vegetables," then scooped some shredded radish into Mrs.
He's bowl.
Mrs. He nodded vaguely and started eating. Lu Yi stood up, went to the men's table, and took the egg from Wu Xiaobao's hand. Such things shouldn't be left unchecked. Since they already scared them yesterday, if they missed this fish due to the earlier distraction, with the clever plotting of Wang, Li, and Fan, there might be no eggs to eat tomorrow. So she wanted to set up this simple-minded person. She believed Old Shen wouldn't let others spread this, because he still had 2 sons and grandsons studying. But if some people want to be clever and foolish, she couldn't do anything about it. Ignoring Old Shen and Old Madam Shen's disapproving looks, Lu Yi searched the bread basket again but found no eggs, so she took 2 small steamed buns and returned to her seat. She thought it was good she pretended to be crazy and foolish. Otherwise, with Mrs. He's temper, the third household might be bullied to death. After eating, Lu Yi and others returned to the third household. Shen Tianli had already finished his meal and was slowly walking with a cane. Seeing her return, he smiled and said, "Year, have you eaten enough?" Lu Yi smiled foolishly and nodded. She always felt that Shen Tianli seemed to know everything happening in this family. "Husband, here's an egg for you." Lu Yi took out 2. "You're so good, Year. You ate them all. I'm full and not hungry." His wife was really capable. When he gets better, he will give her eggs every day. "Husband, eat. I'm going to town to buy roast chicken, candied haws, chestnuts, and cakes." Lu Yi listed a long string of foods. Shen Tianli smiled and said, "Good. Take all our money. Buy whatever you want. A man willing to spend money on his wife is a good man." Lu Yi nodded, deciding to save her own eggs for Shen Tianli and also her steamed buns. She took all the family's money, then heard Fan calling Mrs. He, third sister-in-law, were leaving. Lu Yi went out and saw Mrs. He coming out with a not-so-good expression. Some things need to be thought through clearly by herself. She must stand up for herself. Lu Yi felt that his family was kind-hearted but naive, not seeing through the selfish and unkind nature of old Shen's family. Because they cared about filial piety and family bonds, they hadn't yet stood up for themselves. When she went outside, she saw that not only Wang's family, Shen Tianxue, Shen Tianqing, and Fan's family with Shen Tianxue and Shen Yongwan and her 3 children, but even old Shen was wearing the new clothes Shen Tianlu had made for her, and she was going to join them. Seeing he slowly come out, she scolded, "Are you a dead person? So slow, making the whole family wait for you. You unfilial, worthless woman." He lowered her head silently. She then heard her mother-in-law scold again, "Shen Tianlu, Shen Tianyan, what are you doing? Can't you sit on the carriage? Today, except for your mother, everyone stays at home." This was to prevent them from protecting he. Lu Yi pointed at Shen Tianqing, Shen Tianxue, and Shen Yongwan and said, "They're going, so we're going too. If you want to go, just go. Don't sit in my family's ox cart." Old Shen said angrily and walked out with a gloomy face. Lu Yi made a silly face at them. Without her father-in-law and husband going hunting, where would they get money to buy a cart? She thought how shameless. Older sister-in-law, what should we do? Maybe we shouldn't go, and let mom stay home too. When Shen Tianyan saw everyone get on the ox cart, she quickly noticed it was full. Her mother only sat a little, seeming like she might fall off at any moment. "Let's go. I want to go to town," Lu Yi said, then grabbed a bamboo basket, ran into the house, put both cloaks inside, covered them with a cloth, and headed outside. She moved faster and faster, even running ahead of the ox cart. Seeing this, Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan hurried after her. Older sister-in-law, slow down. Wait for us. His family, who was on the cart, also called out, "Year, slow down. Come, sit on the ox cart. Mom will walk over." When they reached the big village ahead, sitting on the cart would be the same.
"No,"
Lu Yi said, then ran to the village chief's house and knocked loudly on the door. The village wasn't only equipped with 1 ox cart, and she definitely didn't want to sit with old Shen and others. She found them disgusting. It was still early in the village. Zhang was cooking when she heard someone knocking. Seeing it was Shen Tianli's silly wife, she asked, "Is something urgent with the Tianli family?" "Looking for uncle." Lu Yi could sense Zhang's hostility towards them, so she didn't wait for her to refuse. Instead, she loudly shouted into the yard, "Uncle."
"Uncle."
Zhang was furious and pushed Lu Yi, saying, "Stop calling. Uncle Li, he's not home." But before she finished, Li Zian's voice came from behind. "Who's there?" "Year, why are you here? Come in quickly."
"Come in."
Li Zian saw that it was a willow leaf and said enthusiastically. Willow Leaf ignored Zhang's unpleasant expression and smiled, saying, "Uncle, we're going to town. We'll ride in your ox cart." "Tianyi's family, don't you have an ox cart at your place?" Zhang asked unhappily. Mother, all my ox carts are full of people, so I can't use them. Shin Tianyan hurried over and said. Zhang looked outside and saw Shin Yongfu driving an ox cart filled with people. Fourth aunt, you all are going to town too? Didn't the marriage proposal for Snow just arrive a few days ago? The other side even added a silver hairpin, so we're going to town to see it and bring some gifts for Snow. Hearing Shun Laotai boasting, Zhang smiled. Everyone in the village knew the bride price was 8 taels, plus a silver hairpin. This was the best offer in the village. She was quite envious, but she didn't have a daughter, so she wasn't truly jealous. Tiannu is so lucky to find such a good family for her marriage, she said. While they were talking, Willow Leaf had already reached the ox cart and pulled down He Shi, who was about to fall off the edge. Her body tilted suddenly, which startled her. Luckily, she fell into Willow Leaf's arms and, still shaken, she asked nervously, Year, what are you doing? Mother, come sit with us. Uncle has a cart. We can sit in Uncle Lee's cart. There's plenty of space. It's comfortable, Willow Leaf said, with a smile. He sure didn't expect her silly daughter-in-law to be so thoughtful. She looked at the corner where only one was visible and said, Mother, you all go first. I'll come later. Lao Taishan looked unhappy, but when she heard He Shi was still going, she snapped, You're such a troublemaker. We'll wait for you at the town entrance. Hurry up and come over. Seeing He Shi nod, she was satisfied and let Shin Yongfu leave. They didn't care how He Shi got to town. What mattered was that she was going. Soon, Li Zian finished preparing the ox cart. Zhang also packed a basket, saying she was going to town. 5 people got into the ox cart. Willow Leaf gave He Shi and Zhang a fox fur to block the wind, while she and Shin Tianlu and Shin Tianyan used a rabbit fur. As they approached the town, Willow Leaf suddenly shouted, Silver. My silver. He Shi hurriedly asked, Year, what's wrong? What happened to your silver? Mother, I didn't bring any silver. Willow Leaf cried out in distress. It's okay, it's okay. Mother took the silver.
Look.
He Shi took out her purse to comfort Willow Leaf. Willow Leaf saw it, snatched the purse, and said, Luoer, we have silver now. Make sure to keep the silver safe so we can buy good things. Shun Tianlu looked at her purse, blinked, and then said before her mother could speak, Mom, let me hold the silver. I know what to buy anyway. Mrs. He nodded, thinking it didn't matter who held the silver. Keep the silver safe. Don't let it get stolen. Mom, don't worry. I'll hide it well. When they reached the town entrance, they saw Grandma Shen waiting with her family. Grandma Shen was angry when she saw them wearing cloaks and shivering all the way, still waiting for Mrs. He. She punched her heart a few times. Zhang, standing nearby, was stunned. She knew Grandma Shen often scolded her daughter-in-law but never knew she would actually hit her. And it seemed Mrs. He was used to it. This made her feel a bit better inside. After all, since she married her husband, her mother-in-law hadn't hit or even scolded her. She quickly stepped forward to comfort her, saying, Fourth aunt, there are so many people watching. Don't be angry. Wang also worried about affecting her son, so she hurriedly said, Mom, stop hitting her. If people find out, it won't be good. Hearing this, Grandma Shen suddenly remembered her son and glared at Mrs. He, saying, I'll deal with you later. Come on, let's go. Mrs. He gratefully looked at Zhang and then hurried to follow her mother-in-law. Shun Tianlu and others thanked Mr. and Mrs. Li Zian, told them the meeting place, and then quickly left. Qinghua town isn't big, but it has a well-known school and a ferry port, making it a prosperous town in Yeyong County. When they arrived, Shen Tianxua and Wu Xiaobao started arguing about eating candied hawthorns. Since they were good grandson and grandson-in-law, Grandma Shen naturally agreed. Plus, she wasn't paying herself, so she was even happier. She bought 6 candied hawthorns in one go. She divided them among Shen Tianxue and others, but not for Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan. After handing them out, she scolded, Mrs. He, what are you standing there for? Pay up. You've been with that silly wife for so long, and you're getting even dumber. Then she took everyone to eat the candied hawthorns. Mrs. He still had a few dozen copper coins. She looked at the people leaving and frowned. It was the same as before, nothing wrong with it. It was just small money. Her mother knew the third house had no silver, so she wouldn't let her pay for everything like before. Shen Tianlu was very angry, but since they had already left and were now on the street, there was no need to argue over a few coins. She planned to pay herself, but Lu Yi pulled her aside, asking questions and even running to a stall to look at things, giving her no chance to speak. Mrs. He looked at her children and daughter-in-law nearby, bought 3 more strings of items with coins, and then called out, "Year, Luer, come quickly, we're leaving." She had already seen her mother-in-law turn around and glare at her 3 times. Their first stop was the silver shop, the biggest in town with 2 floors. It sold wooden crafts, silver jewelry, gold jewelry, and jade items. Seeing so many people entering, the shop owner and assistants came out enthusiastically to greet them. Grandma Shen looked at Mrs. He behind Shen Tianlu and said, "Luer, Xiaoyan is taking your silly sister-in-law out to play. These are valuable items. If she breaks something, even if you sell it, it won't be enough to pay for it." When Shen Tianlu saw the shopkeeper and assistants looking at her, she lowered her head, blushing, and said, "Grandma, it's okay. Sister-in-law won't touch other people's things carelessly. I will watch her closely." At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Lu Ye's mind. "Go upstairs. Go upstairs. Go upstairs." Something kept urging her to go upstairs.
Why?
She wanted to see what was causing the trouble. She understood that Grandma Shin was just trying to make them leave so that Mrs. He wouldn't have trouble paying. Also, it was a good chance for Mrs. He to see these people clearly. Lu Yi pulled Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan and ran upstairs. When the 3 reached the upper floor, Grandma Shen, though unhappy, was no longer nearby and began choosing items. Lu Yi upstairs heard a childish voice urging her. "Jade, jade. I want jade. Lots and lots of jade."
Who is that?
Lu Yi looked around and quietly asked. The voice was so noisy it made her head ache. But it didn't answer, only kept urging her, making Lu Yi hold her head and furrow her brows deeply. "Sister-in-law, what did you say?" Shen Tianlu followed Lu Yi upstairs. She was warmly greeted by the shop assistant, but didn't hear what her sister-in-law said. She noticed her sister-in-law looked very uncomfortable, as if in pain, and hurriedly asked, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Lu Yi felt the voice in her mind was too noisy and couldn't help but command, "Be quiet." Her sister-in-law's sudden sternness startled Shen Tianlu, who turned pale and lowered her head. Lu Yi finally felt the voice in her mind disappear, and she thought she was feeling better. But then she noticed everyone was looking at her, and she asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" "Sister-in-law, what's wrong? You looked uncomfortable and a bit strict just now. Sister cares about you, but you scolded her," Shen Tianyan said timidly. It was the first time he felt that his sister-in-law's anger could be so scary, just like Big Brother. Lu Yi saw Shen Tianlu lowering her head, tears in her eyes. She apologized softly, "Luoer, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about something. Please forgive me, sister." Seeing Lu Yi apologize, Shen Tianlu immediately stopped feeling wronged. She looked up gently and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?"
I'm fine.
"I just had a headache earlier. Now it's better. Let's see what's on this. If Luoer likes it, I'll buy it for her," Lu Yi said with a smile. Luoer shook her head quickly. The jewelry on display was either gold or jade, and they couldn't afford it. Lu Yi smiled and looked around. The gold and jade pieces weren't as delicate or beautiful as modern ones, and some were a bit rough, but they were natural and genuine. When she reached the jade section, a childish voice rang in her mind again. "Want jade. Want jade. I want jade. Shut up. I don't care what you are. Where are you? Stop calling, or don't blame me for being rude," Lu Yi sternly said in her mind. The voice paused, then weakly called out, "Hungry. I want to eat jade. I'm so hungry. I want to eat jade." Lu Yi was even more sure now that this thing was on her body. Could it be her space? If there are spirit tools in her space, and the spirit tool wants to eat jade? Thinking of this, Lu Yi pointed to a jade bracelet and asked, "How much is this in silver?" "Young lady, you have good eyes. This is the best jade in our shop. It costs 1,300 taels. The shop assistant replied with a smile. That's a lot. She had the money, but she was a bit reluctant to spend it. She asked casually about a few more pieces, all costing around 800 to 1,000 taels. Since she knew the spirit tool could hear her words, she said, "This jade is too expensive. Can I buy just one?" Both options could bankrupt her. "I want the stone in the northwest corner of the shop," she added. Lu Yi looked toward the northwest corner and saw a pile of stones there. She walked over and asked, "Why are there stones here? Are these stones for sale?" She picked up one stone, put it down, then picked up another, asking her spirit tool in her mind which one to choose. The shop assistant remembered the shopkeeper's instructions and smiled, saying, "These stones are for sale, but they cost 50 taels each." 50 taels. What kind of stone is that? It's so expensive. It looks about the same as the stones from our mountain. Shun Tianyu said surprisingly. This is raw stone, it has jade inside, 50 taels per piece, very cheap. The boy said happily. 50 taels is cheap. Shin Tianyan felt like his brother was tricking them, so he pouted and put down the stone that Lu Yi was holding, saying, "Sister-in-law, we don't want it anymore. When we get to the mountains later, I will find you many stones. I promise they will be bigger and prettier than these, okay?" Lu Yi pouted and looked hesitant, then nodded with a silly smile. It seems they can only avoid buying from them. Shun Tianlu finally relaxed. She was really worried that her sister-in-law would insist on buying a broken stone, and if that caused trouble, she wouldn't dare stay upstairs. She said, "Sister-in-law, let's go downstairs. I will take you to buy some delicious snacks, okay?" The snacks are very tasty. Without waiting for Lu Ye's agreement, she grabbed her hand and started to go downstairs. When they reached the staircase, they heard old lady Shin scolding her daughter below. "He sure, you fool. What are you standing there for? Are you blind? Hurry up and pay the money." He sure looked at her mother-in-law in confusion, unable to believe that she was asked to pay. She looked at everyone's hands holding either silver bracelets or silver locks. The shopkeeper said it would be 80 taels of silver. 80 taels. How could she have so much silver? What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to pay? She's giving silver. We're leaving first, old lady Shin said with a smile, and was about to leave. The shopkeeper saw that he sure, although dressed in a new cotton coat, looked sad and only had a rough wooden hairpin on her head. How could she have 80 taels? He coldly said, "Let's wait a bit. We'll leave once the bill is settled." Seeing the shopkeeper wouldn't let them go, old lady Shin got angry and hit He-sure twice, scolding, "Are you dead? Why aren't you paying the bill?" He-sure shrank back and lowered her head, saying, "Mother, I don't have that much silver. Don't lie about not having silver. Do you believe I'll sell you to get the silver?" Old lady Shin said angrily, thinking that He-sure was reluctant to part with her silver, so she was embarrassing herself. He-sure immediately knelt down and cried, "Mother, I really don't have silver. I spend it all on Tianli's treatment, and what's left isn't enough to pay the bill. Just a few taels? Who are you fooling? Hurry up and take out your purse." He sure hurried to feel for her purse, only to remember that Luo Air had taken it. She said, "Mother, the purse is with Yi Air."
Good.
"You wicked girl. You've grown clever, haven't you? To avoid buying things for your mother-in-law, you dare to use tricks. Just wait. I'll beat you to death." Old lady Shin said, then swung her fist at He-sure. "Auntie, please take out the money quickly, so we won't suffer or feel ashamed." Shin Youngwon felt she had lost all her dignity.
Mother, I really don't have it.
Truly. Old lady Shin didn't believe her. She touched his clothes and found there was no money. She became even angrier. If he has no money, why did she come to town? It's embarrassing for her. "Grandma, why are you hitting my mother?" Shin Tianlu pulled he behind her and asked angrily. "You ungrateful girl, your mother is not filial, so I can't hit her." Old lady Shin said, crossing her arms. "Mom, how is my mother unfilial? You can't just say that. We're in town." Shin Tianyan frowned and whispered a warning. When mentioning town, Wang hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Xiao Yan, This is really your mother's fault. Yes. Xiao Yan, your mother was too unfilial. Grandma wanted you to buy some jewelry to show respect, but your mother refused to pay. Little sister, we really have no money. How could my mother pay? Shun Tianlu said angrily. She wondered why Grandma told her to leave with her sister-in-law. Turns out she was tricked into leaving. Luckily, her sister-in-law took her mother's purse. No money? Who are you fooling? Otherwise, lure, you could sell those 2 cloaks for quite a bit of silver. Shun Yongwan said jealously. Her third brother is so biased. He can't even make her a rabbit for cloak. Before Shen Tianlu finished speaking, she felt her brother pull her. Shen Tianyan took a deep breath, remembering his brother's repeated advice to think more and act less impulsively. He held back his angry sister and smiled, saying, selling them isn't impossible. Grandma likes them, and as juniors, we should be filial. As soon as he finished, everyone showed satisfied smiles. He swallowed his pain, clenched his fists tightly, and said with a smile, but, Grandma, all this filial piety is done by our family. Others might say the other families are unfilial, making it hard for my parents. How about this? Today, not only the eldest Anne is here, but also the third sister of the second house, Aunt Wu, and little sister-in-law. Everyone should contribute a bit of filial piety and buy Grandma's favorite jewelry. If it's not enough, there's also Uncle and the eldest brother. Oh, and the second brother is in town too. If it's still not enough, Uncle and the eldest brother have studied here for many years and probably know many people. They can borrow some money to buy jewelry for Grandma. Isn't that also their way of showing filial piety? Grandma, what do you think? My father said that the best way to deal with a snake is to strike it 7 inches. As soon as Shin Tianyan finished speaking, old Madam Shin looked at him with a cold, venomous gaze, like a snake ready to strike. She asked coldly, Shin Tianyan, do you know what you're talking about? This grandson has really grown up. He dares to threaten her using his younger brother and eldest grandson. Grandmother, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm showing my respect. Look at this big family. Everyone is so filial to you. Whatever you want, we will buy for you. Rest assured, if Uncle Xiao, big brother, or second brother can't get it, there's Zianbo in town. Also, big sister-in-law's younger brother, Lu Ming, wouldn't let her be unfilial. Don't worry. I know where the academy's gate is. I won't get lost. Shin Tianyan smiled brightly. It seems you have quite a few scholars in your family. No worries, young man. You're all my customers. I wouldn't let you make a trip for nothing. Tell me who in your family is studying at the academy, and I'll send someone to check, the shopkeeper said with a smile. He could see that this big family was bullying one household. Really shameless. Such a family had produced 2 scholars, but probably their reading wasn't very good. Old Madam Shen's face turned green with anger when she heard the shopkeeper defending the third household. Her chest rose and fell as she snapped, who wants to buy your stuff? I don't even want what your family has. She then took off her silver bracelet and slapped it onto the counter. That's for sure. I've seen enough people pretending to be rich. Your family stuff isn't worth much, the shopkeeper said dismissively.
You.
Old Madam Shin hesitated, unable to buy anything out of pride, only angrily saying, Old woman, you've seen so many good things, but you look down on our trash. Even if you give it to me, I don't want it. Your face is really bold, wanting to get our things for free. Too shameless.
Xiao es niet. You.
Old Madam Shin couldn't be rude to the shopkeeper, so she could only scold her daughter-in-law, turning to Wang Shi beside her. What are you waiting for? Put the stuff down, let's go. Wang Shi reluctantly put down her silver bracelet, and Shen Tianxue and others also took off the jewelry they liked. Shen Tianxu looked at the silver necklace around his neck, wrinkled his nose, and said, Grandma, don't be mad at Xiao Yan. When I grow up and earn money, I'll buy you even more. Grandmother Shin was very pleased to hear her obedient grandson speak. She knew he was the best, and seeing how much he cared, she really wanted to buy him something. But she also knew that if she bought one thing for him, she would have to buy more for others. After thinking for a moment, she just patted his head. Shun Tianxue didn't expect his grandmother to only pat his head. When he looked at Wu Xiaobao, who was crying and refusing to take off his clothes, he blamed both of them. Otherwise, grandmother would definitely buy something for him. There was also Shin Tianyan, who was stingy and unwilling to show respect to his grandmother even though he had money. Such ungrateful people would get their punishment sooner or later. Seeing her younger son crying and refusing to take off his clothes, Shin Yongwan said, "Mother, look, Xiaobao likes it. Just buy him one."
Buy?
Buy what? If you want to buy it yourself. I don't have that much money to buy for you. After saying that, she pulled Shin Tianxua out of the jewelry shop. Yongwan was not willing to give up. She said to his sister-in-law, "If you told mother that there wasn't enough money to buy jewelry, then maybe buy Xiaobao a silver necklace. That should be enough. Hurry up and give her the money. Look how much Xiaobao is crying." Little sister-in-law, Xiaobao is crying, and you, as his mother, refuse to buy him anything? Why should mother buy it for him? Shin Tianyan asked with a smile. You're his mother's younger sister-in-law. Isn't that right? Yes, but isn't it right? If I remember correctly, big brother's silver necklace and bracelet and little brother's silver lock and bracelet were all bought by my mother, right? But you, little sister-in-law, seem never to have bought us anything. Mother, am I right? He sure listened to her son, and suddenly realized that indeed, it seemed she had always bought things for her own family, but never bought anything for her nieces and nephews. They had never bought even a needle or thread for their children. She looked at everyone and said, "Big sister-in-law, little sister, fifth brother-in-law, it seems you've never bought anything for Xiaoyan. Why not each of you buy something for him today?" Wang Shi and others felt a bit embarrassed. But they knew they couldn't just take out money easily. They all started to leave, saying, "Sister-in-law, mother has gone far. I need to catch up with her. It wouldn't be good if she can't find us." "Yes, third sister-in-law, mother is still with Tianxua. I need to find them quickly." Fan Shi hurriedly left too. Seeing he sure look at her and pretend not to notice, Yongwan took off her silver necklace while scolding Xiaobao. "You little troublemaker, it's just a silver necklace. Why are you so stingy? You deserve a beating. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death." After scolding, she placed the silver necklace on the counter, glared fiercely at He and others, then pulled the crying Wu Xiaobao away. Lu Yue, ignoring the protests in her mind, chose the most satisfying stone, paid for it, and threw it into the air. When she went downstairs, she saw Xiaoyan arguing confidently with a group of people. She couldn't help but nod, surprised at how quickly Xiaoyan had grown. She remembered that just half a month ago, he was a gentle and timid child. "Xiaoyan, you're great. Later, my sister-in-law will buy you some candy." Lua patted Shin Tianyan's head and said. Shin Tianyan was a bit shy at first, but his sister-in-law's encouragement made him feel better. He leaned into Liu Yue's embrace and asked shyly, "Sister-in-law, am I doing the right thing?" "Yes, yes. Xiaoyan is very brave. From now on, he can protect Mom, Lulu, and sister-in-law." Hearing this, Shin Tianyan's shyness and sadness disappeared. He pounded his chest and said, "Okay. I will protect Mom, sister, and sister-in-law from now on." The shopkeeper saw that Shin Tianyan was clever and said to Mrs. He, "Madam, your son is quite good. If you like, you can let him come work as a clerk here."
Mrs. He was happy.
Although her eldest son had decided to send Xiaoyan to school, her mother-in-law wouldn't agree. If Xiaoyan stayed to work as a clerk, he wouldn't need to go hunting in the mountains and could live a peaceful, prosperous life. However, she hadn't yet asked Lier for her opinion. She hesitated, then heard Lu Yue protectively say no. "Xiaoyan will be a top scholar someday. He won't be a clerk." Lu Yue spoke firmly, shielding Xiaoyan and glaring at the shopkeeper as if afraid he would take Xiaoyan away. The shopkeeper looked both amused and helpless. Mrs. He quickly apologized. "Shopkeeper, please don't mind. My daughter-in-law is a bit straightforward. I hope you can forgive her. As for your appreciation of my son, I need to ask my eldest son at home. Of course. If you've made your decision, you can come back and see me anytime." After leaving the jewelry shop, Lu Yue and the others saw Shin Laotai, and the others had already left. They planned to go to the daily goods store to buy some sugar and daily necessities. Not far from there, Shin Tianyan pulled Lui Wei and said, Sister-in-law, look. That's Brother Qingshan. And there's a girl standing next to him. Lua looked and saw Shin Qingshan talking to a pretty, fair-skinned girl behind a tree in the alley. They stood very close, and Shin Qingshan seemed to be pinning a hairpin into the girl's hair. Lua heard that Shin Qingshan went to the mountain to hunt wild boars because he was interested in a girl from a big village, hoping to build a house and marry her. It was probably the girl in front of them. Let's go. Let's not bother them. He's not a good person. Shin Tianyan nodded. He no longer liked Shin Qingshan. If he hadn't seen someone from the same village at Jin Mountain, he wouldn't be so surprised. After buying daily necessities, he sure planned to buy some cloth. Li Zian had brought back fine cloth last time, but it was mainly for making outer garments. She wanted to buy some fabric for lining clothes. When the original grandmother was still alive, she often bought things from Qingxin cloth store, like embroidered handkerchiefs, so she was very familiar with it. Also, the original owner was good at sewing, mainly because Wei Yi, the shopkeeper of Qingxin cloth store, often gave her advice. It could be said that besides her grandmother, Wei Yi was the only one who treated her well. When Wei Yi saw Lu Yi arrive, he was first happy. He looked her over carefully and smiled, saying, You're here. I heard you got married, and I was worried about you. It looks like your stepmother really found you a good match. I was mistaken about her.
Aunt.
Louis called affectionately, smiling at Wei Yi. Is this your aunt? He sure asked. She only knew that Luya's mother had died early, but didn't know she had an aunt running a shop in town. Yes, mother, this is Aunt Wei. When Wei Yi heard this, he immediately knew she was Luya's mother-in-law and smiled as he introduced himself. And her grandmother often come to my shop. I like she's such a pure and clever girl. I am her aunt. It turned out they often interacted, so Wei Yi liked very much and called her aunt. Although Wei Yi was just a small shopkeeper, he had a noble bearing, behaved properly, and his smile was very friendly. Knowing this, she clearly saw he was a good supporter for He sure didn't mind either. She thought he was even better and smiled, saying, is indeed pure and clever. Our family likes her very much. In the future, I'll bring here more often to Wei Yi's shop. Wei Yi smiled and said, Since we're family, sister, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Wei Xian. Since you want me to call you sister, I'll be bold and call you Wei Mei. Before Wei Xian could speak, a loud, rough scolding came from outside the door. You unfilial, worthless woman. You run back and forth as soon as you leave the house. I told my wife to find you, but you're getting bolder and more daring. Just wait. I'll beat you to death. Old Lady Shin said this as she walked over to He and hit her several times hard. Wei Xian frowned and wanted to stop her. But then Lu Yi said, This cloth is so beautiful. Old Lady Shen and the others were also drawn by Lu Ye's voice. They saw a piece of dark blue cloth with bright red flowers on it. The flowers looked lively and beautiful, making the cloth very attractive. Old Lady Shen saw the cloth and felt it was perfect for her. At her age, she shouldn't wear very bright colors, but everyone likes pretty colors. This cloth was neither too flashy nor dull, and it suited her very well. I want this cloth,
she said.
Madam, you have good taste. This is the first batch of this kind of cloth in the county. Besides my family, no one else has it. It was just brought back yesterday, Wei Yi said with a smile. Shopkeeper, whatever you brought back, we want it all. Shin Yongwan looked at the cloth happily. She couldn't argue with her mother, but she was glad there was such nice cloth. From her sister-in-law's expressions, she could tell everyone liked it. They didn't buy the jewelry, but the cloth had to be paid for by He. So, they decided to buy a few more pieces. Before Wei's shopkeeper could speak, they heard a child nearby clutching his stomach, looking in pain. Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Do you need to go to the toilet? Lu Yi said quickly, not giving Shin Tianyan a chance to speak. She called out, Madam, Xiaoyan's stomach hurts. He needs to go to the toilet. Mother, please take Xiaoyan to the toilet quickly. Although her sister-in-law had pinched him hard, Lu Ye's words made Shin Tianyan suddenly change his expression. He clutched his stomach and pretended to cry out in pain, "Mother, mother, it hurts so much. Please help me to the outhouse." Seeing this, Wei's shopkeeper hurriedly said, "Quick, the outhouse is in the backyard." "Mother, I know where the outhouse is. I'll take you there," Lu Yi said, and ran out. Wei's shopkeeper knew Lu Yi was familiar with the place, so she told Old Lady Shen and the others. Old Lady Shen wasn't worried they'd run away because she heard there was an outhouse in the backyard, and the family stayed there to watch the cloth. They had all chosen their cloth and waited a while, but he's sure and the others still hadn't come back. Shin Tianluo also disappeared without anyone noticing. "Tianqing, go see if your third aunt fell into the outhouse. Why hasn't she come out yet?" Shun Tianqing asked the little maid. When she checked, she found no one from the third household there. "Grandma, Grandma, it's not good. Third aunt and the others aren't in the backyard at all."
What?
"Where did that wicked woman go?" "I don't know. But the back door is open," Shun Tianqing said with a frown. That wicked woman ran away. If she dares to come back, I won't spare her." Old Lady Shin squinted her eyes and said fiercely, "Mother, what should we do now?"
Shen Yongwan asked.
She really liked this cloth and wanted to buy it. "What should I do?" "If you want to buy it, you can buy it yourself." "I don't want to." Although she liked it, she was reluctant to spend money. Shen Yongwan also didn't want to spend her own money and looked at Wang Shi. "Elder sister-in-law, look. Little sister, Tianxue's wedding will cost a lot of money. Mother said we should pay for it ourselves. I like this cloth too, but I can't bring myself to buy it. You're Tianxue's younger sister-in-law. Why don't you buy a piece for her?" "Elder sister-in-law, you know how poor my family is." "I'll wait until I have some money first," Shen Yongwan said, then looked at Fan Shi. Fan Shi smiled and said, "Sister, before your fifth brother went to serve in the army, he took all the family silver. Because of that, Tianchun and Tianxia didn't have new clothes to wear. Why don't you tear a piece from your clothes for them?" Shen Yongwan lowered her head in frustration. These sisters-in-law and younger sisters-in-law were all so stingy. Now he sure was learning from them too. It's all the mother's fault. She wouldn't spend the silver for military service, so third brother and fifth brother went to serve. Now look at the result. She finally liked a piece of cloth, but no one bought it for her. In the end, everyone looked around but no one bought anything, and they left angrily. Lu Yi took her mother and her 3 children away. To avoid running into Old Lady Shun and others, they went to North Street, where there was an academy with many shops selling pens, ink, and books. Lu Yi bought ink and 2 pieces of paper, and also bought 2 books. On her way to Wei Yi's place, she heard a girl shout, "Stop! Please help! That is a thief! He stole my silver." Lu Yi looked and saw that the girl was the same one standing with Xin Qingshan. Then she saw a small beggar, about 11 or 12, running past her with a panicked face, holding a small bag. She hurriedly chased after him. Luo Xiaozhu had just sent Xin Qingshan away and planned to find her brother at the academy. She hadn't gone far when she bumped into the little beggar, and her purse disappeared. She quickly chased after him, shouting for people nearby to help. Unfortunately, in this school district, there were few people, and only a small woman helped. She was worried and ran faster but accidentally bumped into someone turning a corner. "Young girl, are you alright?" Luo Xiaozhu looked up and realized she had bumped into a man's arms. She quickly got up, blushing deeply. Feeling so embarrassed, she wished she could hide underground. She secretly looked at the man. He was in his 30s, dressed in fine clothes, handsome, with a smooth, exquisite jade belt around his waist. He clearly had status. Thinking of the matchmaker her mother had found for her recently, none of the men she saw could compare to him. She bit her lip, suddenly knelt on the ground, crying, "Thank you for your brave rescue. However, a hero should have a wife and children, so please do not publicly claim to have saved my little girl. I am here to thank you." She then bowed her head with tears in her eyes. Despite her fragile appearance, her tears showed her strong and unyielding spirit, which made people feel pity for her. Hearing Luo Zhao's sobs, Qin Kai realized that his instinctive actions had caused the young girl to lose her reputation. Luckily, no one else was around. He quickly said, "Please get up. I won't tell anyone." Luo Xiao, looking weak and gentle, slowly stood up. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Qin Kai asked, "What were you running from just now? You seemed so panicked." My silver. That little beggar stole my silver." "What?" Qin Kai's face darkened. Someone was stealing in his area in broad daylight. "By gang, bring the girl's silver back." "Yes, sir." A man in his 20s hurriedly ran over. "Miss, let's go see for ourselves," Qin Kai suggested. "Let's find out who is so bold." Lu Yi quickly caught up with the little beggar, grabbing him and asking, "Did you take someone's wallet?" Seeing that the boy was a small child, Lu Yi looked around, then picked up a stone from the ground, holding it in his hand with a fierce look, saying, "This has nothing to do with you. Move away, or don't blame me for being rude." Noticing the boy was stubborn, Lu Yi stepped forward, snatched the stone away, and threw it far. Then he pressed the boy's hands behind his back and squatted down, asking coldly, "Where is the silver?" "I don't have any silver."
"Kill me if you want."
"Even if you kill me, I won't give it up." The boy struggled, but he couldn't overpower Lu Ye's strength, tears in his voice. "Give me the silver, or I'll take you to the authorities." The boy stiffened, stopped struggling, and started crying uncontrollably. At that moment, a small beggar of about 7 or 8 years old ran over. Seeing the woman holding the crying boy, he quickly pulled Lu Yi and shouted, "Let go of the boy. You bad woman, let go of him." The boy, seeing the small girl, stopped crying and said, "Shall see, run."
"Don't worry about me."
He was worried that if he was taken to the officials, Xiao Si would also be involved. But the girl ignored him and kept tugging at Lu Yi, shouting, "Let go of the boy. Let go of him. You bad woman. You're the bad one. My sister-in-law is the best. She's also very brave. She caught the thief." Shen Tianyan ran over, unhappy when he heard Xiao Si praise his sister-in-law. "Thief? Brother Shirtu, did you steal something? Grandpa will definitely scold you if he finds out." Xiao Si looked at Shirtu and asked,
"Scold me?"
"He's almost dead already. How can he scold me?" Shirtu choked and shouted. After shouting, he cried even harder. Lu Yi let go of Shirtu and asked, "What happened?" Seeing Lu Yi release Shirtu, Shirtu stubbornly refused to speak. Xiao Si said, "Our beggar grandpa is sick. Master Enpu's medicine can't cure him. We want to see a doctor in the county, but we don't have enough money. Shirtu probably stole because he wanted to help grandpa. We will return the money to you. Please be kind and don't hit Shirtu."
Xiao Shi.
"What will happen to the old man if we have no money?" Shirtu cried out loudly. Just as Lu Yi was about to speak, a strong man ran over and grabbed Shirtu. "Are you stealing money in broad daylight? Hand over the money now, or I'll take you to the police chief," he said. When he mentioned the police chief, the little beggar trembled with fear. The man didn't wait and reached into the beggar's pocket, pulling out embroidered pouch with 3 or 4 silver coins inside. "Stealing so much? Looks like a habitual thief. Come on, let's see how the county magistrate punishes you," he said, preparing to leave with Shirtu. "Sir, please, let Shirtu go.
He only stole to save his grandpa."
"Please, I beg you, let him go," Xiao Si cried. He knew that if beggars like them were caught at the county office, they would have no way out. "If you try to stop me again, I'll take you all too." Bai Gang pushed Xiao Si aside and said. Xiao Si burst into tears and fell to the ground, then quickly got up, grabbed Bai Gang's leg, and begged, "Sir, please, let Shirtu go.
He only stole to save his grandpa.
We've never stolen before. Please have mercy and let him go." Bai Gang was very annoyed. He had seen many little beggars like this, claiming it was their first theft and being very clever. But he wasn't fooled. He stepped forward and pushed Xiao Si aside, then took Shida's pale face and prepared to leave. He and Shen Tianlu saw this and hurriedly helped Xiao Si up, frowning but not speaking.
"Wait."
"Little lady, what are you doing? Step aside. He stole silver to save someone. You can't take him away. Little lady, don't be fooled by him. These little beggars are clever, and they all say the same thing when caught." Xiao Si hurriedly pulled on Lu Ye's coat and cried, "Goddess, I didn't lie. Grandpa is really sick and Brother Shirtu did something silly. Grandpa is usually strict with us and wouldn't let us steal. Look at how nice they talk," Bai Gang said with disdain. Lu Yi looked at Xiao Si's bright eyes and Shida's desperate expression and said, "Is that true? Just look and see for yourself." As she spoke, Lu Yi touched Bai Gang's hand, and he released Shirtu. Bai Gang looked at Lu Yi in surprise, but she ignored him and took Shida's hand, saying, "Come on, take me to see your beggar grandpa." Shirtu looked at Lu Yi and silently walked forward. Xiao Si, tears and all, happily pulled Shirtu and said to Lu Yi, "Goddess, I'm telling the truth. You'll see soon." Bai Gang thought for a moment and followed them. Outside the town, there was a dilapidated thatched hut. The broken tiles and crumbling walls were obvious. Looking up, you could see a large hole in the roof. In one corner of the hut, 2 children around 5 or 6 years old were caring for an old man lying on the ground, whose face was ashen. If not for his chest rising and falling, he looked like a dead person. Lu Yi hurried to check his pulse, and it was very weak. She took out silver needles and began to treat him, then took out paper, ink, and a brush from her basket and carefully started writing a prescription. At this moment, 2 men and a woman entered the broken hut. It's Luo Xiaozi and Qin Chai, among others. Qin Chai listened to Bai Gang's report, raised his eyebrows, and hesitated about what to do. Luo Xiaozi touched her purse, took out 2 taels of silver when no one was paying attention, and said, "Hero, these beggars are not easy to deal with. Let's pretend this never happened." She then slowly approached, handed her purse to a small child, and said, "Buy medicine for your grandpa." "Thank you, goddess. Thank you. You will be rewarded," the child said happily. Lu Yi finished writing the prescription and handed it to Shirtu, saying, "Take this and go get the medicine." "You're a doctor?" Shirtu asked in surprise. "My sister-in-law is amazing," Shen Tianyan proudly said. Actually, he only discovered today how impressive his sister-in-law was. Qin Chai, Luo Xiaozi, and others also looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Seeing Qin Chai's attire and appearance, Lu Yi thought he must be someone important, maybe able to help these beggars. She then said to Bai Gang, "You misunderstood him. As compensation, they helped repair the houses so they would have a place to live. This sister is right. They are really so pitiful. And the weather is getting colder. If it snows, what will happen to the elderly and children?" Qin Sai looked at Luo Xiaozi with a faint smile and said, "Is it because of kindness? They stole your silver, and you not only gave it back, but also let them repair their houses." Luo Xiaozi blushed and looked down shyly. Lu Yi frowned. She was the one who suggested it, wasn't she? This man is hard of hearing. And what is going on with this girl? She's wearing a silver hairpin given by Xin Qingshan, and now she's walking with a fancy-dressed man, exchanging glances. As long as they promise not to steal again, I will help them fix their houses. Xiao Si and the 2 children were very happy and excited, saying, "We won't steal anymore." Seeing this, Luo Xiaozi smiled and said, "That's wonderful. They won't have to suffer from the cold anymore." Then she looked at Qin Sai with admiration and said, "You're so kind. Not only did you help me, but you also helped them. You're truly a hero." Her sweet smile, combined with her admiring tone and gaze, made Qin Sai feel even more proud of himself. Seeing the messy surroundings, he said, "Let's go." Da Chong believed in strict punishment for theft. Now he also believed that if it weren't out of necessity, such a small beggar wouldn't steal. Luo Xiaozi blushed and nodded, but as she stepped out of the hut, she saw a lecherous man in his 30s or 40s approaching with others. "Luo Xiaozi, I've finally found you. Since you're in town today, don't leave. Be my little wife. Enjoy the good life." He ordered 2 big men nearby to surround her. Luo Xiaozi didn't expect him to come for her. She moved closer to Qin Sai and said with a pale face, "Who are you?" "I don't know you. Don't come any closer." "Miss Luo, this is Uncle Chui." Uncle Chui is the younger brother-in-law of the county magistrate. In the whole town, you won't find anyone more powerful than Uncle Chui. Many young women want to be with him, but they're not so lucky. I come from a good family. I don't want to be a concubine. Luo Xiaozi saw the man getting closer and could only continue to lean toward Qin Sai. Not becoming a concubine. That's not up to you. Quickly, arrest her and take her away. Cui Han saw Luo Xiaozi leaning into a handsome man's arms and looked very displeased. He said in a deep voice. Luo Xiaozi tightly grabbed Qin Sai's clothes, tears in her eyes, and earnestly said, "Hero, please help me. I will repay you if I serve as a maid or servant." After speaking, she saw one of the big men reaching out his hand toward her. She screamed and immediately curled up in Qin Sai's arms, trembling as she clung to him, as if he was her only support. Qin Sai had never felt such reliance before. He quickly held her and said coldly, "How dare you? Openly rob a young woman in broad daylight? Do you still have any sense of law?" The two big men at the front laughed and said, "Ha ha law. In Qinghua town, our Lord Cui is the law." Hearing this, Qin Sai's chest rose and fell rapidly, and he blushed with anger as he scolded, "How dare you? They really don't take me, the county magistrate, seriously. Haha, getting angry now? You're her lover, right? I tell you, if you know it's good, let her go quickly. Otherwise, you won't like the consequences." "Really? I want to see how powerful this Lord Cui is," Qin Sai said coldly, looking at Cui Han. Cui Han, having seen the world, thought Qin Sai's clothes were extraordinary, probably a merchant passing through the port, and said, "Brother, you look like someone from a noble family. It's not worth offending me over a young woman. If you leave now, I'll pretend nothing happened. I can also let your boat go. But if you cause trouble, she's still mine, and you might not fare well." Hearing this, Luo Xiaozi cried even more bitterly, but then left Qin Sai's embrace and said loudly to Cui Han, "Please don't. Let him go. I have nothing to do with him. Don't trouble him." After speaking, she looked at Qin Sai silently, as if to say, "Thank you for helping me. You all should leave quickly, so I won't drag you into trouble because of me." Qin Sai had never seen such a gentle yet brave and kind girl. He pulled Luo Xiaozi back into his arms and said, "Today, I've decided. I want this woman too." He underestimated his county magistrate, who secretly controlled the port. If the visiting censor found out, it would be a matter of his official record, and he wouldn't be able to get promoted. Cui Han didn't expect the other side to suddenly become so strong. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a bad premonition. Then he saw the other person take out something from his pocket and say, "Look at this. Do you know what it is?" Cui Han saw that it was indeed the private seal of the county magistrate. He hurriedly knelt down in fear and said, "I didn't realize the magistrate was here. Please forgive me, sir." Forgive him? How could he? This was an important step for his promotion. But he didn't want to cause trouble, so he said, "Today's matter is yours to handle. Just leave now." Cui Han didn't expect the magistrate to let him go so easily. He quickly kowtowed, then scrambled and ran away with his people. It was still his brother-in-law's kindness that saved him. Luo Xiaozi guessed that the other person was either rich or noble, but she didn't expect him to be the county magistrate himself. She hurriedly knelt down and said, "Greetings, county magistrate. I didn't know it was you, and I disturbed you. Please forgive me, sir." Qin Kai bent down with a smile and helped her up. He asked kindly what I said earlier, besides calming the situation, was also my intention. "Are you willing?" Luo Xiaozi's face instantly turned red with shyness. She looked at Qin Kai shyly and nodded. Then she hurriedly said, "But sir, the lady's status is very noble. I am just a peasant girl. I wonder if she would mind?" Seeing her anxious expression, Qin Kai raised an eyebrow and patted her hand. He said, "Don't worry, the lady won't trouble you." Hearing this, Luo Xiaozi looked at Qin Kai eagerly and lowered her head, saying, "I was overthinking. Your kindness and love for the people, the lady will surely take care of me." Qin Kai nodded and said, "I'll ask Bai Gang to take you home first. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to pick you up." Luo Xiaozi's face grew even redder. She looked at Qin Kai affectionately and softly replied, Yes, sir. Lu Yi, who was nearby, saw what was happening and frowned. She clearly saw that this woman was full of scheming. Even before entering, she had already looked at the lady with suspicion. How could the magistrate be so blind? It's true, heroes often struggle against beautiful women. The four of them bought some things. Lu Yi went to the blacksmith shop but found no swords or knives, so she had to give up. They ate some wontons in town, then went to see Guizhong. They bought some fabric and snacks. When they felt enough time had passed, they went to the town entrance to wait for Li Ziyan. The ox cart from the Shen family had already left, and Li Ziyan arrived quickly. They all headed back to Tsuishan village together. On the way home, Lui thought to herself that they would probably be turned away at the door and then face old Lady Shin's storm. But surprisingly, everything was quiet. Everyone acted as if they hadn't seen them. This indifference made he sure breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yi, however, smiled slightly, knowing this was a sign of an approaching storm. During dinner at night, the He family all kept their heads down, afraid of angering the mother-in-law, but everyone seemed to forget about the town's events from earlier in the day. The next day, Shen Tianyu, who had married far away, returned to help Shen Tianxue with her makeup. Although Shen Tianyu's marriage was distant, her family was well off, and she came back riding an ox cart. After greeting Grandma Shen, she came to see Shen Tianli. Tianli, how are you? Shen Tianyu asked softly when she saw Shen Tianli lying in bed with red eyes. Big sister, I'm fine. Shen Tianli, who had a good relationship with Shen Tianyu, smiled and said, Fine? Your face looks like that? It's been over 10 days and you're still in bed? You even got bitten by a big tiger. Why didn't you send me a message? If I had known, I wouldn't let Grandma do this. She's so cruel. Marrying you to a silly wife, Shen Tianyu cried. Big sister, you also have your hardships. Besides, everyone at home was busy with my matters, so I didn't tell you. And, big sister, my wife is very good, Shen Tianli said, then called to Lu Yi, call the big sister. Lu Yi saw that Shen Tianyu was genuinely concerned about Shen Tianli, so she smiled and called, Big sister. Although Shen Tianyu was a bit upset with Lu Yi, she now saw her as her sister-in-law, wiped her tears, and took off her silver hairpin, saying, Sister-in-law, I don't know your situation, so don't mind this silver hairpin. Shen Tianyu had a wooden hairpin and a silver one on her head, and she didn't mind giving her own. It showed she was different from the rest of the Shen family. Lu Yi had never received a gift before and looked at Shen Tianli. Seeing him nod, she tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Thank you, big sister. Shen Tianyu was a little resentful toward Lu Yi earlier, but now she realized she wasn't so foolish. Plus, she was her brother's lucky star, so she smiled and said, We're family, no need to be polite. Afterward, she spoke to He Sure beside her, Third aunt, if anything happens at home in the future, please send someone to tell me. He Sure nodded. She was anxious at the time, and, since Shen Tianyu married far away and didn't come back often, she forgot to tell her. Next time something happens, I'll definitely let someone inform you. Shen Tianyu was satisfied with this and asked, Third aunt, have you helped second sister with her makeup? Not yet. We're waiting for everyone to do it together. Third aunt, what do you plan to add? He sure felt a bit shy and said, I plan to add a yard of cloth and some cotton. According to village customs, elders only needed to add cotton. At that time, her third aunt appeared to add a piece of cloth, but secretly gave her a silver bracelet. Tianli also secretly slipped her 10 taels of silver, which made her look more valued by her in-laws, and she lived a happy life. However, at that time, her third uncle had just left, and her third aunt still had silver. Now Shen Tianyu was truly afraid that her third aunt might spend all the family savings just for face. Worried that he might feel embarrassed, she said, Third aunt, what you're doing is right. Let's go. I'll call my mother, and we can go together. He was eager to go, stood up, and left with Shen Tianyu. Li disliked her daughter being close to He, but thinking that the third house might rise in the future, she smiled and went to the main house. Shun Tianxue saw the cloth and cotton that he had added and looked at Shin Tianyu with a sarcastic tone, saying, "Third aunt still favors the eldest sister." Shin Tianyu stroked her daughter's hair and said, "Some people are not only unkind but also greedy, only caring about the present, forgetting past friendship. They're even worse than a dog." Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Li felt she was insulting them too, and their faces looked very displeased. The women who came to add makeup from the clan watched happily, while Shun Tianxue felt ashamed and her eyes turned red. Mrs. Wang said unhappily, "Tianyu, as the eldest sister, how can you come back and bully your younger sister?" "Great aunt, everyone is watching. I didn't bully her. She's just feeling guilty herself," Shun Tianxue suddenly cried, feeling wronged. Mrs. Li hurriedly pulled Shin Tianyu aside and said, all right, take the big girl outside. There are too many people in this room, it's suffocating." Shin Tianyu didn't want to stay either, and said, "Third aunt, I'll take the big girl to play in your room." He nodded, took the big girl, and politely left. Mrs. Li saw Shin Tianyu always protecting he, and was so angry she clenched her teeth. The next day, Shun Tianxue got married. Everyone in the Shin family was there to welcome the groom. The groom was quite handsome, but his smile was faint, and he wasn't very warm to others. However, he carried a decorated sedan, which made the Shin family look very proud. It's known that in this 10-mile village, no other family had a sedan for their daughter's wedding. After sending off Shin Tianxue, the women in the family helped prepare the feast. Lu Yi took the opportunity to go to the mountains. She still hadn't had a chance to talk to Qi Ling. When she reached the mountain, her consciousness entered her space. Before she could speak, she was stunned by what she saw. In her space, besides silver and banknotes scattered everywhere, all the food she secretly hid yesterday was gone. How could it be gone? This has never happened before. She was tidying up the silver coins and banknotes when she asked, "Spirit, did you do this?" No one answered her. It seems the spirit did it. Now it feels guilty and doesn't dare to speak. "Spirit, from now on, don't turn the space into this again. If you want something, you can tell me." She hadn't finished when she saw a white snake lying inside the box with the silver. How did it get here? Wasn't it placed in the corner? Lu Yi used her mind to gently lift the white snake out. She was about to pack the silver and banknotes into the box when she saw the small snake lift its head. "You're finally here to see me. Please let me out. I'm suffocating. And I'm very hungry." Lu Yi saw the little white snake twisting its neck and opening its mouth slightly, tentatively asking, "Are you talking to me?" "Yes. It's me. Please take me out." It turned out there was no spirit inside after all. Lu Yi felt a little disappointed. "Climb into the box, and I'll let you out," she said. Although she wasn't afraid of soft-bodied animals like snakes, she wasn't eager to handle it either. Seeing the little white snake crawl into the small box, she took it out and placed it on the ground, saying, "Go ahead and leave now." The white snake happily crawled around on the ground, opened its mouth, and flicked its tongue. After a moment, it looked at her with a tilt of its head, as if waiting for a response, then flicked its tongue and slithered forward. Lu Yi thought the snake might attack her and stepped back, saying, "Sorry, I really didn't mean to bother or hurt you that day. I know you're a clever snake. Please forgive me this time. If you let me go, I'll bring you good food next time, okay?" The little white snake realized she no longer understood her words. Seeing the obvious fear in her eyes, the snake thought for a moment, then turned and left. It must be because it was too weak to understand her now. Once it absorbs more spiritual energy, it will come back to play with her. She liked her aura, and her dark house helped her absorb the spiritual energy from the jade stones better and more fully. Seeing the white snake finally leave, Lu Yi picked up the box and descended the mountain. When she reached the third house, she heard laughter from the east room. "Auntie, look how cute the child is. Maybe one day, sister-in-law can give you a baby as beautiful as this." Yes, Lu Yi looks good, and her child, born from Tianli, will surely be handsome. But by then, third sister-in-law might be exhausted. What does Auntie mean by that? Shin Tianqing asked, puzzled. She is, after all, a simple-minded person. How could a simple person raise a child? Sigh. Third sister-in-law really has a tough life. She raised a son, finally had some peace, and now she has to raise a grandson. Fifth aunt, you didn't want to raise your grandson? That's third aunt's good fortune. She likes him very much. Shen Tianyu knew this fifth aunt's character, so she spoke bluntly. Fan's face looked a bit unhappy, but she smiled and said, "Of course I would hold my own grandson. That's just holding him. Who would refuse to care for their grandson? So, I am definitely more relaxed than third sister-in-law." He and Shen Tianlu both knew they were teasing their sister-in-law for being simple-minded. I heard that women from big families in town usually leave their children to maids and wet nurses. If my sister-in-law really was pregnant and had the baby, my eldest brother's leg would have healed by now, and he could go hunting for money to buy a servant to help take care of the child. This is an easy solution. Fifth aunt, don't worry about my mother, Shen Tianlu said calmly. These people knew they couldn't really deal with sister-in-law, so they subtly made their mother dislike her, saying bad things about her. So annoying. Fortunately, recently, mother had been nicer to sister-in-law, and she wasn't upset with her because of their words. Otherwise, without sister-in-law, their household would be bullied again. Fan and Li Xiu'er didn't expect Shen Tianlu to be so supportive of Lu Yi. They exchanged a glance, and Li Xiu'er said, "Lu is quite fond of sister-in-law, almost as much as I am." Shen Tianlu responded softly, but didn't speak further. Now, besides her mother, brother, and younger brothers, sister-in-law was the most important person in her heart. After the banquet in the afternoon, the Shen family returned to their normal life. That night, as they went to bed, Shen Tianli suddenly said, "Year, when we have children, don't worry. I will take care of everything myself." "Children?" Lu Yi tilted her head and asked, like the adorable big girl. "Our children? Where are they?" Shen Tianli blushed slightly, lowering his eyes, and said, "Year, we haven't yet shared a room, so we won't have children for now." "What is sharing a room? Why does sharing a room mean having children?" Lu Yi climbed close to Shen Tianli, her breath brushing his face. His master's medicine really worked. Now the scar on his face had faded so much it was hardly visible, especially under the moonlight, giving him a more handsome and charming look. It made people want to flirt. Shen Tianli felt Lu Yi's breath and her question, which made his face turn red and his heart race. How could he explain to his simple-minded wife what sharing a room means and why it leads to having children? The scent of her body filled the space between their noses. Plus, with such intimate words, Shen Tianli felt his body heat start to rise. He dared not look directly into her innocent eyes and said, "You'll find out then." Seeing the young wife become shy, Lu Yi became more eager and asked, "Why is it then and not now? I want to know right now." As she spoke, she moved closer to Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli only felt his whole body heat climb higher, then settle down. He wanted to tell her now, but his injuries and leg wounds prevented him from doing anything. Frustrated, he said, "Be good, Year. It's late. Let's sleep." After saying this, he felt the heat wave intensify. Lu Yi sensed Shen Tianli's breathing becoming rough and couldn't help but smile mischievously. She said, "Husband, it's so cold today. I want to sleep with you." Without waiting for his reply, she pulled back the blanket, slipped inside, and avoided his wounds, snuggling into his arms. The kindness of a beautiful woman is hard to forget. He didn't understand this before, but now he truly feels it. "Dear, don't move." "Husband, why not move?" "I feel uncomfortable if I don't," Lu Yi said, then rubbed against him again. But after just a few movements, her body stiffened and she dared not move anymore. "Oh, dear." She was avoiding him, and they were still some distance apart, yet they still touched. This is truly self-inflicted. Shen Tianli's body stiffened as well, his face flushing with embarrassment. But seeing his wife not move anymore, he finally relaxed. He had planned to persuade his wife to leave, but when she lifted the quilt and hid in her own bed, saying, "It's too hot. I want to sleep alone," he thought it was better this way. He needed peace and quiet, and he was really afraid that his wife would keep asking questions he couldn't answer. Shen Tianyu was not well loved at home, so she usually stayed only 3 or 5 days when she visited her mother's house. The next day, Li Shi sent her away. Shen Tianyu was both angry and helpless. She ran to He Shi's room and cried, but Shen Tianli called her over. "Big sister, you should leave. The house isn't peaceful. From now on, except during the new year, don't come back." As Shen Tianli finished speaking, Shen Tianyu was stunned and forgot to cry. Worried, she asked Lear, "What do you mean?" "Big sister, don't ask me what I mean. Just know that I do this for your good. If you trust your brother, pack your things now and take your sister-in-law and the little girl away." Shen Tianyu glanced at Shen Tianli and wanted to say something, but she realized her younger brother was even harder to understand now. She could only grit her teeth and nod. However, she didn't rush to leave. Instead, she went to the east room, took out the purse she had prepared, and said, "Third aunt, I know you've been suffering these days. I can't help much, but here, take this. When third uncle comes back, it'll be fine." He sure guessed that there was silver inside. Although she was short of silver now, she didn't feel right taking her niece's money, so she declined, saying, "No, you keep it. Third aunt has some too." "Third aunt, just let me be at ease. When third uncle comes back, Tianli as well, and he goes hunting, you can give me double," Shen Tianyu said, knowing her third aunt didn't care much about silver. He sure thought for a moment and nodded, accepting it. Shen Tianli knew there were 15 taels of silver in the purse. He also knew that this silver was earned by his eldest sister making embroidery and by her husband collecting goods in their daily life. Because of this, the two of them even argued about it, but his eldest sister, under pressure, still gave all the silver to their mother. "Year, didn't you make a purse for Nyonyo? Put 30 taels of banknotes inside, and after the eldest sister leaves, give it to her," Shen Tianli said, with a flicker in his eyes. Lu Yi nodded, placed 30 taels of banknotes into the purse, and was about to leave the room. Shen Tianli's eyes flickered and said, "Year, I'm running out of medicine to treat wounds. Prepare your luggage too. Take the eldest sister's carriage to the county to stay with your master for a few days. When you come back, bring me some medicine." Lu Yi tilted her head, confused, and looked at Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli leaned on his cane, stroked Lu Ye's hair, and said seriously, "Year, second aunt wants the eldest sister to leave, which is probably a hint from grandma. Recently, they haven't gained any advantage and are holding a grudge. They're probably unhappy with you. I think they might force mom to divorce you. You know mom's personality, she's soft. If we don't stand firm, our suffering will only grow. So, I must let you leave for a while, let mom suffer a bit, and make her see clearly that the Shin family won't be soft on her or treat her kindly. Let her see the true face of the Shin family, so she won't hold on to hope for us anymore. So, Year, you should leave. Study medicine well with your master. Remember to bring Xiao Yan." Lu Yi was now certain. The little husband really was tormenting his mother. No, he should be helping his mother growing through hardships. He really is a good son. But hearing this, she wondered if her little husband was reborn? If he was reborn, how could he have been bitten by a tiger? If this injury allowed him to be reborn, then in the previous life, Lu Yi should have married him too. Why does he look at her with unfamiliar eyes and seem so innocent? Never mind, since he said that, it's a good chance to go to the county to formally apprentice under that old man, and also bring back more books. She nodded and started packing her luggage. Shen Tianli took the opportunity to tell Lu Yi and Shen Tianyan about going to the county to buy medicine. Mrs. He naturally agreed, and Shen Tianyan was happy to go with his sister-in-law. Shen Tianlu was very jealous. Everyone came out to see Shen Tianyu off. When Mrs. Li saw Lu Yi carrying her luggage, she asked, "Third sister-in-law, what is your daughter-in-law going to do?" "Tianli has run out of medicine for her wound. She needs to go to the county to buy some. She probably won't be back today, so she brought her luggage." Mrs. He remembered her son's instructions and didn't want the Shin family to know Lu Yi was studying medicine. "Exactly. Year can sit in my carriage. My house isn't far from the county." That's what Tianli thought. "Little you, I'm entrusting Year and Xiao Yan to you," Mrs. He said with a smile. Third aunt, don't worry. I'll make sure they get to the county and come back safely, Shin Tianyu said happily. Mrs. Li was dissatisfied and said, You just like to meddle. Then she told Mrs. He's sister-in-law, I think you should tell your mother. See if she agrees or not. She knew that her mother asked her to send Xiaoyu away to deal with that fool. Mrs. He nodded and went to the main room. When old lady Shun heard Lu Yi was going to the county with Xiaoyu to buy medicine for Shun Tianli, she frowned. Old Master Shun said, Go ahead. Tianli's injury is more important. Yes, that fool could be dealt with any time. If she delayed Shun Tianli's treatment, it would delay her earning money, which she couldn't allow. So she said, Go ahead. Let her and Xiao Yan go quickly and come back soon. Okay. Thank you, mother. Old lady Shin saw that Mrs. He didn't ask her for money and left. She told old Master Shin, Old Master, I knew Mrs. He wasn't honest. Look, she has money but refuses to buy me a bracelet. Such unfilial behavior. Enough. She's your daughter-in-law. How you want to treat her is up to you. Old Master Shin said. Old lady Shin asked proudly, You agree? Old Master Shin nodded, took a dry pipe and said, Conger is right. Shun Tianli is difficult to control, but he's a filial son. So, we must carefully manage Mrs. He, make her listen to you, and not dare to resist. At that time, whether Shin Yongin returns or Shin Tianli as well, they will only be at our mercy. You go and tell the Li family to let Xiaoyu stay with them for a few days. The later they come back, the better. There was a noisy son. After he left, they thought they could control the third house, but unexpectedly, another fool appeared. First, teach He family a lesson. If they tame He family, they can solve that fool and also control the noisy son and grandson. In the future, the Shun family will become richer and might even become a wealthy local gentry. Old Madame Shun's eyes lit up when she heard this. She stood up and praised, Old man, you are so thoughtful. Shun Tianyu was surprised to see her come to see her off. After she whispered a few words in her mother's ear, her mother came over and whispered to her for a while. Hearing her mother's words, she looked at her grandmother with confusion, but saw her grandmother looking at third aunt with a calculating, malicious look. She hesitated and nodded. Before leaving, she said, Third aunt, if anything happens at home, you must let me know. Understand? He family patted Shin Tianyu's hand and said, Okay, don't worry. Hurry up and go. It's warmer now, and by the time you get home, it's past lunchtime. Seeing that He family didn't mind, Shin Tianyu frowned. When her mother started urging her again, Lu Yi and Xiao Yan also got into the carriage. She could only wave her hand and watch the Shin family members go into the house one by one. Even though third aunt was far away, she still smiled and waved at her. On the way, Shun Tianyu remembered her mother's words and said, Xiao Yan, when you came out, Grandma told you to stay at my house for a few days. Xiao Yan, you should go to the eldest sister's house. Shin Tianyan knew that the eldest sister's in-law's house was in a nearby village in the county town, and her brother-in-law was a carpenter, so their conditions were quite good. But since she wasn't her real sister, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to go there. She looked at Lu Yi, who shook her head and said, No, we're going to the county. Shin Tianyu was a bit anxious and said, Year, if you don't listen to Grandma and go home, Grandma definitely won't let you and third aunt off. Worried that Lu Yi and Xiao Yan might bring trouble to third aunt by going back early, Shin Tianyu thought carefully and decided to invite her younger siblings. We're not going home. We're going to the master's place, Lu Yi said with a smile. Master? Shin Tianyan just remembered and said happily, Big sister, sister-in-law is amazing. She's a disciple of Dr. Sun in the county. Brother asked her to come learn skills. We won't go back so soon. Dr. Sun? Who is Dr. Sun from Spring Revival Hall? Shun Tianyu asked in disbelief. Seeing Xiao Yan nod, her eyes also changed. She had heard that Dr. Sun was the imperial doctor in the palace. He made a mistake and was sent here, so he is very skilled in medicine. Her younger sister-in-law is a simple-minded girl, yet she managed to catch Dr. Sun's attention and learn medicine from him. Her younger sister-in-law is truly amazing. No wonder Tianli's injury is healing well. Big sister, only you should know about this. My brother said not to tell anyone else. Shin Tianyan remembered his brother's warning and told his big sister. The others don't include her family, which made Shin Tianyu very happy. She nodded and said, yes, yes, I understand. Don't worry. Neither I nor your brother-in-law will tell anyone. The cart moved slowly towards the county. When Dr. Sun saw Lu Yi, he blinked. Is this his silly apprentice? More than half a month ago, she was thin and dark. Now she's still slim, but much fairer. She's wearing a new cotton coat and a white fox fur cloak, standing lively and pretty. If he didn't know she was simple-minded, he might think she was a young lady from a rich family. Oh, his silly apprentice looks even more charming now. It seems Shun Tianli doesn't treat her badly. Wait, why is she carrying a bundle? Shun Yao had said that the day they sent her home, an old lady wouldn't let them into the house. It was his silly apprentice who kicked the door open to get inside. Could she have been kicked out now? That would be great. He stepped forward and angrily said, Silly apprentice, is Shun Tianli bullying you? Did he break up with you? Breaking up is fine. From now on, follow the master. The master has no daughters or granddaughters, so you can be his daughter and granddaughter. The master will protect you. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. This master seemed excited but was pretending to be angry, and he seemed a bit confused. Daughters and granddaughters are not the same. Can they be equal? Dr. Sun, don't talk nonsense. My brother treats my sister-in-law well. He wouldn't break up with her. It's just that my brother's medicine is running out. Coincidentally, my big sister is home, so they sent us here.
Oh.
Dr. Sun felt a wave of disappointment. If he had broken up, that would be so good. Then his silly apprentice could stay with him. He was very fond of his silly apprentice. I remember his medicine should last about 10 days, or half a month. Why don't you stay a few more days this time?
Lu Yi nodded, yes.
Stay a few more days. Good, good, good. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Come in quickly. I'll have someone prepare food for you. Willow Leaves also stayed with Shun Tianyu's family, who were eating plain white rice. The family was a bit dazed, surprised that her younger sister-in-law was so impressive, really a disciple of Dr. Sun. After the meal, she handed the prepared pouch to Shin Tianyu and saw them off before returning to the clinic. Disciple, you haven't officially become my student yet. How about in 2 days? Dr. Sun asked cautiously. Okay, just arrange it. Isn't Master wanting to learn those hemostatic and pain relief needle techniques? Let me tell you about them. Willow Leaf said, unable to bear Dr. Sun's eager gaze constantly on her and his restless pacing around her. Dr. Sun thought his disciple was very clever, so understanding of his intentions. Shun Tianyu sat silently on the ox cart for a long time before asking, Husband, why do you think Tianli hasn't told Grandma that Willow Leaf is Dr. Sun's disciple? If she told her, Grandma would definitely treat her well. Zhong Shizhu pondered for a moment and said, You still don't understand your grandma's character. If I were Tianli after what happened, I wouldn't tell her. Mother wouldn't tell you either. During Tianli's injury, others behaved in certain ways. He then shared what he had learned with Shun Tianyu. He was grateful to Tianli. Without him, Xiuyu wouldn't have married him, and he wouldn't have learned carpentry from the master in the county, which improved their family's life. He owed his current life, his ox cart, and everything, to Tianli's help. But he had no good feelings toward the Shin family, especially after hearing how they bullied Third Aunt and her family from the villagers this time. Shin Tianyu felt both ashamed and angry. Her own parents were involved. They had received so much kindness from Third Uncle and Third Aunt Tianli, and Tianli was injured but could still walk. How could they bully them like this? Was Grandma thinking clearly? She didn't realize that Grandma Shin and Old Shin weren't senile, they just had bigger appetites. With Shin Yomen away, Shin Tianli injured, and controlling He Sure, they wanted the third house to become their cash cow. Mom, there's something in the pouch, suddenly said the eldest daughter. Shin Tianyu looked and saw it was a banknote. 30 taels of silver. She quickly shouted, Stop the cart.
Stop.
Husband, what's wrong?
Zhong Shizhu asked.
Discipline. Look, your younger sister-in-law put 30 taels of silver in the pouch. Tianli is injured and using money now, so she must have put it in by mistake. We need to go back and give it to her. Before Zhong Shizhu left, his younger sister-in-law said they didn't need to see her off to the village, nor did she need to return. He initially thought she looked down on them, but now he understood it was something else. He realized he had misunderstood. He said, "Wife, it must be that heaven knows you left silver for them, so he deliberately let your younger sister-in-law do it. Otherwise, when they parted, they wouldn't have given Daya a gift. Also, don't you think the atmosphere at home feels strange this time?" "I know, but Mother and Heaven insisted I leave. Heaven even told me not to come back unless I have nothing to do," Shen Tianyu said sadly. If her husband hadn't just told her, she wouldn't have known how much her third aunt and Heaven had suffered. Since she knew, she decided to store the silver for now. She asked someone to watch over Tsuishan village. When the time comes, they could come back and help. Shen Tianyu nodded worriedly. She felt that her grandmother asking her to leave probably meant something bad. It was also meant to deal with her third aunt. She hoped her mother would wake up and, because her third aunt had been so kind to her, help support her.